Chapter 1. You don't want the wife given by the country, but you insist on contracting a beast spirit. Are you crazy? Dragon Kingdom, Dakian Dynasty. Ginghaiching. Xingfufang Community. Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee. The gong she struck was louder than the cicadas in the trees in summer, and she shouted at the top of her lungs. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. The population reproduction plan has strict targets. All men in this neighborhood who are over 21, unmarried, and without official titles, please take note. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Bring your household registration documents and come over to choose a wife. After choosing, report to the official matchmaker behind the government office. Policy choice. Or, take a wife from our human race back home to live with us. Otherwise, you must choose a contracted spirit from among all the races in the universe and take it home to raise. This is a humane move by the imperial court, so as to prevent those foreigners who were naturalized in the Armistice Treaty from becoming homeless, starving to death on the streets, or causing trouble. Anyone who dares not to vote will be severely punished. Your family's taxes will be tripled. I will be exiled to the most difficult and remote border area of the Great Wall to repair the wall. Never think of returning home in this lifetime. Those who have married should go back and live a good life and work hard to have children. They must give birth within 1 year, and a fine of 20,000 yuan will be imposed if they fail to do so. Those who receive a contracted spirit must ensure their basic living needs and not abuse them. They must also strive to add to the population and must allow them to become pregnant and give birth within a year. Otherwise, they will be fined 20,000 strings of silver. Give birth to a child and you'll get a reward. 1 reward is 20,000. 2 is 40,000. There's no upper limit. No time to waste, the punishment will be increased. Hurry! Buzz! All the single men of marriageable age in Xingfufang were furious and rushed downstairs in a hurry. Subai held a bowl of bland noodle soup and squatted on the stone steps in front of his house, slurping the noodles while watching the big commotion. Is the state forcing people to choose partners? Can you even choose a different race? 3 days ago, he was still watching short videos on Earth, and when he woke up, he found himself in the Dakian dynasty of Longhua. The history here was completely different from what he had learned. Only the concepts of professional and copy were engraved in everyone's memory. This happened 3 years ago. First, the whole nation awakened, and various professions emerged, such as warriors, mages, gunners, beast masters, etc. Countless young people rushed into those spacecraft dungeons, thinking they could make a fortune. As a result, not long after, a large number of alien races from all over the world, including elves, werewolves, mechanical people, abyss demons, etc., came out of the cracks. A global war broke out. Professionals from Dakian and other human countries fought bloody battles for 3 years, suffering countless casualties, before finally achieving a tragic victory, forcing all races to sign the Armistice Treaty. The cost is huge. Nearly 80% of the men fighting on the front lines died. Those who survived were either young boys under the age of 18, or awakened logistics men like gardener, chef, beautician, who had little combat power and could only do odd jobs in life. The whole society suddenly became one with more women than men. Kindergartens were full of female teachers, the streets were filled with women in large groups, and it was extremely difficult to find a husband. The imperial court became anxious and immediately launched this population breeding plan. At the entrance of the official media, people were divided into 2 distinct groups. The group on the left are human women. Each one is full of energy and spirit. Some of them were strong and sturdy, some looked nimble and capable, and the smallest one had a tough look in his eyes. The overall temperament is very down to earth and down to earth. The 3 on the right are the remnants of the myriad races who were offered as part of the treaty or accepted after their defeat. They are called contracted spirits, 3 young girls from other races whose ankles are locked with simple talismans and iron chains. The first one was a girl from the cow tribe. She had white hair and red eyes. She had 2 small furry horns on her head. They were so big that they stretched her tattered coarse cloth skirt tightly. Her eyes were big and watery. The second one is a girl from the moon rabbit tribe, with long silver hair, a twitching nose, and 2 soft long rabbit ears hanging on her head. His red eyes were like gems, filled with tears, and he was trembling timidly, holding tightly in his arms a dirty carrot doll. The third one was a girl from the Meow tribe. She had 2 alert black cat ears sticking out of her black hair. Her golden-green vertical pupils scanned the crowd. Her tail twitched from side to side in annoyance, and her mouth was tightly pursed. The men who rushed over had their eyes glued to the group of human women on the left. Sir! I want the strongest one. One that looks like it can work and bear children. Yeah. A big but makes it easy to give birth. That one. You'll definitely give birth to 2 big fat boys. That sharp-eyed one. He must be a good housekeeper. Ha! Those aliens are too thin, they'll fall over if the wind blows, right? What can they do? Giving birth would be too much trouble, why would they have to keep them? Someone muttered something in a low voice, causing several people around to laugh knowingly. These words made several relatively slender human women over their blush, but they dared not say a word. Subai almost spit out a mouthful of noodle soup. Oh my god! Are these people blind? The heroine of the Moon Rabbit manga? The queen of the Cow Clan manga? A professional in the Cat Spirit Clan manga? This is the government directly giving out limited edition life-size figures for free. And it is officially certified, a 1-to-1 replica, and top-notch modeling. In my previous life, I was exhausted from working 996 and it was hard for me to even find a decent girlfriend. You have to calculate the price even for washing your feet. This level of interracial beauty cosplay? Don't even think about it. At most, I can secretly look at the blurry photos posted by others on the internet. Now, 3 race-exclusive SSRs for free? As a time traveler, your aesthetic sense cannot succumb to reality. Not long. The crowd dispersed noisily. All the human women on the left were robbed. The entrance of the official media agency suddenly became deserted. Only the 3 lonely little mushrooms on the right were left, the 3 unwanted beautiful girls of other races. Subai had just finished the last mouthful of noodles. Aunt Lou, the clerk in charge of this matter, threw down the gong and rushed to the steps where Subai was squatting in 2 steps. Her carrot-thick finger almost poked Subai's nose. It's you, Subai. The mission for the government office. The quota. These 3 contracted spirits. They belong to you. Sign quickly and take them away. That look is no different from when dealing with unsaleable goods. The local government will guarantee you. Sign quickly. Don't dawdle. A drunken old man from next door came over and said, "Oh my. Old Mrs. Liu, you lack great virtue. Let Sue bailing these foreign monsters? Isn't this cheating? This one has the blood of all races. You unclean bastard. You have such a dark heart." Subai was already very happy. Previous life? Bullshit. 5,000 yuan a month salary. Blind date? Demanding a house, a car, and a sky-high betrothal gift, and my mother-in-law is so flattering. Now. Nationally certified. 3 incredibly beautiful, talented, and exotic girls will be bundled up and given to you for a contract. It's still free. Cool. Huge profit. Picked up 3 top-level SSR beast spirits for free. Before Lao Wine could finish his harsh words, the 3 girls, like little animals cornered, could no longer hold back. Please accept us." The cowgirl's voice was filled with tears. I've been rejected 7 times. If I don't succeed this time. Tomorrow I'll be put on the special supply for the elderly list, a widower in his 50s or 60s. The Moon Rabbit girl hugged her carrot doll, tears streaming down her face. Me too. The Cat Spirit girl's voice was very low, but her golden-green vertical pupils were full of panic and pleading. I've been told for 3 consecutive rounds that I'm too thin and have no ability to work. The government office said that today is the last chance. If no one wants me, the consequences. She didn't dare to continue, and her tail curled up in fear. The 3 girls' eyes were instantly fixed on Subai, their eyes filled with the last trace of pleading and despair and fear of an unknown fate. Subai immediately put on an honest smile, took the 3 thick contracts and pen handed over by Aunt Lou, and nodded. "Auntie, you've worked so hard. I'll sign right now. I promise to complete the mission. I'll contribute to the court's humanitarian cause." I was already screaming in my mind, mission? Qi Ling? I'm going to exceed the target even if it means my life. Swish. 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 3 contract documents, signed with my own name like a dog crawling. When pressing the fingerprints, Hongni pressed so hard that he almost wanted to pierce the paper. How could this be a contract to sell one's body? This was simply a stamp confirming the arrival of 3 top-tier SSR gift packs. Aunt Lou snatched the document back and breathed a sigh of relief. You're smart, kid. Tomorrow morning at noon, go to the Civil Affairs Department next to the government office and register your spirit contracts. If you're late, I'll skin you alive. Take them away. After saying that, he waved his hand in disgust, as if to shoo away a fly. Subai turned around and looked at the 3 foreign girls who were pale and trembling slightly because of Lao Wang's words. He felt so happy in his heart. Don't be afraid, live with me from now on. Subai waved his hand, let's go. Come home with me. This wave of bargains is huge. Chapter 2 The system is finally here, the 10,000 Worlds Spiritual Contract Atlas. Click. The dilapidated security door was completely closed, isolating the noise from the outside world. The small 2-bedroom apartment of 60 square meters seemed to have been muted. The dust particles floating in the air were nowhere to be seen in the beam of light that squeezed in through the narrow window. The silence lasted only a breath. 3 girls of different races stood in the small entrance hall near the door. My lord, I am Arya. The girl with white hair and red eyes spoke first. Her voice was naturally soft and nasal, like a cloud covered with morning dew. The soft white horns unique to the cow clan moved uneasily, and paired with the snow-white hair, it exuded an innocent holiness. Noticing Subai's gaze, she subconsciously tightened the hem of her pale skirt with her slender fingers and lowered her head. The cow clan from the grassy plains, tribes were recruited. I'm Yu Ling. The silver-haired girl holding the faded but cleanly washed carrot doll spoke next. The soft long rabbit ears on top of his head curled inward slightly due to nervousness, sticking to the sides of his long hair that looked like a silver waterfall. Those eyes that looked like the purest rubies raised their heads, and their voice was as soft as a whisper. The Moon Rabbit Tribe. The black-haired girl standing against the wall was the last to speak. Her sensitive black cat ears stood up alertly, and her golden-green vertical pupils looked like a cat sizing up a strange territory, with undisguised alienation and resistance. Emily, from the Miao tribe. Her self-introduction was brief and powerful, with a sharp coldness. I wasn't sent here. I was captured. There was a brief silence. The 3 women moved. Arya swept the dirt away, her movements gentle. Yu Ling wiped the old table carefully. Emily frowned and picked up the scattered items. Silent understanding. The refrigerator door was opened, and the cold light reflected the emptiness inside. Empty. Arya's voice trembled slightly. I have it. Yu Ling took out half a piece of hard brown bread from the cloth bag. Molly's voice was hard. After I get the marriage certificate tomorrow, I can go out and find work. Unloading goods. Cleaning sewers. As long as there is a place for me to work, I can always get food. Subai's heart felt heavy. Their words clearly revealed the situation of ethnic minorities in human society: discrimination, exclusion, and exploitation. The only jobs they could find were the dirtiest, most tiring, and lowest paid slave labor. The meager income is barely enough to provide for a person's basic needs, let alone necessities like clothing and shoes. Now there are 3 more mouths to feed. The pressure of survival is like an icy tide that instantly drowns him. He walked over to the only old chair that was still suitable for sitting on, sat down, closed his eyes, and forced himself to concentrate. The mind sinks into itself. A faint, almost imperceptible light green glow unfolded in his vision. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength plus 3.2, Agility plus 4, Spirit plus 5.8, Health plus 5.2. Skill, Primary Nourishment LV1 slightly accelerates the growth of herb flower seedlings, consuming spirit. Gardener. The Dragon Kingdom had just experienced a catastrophe and was in ruins. Farmland reclamation is a top priority, and places where every inch of land is valuable are racing against time to grow life-saving food. Flowers? That's a luxury in peacetime. His profession is worthless in the face of this cruel reality of survival. Before, I was single and worked odd jobs, so having enough food and drink was not a problem. Now there are 3 more mouths to feed. It seems I have to find a way too. It's a pity that my job is just living. If it is a combat profession, go to the dungeon to fight monsters and you will gain a lot. Not to mention contracting 3 beast ears, even if you raise 30 or 300, you will be full. Never mind. Go to the construction site and move bricks carefully tomorrow. We'll talk about it later. He looked at the three foreign girls, and his hands gradually became uncontrollable. Just then. Ding! Warning! Excessive concentration of alien biological energy intrusion detected. A strong source of life essence contamination. Cow tribe, moon rabbit tribe, meow tribe detected. Anchoring the host's soul characteristics. Locked. Binding the only supreme authority artifact. Illustrated guide to the spirits of all worlds. By forming a spiritual bond with all the races in the universe, you will gain access to powerful professions and attributes from all the races in the universe. As long as you have unlimited spirits, you can become stronger. The system is late, but it arrives. And it's simple and crude. Illustrated guide to the spirits of all worlds. Subai, who was shocked, oh my god. It's finally here. Next second. Wherever Subai's eyes go, the three of his contracted spirits actually had hidden attribute panels. Bound spirit, Arya cow tribe. Racial traits, abundance of life, fertility, fury hidden. Age, 22. Potential assessment, SSS. Adaptation rate, 85% highly compatible. Result benefit, secondary class, Fury Knight Commander SSS level. Bloodline feedback, the Son of God descends, and the host permanently solidifies and unlocks this class. After reaching perfection, the Knight's heart aura is fed back, significantly strengthening chi and blood. Subai widened his eyes. Breathing suddenly became rapid. Then look at the other one. Bound spirit, Yuling Moon Rabbit Clan. Racial traits, Moonlight favor agility, dodge rate, Guanghan spirit vein hidden. Age, 21. Potential assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 38%. Physique is impaired, not suitable for strenuous exercise, does not meet the requirements. Result benefit, subclass, Moon Shooter Domination SSS rank. Spirit Chi feedback, the Holy Sun has arrived, and the host has permanently unlocked this class. Reach perfection and gain the Moonlight Body, huge boost to agility and perception. Oh my god, another god-level profession. Bound Spirit, Mo Li Miao Clan. Racial traits, Shadow Affinity Stealth, Explosive Power, 9 Life Profound Veins hidden. Age, 21. Potential assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 12%. Hates humans, extremely weak constitution, more care is recommended. Result benefit, subprofession, Night Judgment Destiny SSS level. Spirit Chi feedback, the Son of God has arrived, and the host has permanently unlocked this class. After reaching perfection, you will receive Night Lord S reward. Explosive power and critical hit rate are greatly increased. This the many children, many blessings system mentioned in online articles? However, the one Subai obtained was not aimed at the human race. But it is the Atlas of the Soul Contracts of all races in the universe, which only contains soul contracts with women of other races. Only then can you become stronger. So say. As long as the other party becomes your own spirit, you can get the strongest profession of their race. SSS level. This kind of 3S profession is rare among the human race. And it's the only hidden one. Every 3S level professional is a powerful force for the country. This system is so cool. Chapter 3 successfully completed the spirit contracting process and unlocked the first 10,000 World Spirit Contracting Atlas. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sounded like hammering on the wall. You knew it was Aunt Lou's signature noise without even looking. As soon as Subai opened the door, he was faced with her face that was filled with impatience and a hint of charity. Here. Subai. Her loud voice made the corridor buzz, and she poked the door impatiently with her fat fingers. His fingers almost poked the three girls who were huddled quietly behind him, and the disgust in his eyes was undisguised, as if he had dealt with some garbage. You're smart, kid. Take these 3 burdens away. She turned sideways, and a thin young man behind her was grunting as he piled 3 half-worn woven bags with the word relief on them on the ground near the door. This is a special, generous wedding allowance from the community. A bag of noodles, a bag of rice, and a barrel of oil. Hurry and save them. Spend them wisely. The thin guy put down his things and ran away quickly. Aunt Lou didn't even step into the house. She just stood outside the doorframe, spitting. Listen. This little bit of money can't save you from poverty. Want to turn your life around? Want to fill your stomach? That requires real ability. Aunt Lou patted her belly with a look that said, you know what I mean. Her eyes swept across the embarrassment of the bare walls of the house, and then fixed on Subai's face. The meaning was clear. This is the only way left for you. An extra mouth will earn you 20,000 yuan, and you can immediately escape poverty and become rich. Do you understand? Her fat palm slapped Subai's shoulder heavily, as heavy as a brick. Hold on tight. Remember? Subai almost couldn't help but salute her. These things can just last for a few days. Just use these few days to become a real man. A combat professional. A real man. Bang. The door is closed. He clapped his hands vigorously. The sound was particularly loud in the empty room, and his face showed a relaxed smile that had a bit of a sense of being in charge for the first time since he traveled through time. We have food. He took a few steps to the old refrigerator and opened it. There was almost nothing inside, just a small wilted leek lying pitifully in the corner. Hey, Bao. He pulled out the leeks. I'm going to pick some eggs next door. Today. His sharp eyes swept across the three anxious little faces. Let's make dumplings. Dumplings? Arya the cow tribe's red eyes widened, and her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her tattered skirt. What a waste. Just drink porridge. Yuling, a member of the moon rabbit tribe holding a stuffed animal, is as frail as a mosquito, and her long rabbit ears are drooping restlessly. Borrow eggs? You have to return them. Molly Meow Clan Black Cat said with disdain, if you save on rice and flour, it can last you a month. Why are you so shameless? Do you want to starve to death together tomorrow? The tone was the most aggressive, but his words revealed the cherishment of food and fear for the future. Ha! Who am I? I'm your master. How can I let you starve when I'm Subai here? His gaze swept across Arya's surprised red eyes, Yuling's trembling ears, and Emoli's stubborn, intense jaw. Don't worry. From today on, I, Subai, will give you a promise. 3 meals a day, every meal is enough to satisfy your hunger. As for where the food comes from? Don't worry about it. Stand up straight. Strengthen your bodies. Just take care of the house. Then Subai pointed at the football team on TV. One person is an 11-man football team. After those powerful words were spoken, the room fell into silence. The 3 foreign girls were all stunned, looking at the man in front of them who was penniless just a moment ago but now inexplicably exuded the aura of "you won't starve as long as I have something to eat." His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The master is the sky. God says we should have enough food to eat, so let us listen to him, even though it sounds unrealistic. Could he really get enough food? Even if he couldn't get it, he could drink, go out gambling, or even, if he hit them. That's fate. What are you standing there for? Subai seemed not to notice the complicated thoughts in their eyes, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Arya, Yuling, do you know how to knead dough? Open this special flour. Emoli. Wash the chives. I'm going to ask the neighbor for some on credit. Soon. The dumplings are wrapped. Everyone sat together and started eating. Soon everything was gone. The dumpling soup bowl was empty. Yuling Moon Rabbit Clan was the first to move. I'll go wash the dishes. She spoke softly, holding the puppet and standing up to clean up the dishes. Emoli, a member of the Meow Clan, glanced at her, swung his tail, and immediately stood up and grabbed the dishes. You're taking so long. Let me do it. He is harsh in words but quick in actions. Arya from the cow tribe quietly came behind Subai and said, Sir, let me rub your shoulders. Her voice was as soft as honey. Subai was about to refuse. Warm and slender fingers have already rested on the shoulders and neck. Arya leaned closer. The pressure that seems to come and go. Subai's body stiffened, and his whole body felt numb, itchy and sore as if an electric shock had passed through it. He subconsciously relaxed and leaned back in the chair, letting out a comfortable groan from his throat. Who can withstand this? He simply closed his eyes and enjoyed it. My thoughts drift back to before I traveled through time. 996 office slaves. Emptying the family savings to raise the bride price. Marrying a grandmother to take home and serve her? Not like now. Someone cooks the meals, someone washes the dishes, and there are even top-level aliens who throw themselves into your arms and rub your shoulders. Master, is this better? Arya's soft nasal voice was close to his ear, and her warm breath made Subai's heart even more itchy. Subai closed his eyes. A brief silence. Arya lowered her voice, a little trembling. Arya's body, is much better than those two. Subai paused for breath and interrupted her in the darkness, his voice a little hoarse and anxious. I know. 1. Reward is 20,000. You have a good body. The task is heavy. This year. Arya took the initiative to answer. I earn 100,000 for my master. Subai nodded with satisfaction. The alien race's ability to comprehend is really strong. Okay, just press here. Yuling, Emoli, let them rest and recuperate for the next few days. The pressure is all on you. Late night. Subai wiped the sweat from his head. Bite. The result is success. You have successfully obtained the Cow Tribe's only hidden SSS subclass, Fury Knight Commander. Your attributes have been enhanced by your secondary occupation, plus 88 strength, plus 35 agility, plus 32 spirit, plus 120 health. You have obtained the Cow Tribe racial talent, slow recovery, recover 1% of your HP per second. You have obtained professional skills, blood rage, rage burst. Done? Is that it? Just as he finished thinking about it, the Atlas of the Spiritual Contract of All Worlds, deep in his sea of consciousness, suddenly lit up. Cow Tribe, the gray icon emits golden light. Unlocked an illustrated book. Immediately following. Feeling the surging power of the alien race beating in Subai's body. This is the 3S level hidden profession? The former gardener? Comparing before and after, the difference is more than 100 times. This is only level 1. I've only just received the initial inheritance feedback for this profession. This attribute, this talent, this skill. It's so fucking perverted. The only hidden profession, it's so unreasonably strong. Chapter 4 A critical hit in the wedding hall. Get a 500 yuan bonus. Open the acquired skills profile. Possessing the skill, Blood Rage. Activate it and increase your rage by 1% every second. Getting hit? Instantly increase your rage by 20%. The harder you take a beating, the more ferocious your outburst will be. Skills, Rage Burst, 100% Fury, unlocking nuclear level damage. Burning with Rage, deliver a fatal blow imbued with the power of 9 wild bulls. Damage equals current power x 1000%. Hiss. Subai took a breath. This skill chain. Getting hit accumulates rage, and full rage instantly multiplies the damage tenfold. The Cow Tribe skills are too abnormal? This explosion is even more outrageous than a fucking nuclear bomb. Get such a powerful career. This made Subai extremely excited. Looked at my own attributes. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclass, Fury Knight Commander. Hidden talent, Slow Recovery. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength plus 91.2, Agility plus 39, Spirit plus 37.8, Health plus 125.2. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV1, Blood Fury LV.max, Rage Burst LV.max. Subai grasped his surging power. I lowered my head and looked at Qi Ling, who had just fallen asleep. Destined to be sleepless. The next day, at the Qiling window of the Yamen Citizen Center. The air was filled with the smell of newly printed household registration books and the loud voices of the bulldozers. Next door is the human race, a marriage center for men and women, with both parties sitting next to each other through a window. Is blood leaking out of the sewer again? Are these security guys just useless people? How many times has this happened this month? It can't be helped. Our Jinghai city is located by the sea, and many sea monsters from outside the city sneak into the city through the pipes. It's been reported in the news 5 times this month, and I heard 3 people died. The police haven't caught him yet. Many citizens gathered at the civic center, many of whom had the same purpose as Subai. Just like the last time the neighborhood committee gave my wife a job. Come here today and get the certificate. Subai brought Alia, Yuling, and Emoli, 3 thin foreign beauties, into the room. Boom! The entire hall was instantly fixed in sight. Arya has snow-white hair, ruby eyes, and small horns on her head. Yuling was holding a tattered doll, trembling with her long rabbit ears. Emoli's black hair stood up like a cat, and his tail was alertly standing on end, snapping loudly. It's so eye-catching. What the hell? Aliens? Still 3? Can't get over it? Are you tired of living? Ha ha ha. Look at that little body. It'll fall over if the wind blows. Can it even work in the fields? I'm afraid they'll both die of illness after just a few days. A burly man hugging a burly woman whose arms were thicker than his thighs sneered. I'd rather marry someone who weighs 200 pounds. At least she can carry sacks and make money. This monster? I don't even want it for free. Laughter erupted. Knife-like gazes mingled with the pale faces of the three women. The wives were so scared that they shrank behind Subai. Subai led them to the queue with an expressionless face. The ridicule intensified. Look. The man is a useless gardener. Rubbish job. It's hard enough to support myself. 3 good-for-nothings from other races? Starving to death is the end of it. Subai sneered in his heart. What kind of dog vision do these people have? Especially the strong man, who took a tank and laughed at himself. This reminded him of a joke from his previous life. In the Tang dynasty, fat was considered beautiful, and fat people considered the Tang dynasty beautiful. Down. 2 Down syndrome. I saw Subai was also laughing at me. The burly man who led the ridicule seemed to feel offended. You still dare to laugh at me? I just awakened my combat profession. Warrior. Snap. Suddenly, the iron cover of the sewer inspection port on the right side exploded. Boom. A ferocious giant crocodile, covered in black scales, the size of a truck tire, and with a mouthful of jagged fangs, leaped out. A fishy wind blew in my face. Big mouth crocodile, LV-15. Help! The strong man who laughed the most fiercely was the first to be hit. Phew! The crocodile's mouth closed. Blood and internal organs splattered. Both legs were severed at the root. A bloody mess. The strong man howled and rolled over, and a pungent fishy smell filled the air instantly. Monster! The crowd exploded. They cried for their parents and ran away in panic. The strong man looked at Subai. Save me! Subai stood there without moving. Don't worry, let me calculate the time. You just laughed at me. It's almost a minute. Wait a minute. I will definitely save you in a minute. Blood fury, activated. Buzz. Blood vessels instantly burned. Skin crimson. Rage value 0%, 1%, 2%. Soon, a minute passed. Rage reached 60%. The strong man's lower body was blood red, and it was obvious that he would not be happy in his next life. Subai moved, crushing the floor tiles with one step. Arriving first after starting late. His left arm muscles bulged like a dragon, precisely clamping the crocodile's jaws. Swish, the teeth scraped across the skin, leaving white marks. Under attack. Fury value plus 20%. Currently 81%. Slow recovery, takes effect. Minor pain is instantly gone. The giant crocodile is furious. Its bite force doubles. Under attack. Fury value plus 20%. Current 101%. Subai's eyes blazed with blood. His body erupted like a volcano. The terrifying power broke through the critical point. Die. His right fist clenched tightly. His muscles twisted like steel. The air was compressed and exploded. Anger erupts, burning 100% of the rage value. The fist blasted out a circle of invisible airwaves. Strength 1000%. 91.2 points 10 times equals 912 points of violent output. Boom. The punch is like a meteorite. Bones shattered. Nails cracked. Blood exploded. Puff. The giant crocodile's head looked like a watermelon smashed by a hammer. Half of its head had disappeared. Congratulations on successfully killing the big mouth crocodile and gaining experience, 90. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV2. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV2. I'll go. The secondary profession is strong. The increased attributes are 10 times that of the main profession. Too strong. At the same time. Dead silence. You can hear a pin drop in the civic center. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Some were spewing shit, some were paralyzed on the ground in fear, all of them were dumbfounded. Seconds? One punch and the level 15 monster's head was blown off. Oh shit. The professional police who had rushed in tumbling and crawling were frozen at the door, their eyes almost popping out. The leading captain gasped and stared at Subai. We've been tracking this elite monster that escaped from outside the city for 3 days. You. Brother, what's your combat profession? Subai shook off the sticky stuff on his fist, his face calm. Not a combat profession, but a life profession, a gardener. The captain and team members? The gardener destroyed a level 15 giant crocodile head with one punch? You must be kidding. The captain stared at Subai for a few seconds, then took out a pen and paper and wrote. No matter what, you saved people. The Civic Center will issue you a certificate of bravery. 500 yuan reward. Wow. The crowd went completely crazy. 500 yuan. That's enough to buy 20 boxes of premium braised beef noodles. Enough to feed a family of 4 for 2 months. Make a fortune. Chapter 5. Sorry, Miss Heisai, I still like your rebellious expression just now. Master. Master. Arya looked at the red bill, her eyes seemed to have little stars spinning, and her voice trembled with excitement. Yuling hugged the doll, her pale face flushed with excitement. Master. So awesome. Emoli had a stern face, but his eyes were surprisingly bright when he looked at the money, and his cattail swayed slightly and quickly behind him. They crowded around Subai and looked at the 500 yuan as if it were a life-saving straw. Just walked out of the Civic Center gate. 500. Arya calculated quickly. Buy 50 pounds of rye flour. Be frugal, the porridge will last for more than 3 months. No. Yuling answered in a low voice, blushing. Instant noodles can be kept. 1 pack, a day, is enough for more than 50 days. She tried to calculate. Stupid. Emoli interrupted directly, his voice cold and precise. Compressed nutrient blocks. 1 block is enough for a day. Buy 200. Save 300 for emergencies. And buy coarse salt. Vitamin powder. This is the way to survive. Arya was anxious, eating mud every day? How can that be possible? My husband works so hard fighting monsters. Subai suddenly slapped everyone on the butt. Bang! 3 crisp sounds. The feel is excellent. The quarrel stopped abruptly. I told you, there's meat for every meal. Now. 10 freshly killed 3 yellow chickens. Or 15 pounds of beef hind legs. Select. Okay, why don't you buy some of them? He stopped and stuffed 3 contract certificates that still smelled of ink into Arya's hands. You 3, take your licenses and money to buy meat, then go home. Clean up the kitchen and get ready to hang the meat. Arya held up the certificate, her ruby eyes blinking. Master, where are you going? Professional Center. Subai waved his hand, his tone unquestionable. Certify it. And by the way, see if there is any way to make money quickly. Emoli's cat ears moved and he sneered. Certified? Gardener? D? What can I do after certification? Get 2 more bags of flower seeds? Subai grinned, revealing his white teeth. You'll know when you get there. Take good care of the house. Wait for me to come back and eat meat. Jinghai City Professional Center. A landmark megastructure. A 100-story skyscraper reaches the sky. 18 levels of underground abyss maze. This is the heart of the professional. Certify. Trade. Learn. Hire. Dungeon entrance. Equipment enhancement. Potion synthesis. Paid buff. Mission released. The crowds were bustling. The energy was surging. The air was filled with the smell of money and power. A professional life? Even breathing here is humble. Staff members in various uniforms were moving around. Subai had a clear goal and went straight to the most conspicuous professional certification and registration window. It's his turn. The lady sitting behind the counter. Uniform. Tailored to fit. Pure black. Draw a thrilling curve. Especially that broad mind. Magnificent. It's bottomless. With an exquisite and cool oval face, a high-nose bridge and slightly pursed red lips. Name, ID card, occupation. The receptionist didn't even raise her head, her voice as cold as ice beads. Subai. Subai handed over his ID card. Occupation. Gardener, D. Gardener? D? She curled her red lips slightly, as if she had seen something dirty. What certification? The life occupation certification is in Area F. No, Subai said calmly, I want to take the combat occupation attribute test certification. Ha! A clear, mocking chuckle. The young lady leaned back slightly on the chair, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings crossed in a more lazy posture, with her toes shaking more obviously. She looked Subai up and down, her eyes as if she was looking at a handsome fool who was ignorant of the immensity of the world. Another one. Every day there are people like you who refuse to accept their fate. The delivery guy thought he was fast and wanted to be an assassin. Those who carry bricks think they are strong and want to be soldiers. Those who farm think they have a lot of energy and want to be tanks. Go to the C-17 window next door and draw blood. Measure your blood and chi levels. The standard has been met. She paused, and her red lips curled up in a cold arc. Go to the third underground floor, Area B, test room number 7. Inside are the immovable mountains series of titanium alloy strength test piles specially supplied by the military. Punch with all your might. Come back to me to fill out the form. Subai walked towards the C-17 window with the list. A cold needle pierced his arm. Blood draw. Drop. The instrument's red light turns green. A shrill buzzer sounds. Health value, 138. What the hell? The blood-drawing nurse's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 138? The machine is broken? Standard value 20. This gardener is 138? The news seemed to have wings. Chi and blood 138? Gardener? It was quickly transmitted to the uniformed beauty at the window just now. She stood up. The high heels are clicking so fast. The long legs in black silk stockings swayed, bringing up a gust of fragrant breeze, and the magnificent curves rose and fell amazingly with the rapid breathing. She rushed directly to Subai, her voice no longer cold, with a barely perceptible tremor. You, follow me. Area B. Room 7. Strength test. Now. A powerful person in the life profession appeared. The woman's chest heaved violently. Underground Level 3, Area B. Fudoyama Type 7 test pile. Specially supplied by the military, the young lady in black silk stockings said urgently, pointing at the pillar. Use all your strength. Hit it. If it dents more than 1 centimeter, it's considered standard. She retreated to the wall, hugged her arms, put her long black stockings legs together, and looked at Subai with complicated eyes. 138 HP, qualified to be a tank. She whispered to herself, as if trying to convince herself. Subai stood in front of the pile. Close your eyes. Blood rage. Open. Buzz. Skin instantly crimson. Blood vessels dilate. Rage level soars from 0% to 1% to 2%. He needs time to build up his anger. The lady in black silk stockings frowned. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? If you don't have enough strength. Before he finished speaking, Subai suddenly opened his eyes. Blood burst out from his eyes. Rage value, 100%. Explosion. Drink. Punch out. Like a meteorite falling to the ground. Boom. Titanium alloy pile. With the fist tip as the center. Visibly collapsing. Power impact calculation, 1,348 points. Warning. Warning. Exceeding the upper limit of measurement. Warning. Equipment severely damaged. The lady in black stockings froze in place. The hand that was holding the arm slipped down. Her red lips were slightly parted. The blood color faded from the delicate oval face. All that was left was boundless shock and confusion. For a long while, she suddenly came back to her senses. He hurriedly pulled out a gleaming silver badge and a gold-stamped hard card from his uniform pocket. He almost ran to Subai. Presented with both hands. The voice was trembling and awful, even though he himself didn't notice it. Mr. Su. This is your combat professional badge. And your certification. This kind of man. He is simply the best. Who's going to marry him? Wouldn't you be rich and prosperous in the future? Her magnificent chest rose and fell slightly with excitement. She bit her red lips and her voice suddenly softened with a hook. Mr. Su, do you still want a wife? She puffed out her chest and rubbed her long black silk legs against the ground uneasily. Can you look at me? I don't mind having 3 bedrooms, or 4 bedrooms. Subai took the badge and certificate, and felt cold to the touch. He raised his eyes and looked at the receptionist who had transformed from a beautiful girl into a passionate one in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. He reached out his hand and gently patted the top of her soft head in the other person's astonished gaze. Never mind. I still like your rebellious expression at the beginning. Now. Recover? The Lady in Black Silk Stockings. Chapter 6 The first time the Cheeling girls eat meat. Subai just left. Director! Director! The receptionist in black stockings is holding the test report. He ran all the way and broke open the door of the top floor office. What are you panicking about? Behind the large desk, the director of the Civic Center, dressed in a neat uniform, looked up with a frown and an unhappy tone. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man with a calm aura and wearing a well-tailored suit, and next to him stood quietly a young girl with a cool temperament and beautiful appearance. Report! The black silk lady's chest rose and fell violently, her magnificent curve surged, and her voice trembled. Just now. There's a gardener. D. Come and get verified. The blood and chi test result is 138. A test of strength. One punch. Exploded the Fudoyama Type 7. Damage value 1348. Equipment. All equipment destroyed. What? The director stood up suddenly. He snatched the report and fixed his eyes on the data column. Health 138? Power impact 1348? Gardener? D? This kind of data. Even an S-level professional doesn't have it. Appearing in a life professional? The man in the suit, Gao Qiqiang, the principal of the top school in Jinghai City, Xiangxing College. He took the report and scanned it with his eyes like lightning. Chi in blood 138, strength impact 1348. He repeated in a low voice, his fingertips on Gardner D. Oldly, that's really unfair. There's such a good talent in the city, but you're hiding it? Why don't you recommend it to us? Principal. This is unfair. I just found out too. Subai? Gao Qiqiang interrupted him, remembering the name firmly. Contact information? The director looked at the girl in black stockings. The young lady shook her head, her face still flushed. No. I didn't register my phone. Judging from her clothes. I guess. I can't afford it. Gao Qiqiang's brows tightened instantly. Can't afford a mobile phone? He stood up suddenly. Dad? The girl who had been standing quietly beside him. Gao Wanqing, the daughter of the principal, whose temperament was as cool and pure as an orchid in a valley, was also slightly moved at this moment and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Walk. Immediately. Use all your connections. Search the entire city for this Subai. Dig 3 feet deep. I'll find him for me. Get it to Qiangxing Academy. Gao Wanqing quickly followed, a hint of curiosity flashing in her cold eyes. Wanqing. This person. She has incredible potential. We must bring her to our school. Once you find. Put it in your class. You. He glanced at his daughter's beautiful face and said meaningfully. Hold it well. Dad wants him. Be my son-in-law, Gao Qiqiang. Gao Wanqing paused slightly, and 2 barely perceptible blushes instantly appeared on her cold face. The 2 figures quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. The young lady in black stockings bit her red lips, looking at the door with complicated eyes, feeling mixed emotions. Son-in-law? Doesn't that mean I have lost even the chance to be a concubine? Subai returned home. A warm aroma mixed with the fragrance of rice and meat hit my face. On the old square table with a missing corner in the middle of the living room, there was a small pot of shiny braised chicken pieces, and next to it was a large bowl of steaming white rice. Arya was carefully pouring the last bit of broth over the rice. Yuling held the doll and stared at the pot of chicken. Emily leaned against the kitchen doorframe, his cattail swaying slightly unconsciously, but his eyes were fixed on the chicken. Are you back? Arya looked up, her ruby eyes sparkling. Master. The chicken is back. It's cooked. Subai glanced across the table. A chicken. A bowl of rice. 4 people. He frowned slightly. Too little. Just one? His voice lowered a little. The 3 women froze at the same time. Arya twisted her fingers together, her voice trailing off. We haven't had meat in 6 months, 1 is good. Yu Ling whispered softly, it really smells good. Amoli turned his face away and said in a hard voice, enough to eat? Be frugal. Their eyes were filled with genuine, immense satisfaction and a hint of uneasy fear, as if the pot of chicken before them was heaven. The dissatisfaction in Subai's heart instantly dissipated, turning into a sour warm current. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Okay. Let's eat. Sweep away everything in its path. A chicken, even the bones were cleaned out. Arya cleared the dishes. Amoli went to wash the pot with a cold face. Yu Ling held the doll, hesitated for a moment, took out a worn enamel basin from the corner, poured some warm water into it, and walked timidly to Subai's feet. Master. Master. I will wash your feet. Her voice was as light as a feather, her long rabbit ears trembled slightly because of nervousness, and her cheeks were faintly flushed. Subai was about to refuse. The pair of slender and cool hands had gently lifted his ankles and taken off his shoes and socks. Warm palms wrapped around the soles of the feet. Yu Ling lowered her head, her silver hair falling to cover most of her face. Her movements were gentle, her fingertips applying careful pressure as she pressed the acupuncture points on the soles of her feet. Subai squinted his eyes comfortably. His eyes subconsciously swept over Yu Ling, who was squatting at his feet. The light green system panel silently expands. Bound spirit, Yu Ling Moon Rabbit Clan. Racial traits, Moonlight favor agility, dodge rate, Guanghan spirit vein hidden. Age, 21. Potential assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 39% physique is impaired, not suitable for strenuous exercise, unable to perform the contract ceremony. 39%? Subai's heart moved. Up 1 point. Is it because of the chicken just now? He thought about it carefully. Although Yu Ling still chewed her food slowly, she obviously ate half a bowl more than yesterday and also not on 2 meaty bones. Nutrition. It's a nutritional supplement. The physical damage caused by long-term hunger is being nourished by food and slowly recovering. Subai's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at Yu Ling's pale and slender wrist, feeling the faint body temperature and caution transmitted from her fingertips. The body is the foundation. If your body is broken, no matter how great your potential is, it will be useless. There is meat every meal. They must keep in good health. Turn potential into strength. Yu Ling seemed to notice the change in Subai's gaze. Her little hand trembled slightly, and she buried her head even lower, with the tips of her ears red as if dripping with blood. Subai withdrew his gaze, leaned back in his chair, felt the comfortable massage on the soles of his feet, and thought about where to make money tomorrow. Working in the city, a day's salary is only enough for 2 meals. It's enough to support myself, but it's not enough to feed 3 mouths. You must go out of the city to kill monsters and go to dungeons. However, although I have great strength and a strong fist, I am too slow. Gather your anger. Spend time. No equipment is not enough. We need to get something that suits our needs. Tomorrow. Get weapons first. Then get money. Buy meat. Raise a spirit. Chapter 7, When did you buy the milk? Why don't I know? It was not until the second half of the night that Subai fell into a deep sleep, feeling contented. The next morning. Sunlight streamed in through the narrow window slits. Subai opened his eyes. On the dining table, there were a few steaming white flour buns and a cup of warm milk. He picked up the cup and took a sip. It has a rich milky flavor with a unique warm sweetness. The taste is very special. Your body is nourished, and your physical attributes are increased by 10%, lasting for 1,000 minutes. He was slightly stunned. What kind of milk is this on the market? Is there also the effect of adding buff? It was yesterday, did they buy milk? That's right. He muttered to himself, his eyes sweeping over Arya's slender back, busy in the kitchen, and her snow-white hair. My body is too weak. It's time to take more supplements. After dinner. Here we are again. Jinghai City Professional Center. This time the goal is clear: to get weapons. He went straight to the self-service inquiry terminal in the corner of the hall. His fingers quickly tapped on the light screen. Professional Weapon Compatibility Query. Main Occupation, Gardener D. Adaptable Weapons, Gardening Rake D, Stainless Steel Watering Can D. Secondary Class, Rage Knight Commander SSS. Applicable Weapons, One-Handed Knight Sword CS, Two-Handed Knight Great Sword BS, Knight Warhammer BS, Knight Lance AS. Below are densely packed user comments. One-Handed Sword. Fast attack speed. Flexible. The Knight's first choice. Two-Handed Sword? It's cool, sure, but the attack speed is awfully slow. Fighting a dungeon boss? By the time you finish charging, your teammates are dead. Warhammer? It's powerful in breaking armor. But it consumes a lot of energy. Choose it carefully for a long-term battle. Lance? An inch longer, an inch stronger. A great weapon for pulling aggro in dungeons. But a one-on-one fight? Ha ha. Subai's eyes were fixed on the one-handed knight sword. Fast attack speed? Flexible? That's it. Click Select. Light screen refresh. Weapon skill tree unlock. One-handed knight sword basic skills. 1. Basic sword skills LV1 passive. Increases attack speed by 5%. 2. Precision swordsmanship LV1 passive. Increases hit rate by 5%. Tip: please select one initial skill to learn. Subsequent skills require level increase or special conditions to unlock. Can only choose one? Subai frowned. Attack speed? Or hit rate? He recalled fighting the crocodile yesterday. Although he was extremely powerful, it was purely based on brute force and no skills at all. If I can't hit you, it's all in vain no matter how strong my power is. Choose Precision Sword Technique. Sure. The light screen pops up prompt. It has been detected that you have passed the Combat Professional Certification. Open Professional Credit Loan Service. Maximum amount, 5,000 yuan. Would you like to take out a loan to purchase weapons and skill books? This was the information bar that Subai was waiting for. This is the benefit of completing the Combat Profession Certification. Ordinary people are simply not eligible for loans. Combat professions can easily borrow money. Loan. He clicked Confirm without hesitation. Please select weapon quality, Fine Steel C 1,500 yuan. Contains Fine Steel Knight Sword X1 plus Precision Sword Skill Book X1. Confirm loan? Confirm. Loan successful. 1,500 yuan deducted. Remaining balance, 3,500 yuan. Please go to the A3 weapons counter to collect. Subai walked quickly to the counter. An ordinary long sword and a thin, old skill book were handed to him. He immediately opened the skill book. Learnable skills, precision swordsmanship. Do you want to study? Study. The pages of the book turned into streams of light and sank into the center of the eyebrows. Instantly, subtle insights into the sword's trajectory, force, and angle of impact flooded into his mind. Done. He subconsciously clicked on the skill tree on the weapon bar again. One-handed knight sword basic skills. 1. Basic sword skills LV1, not learned. 2. Precision swordsmanship LV1, mastered. As if possessed by some mysterious force, he clicked on the basic sword technique. Would you like to learn basic sword technique? You need to purchase the skill book. Still able to learn? Isn't it said that you can only learn one? Look carefully, there is another line of information below. SSS level unique hidden professional privilege activated. Skill tree shackles removed. Everything you see. Everything you can learn. You can master it. No limit. No conflict. Subai's pupils suddenly contracted. What the hell? All-powerful learning? SSS level privileges, so overbearing? His heart was pounding. What does that mean? Others can only choose one path and go all the way. Subai. As long as it's a skill that this profession can learn. He can max it out. No limits. No conflict. Basic Swordsmanship Skill Book 500 yuan. Want a loan? Loan. Loan successful. 500 yuan deducted. Remaining balance, 3,000 yuan. Get the skill book. Study. The light flashes again. Learning success. Cool. Next, Subai was not in a hurry to leave the city to fight monsters immediately. It's a little late today. There is a training ground on the 18th underground floor. It's a good opportunity to practice basic swordsmanship and precise swordsmanship, and increase the level cap. Subai clutched his newly acquired fine steel sword and headed straight for the training ground on the 18th floor underground. Swipe your card. Open the door. In the center of the field, a familiar Fudoyama Type 7 titanium alloy test pile stood prominently. Next to it were several metal dummies covered in knife marks. Retreat, just practice your sword skills. He took a deep breath and got into position. Open the panel prompt to see the weapon skill level description. Basic sword skills LV1, 0-10,000. Precision sword skill LV1, 0-10,000. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 costs 100,000? 1 million for reaching level 3? He frowned slightly. One sword strike every 2 seconds, 8 hours a day, 14,000 sword strikes. Eat and drink, and you'll only advance 1 level. Today, let us level up first. A flick of the wrist. A flash of sword. Clang. 1 sword. Ding. Basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 10,000. Ding. Precision sword skill proficiency plus 10,000. Basic swordsmanship level increased. LV1 LV2. Precision sword skill level increased. LV1 LV2. Effect improvement, attack speed plus 10%. Hit rate plus 10%. What's going on? SSS level unique hidden professional privilege activated. Skill proficiency gain, 10,000 times increase. Whatever you practice, you will get 1,000-fold feedback. Hiss. Subai took a breath of cold air. 10,000 times? His heart was pounding. Try it. The sword flashed again. He swung it 10 more times. Ding. Basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 10,000. Ding. Precision sword skill proficiency plus 10,000. Basic swordsmanship level increased. LV2 LV3. Precision sword skill level increased. LV2 LV3. Effect improvement, attack speed plus 15%. Hit rate plus 15%. He was instantly ecstatic. Others need several months or even a year to practice. He looked at his watch and thought that he should be able to reach the maximum level after practicing for another minute and a half. Soon. Ding. Basic swordsmanship proficiency plus 10,000. Ding. Precision sword skill proficiency plus 10,000. Basic swordsmanship level increased. LV3 LV max. Precision sword skill level increased. LV3 LV max. Effect improvement, attack speed plus 20%. Hit rate plus 20%. Subai put away his sword and stood up. The sword energy around his body is hidden and not released. He felt the power surging in his body and his absolute control over the sword. A wild grin spread across his lips. Tomorrow. Leave the city. Transfer money. Buy meat. Raise the contract spirit. Chapter 8 Out of the city, first battle, solo hospital boss. Subai returned home. On the table was a watery vegetable porridge and a few coarse-grained steamed buns. His brows furrowed instantly. Where's the meat? Arya's red eyes trembled, her fingers twisted tightly around her apron, her voice trembling. Master. Master. We want to save some money. Province? Subai's eyes swept over the 3 uneasy little faces. Whose idea was it? I. Arya's eyes were red and tears were welling up. It's me. Emoli took a step forward, wagging his black cattail impatiently, and raising his chin stubbornly. Meat is too expensive. What's wrong with saving some? She puffed out her chest. Punish me if you can. Spank. Whatever you want. Subai's gaze fell on her still thin and pale face. The weakest constitution. Beat? Can't bear to. But no punishment? The rules are broken. When will my body recover? I can't wait any longer. The corners of his mouth curled up dangerously. Come over. Mo Lee's body stiffened. Get down. The order cannot be questioned. Mo Lee bit her lip, the color on her face faded away and then turned red with shame. She hesitated, and finally bent down slowly, supported her hands on the edge of the table, and turned her back to Subai. The agile and alert black cat's tail drooped uneasily at this moment. Subai stretched out his hand. A handful. Grabbed the base of the tail. Ah! Mo Lee's entire body trembled violently. As if struck by an electric current. A short scream escaped his lips. The tail. It is the most sensitive part of the cat family. Let go. It's so embarrassing. Subai tightened his fingers, feeling the furry touch and amazing elasticity of his palms, and kneaded them slowly and methodically. Do you know it's embarrassing? After. There's meat at every meal. If you dare to save money again. He squeezed his fingers hard. Mo Lee's whole body tensed up, and she let out a suppressed whimper, her cat ears sticking to her hair out of shame. Do you understand? I understand. Mo Lee cried out. Day 2. I got up very early today before daybreak. Subai left the city. According to regulations, non-combat professions are prohibited from leaving the city. So, this was also Subai's first time out of the city. Holding a map bought from a newsstand. Marked a location. Suburban City Hospital. Now it is deserted and has become a paradise for monsters. The level is not particularly high. It shouldn't be difficult for Subai to kill alone. Drive along the deserted road. From 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Finally arrived. Subai stood in front of the rusty hospital gate. The broken signboard of Jinghaching First Hospital was hanging at an angle. The cold wind blew up the dead leaves. Roar. A low roar came from the broken window. Snap. The glass shattered. Several twisted white shadows suddenly rushed out. Silent Nurse LV.5. Skills, giant needle, scalpel. Under the rotten nurse's uniform was gray skin, and the empty eye sockets were locked on Subai. Waving the gleaming syringe and scalpel, he rushed over with a hissing sound. Oh! Subai's lips curled up. The sword is out. A flash of cold light. Phew! The nurse who was rushing in the front had her head shot off. The syringe slipped out of my hand. The body fell. Congratulations on successfully killing the silent nurse and gaining experience, 15. The sword flashed again. Snap. The second nurse's arm holding the knife was severed at the root. The sword blade swept across the throat. Congratulations on successfully killing the silent nurse and gaining experience, 15. Subai put away his sword. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Materials dropped on the ground. Subai squatted down and opened the backpack behind him. Congratulations on winning, Scalpel X1. Congratulations on winning, Giant Needle X3. Scalpels can be used as materials to forge weapons. Huge syringe, remove the needle. It can be used as a bullet for the reign of pear blossom needles, of hidden weapon masters, tangmen and other professions. The total value is more than 30 yuan. It would take 3 days to earn just over 30 yuan working in the city. Combat professionals still make money quickly. Entering the hospital. The smell of rotten potion mixed with blood hits you in the face. Deep in the corridor, shadows are wriggling. Nurse silent. Twisted Psychopath LV.6 wields a rusty iron frame. Horror Doctor LV8. Holding a bloody bone saw. Screaming and surrounding us. Blades. Syringes. Bone saws. Iron racks. Floods of weapons. Subai's eyes were cold. The sword light is like a waterfall. Puff. 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 Heads flew off. Broken arms flew everywhere. The nurse's syringe pierced Subai's arm. Under attack. Fury value plus 20%. Slowly recovering. Plus 1.38. The wound healed instantly. Subai turns sideways. The sword flashes back. Snap. The doctor's arm holding the saw was severed at the shoulder. The sword pierces the throat. Congratulations on successfully killing the silent nurse and gaining experience. 15. A bloody battle all the way. Push forward all the way. Congratulations on successfully killing the twisted psychopath and gaining 25 experience points. Congratulations on successfully killing the horror doctor and gaining 39 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV3. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV3. Kill the monsters. Subai has reached level 3. I also picked up a bag of materials from the ground. It can be sold for more than 200 yuan. Good harvest. Open the properties panel. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclass, Fury Knight Commander. Hidden talent, Slow Recovery. Level, LV3. Attributes, Strength plus 106.2, Agility plus 54, Spirit plus 52.8, Health plus 140.2. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV1, Blood Rage, Rage Burst. Equipment, Novice Sword. Now it can deal an average of 100 damage. There is also a lot of chi and blood. That's fine. Subai looked at the time. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The walk back takes 3 hours. Need to go back. Simply pack up your bulging backpack. So he prepared to leave. Subai was about to leave. Wow wow! A shrill scream like a baby crying suddenly came from deep underground. Subai's eyes flashed. Follow the sound into the basement. In the center of the rotten morgue. A giant woman LV.16 pregnant woman with dead baby elite with a bulging belly and festering blue skin climbed up with a roar. A deformed dead baby with an umbilical cord is rushing towards you with sharp claws waving. Career Center bounty target. Killing this will suppress the hospital monster's activity for 3 days. Roar. A fishy wind blows in my face. Subai did not retreat but advanced. Blood Fury. Open. Get clawed. The health value dropped rapidly. Rage value plus 20%. Bone claws tearing the chest. The health value dropped rapidly. Rage value plus 20%. Fury value, 100%. Explosion. Die. Rage bursts. Strength 1000%. A sword was swung out. Phew. The blue-gray belly exploded instantly. Black blood mixed with filth splattered out. Congratulations on successfully killing the pregnant woman with dead baby elite. Experience gained, 500. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level 4. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV4. Congratulations on winning, worn whitecoat X1. Subai had an expressionless face as he picked up the pitch-black dead baby with the umbilical cord from the blood, stuffed it into his backpack, and left. At the city gate. The guard lazily stopped Subai and asked, "Who is he?" Subai. Gardener, D. Gardener? The guard sneered, leaving the city? Seeking death. Before he finished speaking, Subai's backpack could no longer bear the weight of the many things inside. The zipper opens. The pitch-black dead baby's head rolled out. The guard's pupils suddenly shrank. His voice suddenly changed tone. Dead, pregnant woman with dead baby? You, a gardener, killed the hospital boss alone? He took a step back suddenly and stared at Subai as if he were a monster. Subai picked up the dead baby on the ground and said calmly, "Can I come in?" The guard's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed hard, then stepped aside to make way, his voice dry. "Please come in." Chapter 9 The rags fell into the hands of his spirit and instantly became the night shift hospital artifact. Subai opened the door. The aroma of braised beef hits you. The 3 women stared at the table full of meat dishes, but no one touched their chopsticks. "Let's eat." Subai sat down. Very satisfied. Obedient. Sweep away everything in its path. After eating, the spirits cleaned up the dishes. Subai turned on the water to take a bath. The bathroom was filled with steam. Subai closed his eyes and soaked in the wooden barrel. Crash. Arya knelt beside the barrel, her sleeves rolled up, revealing her snow-white arms. Master. I will rub your back. Her voice was soft. The warm palms touched Subai's back. Fine foam melts. Gently massage along the lines of the spine with your fingertips. The white hair fell down, and a few strands brushed against Subai's shoulders and neck, with a faint milky fragrance. Breath sweeps across the earlobes. Subai sighed comfortably. Tight muscles relax with gentle force. The tips of Arya's ears turned red. For a long time. Subai stood up and water droplets rolled down. Good craftsmanship. He put on his clothes and ruffled Arya's white hair. After. More stew. Rub your back more. Arya blushed and nodded vigorously. Subai felt refreshed after taking a shower. He pulled out a wrinkled white coat stained with dried black blood from his bulging backpack. Worn white coat. Grade, C. Wearing level, LV0. Attribute, strength +2. Garbage. Subai curled his lips and threw it on the table. Ha! Yuling, a member of the Moon Rabbit clan, holding a stuffed animal, came over, blinked her ruby eyes, and whispered softly. Master. Master. This dress is torn. She stretched out her slender fingers and carefully touched the torn cuffs and collar. I can sew. Her voice was as light as a feather. Wash it, mend it, it can still be worn. Subai raised his eyebrows. Okay, you do it. Yuling immediately picked up the white coat and ran into the kitchen as if holding a treasure. Soon. The sound of water splashing. Scrub. Dry in the sun. Yuling sat by the window, her silver hair hanging down, threading the needle in the moonlight. The movements are gentle and focused. Subai leaned on the old sofa, holding a cup of rough tea, looking at Yuling's hazy silhouette in the moonlight. His silver hair is like a waterfall and his long ears are slightly drooping. Quiet and beautiful. This day. God's one tea change. I don't know when I fell asleep. Open your eyes again. It was already dawn. A neatly folded, brand new white coat, exuding the fragrance of soapberries, lay quietly beside him. Brand new and scrupulous doctor's white coat. Grade, S. Wearing level, LV4. Attributes, strength +20, agility +20. Special skill, night shift ward, after night falls, strength increases by an additional 20 points. Subai sat up suddenly. S rank? Strength +20? Agility +20? +20 strength at night? This is a fucking artifact. He grabbed the white coat. Silky smooth to the touch. Tough. The cloth, once worn and bloodstained, was now as white as new. The stitches were so fine that they were almost invisible. There is also a circle of dark silver piping on the collar and cuffs, which reveals a low-key luxury. Yuling. Subai looked at the Moon Rabbit girl who timidly poked her head out of the kitchen door. Yuling held the doll in her arms, her long rabbit ears trembling slightly with nervousness, and her cheeks flushed lightly. Master. Master. It's been mended. Subai strode over. A handful. Pinched the tips of her soft and warm rabbit ears. Ugh. Yuling shuddered. Her ruby eyes instantly misted over. A faint sob escaped her throat. Handcraft is really great. Subai rubbed the sensitive tip of his ear, his voice filled with surprise and approval. After. You are responsible for mending all the torn clothes. Listen to the master. Subai let go with satisfaction. Check the time. Time to go out and sell the goods. He grabbed his white coat and put it on, picked up the bag containing the dead baby, and pushed the door open. Bang! The door just opened. Ouch! Aunt Lou from the neighborhood committee stumbled after being hit by the door, but she regained her composure. Subai. You little bastard. How could you open the door without even looking? She glanced at the novice sword on Subai's waist and sneered. Hey, you got a rat on your belt pretending to be a hunter? You're just a lousy gardener. D. Why are you pretending to be so great with a broken sword? Listen up. Xianxing College in the city. Principal. Mobilize all forces in the city to find someone named Subai. If it's really you, go report. Subai frowned. Strong college? Don't know. He just wants to make money now. No time. He walked around Aunt Lou and went straight downstairs. Hey! What are you doing hanging around all day? You're not doing any work. Hurry up and get your 3 alien spirits to work. Complete the target. She didn't finish her words. The black plastic bag containing the dead baby in Subai's hand loosened due to the bumpy ride downstairs. A blue-gray deformed dead baby's head with the umbilical cord attached. It leaked out. Empty eye sockets. A grinning mouth. Ah! Aunt Lou's pupils suddenly shrank. The fat on his face twisted instantly, and he let out a shrill, distorted scream. Ghost! Ghost! Damn, dead kid! Screams echoed throughout the corridor. Several neighbors opened their doors upon hearing the noise. Dead baby? Neighbor Wang took a step back in fright. It's part of the monster. Another old man wearing glasses, Zhang, adjusted his glasses frame, his voice trembling but with a hint of excitement. I heard, it's the child of the pregnant woman with a dead baby in the abandoned hospital outside the city. A pregnant woman with a dead baby? Everyone gasped. A level 16 elite monster? It's on the career center's bounty list. Kill it and it'll suppress the monsters in the hospital for 3 days. I'll pay a high price for this thing. Subai, killed him? Someone looked at Subai in disbelief. Impossible. He's just a gardener. Aunt Lou's eyes suddenly rolled. The horror on her face was instantly replaced by ecstasy. Being able to kill pregnant women with dead babies, this strength. Plus the other weapons Subai has on his waist today. Subai. The Subai the principal is looking for. It's him. She was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, her plump body bursting out at an astonishing speed, pushing through the crowd and rushing downstairs. I'm rich. 50 yuan for the message. I want to be the first to report the news. Her excited screams echoed in the corridor. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with Aunt Lou. The top floor office of Qiangxing College. Gao Qiqiang suddenly grabbed the vibrating phone. Principal. Found him. Subai. In Xingfu community. He also killed the level 16 elite monster in the hospital. Good. Gao Qiqiang suddenly stood up. His eyes flashed with golden light. Immediately. Send someone to deliver the highest standard acceptance letter. He paused, his voice filled with undeniable urgency. Check again. Is he married? This student. He slammed his fist on the table. My Qiangxing Academy. I'm determined. Chapter 10 Qiangxing Academy Special Recruitment. Subai kills his way through the orphanage. Subai went straight to the professional center. Hand over the dead baby. Reward completed. Reward, 2,000 yuan. Ding. Money has arrived. He paid off the loan immediately. Material? The official recycling price is too low. He turned and headed towards the ghost market in the north of the city. Shop around. Scalpels. Syringes. Blood-stained bandages. All for sale. Income, 500 yuan. Drum. Subai rushed into the clothing store with the hot money in his pocket. 3 elegant long dresses. Arya white, Yueling light blue, Molly black. Consumption, 60 yuan. New hiking bag. Sturdy and wear resistant. Consumption, 50 yuan. Milk powder. Canned meat. Rice, flour, and oil. Fill the bag. Water, electricity, gas bills. Clear. Balance, dozens of yuan. Open the door. Skirt. The 3 girls' eyes lit up instantly. Arya held the snow-white dress, her red eyes filled with tears. Yuling touched the light blue fabric, and the tips of her ears turned red. Emily grabbed the black skirt with a stern face, but the cat's tail quietly wrapped around the hem of the skirt. Master, so kind. Emily's voice, as thin as a mosquito's, was drowned out by the cheers of the other 2 women. Subai nodded with relief. By the way, I took a look at the physiques of the 3 people. Bound Spirit, Arya Cow Tribe. Compatibility rate, 86% highly compatible. Bound Spirit, Yuling Moon Rabbit Clan. Compatibility rate 40%. Those in relatively good health, not suitable for strenuous exercise, and unable to perform the contract ceremony. Bound spirit, Emoli Meow Clan. Compatibility rate 14%. Hates humans, extremely weak constitution, recommended for more care, unable to perform contract ceremony. After the improved food over the past few days, the physical condition of these three spirits has improved by 2 points. Especially Yu Ling, her body has undergone a qualitative change. Very good. I bought some milk powder. You have to drink a glass of milk powder every day, got it? The three good girls nodded. However, Emoli still asked, milk powder is very precious, more expensive than meat. Will you really not go broke drinking it? Subai patted his chest. He hugged Emoli in his arms. Emoli was so scared that his tail stood up and his fur almost stood on end. The girl is still very light and her body is still not in good enough shape. Subai rubbed her head. Especially you need to give me more milk powder, otherwise. As he spoke, his eyes moved to her black tail. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Aliyah runs to open the door. The door is open. A girl wearing a neat black college uniform, with long straight black hair draped over her shoulders and a temperament as cold as ice stood at the door. She has a beautiful face, and there is a hint of innate nobility between her eyebrows. Arya's red pupils shrank and she subconsciously took a half step back. Who are you looking for? Subai's voice came from behind. The girl's gaze passed over Arya and fell on Subai, and a barely perceptible scrutiny flashed across her cold eyes. Student Subai? Her voice was calm. I'm Gao Wanqing, a first-year student at Xiangxing Academy. She handed over a gold-stamped hardcover notice. I'm here on the orders of my father, no, the principal of the high school, to deliver your acceptance letter. Admitted? Subai frowned, I didn't sign up. Special recruitment without examination. Gao Wanqing's tone remained unchanged. The principal personally approved it. A 5,000 yuan scholarship will be awarded upon admission. 5,000? Arya covered her mouth and exclaimed. Yu Ling is holding the doll with her rabbit ears standing straight up. Even Emoli, who had a stern face, swung his cattail violently. 5,000 yuan. Astronomical figures. Subai's eyes swept over the Xiangxing College badge and the gold-plated words 5,000 yuan scholarship on the notice. In this world, the fighter wants to go further. That requires studying on campus. Otherwise, you can only fight monsters in the surrounding world and cannot enter deeper dungeon worlds. They cannot join the army, let alone fight against the myriad races in the heavens. Subai needs a copy. Outside the city. It's not exclusive to him. Sometimes there are many people sweeping. The monsters were snatched away by others before they could even refresh. Too slow. Okay. He took the notice. Gao Wanqing nodded slightly, turned and left. The sound of high heels disappeared in the corridor. Gao Wanqing walked down the stairs, and a hint of difficult to conceal confusion and contempt finally appeared between her cold brows. The attribute is so strong. Looks, not bad. She glanced back at the closed, shabby security door. How could it be? Contract 3 alien races? Or the lowest class of cows, moon rabbits, and cats? She shook her head, parted her red lips, and uttered 4 words. Brain. Is there a pit? The next day, before dawn, I continued to go out of the city to kill monsters. Anyway, there are still 2 days before school starts. Abandoned Sunshine Orphanage. The rusted iron gate was askew. Woo woo. The faint sound of children crying drifted among the dilapidated buildings. Subai pushed the door open and walked in. Hiss. From the shadow of the porch, a short, dark figure suddenly jumped out. Howling Young Spirit LV.7. Skill, Vicious Bite. A rotten little face. Sharp black claws. Straight to the face. Roll. Subai's eyes were cold. A flash of sword. Phew. The young spirit's head flew up, and black blood splattered. Congratulations on successfully killing the howling young spirit and gaining experience, 21. Keep going. Step into the hall. Chuckle. Weird laughter came from all directions. On the ceiling. Cracks in the wall. Holes in the floor. Dozens of twisted, short black shadows surged out like a tide. Howling Little Spirit LV.7. Venomous Puppet LV.8. Syringes. Scissors. Rags. They all came crashing down on him. Court death. Subai did not retreat but advanced. The sword light is like a waterfall. Sweep. Puff puff puff. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Black blood rained down. Congratulations on successfully killing the howling young spirit and gaining experience. 21. Congratulations on successfully killing the venomous puppet and gaining experience. 24. Congratulations on successfully killing the howling young spirit and gaining experience. 21. Congratulations. The notification sound is flooding the screen like crazy. Subai is like a meat grinder, swimming against the tide of monsters. Kill 10 monsters in one step. Blood-stained corridor. Rush to the second floor. Mending Madam LV.10 Elite. Skills, Plague Syringe. Corruption Suture. Blood Fury, accumulating. Rage bursts forth. Congratulations on successfully killing Mother Taylor Elite. Experience gained, 150. His eyes turned to the stairs leading to the third floor. There. Dean's office? Just right. Kill through. He raised his sword, stepping on the blood and broken limbs on the ground. Step. Step. Go up to the third floor. End of the corridor. Zombie Orphanage Director LV.15 Elite. Skills, Dead Scream. Decay Field. Skeleton Summoning. The empty eye sockets locked onto Subai. His dry lips stretched into a grin, showing his white teeth. Intruder. Transformed into new toys. The hoarse sound was like the friction of rusty gears. Subai tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Eyes burning. LV.15 Elite? Experience. I'll take it. Elite, Pawn. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV5. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV5. At night, return to the city. At the city gate. The two guards checked their watches and asked, "That gardener boy hasn't come back yet?" "It's hanging." Lao Wang shook his head, "Life and career are just tough." Before he finished speaking, far away, Subai's figure appeared in the twilight, carrying them on his shoulders, carrying them in his hands. The two huge backpacks were bulging and about to burst. They made him bend over a little. "Sorry. I'm sorry." Subai panted and put the bag on the examination table. "There are too many things. I was delayed." Guards Lao Zhang and Lao Wang almost popped their eyes out of their sockets when they saw the two mountain-like material packages. These. Lao Wang's Adam's apple rolled and his voice was dry. "You're a gardener. More than what our city defense team harvests in a week." Chapter 11 Scholarship received. Purchase a ring. Early morning. There were white flour buns and a few cups of warm milk on the table. Subai picked up the cup and took a sip. My brows tightened instantly. This milk. He smacked his lips and looked at Arya. It tastes wrong. It's faded. Not as good as last time. His eyes roamed over Arya's snow-white hair and her soft white horns. Last time, that milk. Where did you buy it? I want that one too. Arya was nibbling on a steamed bun, and her body suddenly stiffened when she heard the words. The ruby-like pupils widened instantly. My fingers unconsciously tightened the edge of my apron. Her cheeks flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the tips of her tiny horns were pink. Okay. Arya blushed and nodded. Subai grabbed the notice. After eating, I'm going to school. Get your money. Strong College. The white marble school gate is magnificent. Subai just stepped into the school gate. Student Subai. A cold voice came. Gao Wanqing stood under the sycamore tree. Long straight black hair draped over the shoulders. The college uniform outlines the slender waist. Temperament is like ice. Come with me. She turned and led the way. The clacking of high heels. Subai followed. Two people, one in front and one behind. Through the dark tree-lined avenue. What the hell? Who is that man? The school beauty picks me up personally? The freshmen were instantly excited. She looks okay, but she's skinny. Not as capable as the 200 Jean Suihua from my hometown. The second graders scoffed. Silly child. That's the high school principal's daughter. Gao Wanqing. SS level hidden class. Judo grandmaster. The master who is invincible in single combat. Hiss. The whole audience gasped. SS level? School beauty, and she's so good at fighting? She's so close to that guy. The ends of his hair are almost touching his ears. Damn it. Is this guy so lucky? Whoever marries her wouldn't be very happy? Academic Affairs Office. Gao Wanqing knocked on the window. Freshman Su Bai. Received the scholarship. The staff member deftly counted out $50 bills. A thick stack. Shot at the window. 5,000. Su Bai grabbed the money. Put it in your pocket. Bulging. Gao Wanqing glanced at his bulging trouser pockets. The voice is cold. This money is enough to buy a ring at the career center. If you put everything in your pockets and encounter someone with bad intentions in the wild, your things might be stolen, and you might even lose your life. The lesson plan will be sent out tomorrow. This is my phone number. If you need anything, you can call me. Gao Wanqing handed Su Bai a small piece of paper with a set of beautiful numbers on it. After saying that, he turned around. Black hair flutters. The ends of her hair brushed against Su Bai's earlobe. Slightly itchy. Su Bai touched his ears. Looking at the thin back. Although there are no human beings among the 10,000 world spiritual contracts. But he doesn't mind marrying the school beauty. Certainly. The prerequisite is that the three of your contracted spirits must survive first. And she must have a good character and cannot rely on the human race to bully the poor beast spirit girls of all races in the heavens. But still very poor. In the previous battle with all the races in the heavens, most of the men died. Because women cannot awaken professionals, they do not go to the battlefield. Of course, this is just the majority. There are still some women who can awaken professionals. Any woman who can awaken a professional is a genius. Su Bai wanted to marry this woman. At least you need to have a certain level of strength. The current strength is not enough. Su Bai clutched the bulging 5,000 yuan and headed straight for the ghost market in the north of the city. He walked into Lao Chen grocery store with familiarity. Behind the counter, a burly, bearded middle-aged man was wiping the counter. Old Chen. Su Bai knocked on the counter. Hey! Brother Su. Old Chen's voice was like a bell, his thick eyebrows raised, and he showed a hearty smile. Got rich? Your face is beaming. Storage ring. Su Bai said straight to the point, the one with the smallest space. Old Chen slammed his hand on the counter. 3 cubic meters. 5,000. One price. No cheating. Buy it. Su Bai took out a thick stack of money. Great. Old Chen grinned, pulled out an antique bronze ring from under the counter, and handed it over. Try it. Su Bai put on the ring. A thought came to mind. Crash. The materials in the mountaineering bag were instantly sucked into the ring. Good stuff. Su Bai weighed his light fingers. Of course. Old Chen put his hands on his hips and laughed. Old Chen's goods, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Are there any more goods? Old Chen rubbed his large, fan-like hands together, his eyes sparkling. Those needle-shaped scalpels were selling like hotcakes last time. Especially those monster bones of yours, the pharmaceutical companies are vying for them. Have. Su Bai waved his hand. The ring flashed with light. A mountain of materials instantly filled the counter. A scalpel. A syringe. A bloody bandage. And a few glowing, hideous monster skeletons. Good fellow. Old Chen gasped, his eyes wide as copper bells. Mother Taylor's syringe? The scissors from the spiteful doll? And this bone. Oh my. The leg bone of that old ghost from the orphanage? Brother Su, did you dismantle that zombie director? Inventory. Su Bai said concisely. Okay. Old Chen responded generously, picking up the abacus and clacking it, and speaking in a loud voice. 12 scalpels. 18 needles. 5 rolls of blood-stained bandages. 13 weird toys for orphans. The Dean's bones. 3 pieces. These are rare. Pharmaceutical factories pay a high price for them. 330. A total of 854. Old Chen quickly counted out 8 red bills and some change and slapped them on the counter. Subai put the money in his pocket. Didn't leave. Old Chen. Old Chen was caressing the glowing bones with his hands. I want to find out which real estate agency nearby is reliable. I want to rent a house. Old Chen looked up, his thick eyebrows raised. How old is it? Speak openly. 3 bedrooms and a living room, 4 bedrooms is even better. Old Chen stroked his beard and laughed. What a coincidence. Lai Jinjuan. Building A, 1801. 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Finely decorated. Elevator apartment. It's mine, Old Chen. Subai raised his eyebrows. Lai Jinjuan? Jinghai's top community. Rent? Old Chen waved his hand and said in a booming voice, talking about money hurts feelings. He took a step closer and lowered his voice, but still spoke with full strength. Brother Su. I see you're a straightforward person. And you have solid materials. So, the materials you will get later. Sell. Everything. To. Me. Exclusive. This house. You can live wherever you want. Water, electricity, and property management. I, Old Chen, will take care of it. Just make friends. Of course, there are only a few beds in there, no furniture or appliances. What do you need? You need to buy it yourself. How about it? Subai looked at Lao Chen's generous and sincere face. It doesn't matter who you sell the materials to. Saves running around. Okay. Old Chen was overjoyed. Happy. He opened the drawer, took out a brass key, and slapped it on Subai's palm. Here are the keys. Go check it out now. If you're not satisfied, come to me. Subai weighed the key. Heavy. Material. I'll leave it to you from now on. He turned and left. Old Chen watched Subai disappear into the alley, then looked at the pile of glowing skeletons on the counter, and laughed with his hands on his hips. Great. This brother is worth it. Chapter 12 Moving to the top residential area, double shield maxed out in 3 minutes. Subai opened the door. Move place. He shook the brass key in his hand. Lai Jinjuan. 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. An apartment with an elevator. The 3 women were petrified instantly. Lai Jinjuan? Top-tier residential complex? Really? Arya's ruby eyes widened. Yeah. Subai nodded, let's clean up now. The 3 girls woke up from their dreams. Pack up. Arya was the first to jump up and rush to the bedroom. I fold clothes. Yuling hugged the doll, and her rabbit ears trembled excitedly. Emily had a cold face, but the cat's tail was already raised high, quickly rolling up the scattered debris. Subai watched them frantically packing up the worn-out pots and pans, patched sheets, and creaky old chairs. These. He frowned. Throw it away. It's tattered and takes up space when you move it there. Arya held a pile of washed-out dishes, her red eyes filled with reluctance. But, they can still be used. That's right. Yuling agreed softly, touching the bumpy surface of the old table. Wipe it, you can still put things on it. Stupid. Emily sneered, but continued to pack up the old clothes. A new house, to put these junk in? Subai walked to the old, buzzing refrigerator and patted the frost-covered cabinet. Look at this. 2 cabbages would make it full. He glanced at the 3 little faces that were filled with reluctance. New home. Change to a bigger one. Double doors. It can be filled with meat. Filled with milk. Filled with fruit. Let you eat fresh food every day. The 3 girls' eyes instantly lit up like stars. Large double-door refrigerator. filled with meat, milk, fruit. That was a scene they dared not even imagine in their dreams. Listen, listen to the master. Arya was the first to put down the broken bowl in her hand. Yeah. Yu Ling nodded vigorously and let go of the corner of the old table. Emily had a cold face, but quickly stuffed the pile of old clothes into the trash can. Li Jinjuan. Downstairs of Building A. The black marble floor is mirror clear. The revolving glass door exudes luxury. In the security booth, old Zhang, wearing a neat uniform, was drinking tea from a thermos cup. Beep. The sound of access card swiping. Old Zhang raised his eyes lazily. Welcome to. The word master is stuck in my throat. His eyes almost popped out. Subai walked in with 3 alien spirit girls. Arya is wearing a brand new snow-white dress. Her hair is white, her eyes are red. Her little horns glow softly in the light. Yu Ling was wearing a new light blue dress. Her silver hair was like a waterfall. Her long rabbit ears trembled nervously. Emily was wrapped in a pure black dress. Her cat ears stood alertly amidst her black hair. Her cat tail quietly wrapped around the hem of her dress. Watching Subai walk into the magnificent elevator with 3 foreign women wearing new dresses. The elevator door slowly closed. It reflected Lao Zhang's dull, shocked and bewildered face. He murmured to himself. Owner? Li Jinjuan? A girl from another race? He snapped back to his senses, looking at the neat but cheap security uniform on himself. Then he looked at the luxurious elevator carrying Subai and 3 foreign beauties. The eyes are complicated. Oh shit. I have to work hard too. Try to marry Xiao Dan, the owner. Move in. Eat bear biscuits. Li Jinjuan 1801. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty living room. Stay here first. Subai looked around at the smooth floor and huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Furniture and appliances. Buy it in the next 2 days. The 3 women stood by the window, looking at the bright neon lights downstairs and the vague outline of the city wall in the distance, their eyes dazed. It's like a dream. Arya murmured. Yu Ling hugged the doll tightly. Emily didn't say anything, but the cat's tail gently wrapped around Subai's trouser leg. Career Center. Equipment area. Subai has a clear goal. Knight's Shield. The cheapest. Behind the counter. Ordinary Iron Shield. D level. 800, the clerk said lazily. Skill book. Shield bash. Heavy shield. Pack it up. 1,200. Loan. Subai took out the loan slip. Loan successful. 2,000 yuan. I started with an ordinary iron shield that was half a person's height and had worn edges. It feels heavy and cold. Start with 2 thin volumes. Study. The flowing light sank into the center of the eyebrows. Shield bash LV1, active. Strike with a shield. Deals damage equal to 50% of strength. Adds a 1-second stun. Heavy armor shield LV1, passive. While holding a shield, ranged physical damage is reduced by 3%. Basement. Subai carried his shield and ran straight to the training ground. Open space. The titanium dummy stands tall. Shield strike. Subai shouted. The muscles in his left arm flexed. The iron shield tore through the air. Boom. The shield hit the dummy's chest hard. Shield attack proficiency plus 10,000. Shield attack level increased. LV1 LV2. Effect, damage increased to strength X 60%. Stun for 1.5 seconds. Continue. SSS privilege. 10,000 times the proficiency. So domineering. Come again. Shield strikes continuously. Boom. 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 Shield attack proficiency plus 10,000. Shield attack proficiency plus 10,000. Shield attack level increased. LV2 LV3. Effect, damage increased to strength X 70%. Stun for 2 seconds. Shield attack level increased. LV3 LV max. Effect, damage increased to strength X 100%. Stun for 4 seconds. Max level. Heavy armor and shield. Subai holds up the shield. Mind locked. Passive effect. Heavy armor shield proficiency plus 10,000. Heavy armor shield level up. LV1 LV2. Effect, ranged physical damage reduction increased to 5%. Proficiency plus 10,000. Level up. LV2 LV3. Effect, 7% reduction. Level up. LV3 LV max. Effect, 10% reduction. Maximum level. It only took 3 minutes. 2 skills. Shield bash at max level. 4 seconds of stun. 100% strength damage. Heavy armor with shield at max level. 10% ranged damage reduction. Subai weighed the shield. OK. Task window. Patrol mission. Subai handed over the badge. Outside the pig farm west of the city? The staff member frowned. At night? Are you sure? He looked at Subai and said, that place is weird. There are often red-eyed wild boars attacking at night. They are fast. They have high attack power. They also have a frenzy. They go crazy when they see blood. The pay is higher, but the risk is higher. No one wants it. That's it. Subai said in a flat tone. The staff shrugged and registered. Okay. Be careful. Don't blame me if you die. Subai took the task card. Turn around. The last rays of the setting sun fell on him. The brand new white coat of the unscrupulous doctor emitted a barely perceptible blue luster in the twilight. Night shift ward. Night falls. Strength increased by an additional 20 points. With this piece of equipment, I can kill monsters faster at night. Chapter 13, leading the pig back. The refrigerator is filled with a mountain of meat, and the feeling of happiness is overflowing. Night. Pig farm in the west of the city. The barbed wire cast distorted shadows in the pale moonlight. The fishy smell mixed with the night wind, carrying a hint of uneasy restlessness. The pig farm owner, Lao Zhao, rubbed his hands, sweat on his forehead, and told the professional who came to work part-time as a night patrolman. Full moon, evil nature. Cheer up. The red-eyed pigs love to go crazy at this time. I don't see anything right. Immediately. Ah. The shrill pig howls tore through the night sky. The earth shakes. Far away. The black mass of pigs surged forward like a flood bursting through a dam. The scarlet eyeballs formed a sea of blood under the moonlight. Fangs are sharp and white. Saliva is flying. Hyena boar LV.17. Skills, violent charge. Fong bite. Form a formation. The patrol captain roared. The frontline warriors set up the tower shield. The archer draws his longbow. The ranger's dagger is unsheathed. Boom. The pig tide hits the shield wall. Snap. The sound of bones breaking. Screams. Moment. The defense line is crumbling. Withstand. The captain's eyes were bloodshot. Just then, a figure cut in from the flank like a ghost. Subai. The steel kite shield is ahead. The shield tip flashed with a faint light. Shield strike. Boom. The head of the hyena pig that rushed in the front exploded. Its brains splattered. Shield strike. Stun for 4 seconds. Experience plus 17. The pig stagnated. Subai is like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Shield strikes continuously. Boom. 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 One after another, the hyena pigs were smashed to pieces, their bones and tendons broken. They were dizzy and stiff. Experience plus 17. Experience plus 17. Experience plus 17. The notification sound is flooding the screen like crazy. The archers took the opportunity to shoot. The ranger's dagger is flying. The pressure suddenly dropped. Good boy. The captain was ecstatic. Behind the pigs. A deafening roar. A giant hyena boar LV.20 pig king as big as a truck and with fangs like scimitars locked its scarlet eyes on Subai. Roar. It suddenly turned around. Knock away the same kind. Escape like crazy. Pig King, the captain exclaimed, don't chase. It's dangerous. Subai's eyes flashed. Experience. He exerted force with his feet. Like an arrow shot from a bow. Chase into the darkness. A rocky valley. The stench is fishy. A huge cave is hidden in the shadows. The Pig King collapsed at the entrance of the cave, with blood gushing from a wound deep enough to see the bone on his abdomen. His scarlet eyes stared at Subai, who was chasing him, and he let out an unwilling growl. Run? Subai sneered. Shield strike. Boom. Dizziness. Anger erupts. A flash of sword. Phew. Xiaohubot file anti-piracy, look for a book robot, choose Xiaohu, it is stable and reliable, no pitfalls. The pig's head rolled down. Congratulations on successfully killing the elite hyena king. Experience gained, 170. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV6. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV6. Subai put away his sword. Pick up the item dropped by the elite monster, Giant Pig Feng. His eyes turned to the deep cave. In. There was a dense hum sound. He frowned. Step in. The fishy smell made it impossible to open your eyes. But the scene before me. Let him be stunned. Deep in the cave. More than 30 fat and strong sows huddled together. Even more surprising is? Under the sow. There were so many of them. There were hundreds of pink and tender little piglets. They were pushing each other around. Oh. Subai was happy. Seizing the wife of the leader? Another litter? So domineering. Dawn. Pig farm. Old Zhao was counting his losses with a sad face. It's over, most of the sow is lost. Boom. The ground shook. Old Zhao shuddered with fear. Look up. My eyes almost popped out. Only Subai was seen. Waving a branch in one hand. Like herding sheep. Driving a large group of sows. Behind the sows but. And with them came a flood of pink little piglets. Grunting and humming. Huddled together. My pig? Old Zhao's voice was broken. You're so, Subai placed the Pig King's corpse on the ground. And, more than 100 little ones as a gift. Old Zhao threw himself into the pile of sows, looked at the familiar ear tags, and then looked at the piglets crawling around on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Not dead. They're all alive. And gave birth to so many pups? Old Zhao was shocked, for these were all the pigs he had lost. He never expected that misfortune might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Now he is back again, and with so many piglets. Worth tens of thousands. He was so excited that he quickly took out a wad of money. Salary. 100. He took out another thick red envelope. This 2,000 yuan is a thank you gift. If it weren't for you, and you dared to chase the pigs at night, these sows and piglets would probably starve to death because of the death of the wild boar. He pointed at the sows. Then he grabbed the fattest pig. This one. It's marinated, not smelly, and still has plenty of meat. I'll give it to you. Subai. He looked at the big, grunting pig. Then look at old Zhao's face, which is red with excitement. The corners of his mouth twitched. Okay. He collected the money and the red envelope. Pull the pig rope. Leave. He was leading a pig. Leaving the pig farm. Other professionals were a little jealous. Usually we only kill pigs and eat pork during the Chinese New Year, but this kid got a big pig during one night patrol. A pig is worth at least 2,000 yuan. This is too good of a luck. After returning to the city, Subai did not go home. I took the money given by my boss and went to the home appliance market. I bought a 50-inch color TV and a large double-door refrigerator. Only then did I return to the community. As soon as we arrived at the community, Subai asked his spirit to come down and take the things. Be careful when helping to move things so as not to hurt yourself. A large double-door refrigerator. Shiny silver. 50-inch color TV. The screen is like a mirror. Master. Master? Arya's ruby eyes widened. Ice, refrigerator? Yuling hugged the doll with her rabbit ears standing straight up. Wow! Emily had a cold face, but the cat's tail had already wrapped around the corner of the refrigerator. I'm just standing there. If you can't move it, I'll just force myself to do it, Subai said concisely. The three girls woke up from their dreams. I'll hold this side. Arya put her little hand against the refrigerator door. I push. Yuling exerted force with her thin arms. Emily didn't say anything. He wrapped his cat tail around the handle of the cart and pulled hard. The three women were under Subai's care. I feel much better now. If you compare it with the time when you first brought it home. I can't do this kind of moving work at all. Don't be so anxious. Open it and take a look. Subai's lips curled slightly. Arya pulled open the heavy refrigerator door with all her strength. She froze. Yuling covered her mouth. Emily's cat ears instantly exploded. I saw. Huge fresh keeping area on the upper shelf of the refrigerator. A pig being cut up. Like a mountain of meat. It's packed full. Pig? Arya's voice trembled. The whole head? Yuling even forgot to shake her rabbit ears. How many pounds of meat does this weigh? Emily let out a short groan of surprise from his throat. Arya turned around suddenly. Baji. A kiss on Subai's face. Master. So nice. Elevator entrance. A young couple dressed fashionably just came out. TSK foreigners. The man glanced at the three women, frowned in disgust, and pulled his girlfriend to hide aside. It stinks. The woman pinched her nose and rolled her eyes. Next second. The refrigerator door is open. The whole pig appears. What the hell? The man's footsteps suddenly became fixed. His eyes almost popped out of his head. A whole pig? The woman gasped. She stared at the mountain of meat filling the refrigerator. Then she turned her head sharply to look at her boyfriend, her voice instantly rising an octave. Look at them. Contracted three worthless aliens. The fridge is full of meat. And you? Rich second generation? You're so stingy even treating me to a meal of meat once a month. Waste. Stomping the high heels hard. She turned around and rushed into the elevator. Xiao Mei. Wait for me. The man's face turned pale and he crawled in to chase after her. Chapter 14 New students report, choose classes. Subai chooses the class with the most all races. Lai Jinju in 1801. Subai sank into the soft sofa, crossing his legs. The three women gathered around a large double-door refrigerator. Pick and choose from the mountain of meat filling the fresh keeping area. The slender back outlines a breathtaking curve under the light. The new skirt wrapped around her increasingly plump waist, and her movements were filled with a long-lost vitality. Subai glanced over. Panel expands silently. Bound Spirit, Yuling Moon Rabbit Clan. Compatibility rate, 49%. Physical condition improves, feelings gradually develop. Tip, breaking through 60% will unlock a deeper bond. 49%. Subai felt a warm feeling in his heart. Almost there. Try harder. He turned his gaze to Emoli. Bound Spirit, Emoli Meow Clan. Compatibility rate, 29%. Hostility subsided, physical weakness, needing continuous care. 29%. Although it was still the lowest, under the forced coldness, there seemed to be less sharp resistance deep in his eyes. Braised spare ribs? Subai decided. Okay. Arya cheered. Yuling's ears turned slightly red. TSK. Emily turned her face away, but the cat's tail shook slightly. The braised spare ribs are served. The sauce is rich and aromatic. Sweep away everything in its path. Subai put down the bowl with satisfaction. The fatigue of the past few days came over me like a tide. He yawned and sank deeper into the sofa. I'm sleepy. Heavy eyelids. The sofa is hard. Arya's soft voice came with a hint of subtle nervousness. Lie on my lap. She blushed and patted her knees, which were wrapped in a snow-white dress. Subai raised his eyes. Arya's ruby eyes sparkled, her cheeks were lightly flushed, and the tips of her tiny horns were tinged with pink. She turned slightly to make a more comfortable position. Okay. Subai was not polite. The body tilted. Rest your head on it. Moment. Warm and soft. Full. The amazing elasticity comes through the thin skirt material, with a unique, warm milky fragrance. The back of my head felt indescribably soft. The tense nerves relaxed instantly. Subai sighed comfortably. Arya stiffened slightly, then relaxed. She lowered her head, and a few strands of her long silver hair fell down, brushing against Subai's forehead, making him feel itchy. The slender fingers hesitated for a moment, then gently placed on Subai's temple, kneading it clumsily but seriously with cautious strength. Honey, are you feeling better? Her voice was as light as a feather, with a hint of shyness in her nasal tone. Subai responded vaguely, his consciousness sinking into the warm darkness. Breathing gradually becomes even. Early morning. On the dining table. The white flour buns were steaming. Subai picked up the warm milk. Took a sip. Your body is nourished, and your physical attributes are increased by 10%, lasting for 1,000 minutes. The taste is right. Attributes have been added. Subai nodded with satisfaction and looked at Aliyah. This milk. Good. Arya was nibbling on a steamed bun. Upon hearing that, her body stiffened, her ruby eyes widened instantly, and her cheeks flushed red. Even the tips of her tiny horns were dyed pink. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Master. As long as the master likes it, that's fine. Subai scanned the attribute panel. Strength, 196.3. Agility, 136.1. Spirit, 113.9. Chi and blood, 203.3. Chi and blood exceeded 200. Strength is close to 200. This property. Put the freshman of Cheongshing College. Also top notch. Go to school. He grabbed the notice. Check in. Strong College. The white marble school gate is flooded with new students. Subai walked through the noisy crowd. Meow. A faint and miserable cat cry came from the corner. Subai paused slightly. Side glance. Only the corner of the flower bed was seen. A skinny stray kitten had its hind leg cut by sharp gravel, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone, and blood had dyed its gray fur red. New students hurried past. No one stopped. Poor little thing. A voice as soft as a hymn sounded. Subai raised his eyes. A figure squatted in front of the kitten against the light. She was wearing the college's uniform white dress with gold trim, and had a slender figure. The most eye-catching thing is her back, a pair of huge, folded, pure white wings. The feathers glowed softly in the sunlight, like the finest silk. Wing tribe? Subai's eyes narrowed slightly. The girl stretched out her slender white fingers and gently placed them on the cat's bleeding hind leg. A ball of warm, pure, and sacred milky white light suddenly lit up at her fingertips. Holy light healing. The light is flowing. The flesh and blood at the wound were wriggling and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rolled-up skin and flesh quickly closed up. Meow. The kitten stopped trembling. The fear in its amber eyes faded, and it stretched out its pink little tongue and tentatively licked the girl's fingers, letting out a weak, grateful whimper. The girl withdrew her hand, the wings behind her stretched slightly, and a pure angelic smile appeared on her face. She seemed to notice Subai's gaze and raised her head. The sunlight outlines her delicate profile, her long golden hair falls like a waterfall, her blue eyes are crystal clear, with a hint of innocence and compassion that comes from not knowing the world. It's amazing, isn't it? Her voice was soft, carrying the ethereal quality of the winged tribe. Life always deserves to be treated gently. Hello, my name is Maria. I'm a first-year student of the winged tribe and a holy light priest. Subai. Subai responded calmly. Maria? Holy light priest? Subai's eyes swept over the pair of holy wings behind her. It's really top-notch. After the war, some of the myriad races in the heavens still lived in human society. There are very few awakened professionals among all races in the universe, including human females. I actually met one at school today. If this is the contract back home. Born. What abnormal professions can be unlocked? Nice to meet you, Subai. Maria smiled a pure and flawless smile, and fluttered her wings, bringing up a gentle breeze. May the holy light guide you. She turned around, her white skirt drawing a graceful arc as she blended into the bustling crowd of freshmen. Subai stood where he was. Subai. A cold voice came from behind him. Gao Wanqing appeared at some point, with long straight black hair draped over her shoulders, her college uniform outlining her slender waist, and her temperament as cold as ice. What are you daydreaming about? Her red lips curled slightly. Come with me. She turned, her heels clicking, leaving no room for doubt. Subai followed. Class Division Office. The 10 class lists are brilliant. Class 1. Gao Wanqing pointed with her jade finger, her voice cold and clear, elite class. All with S-level potential. Warriors, mages, assassins, top-tier configuration. Highest efficiency in dungeon runes. With your attributes, you're qualified. Go in. I'll protect you. Subai's eyes swept across the light screen. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. Until Class 10, all heavens and myriad races. An inconspicuous bracket at the end. Maria. Winged Clan. Holy Light Priest. It must be here. I choose. He raised his hand. Fingertips without hesitation. Click on Class 10. Buzz. The light screen flashed. Confirm selection, Class 10 myriad races. Please enter your name. Are you crazy? Gao Wanqing's cold voice cracked for the first time. She turned her head suddenly, her black hair swinging, and her green eyes were filled with incredible shock and contempt. Class 10? Myriad races in the heavens? Those lowly alien bastards. She didn't finish her words. Subai has signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Subai. Light screen confirmation. The light converges. You. Gao Wanqing's chest heaved, and the color drained from her delicate oval face, leaving only an offended coldness and confusion. You've fallen into depravity. Mixed in with that garbage? What future can there be? Subai withdrew his hand. I have my own plans for my future. Turn around and leave. Chapter 15 My Qiling is not a freeloader. After registering, Subai rode a shared bicycle directly to the ghost market. Lao Wang grocery store. The counter was piled high with materials. Old Chen was shocked. Subai. So many materials for the hyena pig. Did you disturb the pig's nest? Normally, a professional would have to spend several days hunting down 1 or 2 hyena boars. You're exaggerating. Just good luck. Old Chen said no more. Pig skin. 51 pieces. 1,020. Pig bone. 50 pounds. 460. Pig bristles. 15 bundles. 150. Pig offal, stinks. The pharmaceutical factory is buying it. I'll give you 80. In total. The abacus beads clattered. 1710. Old Chen quickly took out a stack of red bills and slapped them on the counter. Brother Su. Make a fortune. Subai took the money. Bulk. Breaking the 1,000 mark for the first time. He flipped his hand. He took out a dark white, curved, giant pig fong that was as long as his forearm from the ring. This was dropped by the pig killer king yesterday. The tip of the fong flashed with cold light, carrying a bloody murderous aura. This? Old Chen's eyes widened instantly. Hiss. He picked up the pig's tusk, weighed it, and then looked carefully at the lines on the tip of the tusk under the light. Nice one. Hard enough. Tough enough. And full of murderous energy. For making dagger handles and staff heads. They're all top quality materials. He changed the subject and stroked his beard. But few people use it. A year ago, a pair similar to this was sold at a black market auction house. He took out a yellowed account book and pointed at it. Deal price, 5,000. But he put down the account book and spread his hands. That's just a show of wealth between rich people. What a sucker. Usually. It's a hard sell. His eyes rolled around. So? Someone asked for the price. I'll call you. Old Chen's reputation. I guarantee you'll get a high price. Subai raised his eyebrows. Okay. He put the money away. Turn around and leave. Hey! Brother Su. Old Chen called him and threw him a business card. New number. Call me. Subai took it. The cardboard was printed with Lao Chen Grocery and a string of numbers. It's time to buy a mobile phone, otherwise someone will really want something. It's not easy to contact either. Mobile phone store. The glass counter is mirror clear. The latest model. Mi 14. Super long standby time. Strong signal. Shock resistant, the clerk enthusiastically promoted. Only 888. The top choice for the middle class. Subai glanced at the counter next to him. Far ahead P70. Priced at 5,888. Fruit 15 Pro Max. 6,888. After the war, all industries declined, factories suffered a lot of damage, and business was not smooth outside the wilderness. Ordinary items can still be manufactured by professionals. However, high-tech items like mobile phones require professionals to manufacture. A large number of these talents were consumed during the war and are now dying out. Therefore, these technological products are more valuable than physical objects. This is it. Subai took out 9 red bills. Great. The clerk opened the box quickly. Black body to start. Cold. Heavy. Subai turned on the phone. The screen lights up. Number, the clerk asked. New office. Premium number plus extra money. Ordinary. Okay. 58 a month. The package comes with plenty of data. Subai filled out the form. Payment. Put your phone in your pocket. Turn around. Behind the counter. A salesgirl wearing a tight black silk uniform skirt, with long legs and a thin waist, was covering her face with her hands and stealing glances at Subai through her fingers. Seeing him looking at her, she hurriedly lowered her head, her ears red. So handsome. Young. Just use rice. She looked at Subai's back as he disappeared at the door of the store, her eyes blurred. Ken is definitely a potential stock. Like Jinju in 1801. Subai sorted out the ring. Clear space. Crash. Giant pig teeth stuck on the balcony floor. Hiss. Arya's red eyes shrank and she took a half step back. Humph. Emoli's face was cold, and his cat tail twitched irritably. It stinks. But her golden-green vertical pupils were fixed on that ferocious fawn. This tooth. It's from the Pig King. Subai picked one up casually. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. Old Chen said it's hard to sell. Emoli didn't say anything. She suddenly took a step forward. Get out of the way. The voice was cold and hard. Subai raised his eyebrows and stepped back. The black cat's tail was stretched straight like a steel whip, and its golden-green vertical pupils were as sharp as knives. Laugh. 5 claw blades, gleaming with a dark luster and as sharp as obsidian, instantly popped out from her fingertips. Swish. 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 Claws flew. As fast as lightning. The iron-hard surface of the pig's tusk was instantly scratched with countless mysterious scratches deep enough to reveal the bone. Bone fragments flew everywhere. Her movements were smooth and flowing, with an innate sense of rhythm that was ingrained in her bones. Just a few breaths. She had actually managed to grind and carve a complete pig's tooth into a bone bead, the size of a pigeon egg, with sharp edges and corners, completely white, and covered with twisted runes. AMN. Grade, S. Inlay level, LV5. Rune word, each hit steals 7% of your health, and the enemy's damage is reflected back 7%. Runes flow. A faint light appears. Wow, so awesome. Yuling's rabbit ears stood straight up. Subai's pupils shrank slightly. Steal 7% of life? 7% damage counterattack? S-level rune. Artifact. How do I use it? Subai picked up the worn-out novice iron sword. There's no hole. Stupid. Emoli sneered. She snatched the iron sword. The other hand is holding a bone bead. The tip of the claws flashed across the sword's spine like lightning. leaving a few shallow marks. The rune bone bead in the palm of his hand slammed against the sword spine. Buzz! The bone bead glowed brightly. It transformed into a stream of light and sank into the sword. On the sword's spine. Like a brand. Clearly emerging. What the hell? Subai couldn't help but swear. A broken sword inlaid with a divine talisman? This rune. He looked at the remaining bone bead in Emily's palm. Can it be removed? Humph. Emily turned his face away, but the cat's tail raised a small arc proudly. I found a good sword, bring it to me. I will reinstall it for you. Subai looked at the black-haired girl in front of him, whose face was cold, cat ears were alertly erect, but whose tail revealed a little pride in her heart. My heart warmed. Okay. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. Tonight. Braised pork. You. His eyes swept over Emily's slender yet still pale wrist. I have to eat 2 more pieces. This is an order. Emily's body stiffened. The cold face suddenly became even tighter. Whispering sound. Her tiny cat ears are pointed. Quickly, blushed. The playground of Qiangxing College. Gao Wanqing kicked a small stone away in annoyance. I'm so pissed. Her long, straight black hair was disheveled in the wind, her delicate oval face was tense, and 2 small flames were burning in her emerald green eyes. My dad. He insisted that I get close to that Subai. I'll lead the way myself. I'll select the best top class for him. He's good. She suddenly stopped, turned to her friend, and raised her voice. In front of everyone. I chose that garbage dump. Class 10. The myriad races class. Hanging with that lowly alien race. Has his brain been hacked by a pig? Beside. A petite girl with messy, emerald green curly hair as fluffy as seaweed was strolling around nonchalantly with a lollipop in her mouth. Don't worry, Tornado muttered incoherently, his big green eyes squinting lazily. My Miss Gao, is it necessary to get angry with a silly boy? The top class is so great. Lots of S-level potential. High dungeon efficiency. Experience points increase rapidly. He insisted on picking up junk from the garbage dump. That's his loss. Why do you care about him? Let him fend for himself. Gao Wanqing's chest heaved violently. No. She turned around suddenly. Grabbed Tornado's slender wrist. Huan. You are my best friend. You have to help me. Tornado? Her big green eyes widened instantly. Help you with what? Come and transfer to another class with me. Gao Wanqing said firmly. Transfer to class 10. The myriad races class. I want to go. Be his deskmate. If you don't come, I'll be lonely. Tornado. Chapter 16 Opening Shura Field, the only human seedling sits in the corner. First day of school. Class 10 classroom of Qiangxing College. The door is open. The noise suddenly fell silent. Dozens of gazes were like searchlights, fixed on the door. Subai stood there. Human race. Black hair and black eyes. Out of place. Human race? Did you take the wrong shift? How did someone sneak in from the all heavens and myriad races class? Whispers surged like a tide. With undisguised astonishment, scrutiny, and rejection. Subai had no expression on his face. His eyes swept across the classroom. Back window seat. An empty seat. He lifted his foot. Student Subai. A voice as soft as a hymn sounded. Front row. Maria stood up. The pure white wings were slightly folded, emitting a soft glow in the morning light. Her blue eyes were clear, and with a pure smile, she gently pulled open the empty chair beside her. Here. Her voice was not loud, but strangely it drowned out all the noise. There's room. The classroom became quiet in an instant. All eyes are on Maria. The Wing tribe. A holy light priest. They actually invited a human? Subai paused slightly. Nod. Good. He walked towards that position. Just sat down. Hiss. A cold hissing sound like a snake spitting out its tongue was heard. On the podium. A figure appeared out of nowhere. She wore a tailored black teacher's dress that hugged her breathtaking curves. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of narrow, cold, snake-shaped pupils under the gold-rimmed glasses on her face. Her long dark green hair was tied up at the back of her head, with a few strands hanging down, adding a touch of weirdness. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses with her slender fingers and licked her lower lip lightly with the tip of her scarlet tongue. Quiet. The voice has a cold magnetism. You could hear a pin drop in the classroom. I am Bamboo Leaf Green. Snake Demon Tribe. Your homeroom teacher. Her snake-like eyes swept across the entire room, and her gaze lingered on Subai for a moment, with a hint of amusement. You can call me Teacher Xiaoqing. Now. Professional registration. Name. Race. Profession. Potential assessment. Right. The students came forward one by one. Light screen scrolling. Nyo Dali Minotaur Warrior B level. Clivia Flower Fairy Clan Nature Mage C level. Shadow Cat Clan Assassin A level. Maria Wing Tribe Holy Light Priest SS level. The green bamboo snake's pupils lit up slightly. Holy Light Priest. S rank. The tip of her scarlet tongue licked the corner of her lips again. Healing Core. Squad Leader. It's you. Maria was slightly startled, then stood up, flapped her wings slightly, bowed slightly to the class, and said softly, "Thank you, teacher. I'll try." Before he finished speaking. Report. The classroom door was pushed open suddenly. Gao Wanqing is standing at the door. She has long straight black hair, wears her college uniform meticulously, and has a cool and icy temperament. Behind her, there followed a petite figure with messy emerald green curly hair, a lollipop in her mouth, and a look of despair on her face. Tornado. Teacher Ching. Gao Wanqing's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable strength. Tatsumi and I are applying to transfer to Class 10. Effective immediately. The classroom exploded instantly. Gao Wanqing? The principal's daughter? SS-level judo grandmaster? She came to our garbage class? The snake eyes behind the bamboo green gold-rimmed glasses narrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible cold light flashed in the vertical line pupils. She didn't say anything. Just a touch of your fingertip on the light screen. Gao Wanqing Human Judo Grandmaster SS level. Tornado Human Telekinesis Control S rank. Information entry. Welcome. Then, Gao Wanqing will be the class monitor. Applaud. Applause broke out. Gao Wanqing ignored everyone, her eyes like lightning, instantly locking onto Subai. And next to him, sitting Maria. Teacher. She raised her hand and pointed to the empty seat next to Maria. I'm going to sit there. Please. She glanced at Maria with a hint of condescending scrutiny and contempt. This classmate. Move aside. Moment. The students around immediately understood what was happening. I'm going to chase my husband to the crematorium. So the principal's daughter is here to look for Subai, this human boy. I just came here from the top class. If I were Subai, I would be happy. Even if it means marrying into my family, I'm willing. Maria's body stiffened slightly, and her wings folded unconsciously. Subai's brows instantly furrowed. He looked up. Look at Gao Wanqing. His eyes were cold. This girl is too crazy. I wish I could marry her. Those 3 contracted spirits will definitely bully me when I get back. No need to give in. Subai stood up. Grabbed the worn-out school bag on the table. Location. For you. Turn around. In everyone's astonished eyes. Stride towards the back row of the classroom. By the window. Corner. A vacant seat. Bang. Throw the school bag on the table. He pulled out the chair. Sit down. The action is crisp and neat. Gao Wanqing. The coldness on her face froze instantly. In the emerald green eyes, astonishment, anger, embarrassment, intertwined and surged. She stared at Subai. The nails dug deep into the palm. He actually. Would you rather sit in the corner of the garbage dump than sit next to me? Hello? A nervous, tiny voice came from the corner. Beside Subai. A girl with a high ponytail who was lying on the table raised her head and greeted Subai. Her skin was a healthy tan, and her facial features held a wild vitality. The most peculiar thing about her was that she had a pair of furry, chestnut brown, horse ears on either side of her head. Student Subai. I am from the horse race tribe. It's called Special Week. Subai tilted his head, looking at the chestnut-haired girl whose ears were trembling with nervousness. Subai. He nodded. Gao Wanqing stood where she was. His face turned pale and blue. However, it would be best for Subai to separate from this innocent-looking woman. She looked at Subai and the horse racing girl with her horse ears shaking. He looked at Maria again. Say it to the teacher. Please ask the student to change seats. I want to sit at the same table with Tornado. The teacher asked Maria to clean up. Tornado held a lollipop in his mouth, and his big green eyes swept across the room, finally landing on the figure in the corner with shaking horse ears. A trace of helplessness and sympathy flashed in his eyes. She sighed, like accepting one's fate. He sat down next to Gao Wanqing. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his pupils were slightly narrowed. The scarlet tip of the tongue silently licked the sharp fangs. Now. Her cold voice broke the silence. Attend class. Chapter 17 Don't be you, I will don't be you hard. The bell for the end of get out of class rang shrilly. There is a huge flow of people. Stair corner. In the shade. Subai just stepped down the stairs. Bang! An arm wrapped in a pure black college uniform sleeve suddenly pressed against the wall beside his ear. The cool woody scent mixed with a barely perceptible cedar-like body scent instantly enveloped him. Gao Wanqing. She was almost sticking to Subai. A few strands of long, straight black hair fell down, brushing against Subai's neck, bringing a slightly cool and itchy feeling. She placed her other foot on the next step, bent her knees slightly, and trapped Subai in the narrow space formed by the wall and her body. She leaned forward slightly. The distance was close enough to see her distinct eyelashes and the almost paranoid fire surging deep in her eyes. I went from a top class to this garbage dump. She opened her red lips slightly, and her breath was a little hot, almost spraying on Subai's lips. You don't understand? The voice was low, with unquestionable strength and a barely perceptible tremor. Subai leaned back slightly, his back against the cold wall. His eyes were calm. Get out of the way. The sound was calm. Gao Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. The fingers that were holding onto the wall tightened instantly, their joints turning white. Subai. I want you to be my husband. She suddenly moved closer. The tip of his nose almost hit Subai's nose. The red lips were only a millimeter away from his lips. Warm, sweet breaths blend together. That cold and beautiful oval face, stained slightly red with excitement and shame, was breathtakingly beautiful in the shadows, but also extremely dangerous. Did you hear that? Do. My husband. Subai's eyes were still cold. He raised his hand. Not a hug. But one push. The action is crisp and decisive. No mercy to women. Ah. Gao Wanqing was caught off guard. You. Her voice was shaking with anger. Subai has turned around. Without even looking back. Walked down the stairs. Only a cold sentence was left, floating in the air. You and I are not suitable at the moment. Gao Wanqing froze in place. The chest heaves violently. A few seconds later. A sharp, out-of-tune roar suddenly exploded from her throat, echoing throughout the entire corridor. Sue. Bye. Just wait for me. You will become my husbands. The second class begins. Distribution of teaching materials. Zwiaking pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and scanned the area below with his vertical pupils. Career book. It matches the issuance. The teaching assistant began distributing them. Front row. Gao Wanqing got a gold-stamped hardcover copy of The Secrets of Judo, Grandmaster Edition, exclusive to SS level. Tornado is an S-level book titled Construction of Telekinetic Fields with a faint blue sheen. Maria is a book called Holy Light Prayer, advanced with a pure white cover and a soft glow, SS level. It's Subai's turn. The teaching assistant frowned. I searched for a long time. At last. Bang! A thin book called Basics of Gardening Pruning Elementary with a few wilted flowers printed on the cover, along with a few cheap plastic flower pots and a small bag of nutrient soil, was piled on his desk. Life occupation. That's it. The teaching assistant's voice was filled with undisguised contempt. In an instant, several glances from all around were cast at him, a mixture of sympathy, contempt, and gloating. Gardener? D? It's so miserable. I can't even get a combat skill book. Gao Wanqing's lips curled up in a cold arc, and her green eyes were full of pleasure. Rubbish. It should be served with garbage. Su Bai had no expression on his face. Pick up that copy of Garden Pruning Basics. Open. Learnable skill detected, advanced version of Basic Nourishment. Do you want to study? Study. The pages of the book turned into flowing light and sank into the center of his eyebrows. Congratulations on mastering the advanced techniques of basic nourishment. Skill level increased. LV.1 LV.3. Effect: rapidly promote seed growth. Improve plant quality. Self-study class. Su Bai ignored the gazes around him. Pick up the flower pot. Pour the soil. I randomly picked out a few rose seeds from the seed bag distributed by the school. Buried. The palm of your hand is suspended above the soil. Primary nourishment LV.3. Launch. Buzz. A faint, vibrant green light flowed out from his palm and sank into the soil. Visible to the naked eye. The sprouts are breaking through the soil. Branch out. Spread the leaves. The flower buds condense. Bloom. Just 10 minutes. A pot of gorgeous red roses bloomed on Su Bai's desk. The rich floral fragrance spreads instantly. What the hell? So fast? This gardener is quite something. Exclamations were heard everywhere. Su Bai's eyes swept across the flowers. One of the roses. The edge of the petals. It presents a deep, mysterious, velvety. Pitch black. Black Rose SS. Effect: gift to the opposite sex to slightly increase favorability, double the effect on females of all races. This thing is useless even if it is a top quality item. Now the whole country has wives. Who still buys flowers when they are in love? 6 hours later. School is finally over. Su Bai walked out of the school gate holding a few pots of flowers. Gao Wanqing stood under the sycamore tree, looking coldly at the flower pot in his arms, especially the dazzling black rose. Snort. Her red lips curled slightly. If you don't listen to me at school, you'll have to bear the consequences. She looked at Su Bai's back as he disappeared around the corner with cold eyes. When the time comes, look how you kneel down and beg me. Li Jinju in 1801. Balcony. Su Bai arranged several pots of flowers. Watering. The golden light of the setting sun shines on the delicate flowers. So beautiful. Arya's ruby eyes sparkled as she leaned over to the red rose, sniffing it gently with her small nose. Yuling held the doll in her arms, her rabbit ears moving slightly as she looked at it curiously. Emoli leaned against the doorframe with a cold face, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted to the pot of the only black rose. The deep black petals glow mysteriously in the sunset, like the finest obsidian. A barely perceptible glint of desire flashed across her golden-green vertical pupils. Like? Su Bai's voice rang out. Emoli's body stiffened and he turned his face away abruptly. Snort! It's so ugly. But her cat tail uncontrollably and quietly reached out, and the pointed tip of the tail gently touched the petals of the black rose. Su Bai picked up the pot of black roses. Hand it to Emoli. For you. Emoli. She looked up suddenly. The golden-green pupils instantly widened. With astonishment and a hint of panic? Who wants your broken flower? Her voice was hard. But his body froze in place. No movement. Su Bai stuffed the flower pot directly into her arms. Here. Order. Emoli. She is holding a flower pot. The cold plastic basin wall touched her slightly cool fingertips. In arms. The deep black rose has soft petals and a unique, cold fragrance. She lowered her head. Silver and black hair fell down, covering most of the face. Only the tiny cat ears. Uncontrolled. Shaked slightly. She is holding a flower pot. Turn around. Walk quickly back to your room. Bang. The door is closed. Subai stood where he was. Panel expands silently. Bound spirit, Emoli Meow Clan. Adaptation rate, 34%. Hostility subsides, physical condition improves, care takes effect. 34%. A surge of 5 points. Subai looked at the closed door. Also slightly surprised. Gardening? Gardener? Trash job? He weighed the remaining half bag of nutrient soil in his hand. Interesting. Chapter 18. Who was greedy for whose body? Early morning. Ghost Market morning stall. The dew has not dried yet. Roses. Roses. Hyacinths. Selling cheap, the stall owner shouted. Subai squatted down. Seed. The cheapest. 3 packs for $10. The stall owner packed the goods skillfully. Subai scanned the code to pay. Class 10 classroom. The morning light is dim. Subai buried the newly bought seeds in the flower pot. Green light flows in the palm of your hand. Primary nourishment LV.3. The tender shoots break through the soil. Student Subai. A faint voice came from the side. Tabi Zhou was lying on the table, his chestnut brown ears twitching restlessly, and his big amber eyes blinking. Do you want to? Her wheat-colored cheeks were slightly flushed. Come with me to the training ground? There was a hint of excited anticipation in her voice. We, the horse race. Can merge with humans? Blade and horses won. She gestured, her ponytail swung. I'll be the mount. You wield the sword. Charge. Super fast. Super cool. Subai didn't even raise his head. No. He brushed his fingertips over the buds. The green light is brighter. Especially Zhou Ma's ears drooped instantly. Oh. She slumped back onto the table. Student Subai. A holy and gentle voice sounded. Maria was standing by the table at some point. The pure white wings shimmered in the morning light, and the blue eyes were clear. If you get injured during training. A warm milky white glow appeared in her palm. I can treat it. Speed up recovery. Her voice was soft. Together? Shake your head. Need not. He looked intently at the tender shoots sprouting from the flower pot. Maria folded her wings imperceptibly. I see. She retracted the holy light and nodded slightly. Then, next time. She turned around. The wings brought up a breeze. By the distant window. Gao Wanqing's lips curled up into an icy arc. Snort. She crossed her arms, and the plump curves under her uniform rose and fell slightly with her breathing. See? She tilted her head and raised an eyebrow at Tornado, who was holding a lollipop in her mouth. What did I say? Leave him hanging. No one cares. Nature. She opened her red lips slightly and uttered 2 words. Panic. Longjuan's big green eyes swept across Subai's profile as he was concentrating on fiddling with the flower pot, and then looked at Gao Wanqing's smug face. Baji. She took a deep sip of the lollipop. Are you sure? Is he panicking? No. I don't take you seriously at all? Gao Wanqing's face darkened. Shut up. She stood up suddenly. The high heels click. In the astonished, obsessed, and envious eyes of all the boys in the class. She is like a proud black swan. Walk straight to Subai's desk. Student Subai. Her voice was cold and clear, with a deliberately high pitch to ensure that the whole class could hear it. I'll say it again. She leaned forward slightly, and her green eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses locked onto Subai. Before graduation. I don't want to be your wife. She straightened her back, raised her chin, and announced as if giving alms. Those things. Let's talk about it after graduation. Do you understand? She thought Subai would be embarrassed. It will be embarrassing. She thought that she had given him a warning yesterday, so Subai would be obedient today. Let her do whatever she wants. However, Subai didn't even raise his head. Green light flows at the fingertips. In a flower pot. A tender green seedling stretches out its leaves. His voice was flat. Um, I agree. He looked up. His eyes calmly swept across Gao Wanqing's face, which froze for a moment. We're the best after graduation. He paused. The sound is clear. Spread throughout the dead silent classroom. No one should bother with anyone else. Gao Wanqing. You. Bang. She slapped Subai on the table. The flower pot jumped. Subai. Her voice was so sharp that it broke. What do you mean? Subai withdrew his gaze. Lightly touch the young seedling with your fingertips. What I mean is, stay away from me and don't bother me, planting flowers. Gao Wanqing. Her chest heaved violently. His face turned from pale to blue. Then from blue to purple. A few seconds later. She suddenly grabbed the brand new book The Secrets of Judo, Grandmaster Edition on the table. Fell hard to the ground. Good. 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 She said 3 good words in a row. The voice was filled with tears and rage. Subai. You've got guts. She turned around. High heels beat the ground like war drums. Bang. The classroom door was slammed shut. The glass was buzzing. What the hell? The school beauty confessed and got rejected? Or a public execution? Subai, awesome. You don't want any beauties from all the heavens and myriad races. You don't even want the principal's daughter? He just wants to plant flowers? Tornado held a lollipop in her mouth, and her big green eyes swept over the open book The Secrets of Judo on the ground, and then looked at the trembling young seedlings on Subai's desk. Baji. She took a deep sip of the candy. What did I say? Class 1 training ground. 30 students were covered in gravity armor, and their fists tore through the air. The explosion was like thunder. This was the elite class where strong people gathered, the melting pot of the combat power ceiling of the entire grade. Zhao Haoyan stood in the middle of the field, his black training suit outlining his rock-like muscles. The dark golden spear in his hand hummed and vibrated, and the cold light flowing from the tip of the spear cut the air into visible ripples. Boom! The spear thrust forward. The alloy target 100 meters away was pierced through. Cracks spread like a spider web. SS-level talent overlord spear, wherever the sharp edge points, everything will be destroyed. Teacher. Zhao Haoyan put away his gun and turned around, his brows knitted into iron chains. Are you sure there are no mistakes with Gao Wanqing's class transfer procedures? The head teacher pushed up his glasses and said, Gao Wanqing has transferred to another class. The procedures are in compliance. Compliant? Zhao Haoyan stepped forward and slammed the handle of his gun to the ground. She's the principal's only daughter. An SS-ranked judo master. And she's staying in that garbage dump of class 10? Is this reasonable? The head teacher was silent for 3 seconds, his eyes obscured by the glare from his glasses. Haoyan, your mission is to lead class 1 to first place in the grade. After saying that, he didn't answer anymore and turned away. First? Zhao Haoyan scoffed, everyone in this class is a grade. They can crush the trash from other classes with their eyes closed. 30 students simultaneously unleashed their auras. A wave of power surged into the sky. A rank. A+. S rank. Like a galaxy of stars. You tell me, will such a lineup lose? At this time. Brother Hao. A skinny student crawled into the training ground, his voice trembling, we've checked. Miss Gao changed classes, to pursue a guy. Zhao Haoyan's pupils shrank suddenly. Who? The one from class 10, Subai. Moment. Zhao Haoyan thought he was hallucinating. Asked again. Subai, a boy from our human race. With a loud bang. A bolt from the blue. A piece of cold plum blossom. Chapter 19 Yueling Moon Rabbit Clan, it will be ready soon, you can use it at will. Back home. Gao Wanqing slammed her schoolbag hard on the Italian leather sofa. What's wrong? Gao Qixian looked up from the financial statements. He was very familiar with his daughter's expression the last time she had her eye on a limited edition supercar, but someone snatched it away. She had smashed the entire tea set in the same way. Gao Wanqing grabbed the pillow and covered her face with it, her voice filled with twisted jealousy and hatred. That Subai is basically a Sigma man. I offered to be his wife. And he rejected me. Gao Qiqiang chuckled, his cigar flickering between his fingertips. Xianxing College is run by my family. The smoke rings he exhaled enveloped the Education Lord of the Year medal on the wall. Diploma, professional rating, regimental recommendation letter, all in Dad's hands. The talents of the poor? They are nothing but merchandise to be sold. Gao Wanqing's pupils suddenly lit up. She grabbed her phone and curled up on the sofa, her pink diamond nails swiping across the screen. Then let him rot in the all heavens in myriad races class. When he's expelled. Kneel before me and bow down before me. After Gao Qiqiang's guidance, Gao Wanqing's previous anger disappeared. I returned to my bedroom, lay on the bed and watched TikTok. A push notification suddenly popped up in the Douyin live broadcast room. Bing Bing outdoors, Dakuan chicken riots. The scene is out of control. Dear viewers, this is the high-risk period of the breeding season. Host Bing Bing gripped the microphone tightly, with smoke and dust rising from the dense forest behind her. Adult male pheasants are extremely aggressive, and they are in groups. Boom! The camera shook violently. Hundreds of ferocious beasts with red eyes and sharp claws crashed through the fence. Their combs stood up like bloody blades. The barrage instantly exploded. Fuck Bing Bing, run! Isn't this special effect too real? Is it a show effect? Tips for the front row: Dakuan chicken claws have armor-piercing poison. Those below level 3 must avoid them. Champions League for the photographer. The camera didn't shake at all. Behind Dakuan chicken, a young man holding a novice sword kept killing the lone big Kuan chicken. Crack! The last giant chicken head flew up. The boy swung his sword in blood beads and began to pick up the fallen materials. The barrage froze for 3 seconds before going completely crazy. Whose general is this? So powerful. A novice swordsman is soloing a herd of beasts? He must be cheating. Wait. His school emblem is Qianxing Academy. He's so handsome. If anyone can find out his address, I'm going to give birth to a baby for him. The live broadcast room's close-up shot was directed to the boy's profile. Beneath his sweaty black hair, a drop of blood was sliding across his tightly pursed lips. Su Bai! Gao Wanqing cried out. The school didn't even give him a skill book. How could he? How can you kill everyone with just a gardener's shovel? 5 miles outside the city. You killed Big Koan Chicken and gained 55 experience points. You killed Koan Pigeon and gained 85 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV7. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV7. Subai let out a long sigh. Having a mobile phone is convenient. You can receive the unusual movement of monster groups in time. Otherwise this moment, he was definitely going home. I missed this group of big Kuan chickens that were out in heat for breeding. Looked at the properties. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclass, Fury Knight Commander. Hidden talent, Slow Recovery. Level, LV7. Attributes, Strength plus 171.2, Agility plus 110, Spirit plus 95.8, Health plus 204.2. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV3, Blood Rage, Rage Burst. Equipment, Novice Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, Brand New Unscrupulous Doctor's White Coat. Level 7. It's really not easy. Then, put the materials, exposed chicken feet, and clucking egg, dropped on the ground into the ring. Back to Lao Chen. The materials were casually dumped onto the elm table. Lao Chen's pipe fell on the table in shock. I said that the broadcast today said that the Dakuan chicken flock is gone, and people leaving the city can walk without worry. So it was you who killed him. Subai showed his cell phone. No more talking, just order it yourself. I'm going home and I'll transfer the money later. I went to the market and bought 2 fat sea bass. 1801. Arya was tiptoeing to organize the closet, her cow-striped apron wrapped around her voluptuous waist, and a gentle smile played in her ruby eyes. Master, please reply. Before he finished speaking, Yu Ling turned from the bay window holding the carrot doll and asked, "Want to eat fish?" Arya had opened the double-door refrigerator, and the cold air flowed over the half-sliced, shiny pork in the freezer compartment. There's still a lot of meat left from the last few days, Why don't we freeze this fish first? Gurgle. 3 pairs of eyes shot towards Emily behind them. Seeing everyone looking at me. You can eat anything, I don't care. You can stare at the sea base in the plastic bag. Sue's other hand suddenly reached into the hem of her loose black sweatshirt. The moment my palm touches my soft belly. Gulululialu. A louder rumbling sound erupted from beneath his palm, shaking Emily's ears red. Subai chuckled and drew a circle with his fingertips on the flat and firm abdomen. It sounds quite rhythmic. Emily's body stiffened, and his cattail exploded into a feather duster. Let go. Who is hungry? Just being stubborn? Subai suddenly closed his 5 fingers and pinched the sensitive soft flesh on her waist. Ah! Emily gasped in shock and jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The sweatshirt was rolled up to the chest, exposing the entire slender waist under the light, and the waist was deeply sunken with rapid breathing. Forget it. Subai pulled his hand back and handed the fish bag to Yuling. Yuling, do you want some braised sea bass? Yes. Yuling's rabbit ears stood up. Emily looked at the sea base. I don't care about it. 1 hour. Emily, it smells so good. Subai sat on the sofa, watching the 3 spirits cleaning up the leftovers. Bound spirit, Arya cow tribe. Adaptation rate, 95% highly compatible. Bound spirit, Yuling Moon Rabbit Clan. Compatibility rate, 59% conditional health improved, and feelings gradually developed. Tip, breaking through 60% will unlock a deeper bond. Bound spirit, Emoli Meow Clan. Compatibility rate, 36% hates humans, extremely weak constitution, more care is recommended. Yuling. Just 1% away from owning it. Play with it all day and night. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The first time I go to a dungeon, which female classmate should I pair up with? The next day. The heavy classroom teaching is over. Today, the first grade can finally go out of the city. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Xiaoqing, led everyone in the class to the dungeon outside the city. Grey Wolf Forest. At this time, 9 classes were left outside the dungeon. The head teacher pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his serpentine pupils sweeping across the room, his icy voice piercing the clamor. Free team formation rules: 5 people form a team, less than 5 people cannot enter. Of course, you can also form cross-class groups. Having said that, who among the remaining 9 classes of humans will team up with the classes of all races in the universe? This is obviously impossible. Of course, except for one person, that is the principal's daughter, Gao Wanqing. Form a team. Looking for a healer or a tank. Especially Zhou's chestnut brown ears trembled restlessly, and his amber pupils swept across the crowd. The only response she got was the sneers from her classmates. C-rank racehorse clan? Even amount is too slow. Subai's fingers suddenly poked the soft flesh on her waist. Ah! Tabi Zhou jumped in shock and turned around, her ponytail swung like a propeller. Team up. Subai retracted his fingers. Last time we talked about the sword and horse being one. His eyes swept over her tense thigh muscles. I need a mount. Especially Zhou Ma's ears stood up straight instantly. Really? She excitedly dug her left foot into the ground, then suddenly lowered her head. But there's no treatment. The shadow of pure white wings enveloped the 2 of them. Can I join? Maria's blue eyes were clear, the other teams are full. The wings behind her were slightly folded, and a hint of tension was revealed at her fingertips where holy light flowed. Holy light priest? Tabi Zhou gasped, welcome. Soon. Subai's team also gathered 3 people. The classmates around were envious and jealous when they saw Maria join Subai's team. Maria said she couldn't find a team. Isn't that a lie? Which team doesn't need treatment? I went to invite her just now, but she ignored me. Damn it! Why are you paying for that gardener? This is so unfair. The key is Tei Zhou. She's just a support. Wouldn't it be useless to have her on the team? Gao Wanqing ignored all the discussions and stopped in front of Subai. Just about to speak. At this moment, squad leader Zhao Haotian led a group of talented people to intercept. SS-level Overlord Spears, S-level Elemental Mages, and A+ level Holy Shield Knights stood before him like a mobile luxury goods showcase. Wanqing, my team is missing a core damage dealer. He pointed the tip of his gun at Subai provocatively, much more professional than some makeshift troops. Gao Wanqing raised her head proudly. Of course. His eyes were fixed on Subai. Only professional teams have a future. Zhao Haotian was ecstatic. The goddess finally joined my team. Wan Qing, don't worry, just do your best in the team. The words were not finished. Then Gao Wanqing said to Subai, you can see this is the perfect team. Others can complete a normal novice dungeon, but our team can handle a difficult one. If you want to join, I'm not against considering it. Sorry, there are 3 of us and 5 of you. The 2 teams can't form one team. We'll find someone else. Subai turned and walked towards Chao Teibi. Zhou Yan lowered his chin and said, call 2 more people. Good. Snort. Subai, you. Don't run. The arrogance just now was shattered in an instant. Gao Wanqing suddenly quit Zhao Haotian's team. Wanqing? Zhao Haotian stretched out his hand to stop her. Feel sorry. Her voice was cold. Cross-class teaming violates school rules. Violating school rules? There's no such rule in the school rules? With Zhao Haotian's face turning pale, she grabbed Tornado, who was licking the lollipop, and rushed into Subai's team like lightning. Be one step ahead. Subai. The 5-man team has assembled. The team is formed. The teams began to enter according to their classes. Teacher Zweiking clapped his hands and began to explain the rules of entry. Grey Wolf Forest is divided into 4 difficulty levels: easy, medium, hard, and abyss. I suggest you choose simplicity. Of course, if you've already reached level 5 before starting school, you can choose the medium level. As for the difficulty, that's not something our class can enter. It requires a high-intensity team and a high-intensity level. Teacher. A spiky-haired boy from the human class raised his hand. How difficult is the abyss? The corners of Zwieking's mouth suddenly stretched to his ears. His fangs suddenly grew 3 inches longer. Good question. She licked her lips, just like every summer vacation. The voice suddenly became as cold as the wind from a tomb. There are always a few self-righteous fools. Drowned in a wild lake. Soon. The line ended here with Subai. Instance name, Grey Wolf Forest. Difficulty, easy, recommended entry level 0. Difficulty, medium, recommended level 5. Difficulty, difficult, recommended entry level LV 10. Difficulty, abyss, recommended entry level LV 15. Note, please challenge the appropriate difficulty level based on your current level. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. Gao Wanqing said, with our team's strength, we can just choose the medium difficulty level. After all, we have 2 burdens. Tornado bit the lollipop into pieces. Hey, Wanqing, even though I'm level 0, I'm still an S-level professional. Why are you looking down on me so much? Teibi Zhou on the side whispered, isn't the medium level too difficult? Why not choose an easy one? Subai scanned the copy description. Abyss LV 15. That means the monster inside should be level 15. In the wild. Level 15 monster? I'm going to chase it and kill it. In the copy. Let Maria Healing take care of it. Abyss? It's easy. Finger poke abyss option. Maria. Help me nurse these 3 burdens. Maria nodded. Smile. Tornado pointed at herself. What? Am I really a burden? A burden? At this time. Gao Wanqing just noticed it. The difficulty level Subai chose was actually the highest level abyss. Are you crazy? The words are not finished. The blood engulfed the 5 people. Enter the copy. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The abyss begins. The school beauty is haunted by the tree spirit, her body is tied up, and she is in a dilemma. The blood dissipated and the smell of burning sulfur choked the nose. Everywhere I looked, there was endless charred black. Carbonized dead wood pierced the gray sky like ferocious ghost claws, and thick smoke carrying pale ashes danced in the sky like a scorching snow. What the hell is this place? Tornado exclaimed. Subai. This is a unique environment in the abyss. The forest has been destroyed by fire. The original wolves will become werewolves here. Are you crazy? You chose this difficulty? Gao Wanqing said. But. She thought again. Never mind. It's difficult if it's difficult. Hit slowly. Show your strength. Subai is a gardener after all, even though his attributes are high. No combat skills either. By then, he might be so scared that he would crawl into his arms and cry for milk. I'm going to give him a good beating. At the same time. Copy Monitoring Center. Hundreds of surveillance displays are connected to form a huge screen. The status of all teams entering the dungeon is displayed densely. The senior stood with his hands behind his back. Stand in front of the screen. This class of students is quite courageous. It's hard to choose among so many teams. Etc. Why are there still teams choosing Abyss difficulty? The head of the grade thought he was seeing things. Look carefully. It's really Abyss difficulty. Is this the team led by Zhao Haotian, the monitor of the top class? They're a bit reckless. At this time, a familiar voice came. All the teachers stood up and saluted. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The person who came was the principal of Qiangxing College, Gao Qiqiang. The grade leader did a quick check. The head of the grade thought he was seeing things. He pounded on the keyboard. Check again. The bright red Abyss on the screen is dazzling. Confirm 3 times. He said dryly, no, not Zhao Haotian. It's class 10. The class of all races. Swish. All the teachers looked over. Eyes of astonishment. Shu Tianban? Are you crazy? Looking for death? Abyss. Who's leading the team? Didn't the homeroom teacher give any warnings? A murmur of discussion broke out. Dao Qiqiang frowned and stepped forward personally. Keyboard tapping. The screen pops up. Team, Subai Team. Captain, Subai Gardener. Team members, Special Joe Horse Racer Maria Holy Light Priest Gao Wanqing Judo Grandmaster Tornado Telekinesis. Gao Qiqiang's pupils shrank sharply. Pause your finger. My daughter is in there. The air in the monitoring room froze instantly. The teachers were shocked. The principal's daughter's Abyss copy? If something goes wrong, everyone is doomed. The head teacher immediately shouted, a serious teaching accident. Zweiking must be severely punished. The Dean of Studies nodded hurriedly, yes. Deal with it seriously. Immediately. Chair. Gao Qiqiang's voice sounded in a low voice. He pointed at the main monitoring screen of Subai's team. The Dean of Studies was stunned. Principal? Gao Qiqiang pulled out a chair and sat down. Lock this screen. Don't move. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the screen. All the teachers were stunned. In the copy. The gray fog is torn apart. A single scarlet eye suddenly lit up in the smoke. Bloodthirsty werewolf, LV-15 Elite suddenly appears. Fangs dripping, muscles bulging. The oppressive feeling is terrifying. Gao Wanqing's eyes became fierce. I'll lead the way. The delicate shouts rang out. Golden light flashes. Super armor, activated. Ignoring the pressure, charged straight at the werewolf. At the same time, he shouted, Tornado. Hypnosis. Tornado's face tensed. Telekinetic waves erupted. They struck the werewolf's head. The werewolf's movements were instantly delayed. Dizziness. Gao Wanqing is close. Clenching his right fist, the air surged. Die. Her delicate body shot out like a bow. A dazzling golden light condensed on her fist. Vajra shatter. Boom. Golden light exploded. Airwaves swept across the charred ashes. The werewolf's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Blood and bones splattered. The headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Flash sale. Kill LV-15 Bloodthirsty Werewolf, experience plus 150. A system prompt pops up. The scorched earth was filled with blood mist. The holy light of Mary just gathered and then dispersed. Especially Zhou Ma's legs are stiff. Subai had no expression on his face. Gao Wanqing clenched her fist and stood proudly. The golden light slowly converged. She shook off the blood on her fist bones, glanced at Subai, and raised her red lips. See? This is true strength. There will be more werewolves later. Don't be so frightened that your legs go weak. Subai ignored him. Let her be. The team advances. Gao Wanqing is the main attacker, Tornado assists, and they are unstoppable. Special week upgrade to LV3. Maria has reached LV5. Experience tips keep popping up. Arrived at the next area, the bone forest. The ground was covered with charred remains of huge trees, like giant bones stuck upside down in the scorched earth, with twisted branches like the claws of the devil, and there was dead silence. Gao Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth. Crush all the way. Invincible. She deliberately refused Maria's treatment and took potions to appear even more powerful. She glanced at Subai and said, "See? I am the queen, shining with confidence." Caught off guard. Severe ankle pain. A dry vine covered with charred cracks broke out of the ground and instantly wrapped around her right leg. "What?" Gao Wanqing exclaimed. The surrounding dead trees rioted. The charred trunks opened their scarlet eyes. Death Tree Spirit LV-17 Elite. Dozens of tough, withered vines wrapped around her like snakes, twisting her madly. Tornado. Use telekinesis to blast it. Gao Wanqing shouted anxiously. Tornado's telekinesis explodes. Boom. The dryad remains motionless. Resist the pressure. No. Tornado gritted his teeth. You blockhead. Immune to control. The dry vine was like a snake, sinking deeply into the soft flesh around Gao Wanqing's waist. The school uniform outlined a surprising curve, and left red marks on the plump thighs. Where the fabric is stretched tight, a delicate luster is faintly visible beneath the marks. Every time she struggled to breathe, there were thrilling ups and downs. Maria's holy light condenses. Subai's voice sounded calmly, "Hello. Do you need help?" Gao Wanqing's face flushed red, and she was almost suffocated. Stop looking down on others." She struggled desperately. But the vines are getting tighter and tighter. I can break free. The sound came out from between his teeth. His face has turned the color of liver. Copy Monitoring Center. On the surveillance footage, Gao Wanqing was strangled to death. Her face was purple. The head teacher slammed the table and roared, "Subai! What's a captain for? Don't help others in need? Don't help your own people?" The dean of studies was spitting. What a useless captain. He delayed the rescue. He's fully responsible for Wanqing's accident. The teachers glared at the screen. Cancel the copy immediately. Save people. Yes. Forced interruption. Corner. The bamboo green snake huddled into a ball. His face was pale. Standing against the corner. Just like a trained kitten. Keep your head down. Cold sweat pouring down. It's over, I felt despair. The teachers around her glanced at her. You're looking for death and dragging down the principal's daughter. You're fired. Punishment for a teaching accident. The file is finished too. Everyone is pessimistic. Everyone stares at the home screen. In the picture, the vines tighten. Gao Wanqing struggles. Subai stands calmly. The atmosphere is extremely tense. Only Gao Qiqiang, crossing his legs, stare at the screen. Shining eyes? Even a little excited? He reached out and touched the side. Null. Where's the water? He frowned. The head teacher was startled and quickly handed over water. Gao Qiqiang took it and took a sip. His eyes didn't leave the screen. The corner of his mouth seemed to have curled up. All the teachers were stunned. Confused. Is the principal watching a show? Chapter 22 One knife kills a tree man. Petite Loli is carried by a princess. In the copy. The thick dark green vines tightened like a giant python, almost completely swallowing Gao Wanqing's slender body. Ugh, no, don't. But the strength to struggle was rapidly disappearing, and the body became softer and more obedient in the feeling of suffocation. Holy light soothes. A soft white light full of vitality suddenly lit up. Maria lightly tapped her fingers, and two streams of milky white pure energy accurately penetrated into Gao Wanqing's back. Gao Wanqing took a deep breath of fresh air, her chest heaving violently, as if a drowning person was finally pulled back to shore. Ha! The rapid panting announced that she was finally back. Subai, who witnessed the whole process, seemed to curl the corners of his mouth slightly. You say no, but your body is quite obedient. He casually drew out his novice sword and swung it. Swish! The air made a short, sharp sound. The tough vine that was originally wrapped around Gao Wanqing's ankle and was as thick as an arm was broken into two smooth pieces as if an extremely sharp hot knife was cutting into butter. Immediately following, Su Bai faced the tree people who kept pouring in. One knife per one. A cold light flashed. Every time the sword was swung, it accurately cut through the core or trunk joints of the tree man. There are no unnecessary moves, only the simplest and most direct trajectories and speeds that are difficult to capture with the naked eye. Flash sale. Plop. A tree man split into two scattered points of light. Flash sale. Swish. Another tree man was cut in half at the waist, turning into data. Second kill, second kill. Wherever the afterimage passed, several tree people almost simultaneously cracked, decomposed, and dissipated. Flash sale. Kill LV-18 Entangling Treeman Elite, EXP plus 160. Kill LV-17 Cursed Treeman, Experience Points plus 155. Kill LV-17 Cursed Treeman, Experience Points plus 155. A series of light blue system prompt messages flashed past Su Bai's eyes quickly, densely packed. When Zhou Tebi saw this scene, his mouth opened wide and his pupils trembled. He couldn't believe it at all. My deskmate is so strong? Her mind was a mess. She originally thought that she was assigned to this legendary waste shelter, the class of all races in the universe, and that everyone should be similar to her, with poor academic performance and talents like her. Unexpectedly, the attack power displayed by Su Bai. This speed. The outburst just now was definitely several times stronger and faster than that of the high school beauty who was loved by everyone in the school and possessed SS-level talent as the school beauty judo master. On the other side, Gao Wanqing, who was nursed back to health, recovered and was out of danger. She stood firm, one hand still subconsciously pressed against her chest, the other raised. She gently bit the corner of her mouth with her fine white teeth, her cheeks slightly red, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her eyes were filled with a hint of annoyance and fear. The whole person exuded an indescribable awkwardness, a bit like a wronged young wife. Here, calm down. A slightly lazy and playful voice sounded beside him. Longwan handed her a brightly wrapped strawberry-flavored lollipop, and she twirled the pink plastic stick around in her fingertips. Hey, Miss Gao, your lover is so strong. Why did you take action yourself in that little scene just now? Just lie still and be quiet, isn't it nice? It saves a lot of energy. Gao Wanqing's face turned even redder instantly. She was filled with shame and anger. She suddenly raised her hand, snatched the lollipop from Longwan, stuffed it into her mouth and licked it a few times. Snort! With the sugar in her mouth, her voice was a little slurred, but her tone was firm and decisive, with the unquestionable aura of a queen. What do you know? He's here with me. I'm the only one who can move, and he has to be the one lying down. Do you understand? The cold light faded, and the last tree man turned into light and disappeared. Experience suggests stopping brushing. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV8. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV8. Su Bai swung the novice sword, and dark green juice splashed out. Let's go. Su Bai put away his sword and walked towards the depths of the copy without looking back. Everyone followed. On the way, Gao Wanqing and Longwan are at the end. Gao Wanqing's face was gloomy and uncertain, she gritted her teeth, and her knuckles turned white. I don't accept it. I'm a double S professional with all kinds of professional combat skills, but I can't even beat a gardener with high attributes. Tornado glanced at her and whispered, Miss, with your twisted temper, it's strange that you can catch up with someone. What should we do then? Gao Wanqing glared. Tornado smiled cunningly and took out a long sword with a bronze luster. Here, I have something hidden in my ring. It's better than his beginner's sword. Give it to him. Don't ask for anything. Just be nice and it'll help you impress me. I won't go. Gao Wanqing turned her head away. You're being servile. His eyes rolled, unless you go and deliver it. Set an example for me. Tornado. He rolled his eyes, sighed, and stepped forward. Tornado caught up with Su Bai and raised the bronze sword. Student Su Bai, this sword is just right for you. Before he finished speaking. Sizzle. The bushes on the right suddenly exploded. A silver-gray figure pounced out like lightning. A fishy wind blew in his face. His target was directly towards the tornado. Swift werewolf. His speed is 3 times faster than before. Be careful. Subai shouted. With extreme speed, he grabbed his arm and... Ah! Tornado felt his body lighten. The world was spinning. Subai was holding her firmly in his princess arms. Subai pushed forward with his toes and bounced back like a cannonball, leaving behind a crater in the ground where the werewolf had torn it. Subai lowered his head and looked at the little one in his arms. What did you just say? Tornado's mind went blank. Her face flushed instantly. Subai's presence was so close, her heart pounding like a drum. Ah! That sword. She stammered incoherently. Subai. It's safe now, can we come down? Tornado finally came to his senses and jumped to the ground as if he had been electrocuted, his cheeks burning. He was furious and said, "Damn werewolf. Don't run," and made a gesture to chase after him. But the silver-gray werewolf was incredibly fast, and with a few leaps he had created distance. At this time, a timid figure who had been standing at the back suddenly ran to the front. Wait! Taby Joe suddenly plucked up the courage and rushed to Subai, his eyes extremely serious, even fanatical. Student Subai. This time, I will definitely not hold you back. I also want to use my strengths to prevent other students from being harmed by monsters. She was determined. She suddenly bent down deeply, her back tense like a fully drawn bow, slightly raised, and stretched out her hands to make a strange guiding gesture, aiming at Subai. Quick! Please merge with me. Everyone was stunned. Maria covered her mouth. Looked like Special Chow striking this odd pose. The fusion you're talking about, is it the kind of fusion I'm thinking of? Taby Joe nodded vigorously. It's embarrassing, but once you accept it, you won't be able to stop. Everyone was shocked again. Chapter 23 First experience of fusion skills, Tazy Joe decided to become Subai's spirit in the future. Everyone gave him strange looks. Subai didn't care at all, his eyes were firm. He took a deep breath and held Taby Joe's waist with both hands. Subai clamped his legs together and sat firmly on her back. Moment. Taby Joe's body shook and his aura suddenly changed. The lower body transformed into a horse with shiny black hair and powerful hooves. Her upper body still looked like a girl, with a slightly red cheek. She glanced at Subai shyly and whispered. Student Subai, sit tight. If it gets bumpy, hold on to my ponytail. Subai nodded. He gripped the shield tightly in his left hand and drew his sword with his right. Especially on Thursday, his hooves flew and turned into a gust of wind. The wind was howling so fast that it was blurry. Wow! So fast! Long Wan and Gao Wanqing couldn't help but cover their mouths in exclamation. Swift Werewolf, LV-19, rushed over in groups. Tripled the speed and agility, sharp claws. Subai snorted coldly, and the sword flashed like lightning. One knife kills one, blood splatters. The werewolves wailed and fell to the ground, and the whole area was cleared out. Killing enemies on horseback is so cool. Kill LV-17 Swift Werewolf, experience points plus 175. Kill LV-17 Swift Werewolf, experience points plus 175. The werewolf that had originally rushed over to kill him was now chopped down by Subaichi with murderous intent. I was so shocked that I trembled and ran away desperately. Can. Especially the whole body is auxiliary. Focus on this moment. Pursue with all your strength. Killed the last werewolf. Suddenly it seemed as if we were surrounded by the enemy. Many more people came from all directions. Especially Joe's hind legs kicked hard. He kicked a werewolf away on the spot. Subai said, break through the encirclement. Taby Joe nodded. Charge backward. He actually jumped more than 3 meters high. Escape from the trap set by the werewolf. Soon. The monsters on the map were defeated again. The two sides cooperated well and ran like thunder. Subai clamped her legs tightly around her horse's belly, as steady as a rock. He yelled, faster. Faster. A werewolf leader rushed out, even faster. His figure is like a ghost, dodging left and right, extremely cunning. Swift werewolf leader, agility, quadruple speed. He couldn't help but slap the horse's particularly round buttocks. Snap. A crisp sound echoed. Taizhou screamed, her face as red as a ripe apple. Student Subai. You. She bit her lip, shy but stubborn. The speed soared instantly. The horse's hooves hit the ground like thunder, raising dust. Subai and Tay Bijou turned into a shooting star. The wind was tearing and the sword light was like a rainbow. The werewolf leader had no time to react. Subai slashed with his sword, and the head flew high. Kill the LV-17 Swift Werewolf Leader, experience plus 575. Blade and horses won, invincible together. The monsters on the map were wiped out. Subai dismounted. That's refreshing. It's really refreshing. Especially Zhou's ears were burning, and he remained silent. Monitoring room, big screen. The teachers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. I finally felt relieved. The Dean of Studies turned to the principal, Gao Qiqiang. Principal. I'm relieved. Wanqing is safe. He had a smile on his face. I didn't expect that. That's Subai from the Myriad Races class. He's really good. He pointed at the screen. The horse race. An inferior race with the lowest talent rating. I can actually play blade and horse in one. Still so fierce. Chopping melons and vegetables like that. Behind the door, the bamboo leaf green snake who was standing there as punishment also breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was at ease. The venomous eyes stared at Subai on the screen. This kid is so strong? She was shocked. I was actually wrong. Damn it. Too careless. Before, all the attention was on the principal's daughter Gao Wanqing. Too much attention to her. You're so negligent towards other students. Her thoughts raced. Today, it's all thanks to Subai. He saved me. The copy has ended safely. It must be okay. Maybe. Subai brought the principal's daughter to the Abyss-level dungeon to challenge the most difficult level, and I can still be praised. There's hope for awards and honors. Think about the benefits of evaluation. Zweiaking couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Suppress the joy. He still looks cold on the surface. After get off work, should I invite Subai to the pub for a drink? By the way, just don't drink Realgar wine. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last 2 seconds. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Because of Gao Qiqiang's face. It's dark. Gloomy as water. He is completely different from what I expected just now. Teachers? I'm stunned. I'm completely stunned. What's going on? My daughter is fine. Very safe. You can even level up and gain experience while lying down in the dungeon. The principal's face? Darker than the abyss? Everyone became nervous again. A moment of dead silence. It's so depressing that I can't breathe. Gao Qiqiang suddenly took out a cigarette. Ignite. Take a big sip. Surrounded by smoke. His eyes were frighteningly sharp. Staring at Gao Wanqing's figure on the screen. The lips moved slightly. A very low voice squeezed out. Come on. Wanqing. You can't let someone from the Myriad Races outperform you. Next, you get to be in the spotlight. Let Subai. I know your charm. Although the sound is soft. But the monitoring room is too quiet. You can hear a pin drop. The teacher's ears pricked up. The first few sentences were still filled with shock and confusion. Waiting for the last sentence to float into my ears. Let that kid Subai know how charming you are? Buzz. Everyone's brain exploded. My mind is blank. Half of the 3 souls and 7 spirits flew away. 3 seconds later. F. I don't know who came up with these 2 soul-shaking words. It was like a bolt from the blue. All the teachers were beaten until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. What's the meaning? The principal, he wants to marry his precious daughter Gao Wanqing to Subai, a student in the worst class of the Myriad Races? The Myriad Races class? That's the bottom class in the school. Races with low talent ratings gather together. Subai? Who is that kid? What's the story? On what basis? Can the principal of a high school? Is it pleasing to the eye? I'm stunned. Shocked. I'm questioning my life. In the monitoring room. The only sound left was the hissing sound of Gao Qiqiang smoking fiercely. And his dark, meaningful look. In the copy. Especially Joe rubbed his chest frantically. We just killed too many monsters. It was a little difficult for her to adapt for a while. Maria held Tay Bijou's cold little hand. A warm current flowed into Tay Bijou's heart. Thank you, Maria-san. Maria smiled slightly. You were really amazing just now, especially Mr. Zhou. Tay Bijou also had a smile on his face. This is the first time that someone around me affirms me. Ah. Maria-san. Do you really think so? Maria nodded. Very good. Especially Joe looked at Subai. Thinking in my heart. Completing the combined skilled blade and horse with Subai is truly perfect. Should I be brave enough to confess my feelings to him? Become his soulmate. Chapter 24 Bloodbath of the Werewolf Tribe, Wumamu's True Confession. Leave the main battlefield where werewolf corpses are scattered everywhere. The road ahead suddenly opens up and we enter a new area. It is the lair of the swift werewolf, the werewolf tribe. The tattered animal skin tent was stuck crookedly on the ground. Several bonfires were burning and jumping, with huge iron pots placed on top. The huge bones of an unknown creature were boiling in the pot. A strange smell mixed with the aroma of meat and the stench of decay filled the air. The entire tribe is filled with wildness and oppression. Subai scanned the tribe with sharp eyes, filled with murderous intent. Without saying anything, he immediately looked at his partner Tay Bijou beside him. Joe especially understood what he meant and was already prepared. She skillfully bent her upper body slightly and turned her back towards Subai. With a slight flash of light, the lower body once again transformed into a majestic warhorse with shiny black hair. The four strong and powerful hooves stepped firmly on the ground. Although the girl's cheeks still had a lingering blush, her eyes had become extremely focused. Combat mode activated. Subai's movements were smooth and swift, and he landed steadily on the horse's back with a flip. The aura of man and horse instantly merged into one. Assault! Subai gave the order in a low voice. Especially Zhou Chang hissed, like a black arrow shot from a bow. Boom! A man and a horse turned into an unstoppable violent hurricane and crashed into the werewolf tribe. A strong murderous aura swept in all directions. Swift Werewolf Warrior, LV-20. Swift Werewolf Shaman, LV-21. The entire tribe was instantly awakened and in an uproar. Countless werewolves roared threateningly and pounced with their claws exposed. But their speed is totally not enough. The long sword in Subai's hand flashed as fast as thunder. The left hand's fine iron shield blocks accurately. The cooperation between the man and the horse is perfect. Swish! 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 The sword light poured down like a silver net of death. Slammed the shield to block the fatal attack. What followed was the sharp sound of cutting flesh. Hot blood splattered in the air. The shrill howls came one after another. The System's experience tips are flooding the screen like crazy. Kill LV-20 Swift Werewolf Warrior, experience plus 200. Kill LV-20 Swift Werewolf Warrior, experience plus 200. Kill LV-21 Swift Werewolf Shaman, experience plus 240. Chop melons and vegetables. Chop with ease. The werewolf tribe fell into complete chaos. The remaining werewolves tried to organize an encirclement. But the black whirlwind formed by Subai and Tay Bijou was too fast. Too fierce. The level of tacit understanding has reached an astonishing level. The werewolf encirclement is useless. The black whirlwind of death raged among the tents. Wherever they passed, they left behind only warm corpses. Experience points poured in like a flood that had been opened. Kill. Harvest. Astonishing efficiency. In this exhilarating battle. Buzz. Buzz. Two extremely bright and dazzling golden light beams, soaring into the sky without any warning, suddenly broke out in the dim werewolf tribe. Congratulations! Subai has leveled up. Current level, LV-9. Congratulations! Special week level up. Current level, LV-5. Warm and powerful golden energy instantly enveloped the two of them. A warm current sweeps through every corner of the body. Strength. Speed. Mental strength. A surge in all directions. Improvement. Transformation. It feels so good. Subai's eyes flashed with brilliance as he felt the surging power in his body. The golden light illuminated his face full of fighting spirit, and also made Zhou Tiji's ears red with excitement. The dazzling golden light slowly dissipated. The aura of the two people who stayed where they were had changed dramatically. The invincible golden partnership. Finish this round. The crowd dispersed. Start searching the tent for materials. Subai looked at his attributes. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclass, Fury Knight Commander. Hidden talent, Slow Recovery. Level, LV9. Attributes, Strength plus 183, Agility plus 128, Spirit plus 115, Health plus 201. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV3, Blood Rage, Rage Burst. Equipment, Novice Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, Brand New Unscrupulous Doctor's White Coat. Comfortable. Combined with the special week, the upgrade efficiency is very high. Level 9. Generally, after reaching level 10, you can unlock the single-player dungeon mode. You can play a copy like this alone. Subai opened the copy information bar. Scoreboard. First place, Subai Team, difficulty, Abyss, 2,657 points. Second place, Zhao Haotian Team, difficulty, Abyss, 1158 points. Third place, Lilei Team, difficulty, hard, 657 points. There are actually people who chose the same difficulty as me, Abyss? But it's okay. Crushing the second place in the standings. Subai was not surprised by this. After all, he had the only hidden SSS profession of the Cow Tribe. Furious Knight Commander. There's nothing wrong with surpassing them. Just then, there was a slight pulling sensation at the corner of the clothes. Subai turned around and found that Tabi Zhou had come to his side without him noticing. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes avoided. She pointed cautiously at a quieter tent nestled against a rock at the edge of the camp. The voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Subai classmate, can you go over there and talk for a few words? Seeing her nervous look, Subai was a little surprised, but he nodded, okay. The two of them walked silently to the secluded tent, one in front and one behind. The light of the campfire and the noise of the camp were mostly blocked out. There was only dim light and the sound of each other's breathing. Especially Zhou's face was unusually red in the dim light. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands, took several deep breaths, as if she had used up all her strength, then suddenly looked up and met Subai's gaze. At this moment, those clear eyes were filled with nervousness, shyness, and extremely firm feelings. She mustered up the courage to speak. Student Subai. I like you. The voice was trembling a little, but extremely clear. I like being your spirit bond. These words almost blurted out. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to be shocked by this sentence. A strong sense of inferiority suddenly surged into my heart. She immediately waved her hands in panic, her voice almost crying. No. I mean. I know. I'm the last one. I'm a racehorse with a low talent rating. She lowered her head even lower, almost burying it in her chest. Definitely not worthy of someone as powerful as you. Courage dissipated in an instant like a deflated ball. Her voice became smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. But, I still want to tell you what's in my heart. After saying this, she lowered her head tightly. Subai looked at her. The Illustrated Guide to the Spiritual Contracts of All Races system was activated instantly. Allow two-party contract. Bound Spirit, Special Weak Horse Racer. Racial traits, Swift Wind and Thunder Movement Speed, Sweat of Blood Hidden. Age, 20. Potential Assessment, SSS. Adaptation Rate, 25% Low Matching Rate. Result Benefit, Secondary Occupation, 1 man takes 1,000. Kill the Cavalry King SSS rank. Bloodline Feedback, after the birth of the child, the host permanently unlocks this profession. And gains the low 1 man takes 1,000, or the more enemies there are, the higher the attack. See the other party's benefits. Subai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good horse. Chapter 25, New Profession has been scheduled, 1 rider against 1,000. Kill the Cavalry King. 1 man against 1,000, kill the Cavalry King. SSS level job. The name alone exudes a sense of dominance that can sweep away thousands of enemies. This name instantly reminded Subai of a legend. Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Entrusted by my lord Liu Bei. Looking for sister-in-law, 7 in and 7 out. He managed to get the young master a do out. What a terrifying battlefield dominance. Look at the girl in front of me with a red face and lowered head. Special Week's potential assessment turned out to be SSS level. How can this be called a last-place finisher with inferior talent? This is definitely a seriously underrated gem. And looking at her physique. Really? It can carry itself and fight on the battlefield. Charge at high speed and steadily swing your sword to kill. Able to withstand your own strength and impact. This physical fitness. Much better than the 3 beast girl wives at home. So here comes the question. Why is the adaptation rate so low? Is it because the genetic differences between the two races are too great? Subai just had this thought. The system seemed to understand his doubts. Immediately gave the key tips. Illustrated Guide to the Spiritual Contracts of the Myriad Races. Women of the horse clan should use wind-running grass, leaping wild grass, and light-hoofed algae as their staple food to cultivate their physique, which can effectively accelerate their adaptability. Wind-running grass. Leaping wild grass. Light clover. Subai silently recited these 3 names in his heart. These are all rare plants that you have never heard of. It is definitely a precious high-level material. No need to think about it. It must have come from the depths of a high-difficulty dungeon. Hard to get. But difficulty? Instead of fear, there was a gleam of brilliance in Subai's eyes. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't forget what his main job is. Gardener. D-class gardener. Find seeds. Engage in cultivation. That is his area of expertise. As long as you can get the seeds. Plant these 3 rare grasses. For him. That's no big deal. It's just a matter of time. Thoughts raced through my mind. Subai had already made up his mind. Special Week ahead. It is the ticket to a powerful SSS level career. Worth investing in. Worth cultivating. His expression instantly became firm. Just as I was about to agree. Student Subai. Special classmate Joe. A clear and cheerful voice suddenly interrupted. Accompanied by the unique sweet aroma of lollipop. Tornado came over skipping and licking a huge lollipop. Here. She quickly took out 2 brand new lollipops from her pocket. No explanation. Put it directly into Subai and Tae Bijou's hands. Joe was particularly stunned. Look at the exquisite candy packaging in your hand. She blurted out subconsciously, Tornado-san. This candy is very precious, right? Precious? Tornado blinked her big eyes and waved her hands nonchalantly. She curled her lips. Don't worry, don't worry. She tapped her nose with her little finger. With a little pride in his tone, he said, that's what my family does. Longfa Sugar Company. Have you heard of it? Tae Bijou's eyes widened instantly. The voice rose several notches. Longfa Company? That's the one that advertises every day during prime time. Sweet honey, come to Sugar Planet. A sweet storm is sweeping over the Choo Choo Sugar House. So, it turns out to be Tornado's family property? She looked incredulous. This ad. It's everywhere. Everyone knows it. Tornado burst out laughing. The little face was full of an expression of, you finally know. She nudged Tae Bijou's arm with her elbow. Hee, I didn't expect you to know so much. Of course. Sugar Planet was the ultimate dream of every girl in my old school. It's super famous. At this moment, Subai's mind was completely focused on the information in the illustration and how to get the 3 kinds of grass. Who's interested in listening to 2 girls discussing candy? He frowned slightly and interrupted their discussion about the candy market. His eyes turned to Tornado. What's the matter? The tone is very direct. Only then did Tornado remember the important matter. The little smugness on his face disappeared. She reached for the ring at her waist. A faint light flashed by. A long sword with an ancient style and a faint bronze luster appeared in her hand. The sword is not long, but the lines are smooth. The blade's edge flashed with an icy cold light in the firelight. At first glance, it is several levels stronger than the novice sword that Subai is using now. Here. Tornado handed the bronze sword to Subai. The little face expression is very serious. Take it. Thank you for saving me just now. She was referring to the time they were attacked by werewolves. The bronze sword felt slightly heavy in the hand, with a hint of the cool touch of metal. Excellent half-moon scimitar bronze sword. Grade, S. Wearing level, LV7. Attributes, strength plus 35, agility plus 20, health plus 40. Special skill, crescent blade. Each time you consume a point of energy, you can deal 80% damage to multiple targets in front of you, up to a maximum of 10. A gleam of light flashed in Subai's eyes. Weapon upgrade. This is exactly what he needs. The efficiency of killing monsters can be improved again. He didn't refuse in a pretentious manner. He then turned his wrist and made a tentative sword flower. The sword wind is sharp. Nice sword. He commented succinctly. And what caught Subai's attention the most was, there is also a lollipop sticker on the hilt. Tornado replied, that one. My lucky sticker. Subai nodded and said nothing more. Joe tilted his head, eyes full of curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, Tornado-san? You're a mage. Telekinetic mage with negative buff. How come there's a bronze sword for a warrior? Tornado heard this. The sweet smile on her face faded a little. Wave your little hands. His tone was somewhat helpless. Oh. Don't mention it. Before I changed my job, my dad gave it to me. She pouted. He wants me to switch to a melee class. For example, a paladin. A swordsman. It's a good image. Glorious and majestic. So I sent this sword in advance. Joe seemed to understand the transition to close combat. Is it related to your family? Of course it does. Tornado's face was serious. Think about it. She gestured, if I became a paladin. Heal them. Release the holy light. Save the dying and the wounded. Such a positive image. I will take over Longfa sugar industry in the future. What a great brand image. As she spoke, her voice lowered. His shoulders slumped. There was a sense of loss. Pity. I just happened to become a mage, and it has a negative buff. The kind that casts a curse. She spread her hands. The little face was full of helplessness. How can this image truly represent the sunshine and sweetness of Sugar Planet? Tornado sighed. There is another half sentence at the end. She didn't say it. After the last job transfer failed, her father called her to the study and said earnestly, My girl, close combat is not possible, it's okay. But remember, get married in the future. Definitely. Must. Find someone with a good image. Melee profession. The kind that shines brightly. Chapter 26 Hidden Map, Horrible Goblin. White Turbid Saint Nemesis. So you're here. A cold voice came from behind. Everyone turned around. Gao Wanqing and Maria came over. Gao Wanqing still looked confident as the principal's daughter. In her hand she held an old-fashioned, rusty brass key. Maria explained, Miss Gao Wanqing found it in the werewolf chief's tent at the deepest part of the camp. Gao Wanqing raised her chin slightly. Drawbridge key. The key item to unlock hidden area rewards. He shook the key. You also wasted a precious high-level identification symbol of mine. She glanced at the crowd. With an unquestionable tone. Don't just stand there. Follow me. Clear goal. Gao Wanqing's identity is there. Words from the principal's daughter. Naturally, others had no objection. The team immediately took action. Follow the guides marked on the key. The group quickly crossed the remaining werewolf tribe area. Soon we arrived at the end of the grassland. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. A huge rift. Like a natural chasm. Lying ahead. It's bottomless. Looking down, I felt dizzy and a cold wind was blowing. The width is over 100 meters. On the cliff on the opposite bank. A huge wooden suspension bridge is vaguely visible. But now, the suspension bridge hangs high. Lock it firmly on the opposite side. The only channel being cut off by this abyss. Tornado is holding a huge lollipop. The cheeks are puffy. The voice was unclear. Wow, this is too wide, right? I can't get through it. Special Joe also carefully assessed it. A serious expression appeared on her pretty face. She shook her head slightly, causing her ponytail to sway. This width, even if I sprint at full speed. I definitely can't jump over it. The tone is very affirmative. Gao Wanqing's pretty brows suddenly furrowed. Of course she knew the situation. But the key is in hand. How can we give up just like that? She narrowed her eyes. His eyes immediately turned to Maria, who was standing quietly beside him. Hey! Maria! She pointed. Don't you have wings and can fly? Here are the keys. Gao Wanqing stuffed the heavy bronze key into Maria's arms without hesitation. Fly to the other side. Lower the drawbridge. Tebi Zhou glanced at the desolate and barren landscape under the cliffs on the opposite bank. Some worried reminder. Ms. Gao, the terrain on the other side looks dangerous. And I can vaguely sense werewolf activity on the other side. Ms. Maria is a pure healing support profession. Going there alone might be dangerous. Gao Wanqing made an impatient tisk sound. Her pretty face was filled with an expression of what a trouble. Never mind. She turned to Maria and gave a decisive order. Maria! Hold me. Take me there. I'll open the mechanism myself. Although the tone is still not very good. But this is undoubtedly the safest option. Maria nodded gently. The pair of white wings behind him spread out with a swish. Holy light flows. She walked behind Gao Wanqing. He wrapped his arms around Gao Wanqing's slender waist. Gently remind, Miss Gao, please hold on to me, we are about to take off. Being hugged by Maria. Gao Wanqing's body stiffened subconsciously. I can clearly feel a soft and elastic touch on my back. Her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Blurt out. TSK. So loud. The sound was not loud, but clear enough. There was a hint of surprise that she herself didn't even notice. Maria behind him? Mr. Gao Wanqing? What did you say, big? The voice was gentle and a little doubtful. Nothing. Gao Wanqing's face turned slightly red, and she immediately raised her voice to cover it up, with a hint of anger and embarrassment. So annoying. Stop asking nonsense. Focus. Get me there now. Yes, yes. Maria didn't ask any more questions. The white wings flapped violently. Call. With strong airflow. The two of them lifted off the ground steadily. Soon we reached the other side of the canyon. Maria landed smoothly. Fold your wings. Just about to speak. Ms. Gao, I'll go get the others now. What a waste of time. The tone was impatient. She held up the brass key. Inserted into the keyhole of the console with confidence. Click. Turn the key. The mechanism is activated. But the expected sound of gears as the suspension bridge descended did not appear. Rumble. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. A huge iron cage. Breaking out of the ground like a poisonous snake. Gao Wanqing was instantly trapped in the center. What? Gao Wanqing was shocked. Yeah. A shrill and strange cry was heard. In the shadows of the canyon. More than a dozen dark green short figures rushed out. Grassland Goblin, LV-19. They look ugly and disgusting. Grinning. They worked together to lift the heavy iron cage. Just run to the deeper canyon on the other side. At the same moment, a scarlet prompt appears on the retinas of all team members. Congratulations on opening the hidden map mission, save your companions. Mission, rescue trapped teammate Gao Wanqing within 30 minutes. Quest reward, 5,000 experience, Goblin Treasure Chest X1. Penalty for mission failure, teammate's death. Dazzling countdown numbers. 29:59. Start dancing. Oh no. Maria turned pale. She spread her wings in an instant and flew back to the other side like lightning. The voice was filled with tears. Oh no! Miss Gao Wanqing has been captured by a monster. Damn it! Tornado was so angry that he almost spit out his lollipop. Trap mission. It's actually a trap. Su Bai's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. Gao Wanqing is troublesome again if she is arrogant. Also a teammate. We are one of us. We can't just stand by and watch someone die. He decisively ordered. Maria. Don't panic. Hold me. Chase me with me. Quick and neat. Ah. Yes. Maria did as she was told immediately. The holy wings spread out again. She quickly hugged Su Bai from behind. Wrap your arms around your waist. Flap your wings suddenly. Soar into the air. Back. An incredibly soft touch came. Full of elasticity. The impact is huge. This scale. Su Bai's body suddenly stiffened. The hands holding the fine bronze sword subconsciously tensed up. Hiss. There was only one thought roaring in my mind. Such a great figure. I'm determined to marry this Qiling. I must bring her home. Suppress the restlessness in your heart. Saving lives is important. Over there. Quick. Su Bai's eyes were like an eagle, locking onto the goblin running wildly in a cage deep in the canyon. Maria flaps her wings with all her might. Very fast. Lightning speed. Catch up in just a few breaths. Su Bai found the right position. He shouted, "Let go." Maria let go immediately. Su Bai was in the air. A beautiful somersault. Extremely precise. Landed steadily on the top of the heavy iron cage. In a cage. Gao Wanqing saw Su Bai falling from the sky. His eyes flashed with surprise at having escaped a desperate situation. Su Bai. Lower your head. Su Bai roared. At the same time. Swing the long sword. Skill burst. Half moon scimitar. Buzz. Brilliant arc-shaped sword energy. Like a silver crescent. Suddenly broke out. It slashed heavily at the two goblins carrying the cage in front. Swish. The two goblins didn't even scream. It was directly cut in half. The remaining goblins were scared out of their wits. He let go of the cage with a strange cry. He hurriedly pulled out his tattered weapon and pounced on Su Bai on the top of the cage. Su Bai's eyes were cold. Backhand. Another sword. Sweep. Puff. Puff. Wherever the sword flashes. The little monster's head flew off. Broken limbs and arms. Died instantly. Kill instantly. Clean and neat. The battle is over. The cage fell to the ground with a loud thud. Dust is flying. Hidden mission, rescue companions complete. Rewards being settled. Experience gained, 5,000. Buzz. A flash of golden light. Su Bai was instantly enveloped by the upgraded warm current. Congratulations! Su Bai has leveled up. Current level, LV10. The power surged again. Cool. At the same time. Congratulations on receiving Goblin Treasure Chest X1. A quaint wooden treasure chest. Appeared out of thin air at Su Bai's feet. Mission accomplished. Upgrade. And got a treasure chest for free. Su Bai's lips curled up in a satisfied arc. He bent over. With a click. Easily pry open the iron cage door lock. Come out, Gao. Gao Wanqing looked at Su Bai's outstretched hand. He looked at the goblin corpses all over the ground. Then he looked at Su Bai's calm yet extremely reliable face. She pursed her lips. The eyes are complicated. For the first time, he didn't say anything offensive. He silently reached out and grabbed Su Bai. He pulled me out. Then. Su Bai opened the Goblin Treasure Chest. Congratulations on winning, Windgrass X15. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. His own daughter is so cruel, will Su Bai like it? A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Su Bai's eyes. It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack. Cultivate one of the 3 rare grass types with special weekly suitability. Just got it like that? He carefully picked up a few of them. With a slight movement of his fingers, he accurately peeled off a few tiny, almost invisible grass seeds from the ear. Mission accomplished. The suspension bridge slowly lowered. The rest of the people also ran over. Student Subai? Tabi-Jo moved closer curiously. Look at his actions just now. Why, are you destroying the grass? She tilted her head, her big eyes full of confusion. Isn't this good food? Subai raised his head when he heard that. Looking at Zhou Chuanjin's concerned face. Suddenly laughed. Reach out. He gently rubbed the top of her head. Soft and smooth to the touch. The movements are intimate and natural. Tabi-Jo's cheeks turned red and his eyes avoided panic. Fool. Subai's voice was filled with a hint of doting. Deep eyes. Meaning. Sow a seed in spring. The autumn harvest is 10,000 grains of grain. The tone is leisurely. It contains some special profound meaning that Zhou cannot understand for the time being. Leave. The other side. Wanqing, are you okay? Tornado asked with concern. Only Gao Wanqing was seen. Her pretty face was frosty and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Tornado. She didn't even turn her head, her voice was icy cold. Prepare the strongest status potion for me. Support is coming. Before he finished speaking. Her delicate body is like an arrow shot from a bow. Call out. Rush towards the goblin horde. Full of murderous intent. Wherever it passes, dust flies. Hey! Wait for me, Wanqing. Tornado was startled. He hurriedly took out a bunch of colorful potion bottles from his ring. Stumbled and chased after him. The little face was full of helplessness and heartache. My top-tier potion, can you please use it sparingly? At the same time. School monitoring room. The large light screen is extremely clear. In the picture, Gao Wanqing is like an angry Valkyrie. The whole body is filled with murderous aura. Grassland goblin, pounces. Roll. Gao Wanqing scolded coldly. Move as fast as lightning. Violent grab. The slender hand accurately strangled the goblin's throat. That short and ugly body was like a rag doll in her hands. Power explosion. Right after. Forced back throw. The arms suddenly exert force. Swing it around. Smash the screaming goblin into the hard ground. Bang. The watermelon exploded. Blood and brain matter. Splashing all over the floor. Clean. Sharp. Extremely ruthless. The visual impact is explosive. Personal standings. Jump like crazy. Gao Wanqing's points skyrocketed like a rocket. Moment. Surpassed Subai, who was originally ranked first. Dominating the charts. Reaching the top spot. Sparkling. Good. The Dean of Studies was the first to applaud. He pointed at Gao Wanqing's cold and arrogant figure on the screen. Praise for Gao Qiqiang, the principal of the university. As expected of the high school president's daughter. She's as beautiful as a school belle. His strength is first rate. Women are just as good as men. The other teachers reacted immediately. It was quite embarrassing for the young lady to be caught just now. Now hurry up and make amends. They all laughed and echoed. Yeah. That's amazing. That was just an accident. This is Wanqing's true strength. Such power. Such skill. Simply perfect. A tiger father will have a tiger daughter. The principal has taught her well. Hidden map, this goblin's points are 3 times the points of killing a supernormal monster. It's really a good place to grind points. All the teachers looked at Gao Qiqiang. Waiting for the principal to smile again. His eyes didn't relax at all. Still staring at the screen. A newly lit cigarette in hand. The thoughts in his mind couldn't be controlled at all. My daughter is so cruel. Kill the monster and gain a lot of experience. Why did he have to kill so brutally and bloodily? It's scary to look at. Which man wouldn't he feel weak in the knees when seeing this? That kid Subai wouldn't be scared away directly, right? My good son-in-law candidate. This image isn't glorious and majestic, but more like a ferocious and evil one. Who dares to marry? Who dares? He still remembered the little abacus in his mind. But now looking at my daughter's style. This level of fierceness. He felt his blood pressure was a little high. Don't talk about Subai. Even as a father, he feels so fierce. The other end of the abyss copy. The final battlefield. The giant Knoll chieftain. LV-25 roars loudly. His muscles were knotted and his steel claws were tearing through the air. It feels so oppressive. Roar. The 5 members of Zhao Haotian's team were covered in wounds. My mana is almost running out and my condition is not good. Keep up. Zhao Haotian commanded sternly. Guardian Barrier. The main T warrior activated the defensive skill. Infusion of light. The priest's milk is fully opened and a beam of light falls. Arcane Wisdom. The mage adds a buff to the auxiliary position. MT. Top. The main tank warrior roars. Charge with shield raised. Withstand the chief's tearing claw. Bang. Shields roared. Sparks flew. His health dropped suddenly, and he was barely saved by the priest. Armor-piercing arrow. The hunter attacks with all his strength. Frozen Nova. Ice spell casting restrictions. Damage is steadily pouring in. But the chieftain has a lot of health. He's ferocious. His attacks are even more powerful. The team is in danger. Brother Zhao. I can't hold on any longer. MT roared. His jaws cracked. Now. A cold light flashed in Zhao Haotian's eyes. Opportunities are fleeting. His fighting spirit instantly condensed. The spear hummed. Drink. A flash of cold light. A stunning bloom. The gun comes out like a dragon. His body shot like an arrow from a bow. Man and gun became one. It transformed into a silver-white angry dragon that tore through the sky. Pierce all obstacles in an instant. Extremely precise. One shot. Pierced the roaring throat of the Knoll chieftain. Phew. The tip of the gun, filled with fighting spirit, peeked out from the back of the neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The chief's huge body suddenly stiffened. The eyeballs, filled with violent bloodshot, froze. Kneel down with a loud bang. No more sound. Boss, the Knoll chieftain has been killed. Cough. Finally, killed. Zhao Haotian leaned on his gun. Breathing heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat. The other team members also collapsed. They were all injured, looked disheveled and exhausted. A short soldier's henchman struggled to his feet. Excited face. Brother Zhao. The fight is over. The final boss of the Abyss difficulty. Our speed. This is definitely the fastest clearance. He added, breathing heavily. It's the same difficulty level as Subai and the others. Abyssal level. Zhao Haotian put away his gun and stood up straight. Forced to suppress the gasp. He nodded grimly. The forced march strategy is correct. He looked around the battlefield. His tone was full of confidence. Give up the materials dropped by monsters along the way. The goal is clear, let's go straight to the source. Getting the fastest clearance reward should be a sure thing. He thought to himself. Team Subai. Gao Wanqing and Long Wan have joined. I really underestimated their speed. Fortunately, I was alerted in advance. Have the team sprint the entire way. No picking up trash. There are only so many monsters, and the points are fixed. Whoever finishes first will be first. Brother Zhao, let's take a look at the rankings, another team member suggested, covering his wound. Zhao Haotian's eyes became fierce. Raise your hand to stop it immediately. A waste of time. Let's talk about it after the points are settled. He decisively ordered. Don't even bother bandaging it. Leave the dungeon immediately. Teleport out as quickly as possible. We must race against time. Quick! The team did not dare to be negligent and ignored the injuries. They quickly gathered at the light gate at the exit of the copy, and Zhao Haotian stared at the light gate. Fists clenched. Success or failure. In one fell swoop. The first one to break out of the Abyss copy. He wins. Wanqing. Just watch, I'm the strongest in school. Only I am worthy of you. Chapter 28 Accepting the Confession of the Horse Racing Girl, Xiling +1. The light gate of the abyss copy flickers. Zhao Haotian brings his team members. Hold your head high and be the first to step out. He was covered in the dust of a fierce battle. But he looked like a triumphant general. He stopped. Look around proudly. In the copy square. Many students who came out early gathered there. Wait and see the results. Zhao Haotian curled his lips slightly, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. Everyone. No need to applaud. As the monitor of the top class in the entire grade, lead the team to clear the abyss difficulty. Get the highest score. It's my job. As it should be. He raised his chin slightly. Get ready for the expected gasps and applause. However. No. The expected applause? Dead silence. It's freezing cold. The square is indeed very lively. There was a buzz of discussion. But no one noticed him at all. Everyone's eyes. They all stared at the center of the square. That huge real-time scoreboard. The discussion was like a tide. It was clearly heard by Zhao Haotian. What the hell? Is this a ghost? That poor class? And their points are still rising? Are you crazy? It's so difficult. The top class leader has led the team out, but the points are left behind? I heard that the principal's daughter demoted herself to a garbage class just to chase a boy. That woman is at the top of the leaderboard. Is she trying to help that man get to the top? Damn it. What kind of luck did that kid have? How could he even have the principal's daughter throw herself at him? Oh. I wish I could be this lucky. To be loved by a rich woman. A shifty-looking student next to him patted him on the shoulder. He winked and took out a shiny steel wool from his trouser pocket. Brother! What are you envious of? If you want to know more about being a young master in a nightclub, you will definitely be loved by rich women. Brother, let me introduce you. Zhao Haotian couldn't believe his ears and eyes. I think the one on the display is an error. Quickly open the standings. Open the instance information bar. Scoreboard. First place, Subai team, difficulty, Abyss, 5,157 points. Second place, Zhao Haotian team, difficulty, Abyss, 3,000 points. Third place, Lilei team, difficulty, hard, 1,800 points. Holy crap! 5,157. Am I dazzled? How is this possible? 3,000 points is the dungeon limit. Once you kill all the monsters, that's the upper limit. How did the other party exceed the limit? Are they downloading the same instance as me? This doesn't make sense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The other party is the poor class, Subai, and other messy tribes in the universe. They can't help Gao Wanqing at all. Could it be that Gao Wanqing opened the Goblin tribe? That hidden map? Spending a huge amount of money to unlock a hidden map, just to increase your points? For that kid Subai. Is she a big villain? Zhao Haotian found it hard to accept for a moment. He used to give gifts to his beloved goddess frequently. But the other party never accepted it once. I didn't expect that my goddess would chase after a country boy. And I even spent a lot of money to open the hidden dungeon map. For a while. Zhao Haotian felt dizzy. It felt like the sky was falling and there was a knife in my chest. He is constantly cutting his own heart. Only those who have been heartbroken can understand that kind of pain. No. Even those who have been heartbroken cannot understand it. Because Zhao Haotian was not in love with the other party at all. It's not a heartbreak at all. The other side. The abyss light gate flashes again. Members of Subai's team walked out together. The entire copy square. Explosion in an instant. After the dead silence, there was a tsunami-like noise. All eyes are on the standings. Final freeze. Team Subai, difficulty, Abyss, 5,500 points. Shocking. Crushed the whole audience. Subai. Standing in the center. His expression was calm. His entire body seemed to be carrying an invisible evil aura that had returned from the abyss. attracting attention and causing a frenzy of discussion. 5,500. That breaks the record, right? Monsters. It's the Monster Squad. Look. That's Subai. Beat the monitor of the top class. By his side. Gao Wanqing. Did she really go to the garbage class to help him? Gao Wanqing felt countless focused eyes. A sense of pride welled up in my heart. She gently tidied up her slightly messy hair. He glanced at Subai out of the corner of his eye. If I confess my feelings to him in front of so many people, he won't be able to refuse, right? Even if I don't agree directly, for her face. I will never disobey her in public. Nodding vaguely. Sufficient. Humph. That's enough. As long as everyone believes that Subai belongs to her, other potential competitors must retreat automatically. This is a declaration of sovereignty. Gao Wanqing raised her delicate chin slightly. Take a step towards Subai. The red lips parted slightly, and the voice was crisp. With undoubted closeness. Student Subai, the copy is over. Nothing else? Let's go to the new Starry Sky shopping mall downtown. Before he finished speaking. Always following Subai. The 10th special week seemed to have exhausted all my courage. Squeeze it out. Close your eyes. Your face turns red. Facing Subai's back. Using all my strength, I yelled at the top of my lungs. Subai. I love you. Can you be my master? Me. I want to be your spirit bond. Boom. Like a nuclear bomb explosion. The square was just bustling. After this confession, fell into a strange, vacuum-like silence. You can hear a pin drop. Next second. It's like igniting a volcano. Loud laughter. Sharp sarcasm. Explode without any concealment. One after another. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? The inferior racehorse tribe from the myriad races class? Want to marry a human genius? A toad wants to eat swan flesh? This is making me laugh to death. Are you kidding me? Don't you see Miss Gao standing here? Subai is her dish. How can you be the one to mess with someone like you? That's right. Don't you even look in the mirror? What kind of status do you have? Are you worthy enough to compete with the high school president's daughter for a man? Are you crazy? With a beauty like Gao Wanqing by your side, who would choose a useless horse girl like you? The harsh laughter came like hail. Tabi Zhou's face turned pale instantly. She knew this would happen, but as a horse racer, moving forward is their racial character. If I don't tell Subai my feelings completely today, I guess I'll keep it in my heart and feel uncomfortable. Even after being ridiculed so much, she still spoke out bravely. Just when everyone thought the ending was decided. When Subai would inevitably decline or ignore the wishful thinking of this inferior race. Subai moved. He turned around. He ignored the countless onlookers, mocking and joking eyes around him. Under the watchful eyes of the public. With a gentle smile. Look at the girl who was pale, ashamed, and almost fainting. Clearly. Speak loudly. The sound is not loud. But it was like thunder. The entire square was blown up in an instant. Good. I promise you. Let's get the certificate tomorrow. Boom. Dead silence. Even more dead silence than before. You can hear a pin drop. All the sneers. All the sarcasm. All the expressions of anticipation. All disappeared. Everyone's eyes bulged out and their jaws dropped to the ground. The only sound in the square was gasps. It was as if I had witnessed a world-class shock. No one expected this. The true ending. It's so unexpected, a shocking reversal. Chapter 29 Breaking through the 60% limit, Yuling. The cute little rabbit is now ready to be served on the table. No way? He actually chose the myriad races of the universe instead of the school beauty. Gao Wanqing was speechless. It felt like being hit head-on by a huge cow. He pretended to be completely bruised and battered, circling in the air 2.5 times and falling to the ground in pain. See this scene. Zhao Haotian walked over. Wanqing, you want to go to Xingyao shopping mall? Take my Bentley and I'll take you. Very timely. When Gao Wanqing was at her most vulnerable, Gao Wanting squeezed out a word from between her teeth, okay. Just then. What are you all doing here? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the school's top management surrounding a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. Stride forward. It's the principal. He is also the president of the Temple of War God, the largest guild in Jinghai City. Gao Qiqiang. The principal is here in person. The crowd instantly became quiet and spontaneously made way for a passage. Zhuaiqing followed closely beside Gao Qiqiang. Principal, this is Su Bai. Gao Qiqiang stopped. The majestic gaze instantly locked onto Su Bai. No politeness. He started by asking his future son-in-law. Student Su Bai. Can you tell me, you're a life profession, why are your basic attributes so high? The other teachers were also curious. This gardener. Why do we crush the top class? Even Gao Wanqing, Maria, Tornado, and Tabi Zhou, who had just formed a team. They also looked at Su Bai with great curiosity. After all, this attribute is really unscientific. Su Bai met the principal's sharp gaze. His expression was surprisingly calm. He nodded. His tone was calm. Yes, Principal Gao. I'm a gardener by trade. The core of this profession is collecting special flowers. And through the gardener's unique skills, unique seeds are created. Every time I successfully cultivate a rare plant, my basic attributes will be permanently increased. Even comprehending the corresponding skills. Truth. Half-truth. Collect flowers? What he collected were the flowers of the world. Cultivating seeds? That is a secret that cannot be told. Increase attributes? Comprehend skills? This is absolutely true. As for the source, he made it vague yet reasonable. Gao Qiqiang listened to it. Nodded slowly. I see. Specializing in the art of pregnancy, constantly breaking through one's own limits. No wonder he can possess basic attributes far superior to those of combat professions despite being a life profession. He said with a hint of approval. This occupational trait is quite rare. This sound. The teachers around immediately understood. The principal nodded. That must be right. Not bad, not bad. Very special. No wonder he's so strong. It turns out to be a class trait. Specialization is truly powerful. Gao Qiqiang changed the subject. A formal smile appeared on his face. For all team members. This time, the Abyss Dungeon. The Myriad Races class. Outstanding performance. Win first place in the standings. For the class. For the school. We won a great honor. He waved his hand. As a reward. Team members. Everyone. School points card gives out 100 points. Buzz. Awards announced. There was an uproar at the scene again. 100 points. Equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Big deal. Wow. 100 points. Taizhou was the first one who couldn't help himself and almost jumped up with excitement. She excitedly grabbed Maria's hand next to her. Maria. Did you hear that? 100 points. Maria was also stunned by this unexpected joy. She wasn't as direct as Tabi Zhou, but a smile of surprise also appeared on her face. Nod vigorously. The two girls excitedly high-fived each other. Very good. Now I can exchange it for a lot of potions and materials. 100 points. On a campus with limited resources. It's hard currency. Buy materials. Change equipment. Even if you fail the exam, you can still get credits. More importantly, you can cash it out. 100 points equals 10,000 yuan. Enough for an average student's living expenses for several years. How not to be ecstatic? After the teacher left, the crowd also began to disperse. Especially Zhou Shao's face was flushed. The excitement hasn't passed yet. She moved closer to Su Bai. The voice was filled with joy and a hint of unquestionable seriousness. Student Su Bai, no, master. I'm going home now. Get my household registration information ready. Tomorrow. See you at the school gate. Let's go get the certificate. Finished. Without waiting for Subai to react, she turned around happily like a deer. The ponytail swung. He ran away quickly. The backs reveal happiness and determination. Beside, a confident smile appeared on Zhao Haotian's face again. Wanqing, the car is outside. Let's go? He stretched out his hand. Like a knight inviting a princess. However, Gao Wanqing didn't even glance at him. As if he were transparent air. No, I have something else to do. Without hesitation, just walk away. Leave Zhao Haotian behind. Reaching out alone. The smile on his face completely froze. A cold wind blew. Roll up the fallen leaves on the ground. He froze in place. It seems extremely embarrassing and redundant. Night falls. Subai returned home. Opened the door. Covered in dust and fatigue from the fierce battle in the dungeon, Aliyah came forward and quickly took Subai's coat. Master, when you come back, do you want to eat first or take a bath first? Subai looked at the other person's increasingly plump figure and said, well, let's take a shower first. Yu Ling heard the noise. Turn around. On that beautiful and cold face, a smile as gentle as the moonlight instantly bloomed. It seems to soothe all anxiety. I just finished putting in the bathwater and it's a good idea for you to wash first. Subai was not polite either. Go into the bathroom. Warm steam filled the air. She gently closed the bathroom door. Subai stepped into the water. The warm touch instantly enveloped the whole body. The tense muscles slowly relax. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Ling rolled up the sleeves of her white gauze skirt, revealing the fair and slender wrists. Grab a soft towel. Sit on the small stool next to the bathtub. The movements are natural and gentle. Are you tired? She asked softly. Wet a towel with water. Gently wipe Subai's broad and firm back. Use moderate force on your fingertips. Slide down along the neckline. Press precisely on the muscle nodes that are tense due to fighting. The force penetrated with a strange sense of coolness. Relieve fatigue, promote blood circulation and dredge meridians. Not bad. Subai closed his eyes. Enjoying a rare relaxation. The back of my neck felt the cool and delicate touch of Yu Ling's fingertips. The force penetrates the skin and flesh. Just the right amount to dispel tension. The copy yielded a good harvest. Opened the hidden map. And she's getting married to a classmate. You don't object, do you? Yu Ling's two rabbit ears straightened instantly. Really? That's great. More children, more blessings. My master is just that powerful. Turn around, I'll give you a massage on this side. Subai changed direction. Yu Ling also changed direction. As a result, I accidentally stepped on the soap on the ground. Yu Ling almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Subai was fast. He took the other person into his arms. That was a close call. At the same time, Yu Ling's information panel faced Subai's retina directly. Bound Spirit, Yu Ling Moon Rabbit Clan. Compatibility rate, 63% already healthy, 60% Yuli. Hint, you have exceeded 60%, you can try to have more children and more blessings. Subai. Chapter 30 Kagura Water Play. Master the SS only hidden secondary profession, Moonlight Sharpshooter Domination. In the bathroom. The sound of water splashing. The rhythm is clear. Like a symphony. Sometimes high-pitched and rapid. Like a downpour. Sometimes low and soothing. Like a gurgling stream. Sometimes as dense as drum beats. Sometimes it is melodious like a guitar string. Intertwined ups and downs. Continuously. Outside the bathroom. Dining room. Arya was putting steaming hot food on the table. She has a plump figure and graceful movements. With a soft breath of motherhood. Beside, Emily lay lazily on the dining chair. The black cat's tail was swinging intermittently. The cat's ears moved slightly. There was no expression on the delicate little face. His eyes occasionally glanced towards the bathroom. With a hint of subtle complexity. The sound of splashing water. It was faintly heard through the door. Arya listened to the rhythmic sound. A smile of relief and understanding appeared on his face. She looked at Emily. The tone was gentle, with some advice from someone who had experienced it. Sister Molly. Did you hear that? My husband is finally starting to feel for Xiaoye. She deliberately emphasized the word painful. The meaning is self-explanatory. That's a good thing. There's a new addition to the family. Many children, many blessings. You also. Arya's eyes fell on Emily's slender figure. We need to work harder. It can't always be like this. She chose her words carefully. Day by day. Being arrogant in front of the master. Give me a cold face. Arya said seriously. When it's time to put in some effort. You have to put in the effort. Take the initiative. Be more enthusiastic. Do you understand? Emily heard this. The cat's ears suddenly stood up. Immediately. Snort. Her little face twisted. Chin up. Revealing the snow-white neck. The cat's tail swung faster and faster in annoyance. This. Her voice was filled with natural arrogance. I won't. I don't want to learn. 2. You're so servile. Arya looked at her stubborn look. Shake your head helplessly. Sighed. You are so stubborn. The master is the gardener, we are his flowers. How can flowers face the sun? Still looking so cold? She spoke with great sincerity. Sooner or later. You're the one who suffers. Emily stopped talking. Just turned his face further to the side. The cat's ears trembled slightly. Obviously. The constant, rhythmic symphony of water in the bathroom. It made her feel a little confused. A bit annoying. There's also a feeling that's hard to describe. Get out of the bathroom. Let's eat first. Behind him, Yuling reminded softly. It would be a shame if the food got cold. Subai nodded. Walk to the main seat and sit down. Sweeping the sumptuous meal on the table. He looked at the 3 friends sitting around him. Okay. He picked up the chopsticks. Eat well, then you will have the strength to continue working. The tone is flat. The tips of Yuling's ears turned slightly red. Serve the rice quietly. The 4 of them started eating, and the atmosphere was warm. But Subai has important news to announce. He swallowed the food in his mouth. Put down your chopsticks. Ahem. Cleared his throat. It instantly attracted the attention of 3 people. That. After today's dungeon. I promised a spirit contract to a girl from the Sima tribe. He paused. Special week. Go get the certificate tomorrow. The words fell. A brief silence. Pa. It was the sound of Arya's chopsticks gently placing on the edge of the bowl. There was a hint of surprise on her delicate and pretty face. Immediately. Blooming with incomparable joy. The radiance of motherhood is revealed naturally. She even subconsciously touched her bulging belly gently. The corners of her mouth curved into an arc of extreme happiness, and her voice was filled with longing and expectation. Very good. That's really great. Master is awesome. Wait. She touched her belly again. Maybe I'll have another brother or sister to play with. It's so lively and wonderful. Yuling just listened quietly with a faint smile on her lips. The eyes are gentle. Yeah. Arya responded softly. However. At the other end of the table. Emily's cat ears suddenly stretched straight up. A delicate little face that originally had no expression. At this moment it looks more like it is covered with a layer of frost. She lowered her head. Staring at the half-fish ball in his bowl. Under the dining table. Her little fists were already clenched. A strong feeling that is hard to describe, whether it is loss, grievance, or unwillingness. Suddenly rushed to my heart. It's 100 times more irritating than before. At night, I woke up several times. Subai wiped the sweat from his head. 60%, the probability is still a bit low. Bite. The result is success. You have successfully obtained the Moon Rabbit clan's only SSS hidden secondary class, Moon Shooter Dominate. Your attributes have been enhanced by your secondary occupation, plus 110 strength, plus 170 agility, plus 66 spirit, plus 320 health. You have obtained the Moon Rabbit racial talent, Moonlight Favor agility, dodge, and attack speed increased by 50% at night. You have obtained professional skills, Moon Mark Piercing Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars. Before Subai could take a closer look, the Bloodline Atlas of all worlds, deep in his sea of consciousness, suddenly lit up. The Moon Rabbit clan, the gray icon emits a golden light. Unlocked the second illustrated guide. Immediately following. Feeling the surging power of the alien race beating in Subai's body. Moon Rabbit Tribe. The attributes and skills of the Moon Shooting Master, the only hidden profession at the SSS level, have been fully accepted by Subai. The moonlight is like water. Through the window. Falling silently. Exactly. It enveloped Subai, who was sitting cross-legged. It's like being covered with a layer of flowing silver gauze. An indescribable force of lightness, like the clear moonlight, suddenly exploded in his body. Wash all over your limbs. Subai groaned. Feel it clearly. It feels like a huge burden has been lifted from my body. Every cell is cheering. Bones become light. Muscle fibers are full of elasticity. Nerve reaction speed soars. This is the Moon Rabbit clan's talent, the Moon's Favor. In the moonlight. Agility attribute instantly increased by 50%. Open the acquired skills profile. Possessing the skill, Moon Mark Through Leaves. The Moon Rabbits refine their arrows with the moon's light, consuming 1 point of energy to draw the pure light onto the arrow. When this arrow is fired, its range doubles that of ordinary arrows. The tip is encrusted with the sharpness of moonlight, dealing 300% damage upon impact. Like moonlight piercing through branches and leaves, it accurately covers a wider area of the battlefield. Possessing the skill, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars. This skill gathers the concentrated power of the Moon Rabbit pounding medicine, allowing you to draw the bow and unleash a critical strike. For every second of charging, the arrow's range increases by 100%, and its damage increases by 100%. At its peak, after 5 seconds of charging, the arrow's range increases by 500%, carrying the immense force of the Jade Pestle pounding the moon, dealing 1000% critical damage. Like chasing stars on the moon, it locks onto its target, ignoring dodges. Chapter 31, Jade Rabbit Pounding Medicine. My speed has increased again at night. Oh my god. Isn't this skill too powerful? Moon Marks Through Leaves. Consume 1 point of energy and the range will be doubled. The shooting range of ordinary ranger archers is nothing compared to it. 300% burst damage. A powerful long-range killing weapon. What's even more outrageous is, Yuchu Chasing Stars. This skill is simply amazing. Subai's breathing became rapid as he watched. Charge up for a fatal blow. The arrow's coverage range increases by 100% for every second of charging. Damage is increased by 100% simultaneously. Charge for 5 seconds to reach the peak. The range increased by 500%. Damage 1000%. Tenfold explosion. So terrifying. What is even more perverted is ignoring dodge. Lock on the target. A sure hit. A sure kill. There is no possibility of dodging. Hiss. Subai took a breath of cold air. Such explosive power. Such range. This lock-on is guaranteed to hit. It's the ultimate form of long-range turrets. Yuling was awakened by Subai's movement. I opened my eyes drowsily. The silver-gray eyes glowed hazily in the moonlight. What's wrong? The voice was soft and sticky, as if she had just woken up. Subai was immersed in the excitement of gaining new power. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. His eyes were burning. Looking at the sleepy beauty in his arms. Nothing. His voice was low, with a barely perceptible hint of mischief. It is the moonlight that makes the waist strong. Speed. He paused deliberately. Feel the surging lightness in your body. It's doubled. Yuling. She blinked. It seems that he is not fully awake yet. Early morning. Sunlight shines through the window. Sprinkle into the warm kitchen. Arya was wearing an apron and skillfully frying eggs. The pot was sizzling and the aroma was everywhere. Pa! There were soft footsteps. Arya turned back subconsciously. My eyes widened instantly. Emily unexpectedly did something unprecedented. Standing at the kitchen door in pajamas. The hair is still a little messy. But people are awake. And it's morning. Sister M.O. Emily? Arya's voice trembled with disbelief. Why are you up? She looked up at the clock on the wall. 7:30 in the morning. The sun rises from the west? This person usually sleeps until noon without fail. The guy who never gets up until lunchtime. Emily didn't answer immediately. She yawned slightly. The cat's ears drooped listlessly. Obviously didn't sleep well. She rubbed her eyes. Try to look more energetic. Then, take a deep breath. It seems like he has made some major decision. She puffed out her, slightly thin little chest. Arya. Starting today. I'm going to go to bed early and get up early. Eat more. Take care of your body. Every word is pronounced with great force. Arya. You have a fever today? She couldn't help but reach out. I want to touch Emily's forehead. This is so abnormal. Emily's cat ears twitched, and he subconsciously tried to dodge. Her face turned slightly red and she turned her head away awkwardly. Almost. The sound is unclear. It should be, more accurately said. Thinking of what happened next door last night. Last night. I had a fever. Arya. Oh. Emily felt uncomfortable when she looked at him. The cat twitched its tail irritably. So? She raised her voice. Cover up the embarrassment. I need to eat more. Arya. Cook me more food in the morning. Her eyes scanned Arya's voluptuous figure. He looked down at himself again. There was a subtle glint of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Then, as if to prove determination, she patted her shriveled little chest hard. There were 2 soft puff sounds. Besides, she added. The tone was filled with unquestionable stubbornness. I want milk, too. Lots of it. After breakfast, Subai met Bijou. The certificate application process is very quick. Got the red book. Especially Zhou Shao's face turned red. Hold it tightly. Like a treasure. Master. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. After school? I have to go home. I need to get some things. Then. She mustered up her courage. I'm going to move in with you. Subai nodded. Need not. I've already used my credits to get leave for both of us. I'll go back with you to get it now. Ah. Special Week was shocked. Quickly waved his hands. The little head shakes like a rattle. No. It's too troublesome. I can do it myself. She avoided his gaze. Her cheeks turned even redder. The voice was filled with embarrassment. My family is poor and our house is a mess. If you go over and take a look, it's too embarrassing. Subai looked at her nervous expression. Laughed. Reach out. He rubbed the top of her head. Fool. I don't mind. It doesn't matter. His tone was gentle but unquestionable. Let's go. Husband. Especially Zhou's eyes were slightly red. My eyes are full of gratitude. She pursed her lips. No more rejection. Subai prepared to call a taxi. Let's take a taxi. Hurry up. Don't. Bijou quickly stopped it. The little hand grabbed Subai's arm. Taking a taxi is very expensive. She looked distressed. It costs dozens of dollars at a time. Subai raised his eyebrows. So, ride a shared bike? Now it has risen to 1.5 yuan per 10 minutes. It's not much cheaper, is it? Bijou shook his head. She leaned forward slightly. The cheeks flushed. With a hint of shyness and a hint of expectation. Still. Like in the last instance. We're going to use our combined skills together? Her voice became smaller and smaller. But the meaning is clear. Subai was stunned. Then he laughed. I almost forgot. The horse racing tribe is professionally skilled at traveling. Okay. Agree readily. A faint flash of light. Special Joe's lower body instantly transformed into a majestic warhorse. The hair is black. For powerful hooves. Subai got on the horse swiftly. Drive. A low shout. Especially the perimeter hissed. Turned into a black lightning. Rush out. Amazing speed. Far superior to any means of transportation. Passers-by only felt a gust of wind passing by. I can't even see the human figure. Speeding all the way. Soon. Arrive at destination. Outside the city. Close to the city wall. A somewhat desolate residential area. 2 low-tiled houses. Gray. With traces of time. There is a small courtyard in front and back. Surrounded by a simple fence. Some common vegetables are grown in the yard. Looks a bit shabby. But it's still neat. Special week to change back to human form. Blushing face. Head down. He twisted the corner of his clothes with his fingers. The voice was filled with deep inferiority and apology. Master. I'm sorry, our family is very poor, our house is very shabby. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Rent in the city is too expensive. Although there are occasionally wild monsters outside the city. But it's close to the city wall, there are patrols every day, it's quite safe. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. The head is lowered. Afraid of seeing the disgust in Subai's eyes. However, Subai swept his eyes across the courtyard. Tiled house. Fence. Vegetable garden. Garden wall. His eyes. But it suddenly lit up. It's like discovering a rare treasure. Poverty? Break? In Subai's eyes. This place. It's heaven. Perfect. Independent courtyards in front and back. Enough space. Lots of sunshine. Escape the hustle and bustle of the city. Isn't this the perfect farming land he's always dreamed of? Those pigeon cages in the city? There is not enough space for a few pots of flowers on the balcony. It's so frustrating. He is unable to fully utilize his professional skills as a gardener, his main profession. Here. The air is fresh. The land is fertile. Surrounded with a wall. It's a paradise on earth. Create your own secret garden. Full of exotic flowers and plants. Cultivate rare seeds. Live and work in peace and contentment here with the Chilings. Plant flowers and grass. This day. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Marvelous. Subai couldn't help but blurt out. There was undisguised surprise and satisfaction on his face. This place. Absolutely perfect. Special week? She looked up suddenly. Open your mouth slightly. A dull face. Looking at Subai's bright smile that came from the heart. Totally confused. Husband. This is. Are you comforting me? Still. Do you really like this crappy place? Chapter 32 Limited Time Dungeon Open, go make money. This place is perfect. After a while, I'm going to convert it into a 3-story building and let everyone move in. Especially Joe was confused. Completely confused. The owner said this crappy place is perfect? Also want to build a 3-story building? Build a building? 3 floors? Master, you are not kidding, right? She counted on her fingers and did quick mental arithmetic. Just building the building, it'll cost at least 100,000 yuan. Decoration, furniture and more. So much money. She had never seen so much money in her life. It feels like a dream. Subai looked at her shocked and silly expression. I couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and pinched her cheeks, which were puffed up in surprise. No kidding. Don't worry about the money. Your husband has plenty of money. Special week. She was still a little dizzy. It feels like walking on cotton. That thing. She pointed into the room. Do you still want it? No need to take it. People can just go and live there first. The things are there. Wait until the new building is completed. He looked around the courtyard. His eyes gleamed with the light of a blueprint. Just moved to a new home. This will be our secret garden from now on. A place where I can live and work peacefully with the spirits. Special week. Listen to the emotion surging. The little face turned red with excitement. Nod vigorously. Full of hope for the future. But soon. She looked at the sky and then at the time. Her face fell. With a little bit of distress. Oh no. It's still early, shall we go back to school? She suggested quietly. Credits are quite expensive. 100 points is 10,000 yuan. Every day I take a break for nothing costs me a few credits, 100 yuan. It's such a loss. Su Bai. He looked at Tae Bijou's painful expression, which looked like missing one credit is like missing 100 million. It's so funny, this little money grubber. But it's also very cute. Okay. Back to school. Just as the school bell rings, Su Bai and Tae Bijou walked into the classroom. Moment. The whole class is focused. Curious. Envious. Jealous. The news that the two had just obtained their marriage certificate spread like wildfire. On the podium, Teacher Zweiking is holding the lesson plan. Seeing that the two were late, her narrow and cold snake eyes turned red. Not only was there no blame at all. Instead, he motioned for the two to take a seat. Not even a word of criticism. A student with strong abilities? Privilege. Do you understand? Turn a blind eye. Of course. During recess, Teacher Zweiking knocked on the podium. The hissing voice was solemn. Quiet. Notify. 4 p.m. Forbidden cemetery dungeon outside the city. Sudden riot. Mutations escalate. Become a ghost soldier passing through. The number of monsters has increased 100-fold, and the drop rate and material drop rate have increased significantly. More bosses will appear. Stronger. She glanced around the class. With a warning. School is dismissed early today. Interested students are free to enter. But only on the periphery. Fight low-level zombies. Don't go deeper. The monsters inside are high level. Extremely dangerous, understand? The tone is harsh. In the classroom. Instant explosion. Wow. A limited time copy. 100 times monster. High explosion rate. An opportunity to make a fortune. It's a pity. I can only stay on the periphery. It's too dangerous in there. Yeah. I heard there's a LV-30 elite monster. Go in if you want to die. Su Bai listened. Corner of mouth. But it evokes an irresistible arc. Chance. What a great opportunity. Delivered to your door. Low-level monsters outside the city? At most, I can earn 1,000 yuan a day. Want to build a 3-story building? How long will it take to get there? It takes too long. Can't wait. A limited time high-risk dungeon is now open. 100 times monster. High explosion rate, high-grade materials. Valuable goods. Isn't this a cash machine tailor-made for him? Go deep inside? Danger? Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. What are you afraid of? Deskmate. Especially Joe came closer. Big, bright eyes. Keep your voice down. With excitement and a hint of dependence. Master, shall we go? The sound is small. But Su Bai keenly noticed that the classmate next to him pricked up his ears. He coughed lightly and said seriously. Calling classmates at school. Especially Zhou Shao's face turned red. Sticking out tongue. Oh. Classmate Su Bai, then, shall we go? A gleam of light flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Go! Of course. I'll go after school. He leaned in close to Zhou's ear. In a voice that only the two of them could hear. With a smile, if you don't make money, you are a fool. Especially Zhou's eyes curved into crescents. Nod vigorously. After school. At the entrance of the Forbidden Cemetery dungeon, a cold wind blew. The air was filled with black fog and the atmosphere was oppressive. But the students' enthusiasm can't be stopped. There were so many people that it was impossible to get through. Everyone wants to take advantage of the limited time copy. Make a fortune. In the crowd, Gao Wanqing's beautiful face. The cool temperament stands out like a crane among chickens. Especially conspicuous. She was carefully counting the healing potions in her ring. He looks focused and meticulous. Wanqing. A crisp voice rang out. Tornado has a signature head of green curly hair. He came closer, jumping up and down, holding a big lollipop in his hand. Are you waiting for Subai? She grinned and pulled out a new lollipop from her pocket. Handed it to Gao Wanqing. Gao Wanqing paused. Without saying anything, he tore off the candy wrapper with a bit of roughness. Stuff it hard into your mouth. Sucked hard twice. It was vague, with a strong sense of arrogance and anger. Who's waiting for him? Cut. He doesn't want me. I will never get married in this life. She raised her chin and looked stubborn. This time, just the two of us will be enough to form a team. The tone is firm. Tornado was stunned, her mouth slightly open. 2 people? Wouldn't that be a bit inefficient? She pointed at herself. After all, I'm just a negative support. No output. Gao Wanqing interrupted her. 2 people are enough. No doubt about it. Tornado looked at Gao Wanqing's appearance of a wounded little beast trying to hold on. In the end, nothing more was said. Silently licking his lollipop. A wounded woman's heart needs time to heal. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted. Wanqing. Zhao Haotian brings a group of elites from Class 1. Little Tiger. He walked over aggressively, his eyes sweeping over Gao Wanqing and Long Wan. Team up with us. We're all top professionals. Hit fast. Highly efficient. Gao Wanqing didn't even raise her head. The voice was cold. No, I have a team and it's full. A decisive refusal. Zhao Haotian's brows instantly furrowed. His face turned gloomy. This time he didn't feel lost like usual. Classmate Gao Wanqing, you really don't understand my feelings? He has a sharp gaze. To tell you the truth. The case your father Gao Qiqiang had with the War God Temple Guild. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. My dad, you also know. Jinghai City Judge Zhao. If you don't want to make things worse, I advise you to think carefully about our relationship. That's it. He no longer looked at Gao Wanqing's instantly pale face. A cold snort. Leading a group of elites, he rushed into the dungeon entrance with pride. Tornado looked at Gao Wanqing's face, which had suddenly lost its color. Asked cautiously. Wanqing, what happened? Gao Wanqing took a deep breath. Forcefully suppressed the surging emotions. The voice was trembling and tired with a barely perceptible touch. My dad, a supervisor at the Battle God Temple, led a team to fight a boss with another guild, but our healers couldn't keep up, and the other team's people died. The lawsuit is ongoing and there is no public trial. After all, my dad is the principal. You have to have a good reputation. Tornado. She understood instantly. The little face also became serious. Zhao Haotian's father is a judge. If you insist on a public trial, public opinion ferments. It will definitely have a huge impact on the reputation of the university president. No wonder Zhao Haotian dared to threaten so arrogantly this time. This bastard. Taking advantage of others. Chapter 33 Riding together, flying wings, fish swimming in the shallows, eagles soaring in the sky, cool. On top of the towering city walls. Beacon Tower. Broad vision. The entire area 30 miles below the city is in sight. A huge crowd of students gathered at the entrance of the Forbidden Cemetery dungeon like a colony of ants. The noise was faintly audible and the atmosphere was heated and tense. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing black-framed glasses, with an elegant and calm temperament. Standing with hands behind his back. Quietly overlooking all this. He is the mayor of Jinghai City. Gao Yuliang. A satisfied arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nodding slightly. Well, our Jinghai City colleges and universities have recruited quite a few talented students this year. With a hint of relief. Beside. A police officer in a neat black uniform stood as straight as a pine tree. A man with eyes as sharp as an eagle. He nodded respectfully. Yes, Mr. Gao. These seeds will be the best reserve army for the future war against all races in the universe. His tone was firm. With the iron blood of a soldier. This person is none other than the director of the Public Security Bureau of Jinghai City. Chi Tongwei. Gao Yulian glanced at the entrance to the dungeon. The rolling black fog was solemn. Tongwei, there are quite a lot of people rushing into this limited time dungeon. Should the Public Security Bureau wait 2 hours longer to finish the work? Solve the core boss? The tone was inquiring. Chi Tongwei's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Gao. 2 hours is too short. I'm afraid the cleaning isn't thorough enough. Gao Yulian smiled when he heard this. He raised his hand to adjust the black framed glasses on his nose. He lowered his head with a calm movement. He glanced at the old-fashioned yet precise mechanical watch on his wrist. No rush. This instance is open for 24 hours. We will enter after 16 hours to deal with the core boss. Stop the Bing from going berserk. Let the students gain more experience and materials. Growth is the key. The tone was filled with the care and foresight of an elder. Understood. Teacher Gao is very far-sighted. Just then. Dang dang dang. There were hurried footsteps. A signalman stepped forward quickly. Attention. Salute. Loud voice. Report to the city lord. Director. Jingzhou City next door. Fengming College. Highway College. Jinhua College. 3 colleges. A large number of elite students. Take the bus. He's heading towards Jinghai City. Target. Head straight for the Forbidden Cemetery dungeon. Expected arrival in half an hour. Jingzhou City? 3 major colleges? Elite students? Arriving at this time? He's clearly here to steal food. Grab experience. Grab materials. Grab opportunities. He turned slowly. Look at Chi Tongwei. He reached out and patted the shoulder of this capable man. Tongwei. The situation is a bit chaotic this time, and your burden is a bit heavy. At the same time. Copy entrance. A flash of lightning rushed towards the edge of the crowd. Special week break steady. Dust flying. Subai jumped off the horse. The movements are graceful and neat. Blade and horses 1. Cool. Subai had a happy smile on his face. No man who has experienced it once will not fall in love with horseback riding. So cool. Special Joe also turned back into human form. Her little face was rosy, her ponytail was swinging, and her eyes were shining. Obviously he enjoyed the feeling just now. The two just separated. Get ready to head towards the dungeon entrance. Student Subai. Special classmate Joe. A clear and gentle voice came. With a hint of joy and anticipation. Follow the sound and look. I saw a figure standing not far away. Wave at them vigorously. It seemed like he had been waiting there for a long time. It was Maria. Angels. Healing assistance. She ran closer. The white wings behind him folded slightly. With a gentle smile on his face. He raised the staff in his hand. What a coincidence! Can you take me with you to the next dungeon? There was a hint of request in the voice. Eyes full of anticipation. I can heal. Heal. Improve status. She added, fearing rejection. Treatment assistance? It just so happens that the team is short of a nurse. He nodded readily. Can. The sound is crisp. One more blood replenishing person means buying one less bottle of potion. The key point is that Maria in front of him is also one of the targets he is going to conquer. If you can cultivate more feelings, do so. Brush up some favorability. Very good. Thank you, Subai. She was so excited that the wings behind her flapped uncontrollably. Flap. A few pure white feathers. Floating down. Ah! Maria exclaimed softly. Her little face blushed slightly with apology. Sorry, I tend to shed hair when I get excited. She was a little embarrassed. Subai bent down and picked up the most complete and whitest feather at his feet. It has a soft, lustrous touch. There was a glint of admiration in his eyes. Your feathers are beautiful. He shook the feather in his hand. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this one for me? Save the money for a pen. The tone was a little teasing. Maria was stunned at first. Then her face turned even redder. But the smile is even brighter. Nod vigorously. Of course. As long as you like it. The voice was filled with the joy of being recognized. 3 people entered the dungeon. In an instant, the light dimmed and a cold wind blew in my face. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. The sky is a depressing leaden gray, with no sun or moon in sight. The light is dim, as if dusk has come early. The earth was dead silent and gray. No grass grows on the cracked land. Only the dead trees had twisted branches like dying ghost claws. Broken tombstones were scattered on the ground, with unclear names engraved on them. Ho ho ho. Waves of lowness. Coming intermittently from a distance. Follow the sound and look. I only saw it dozens of meters away in the dim light. Several stiff and twisted figures were staggering aimlessly among the broken tombstones. Rotten zombie, LV 17. Slow walking corpse, LV 15. After reading the information about these monsters, Subai frowned. The levels of these monsters are not too high. It's just a little more powerful than the ones outside the city. Higher level monsters are in the central area of the dungeon. And the copy also has a time limit for closing. It has to be faster. Mr. Zhou, in particular, use your mount form. Let's kill them. Special Zhou Wenyan. A charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Okay. She responded. The movements were smooth and without any hesitation. Bend down and start riding mode. Subai turned over and mounted the horse steadily. Especially Thursday, his hooves flipped and turned into a black lightning. Brazenly. Rush towards the depths of the copy. The long sword in Subai's hand flashed with cold light as fast as thunder. The low-level zombies blocking the way are like paper. Wherever the sword flashed, the head flew up. Student Subai. Special classmate Zhou. Behind you. Maria's anxious and breathless cry was heard. Wait for me. Slow down. I can't keep up. She flapped her white wings hard. Try your best to catch up. But angels are not known for their speed. How can one catch up with the full speed charge of the horse race? Special week a sudden break. Subai turned around and saw Maria panting behind him. His face is red. His wings are a little messy. Only then did he react. He was so busy fighting that he left his nanny behind. This one tea work. It's too risky to go deep into the dungeon without a nurse. But I can't keep up with her if I take her with me. What should I do? Just as Subai frowned and thought. Tabi Zhou under him took the initiative to speak. Maria-san. Come up here and I'll take you too with me. Maria, huh? Come up? Can I? She hesitated. Will it be too heavy? Will it crush you? Don't worry. I'm strong enough. Tabi Zhou even raised his slender yet powerful arms. Come up. Hold on tight to classmate Subai and sit tight. Let's charge. Chapter 34 Fish swim in the shallow water with 2 flying wings, 3 people ride on it, I am about to overflow. Okay. Maria no longer hesitated. She nodded vigorously. The white wings behind him suddenly flapped. Leaped lightly onto the particularly wide horse's back. Landed steadily behind Subai. Limited space and tight space. She was almost pressed against Subai's broad back. Sit tight. Hold tight. The voice of Special Week is here. With a hint of excitement, it's time to speed up. Maria subconsciously stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Subai's waist. Hug tight. Move naturally. but with a hint of shyness. Instantly. That amazing soft touch I've already experienced once. It was transmitted to Subai's back with incredible clarity. Full of oppression and huge impact. Subai's body suddenly stiffened. The back muscles tightened instantly. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword. My breathing stagnated slightly. Maria also felt this overly intimate contact. Her face suddenly turned red, like a ripe apple. It's red all the way to the ears. This made her even more shy. My arms involuntarily relaxed slightly. But, afraid of falling. Just maintain this awkward and intimate pose. Hold on tight. Tabi Zhou didn't think too much about it. Immediately let out a long, high-pitched hiss. Drive. All four hooves exert force suddenly. Boom. Black lightning erupted again, rushing into the deeper part of the copy. Swish. 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 Subai suppressed the restlessness in his heart. The long sword in his hand flashed with cold light. As fast as thunder along the way. Those alarmed, rotten zombies, and slow zombies. Even just updated. Ghoul LV-20. There was no time to react. The flash of the sword was like cutting wheat. Heads flew off. Limbs and arms were severed. Blood splattered everywhere. Falling in large numbers. Experience tips. You killed the violent zombie and gained experience, 320. You killed the ghoul and gained experience, 500. You killed the slow-walking zombie and gained experience, 180. Crazy screen swiping. Charge at high speed, 3 people traveling together, the weight increases suddenly. But surprises follow. Maria didn't just passively endure it. She tried hard to adjust her posture. The pair of white wings behind. Not for decoration. Start tapping gently and rhythmically at this moment. Every flap brings up a gentle airflow. Not for flying. But smartly reducing its own weight. Take the burden off your special week. Call. I felt it especially during the week. The pressure on my back was greatly reduced. So light. She exclaimed in surprise. The 4 hooves seemed to be more powerful. The speed did not slow down because of the extra person. Even faster with the help of Maria's wings. So fast. Subai also felt this amazing change. I secretly praised it in my heart. The wings of angels have endless uses. Not only that, Maria held Subai's waist tightly with one hand to keep him stable. The other hand holds the staff tightly. Chanting spells. Holy light. Heal. Buzz. A soft, pure milky white light. Just like drizzle falling precisely on Teizhou. Those along the way were caught by the monster's claws. The corpse poison on the abrasions and external wounds was bathed in the holy light. Instant healing and purification to restore to normal. The status is instantly maxed out. Especially during the week, I felt my body relaxed. And endless healing power. The spirit is greatly boosted and the speed is improved. One more point. Charge even more bravely and fearlessly. Subai swung his sword with lightning speed, accurately killing the enemy blocking his way. Just over 20 minutes. 3 golden lights floated up at the same time. The level of the special week has reached level 7. Maria's level also reached level 7. Subai's level reached 11. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV11. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV11. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV11. The 2 secondary professions have been increased by 30 more random attribute points. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclasses, Rage Knight Commander, Moonlight Archer Dominate. Hidden talents, Slow Recovery, Moonlight's Favor. Level, LV11. Attributes, Strength plus 320, Agility plus 310, Spirit plus 205, Health plus 550. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV3, Blood Rage, Rage Burst, Moon Mark Through Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars. Equipment, Fine Bronze Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, Brand New Unscrupulous Doctor's White Coat. Subai took a look at his attribute panel. A feeling of relief. One more profession, one more attribute. This is the benefit of having a wife, ha ha ha. Just then. Help! Run! That thing is chasing us. A terrified scream followed by a chaotic sound of footsteps. 3 disheveled figures suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby. It's the students from Jinghai City. A warrior. A mage. A ranger. The 3 men were covered in wounds and their faces were pale. They rushed out of the bushes and saw Subai and the other 2 stopped in the middle of the road. This combination is so eye-catching. A man. A tribe riding a majestic horse. There is also a winged angel sitting on the horse. The intimate posture of the 3 people is powerful. Even upgrading? 3 students in a moment. Everyone was petrified, their mouths were open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in them. What the hell? Well, what the hell? Pegasus? Saint Seiya? What kind of magical combination is this? The leading soldier suddenly came to his senses. He recognized Subai, the boss who was number 1 in the team standings. Pointing at the bushes shaking violently behind him, he spoke incoherently. Boss Subai. Run! Run! Behind! There's the old corpse of the mountain village behind. A level 25 elite monster. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. We're not out of the fight yet. It's chasing us. Come run with us now. Subai's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. LV, 25 elite monster? Experience. Materials. Valuable goods. Delivered to your door? Run? The corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. Why are you running? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled Joe Tebi's smooth black ponytail. Drive! A low shout. Especially Joe understood and let out a long hiss. All 4 hooves exert force. Boom! The black lightning suddenly started. In the terrified and stunned eyes of the 3 students. Subai, his horse, and the angel behind him. Like a tiger descending from the mountain. Just dive in. That dangerous bush shaking violently. 3 students. What the hell? This guy doesn't want to live anymore? A man controls 2 women from all races. And still charging at the elite monster's face? Awesome. I feel like my worldview has been refreshed. Beside that ranger who looks like a captain. With a complicated look in his eyes, he silently took out a cigarette from his ring. I lit it and took a deep sip. Then he spoke softly, didn't you notice? The man's posture and momentum just now. Like a strong man in a painting? His eyes are deep. The other 2? A confused look. Painting? What painting? The ranger captain squinted his eyes while holding a cigarette. Slowly uttered 2 words. Napoleon crossing the St. Bernard Pass in the Alps. He gestured. That horse. That cape. That aura. It's just amazing. The other 2. Look at each other in bewilderment. My mind raced. Napoleon? St. Bernard Pass? What the hell? Before they could figure out what the painting was about. Swish. The bushes suddenly parted. The black lightning that just rushed in jumped out again. Lands safely. Subai sits upright on his horse. His expression was calm as if he had just gone in for a walk. There was something in his hand. One more thing. Poison-resistant wristband. Grade, A. Wearing level, LV7. Attribute, Spirit plus 40. Carrying skills, immune to any poison damage. Equipment. A level equipment. Still a top-notch mage. 3 students. Eyeballs. Almost popped my head out. Open your mouth wider. Thorough. Petrified. Chapter 35, Obtaining a Ranged Weapon. Finally, I can fully experience the Moonlight Sharpshooter Domination class. Immune to poison, Spirit plus 40. Nice one. But it's of little use to him. He has the hidden talent of the Cow Clan, slow recovery. Toxins, I'm not afraid of continuous blood loss. Slow recovery, easy offset. This wristband is useless. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. But his gaze immediately turned to the two people he was carrying. A special week where you charge in and take most of the damage. This girl is bound to get hurt when facing all kinds of corpse poisons and miasma. With this immune toxin, safety is greatly improved. It can make her last longer and endure more. Charge. No more worries. Thoughts are racing. Subai flipped his wrist without hesitation. He directly handed the A-level wristband to Taibizhou in front of him. Take it. For you. Immune toxins. Take the damage. It's safer. Special week. She turned around suddenly. Her big eyes widened instantly and her little mouth opened slightly. A look of disbelief. Master. Master. No. Classmate Subai. Her voice was trembling. A-level equipment? You really? Give it to me? She couldn't believe it. This is A-level equipment. Priceless. How many people dream of it? Subai looked at her silly look. 3 simple words. But with unquestionable certainty. You need it to take damage. Wow. Especially Zhou's eyes turned red instantly. A huge warm feeling surged in my heart. She turned around suddenly. Regardless of the 3 stunned students around him. He didn't even care that Maria was sitting behind him. She tightly grasped the wristband that Subai handed to her with both hands. Then lean forward and bring your little face closer. Boo! A crisp sound. With a kiss of infinite gratitude and affection. It was accurately imprinted on Subai's cheek. Honey. You're so nice. The voice was tearful, yet full of happiness. A soft touch. With a girl's unique fragrance. Beside. Maria looked at this scene with a slightly red face and a hint of envy in her eyes. Those 3 students are even more so. My jaw almost hit the ground. What the hell? Kiss? Showing off your love in public? And a great equipment as a gift? Boss. Please support me. Subai patted Taibizhou's head gently. Don't talk nonsense. Put on your equipment. Keep going inside. Black lightning. Galloping through the dark graveyard. Harvest experience. Harvest materials. Unstoppable momentum. Sudden. The communicator on Subai's wrist. Buzzing vibration. The school's second grade communication channel. Information is flooding the screen like crazy. Distress signal. Chenchao LV-13, Archer, selling, Ghost Soldier Archer, Elite. Drops, Volley Crossbow. Price, PM. Wufan LV-14, Sanda, Brother Chow, stop selling your stuff. The demon soldiers are coming. Another wave. They've got us surrounded. Zhengpeng LV-14, Lightning Mage, damn. We can't get out. Who's coming to help? We're surrounded by monsters. Chenchao LV-13, Archer, help. Save us. You can pay. We're open to negotiation. The message was urgent and full of despair. Subai glanced around. Instant lock. Volley crossbow? Elite drop? Nice one. His eyes lit up. It just so happened that he had just obtained the Moonlight Shooter Dominant profession. I need a good bow and crossbow. This thing comes at the perfect time. His fingers flew and he started chatting privately. Subai LVE-11, Gardener at Chenchao, give me your weapons and I'll save you. Be brief and to the point. On the other end of the communicator. Chenchao was obviously stunned for a moment. Level 11? Gardener? Are you kidding me? He subconsciously wanted to refuse. But look at more and more people gathering around. It's pitch black. Ghost soldiers, LV-19 exuding a cold and chilling aura. His scalp was tingling. Try it out. Grit your teeth and reply. Chenchao LV-13, Archer at Subai, brother, you're only level 11. Forget it. Can you help me pull some monsters away? Create a gap. I'll give you a weapon. Coordinates, 5485:4258. Hurry. After getting the coordinates, Subai's mouth curled up. Maneuver the special weak, change direction, and rush past. Tabi Zhou accelerated and soon arrived at the coordinate location. A dense black mass. A shrouded in energy. Hundreds of ghost soldiers, LV-19. Holding rusty spears. Form a battle formation. Surround a small group of people tightly in the center. It was Chen Chao's team that was trapped. 5 people back to back. Covered with wounds, his face was pale and his eyes looked desperate. It's obvious that the recovery medicine has run out. It's over. I can't get out. I've really failed this time. Chen Chao's hands were shaking as he held the bow. Just then. Boom! In the distance, a black lightning flashed with the power of wind and thunder. Kill them brazenly. The scattered ghost soldiers blocking the way wherever they passed were like paper. The sword flashed and the head flew up. The blood splattered and cleared up in an instant. Golden light. Look! Golden light. Someone in the team pointed at the distance. I saw 3 dazzling golden light beams. It soared into the sky without any warning. Upgraded. They VE upgraded. He's here to save us. Boss. Boss. We are here. Chen Chao's team seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Trembling with excitement. Screaming at the top of his lungs. Quick! Lure some of the monsters away. Make a gap. We can break out. They thought Subai was here to attract monsters. However, next second, they were collectively dumbfounded. Just see. The black lightning did not attract any monsters. Instead, he plunged into the area where the evil soldiers were most concentrated. Swish. 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 The sword light is like the scythe of the god of death. Flashing like crazy. Heads. Limbs. Broken arms. Like harvesting wheat, they fell down in large pieces. Tips from experience. Crazy screen swiping. Kill LV-19 soldiers, experience plus 210. Kill LV-19 soldiers, experience plus 210. Efficiency. So terrifying. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, chopping melons and vegetables. Invincible. Chen Chao's team was completely petrified. What the hell? No, not attracting monsters? Is it to clear the area immediately? What kind of magical operation is this? 3 people? Clear hundreds of LV-19 ghost soldiers? Is he cheating? They watched the black lightning raging among the monsters. Look at that man swinging his sword like lightning. Look at that majestic black horse charging like thunder. Look at that angel's wings flapping. Holy light flashing. 3 people. Perfect fit. Like a whole. A humanoid hybrid robot that kills at high speed. Abnormal. A perversion that breaks through the sky. Just a few minutes. Hundreds of ghost soldiers were wiped out. Just stay. The place is a mess. The black lightning stopped steadily in front of Chen Chao's team. Dust flying. Subai sits upright on his horse. His expression was calm as if he had just casually swept up a fallen leaf. He stretched out his hand and his eyes fell on Chen Chao. The voice was flat, switch crossbow. Bring it here. Chen Chao. His mind went blank. He was stunned for several seconds before he suddenly came back to his senses. Oh. He was in a panic. Get out of the ring quickly. Take out the crossbow that emits a faint glow. He handed it over with his hands trembling slightly. Here you are. The voice was filled with awe. Subai took it and took a look. Hundreds of soldiers volley crossbows. Grade S. Wearing level LV-10. Attributes: strength plus 30, agility plus 50, health plus 30. Special skill: triple shot, shoots 3 crossbow arrows at the same time, each causing 80% damage. Good. A long-range weapon, perfect for the new profession. He put it away casually. Thank you. Just a few words. Drive. A low shout. Black lightning starts again. Without looking back, he headed deeper into the copy. Gallop away. Chapter 36, Horseback Archery, Crazy Horseback Archery. So cool. Subai, who was on horseback, pulled the bowstring and took on the profession of Misty Moon Archer Domination. He learned the bow and arrow without any teacher. He seems to be born to use this weapon. Maria behind him asked, "Student Subai, can you shoot arrows?" Subai nodded, "I am a heavy artilleryman, I can provide a lot." Maria put her finger to her lips and thought for a moment. Yes, an archer must have enough bows and arrows. If they don't have enough arrows, they won't be able to show their advantage. Ah! You just asked him for a crossbow. You forgot to ask for arrows. The bow and crossbow as a weapon has an inherent disadvantage. You need to shoot arrows, you can't do anything without arrows. For ordinary archer professionals, arrows are precious. After shooting, you have to recycle it for reuse. It's troublesome and time-consuming. Subai didn't panic at all even though he had no arrows. He has the magical skill, Moonmark Piercing Leaves. Consume 1 energy point. Use the moonlight to condense magic arrows. Range doubled, damage 300%. It is equivalent to shooting 3 arrows, and then adding 2 powerful professional attributes. Arrows will not be a problem at all. Drinking some medicine is equivalent to unlimited endurance. Subai smiled. Use the skill, Moonmark through leaves, to condense a magic arrow. Consume 1 energy point. Place it on the volley crossbow to trigger the triple volley, automatically generating 3 arrows. Maria, you underestimate me. Even without arrows, I can still shoot. Maria opened her mouth wide, a little surprised. Student Subai, you are so strong. You really scared me. Subai didn't respond to Maria's words, but shot an arrow instead. 3 arrows instantly pierced through the 3 targets. Kill LV-19 Een Bing Archer, experience plus 210. Kill LV-19 Een Bing Archer, experience plus 210. Kill LV-19 Een Bing Sword and Shield Warrior, experience plus 220. This time, even Tabi Zhou was shocked. Master, no, classmate Subai, how can you shoot so far? Logically speaking, the shooting range of an archer is the same as that of the enemy's Een soldier archer. It's a pity that Zhou didn't know that Subai's skill has double range. This also grew up, and the mouth was surprised. Subai touched Tabi Zhou's head. I've only shown 1% of my strength. Now I'll show you my true strength. Having said that, Subai urged Tabi Zhou to move forward. There is a lot ahead. An open mass grave. It's pitch black there. Dozens of ghost soldier archers, LV-20. They are forming a loose array and wandering aimlessly. The arrow is on the string. The cold light flashed and exuded a dangerous aura. Like this area where ghost soldiers and archers gather together. Ordinary teams don't even dare to get close. Dozens of archers fired a volley. Arrows rained down. Even the main tank warrior will be shot into a hedgehog. Instant kill. No one dares to provoke. So these archery soldiers. No one has cleaned it up. Became a nail house in the copy. But now, in Subai's eyes, this is a bunch of mobile experience packs and material libraries. Special week. Keep your distance. Surround charge. Subai shouted. Special Thursday hoof flying. Change direction instantly. Start a high-speed circular charge around the mass grave. As fast as a ghost. Maria's staff raised high. Holy healing. Buzz. A soft and tough milky white holy light. Moment. It enveloped the 3 of them. Regardless of whether you lose blood or not, add more blood first. The sense of security is doubled. Subai's eyes were cold. Moon marks through leaves. 3 consecutive salvos. Whoosh. 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 3 silver lights broke through the air. Puff. 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 The 3 outer ghost soldier archers fell to the ground. The head exploded. Moon marks pierced the leaves. Another 3-shot salvo. Whoosh. 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 3 more fell. Moon marks through leaves. 3 volleys. Whoosh. 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 3 more. It can be said that this kind of pleasure makes him unable to stop at all. A little energy. 3 magic arrows are free. Crazy pouring. The silver light is like an invitation from the god of death. Continuous. Kill those ghost soldiers and archers accurately. Even. Sometimes you shoot blindly without even noticing where the enemy is. It's just a long distance. Headshot kills instantly. Like mowing grass, they fall down in patches. Experience tips are flooding the screen like crazy. Kill LV22 in Bing Archer, experience plus 230. Kill LV22 in Bing Archer, experience plus 230. The efficiency is so terrifying. Just a few minutes. Dozens of the dreaded Archerine Corps were wiped out. Corpses everywhere. A lot of equipment materials. Buzz. 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 3 more dazzling ones. The golden beam of light shot up into the sky again. The explosion enveloped 3 people at the same time. The warm current swept across, and the power surged. Subai makes a powerful breakthrough. Level 12. Special Week. Maria. Both upgraded to LV9. The strength reaches a new level. Cool. Subai felt the surging power in his body. And the loot is all over the floor. Corner of mouth. It draws a satisfied arc. This volley crossbow is combined with the moon mark to pierce the leaves. Shoot wherever you want, shoot whoever you want, and shoot as much as you want. The main theme is to do whatever you want without any taboos. It's simply a magic tool for clearing the scene. Long-range turrets, an invincible combination. After killing these enemies, Subai dismounted. The ground is covered with glittering loot. Materials. Equipment is like a bountiful wheat field. Special Week. Maria. You guys picked up points for these. Special Week. She had just transformed back into human form and her ponytail was still swinging. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened instantly. Her little mouth was slightly open with a look of disbelief. Master? She pointed at the treasures all over the floor. This is so much? You don't care about money? Let me pick them all up? She had never seen so many valuable goods in her life. It feels like a dream. Subai looked at her silly look. Laughed. He reached out and rubbed the top of her head. You contributed the most as amount, thank you for your hard work. Pocket money is what you deserve. The tone of pampering is unquestionable. Thank you, master. She cheered. Jumped towards the spoils like a happy little deer. This. And this. Wow. This is beautiful. She picked it up excitedly. The little face is rosy and the eyes are bright. But soon she was in trouble. Without a storage ring, your little hands can't hold many things. I was so anxious looking at the treasures all over the floor. I want this too. I can't bear to part with that either. I have difficulty making a choice. Maria at this time also came over. She looked at Taizhou, who was excited and conflicted. There was a gentle smile on his face. Student Subai. She looked at Subai. Aren't you too generous? Especially, classmate Joe doesn't have a ring, but I do. She shook the ring on her finger. The meaning is obvious. Subai heard this. A brighter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You have a share too. Take whatever you want. Fill your storage ring. Until. He paused. Until it overflows. Not sad at all. Maria. She was stunned at first, then she covered her mouth and laughed. Then I won't be polite. She no longer refused and joined the picking up. The movements are elegant yet efficient. Soon Maria's storage ring was filled with a lot of things. She saw Taizhou still struggling there. The little hands are holding a bunch of things and can't take them down but are reluctant to throw them away. Maria smiled and walked to Taizhou. The voice was gentle, especially Mr. Zhou. If you can't hold it, you can leave it with me. She pointed to her ring. I'll keep it for you. I'll return it to you when the copy is out. Special Week. She suddenly looked up at Maria as if she saw her savior. Really? That's great. Maria-san. You are truly an angel of the gospel. Chapter 37 Clearing the scene, there seems to be some misunderstanding. While Subai's team was picking up things 10 miles away, another area. The wind is blowing even stronger. Ghosts are howling. Gao Wanqing, the school beauty of Jinghai. But now he is in a mess. Her pretty face was pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Beautiful school uniform, but damaged in many places. The long black stockings were ripped with many holes, revealing bloodstains on the fair skin. Tornado stood beside her. The green curly hair is a little messy. The little face has lost its former liveliness. In his hand, he tightly grasped a ring that emitted a faint blue light. Guardian ring excellent. It was the loot she had just picked up at the risk of her life. But the price is heavy. It's all your fault. Tornado. I have to pick up that broken ring. It's all right now. Another wave of ghost soldiers has appeared. We're surrounded. She looked at the darkness all around her. At least more than 50. Violent ghost soldiers LV-20. Holding a rusty dagger, he exudes a bloodthirsty aura. They pressed on step by step, surrounding them completely and leaving no way out. Tornado's mouth pursed. Tears welled up in my eyes. I don't know either. Who knows, picking up something. It will attract monsters. Don't worry, don't worry. She tried hard to smile. This is the past. I'll treat you to a few more lollipops. Enough. She shook the bag of lollipops in her hand, trying to lighten the mood. But Gao Wanqing had no intention of listening. There are 5 more ghost soldier captains, LV-21 with even more ferocious auras. Step forward. Tornado. Listen. I can activate my dominance once more. I'll charge out and lure the monster away. You. She took a deep breath. Take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Don't look back. Do you understand? This is the only way. Sacrifice yourself to give Tornado a chance of survival. What? Tornado heard this. The little face turned pale instantly. Tears. It came down in a flash. No. No. I ran out. You're surrounded by monsters. Then what are you going to do? You'll die. She grabbed Gao Wanqing's arm tightly. No. I don't want you to die. Gao Wanqing suddenly shook her hand away. Don't mind me. This is an order. I'm the captain. Listen to me. Her tone was firm. Get ready. I'm about to start. It began to gather around her. A violent force. The Overlord is about to start. Wow. Tornado burst into tears. She has been living a life of luxury since she was little, and is a young lady who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Where have you ever experienced such a separation between life and death? Gao Wanqing. You bastard. This lady. This lady. She sobbed and spoke incoherently. I haven't spent all my savings yet. I've never been in a relationship. I don't want you to die. You, don't say such discouraging words. She cried her eyes out. Just when Gao Wanqing's domineering body was about to explode. Outside the encirclement of evil soldiers. A joking voice with undisguised pride and greed. Wanqing. It's already this late. Still refusing to give in? Promise to be my wife. I, Zhao Haotian, will lead my men in to attack right now. Get you out. The voice was exactly that of Zhao Haotian. Zhao Haotian and his team were outside the encirclement. The elite of the top class with a strong aura. Standing there leisurely as if watching a play. Lying at their feet were the corpses of several ghost soldiers who had just been dealt with. Apparently they had arrived a long time ago. But he just stood by and watched. Look at this. These monsters are gathering more and more. The LV-21 in Bing captains are here. TSK. How long can this little bit of blood last? He deliberately dragged out the tone. If you delay any longer, you might die at any time. Think about your dad. Principal. President of the Temple of War God. How sad would he be if he knew his precious daughter died in this damn place? I'm afraid my father-in-law will cry to death, right? He deliberately emphasized the 4 words father-in-law. Gao Wanqing moved when she heard this. Tremble suddenly. The aura condensed by the domineering body was almost unstable. She suddenly looked up through the gaps in the ghost soldiers, staring at Zhao Haotian's disgusting face. The anger in her beautiful eyes erupted like a volcano. Zhao Hao Tian. You are dreaming. I just want to die. I won't agree to you. You're taking advantage of others. You despicable villain. A soldier beside Zhao Haotian couldn't help but speak. Forget it, squad leader. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. Why bother to fall in love with just one? She's already like this, why bother? Another mage echoed. Yes, Monitor, they were all classmates, and if you didn't help them, it would be bad for your reputation if it got out. Or go in and rescue her? He asked tentatively. Zhao Haotian. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the team member who was speaking. You know nothing. With rage. This is called the deepest love. What do you know? No one else can have what I can't have. She must agree today. Or die. Right here. He pointed at the encirclement. Like a madman. However, he hadn't even finished his words. Something strange happened suddenly. Call out. A sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air. Like the scream of death. Suddenly, tearing through the dark sky, it burst out from far away. Right after. It's the second one. The third one. 3 dazzling silver streams of light. Like lightning tearing through the darkness. It hit the 3 outer, violent ghost soldiers, LV-20 instantly with incredible precision. Puff. 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 The 3 ghost soldiers didn't even scream. The head exploded like a watermelon. Flash sale. What? Zhao Haotian's pupils suddenly shrank and he turned his head abruptly. Look in the direction where the light is coming from. I saw a black lightning in the distance that was too fast to see clearly. It is rushing towards us with the force of thunder. The speed is extremely fast. Wherever it passes, dust flies and cold wind blows back. A figure above the lightning. Standing proudly, holding a strangely shaped crossbow. It's Su Bai. Moon marks through leaves. 3 volleys. Su Bai's cold voice. Whoosh. 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 3 more silver lights accurately killed the 3 ghost soldiers with headshots. Flash sale. Is it him? Zhao Haotian. My eyes almost popped out. Su Bai? That gardener? How come he is here? Still so strong? Don't wait for his reaction. The black lightning has arrived. Special week. Speed up. Go in. Su Bai shouted. Maria. Keep an eye on Special Week's health. Receive. Clear. Buzz. G. Especially Zhou Chang's hiss. The 4 hooves stomped on the ground like thunder. Speed up again. Brazenly crashed into the encirclement of the evil soldiers. Court death. Zhao Haotian was shocked and angry, and subconsciously wanted to stop it. But the black lightning was too fast and he had no time to catch up. Just see. Su Bai. The moment approaching the encirclement. Stand up suddenly from the horse. Such as the hero Guojing in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. He put away his volley crossbow. He drew out the fine bronze sword from his waist with his backhand. The sword flashed with cold light. Drink! A loud shout. Su Bai took advantage of the momentum of the charge. He leaped into the air like a god descending to earth, and the sword in his hand turned into a streak of light that tore through the sky. He slashed at the evil soldiers blocking the way. Puff! Puff! Wherever the sword flashes. The ghost soldiers were cut in half, and a gap was torn open. Su Bai's figure fell down with incredible precision. The center of the encirclement. In front of Gao Wanqing and Tornado. Gao Wanqing and Longlon looked at Su Bai in front of them. Everyone was confused. Then Tornado pulled Gao Wanqing's arm tightly. That's great, Wanqing. Your husband is here to save you. It turns out he's just saying one thing and doing another. It turns out you've always been in his heart. Gao Wanqing's face also turned red, and her red lips moved. She was about to say, Su Bai. But. Su Bai stretched out his right hand, facing the tornado. This time, Tornado's face also turned red, and she became even more flustered. You came here specifically to save me. Wanqing. Su Bai nodded. I came here specifically to rescue you. Tornado felt her hair instantly burn from green to red. I actually felt a surge of shame. Could it be that I had to passively bully my best friend in front of her? Su Bai said, don't waste time. Whoever you just sent to the channel will come to rescue you? The guardian ring will send you off. Bring the things here. Tornado. Gao Wanqing. Chapter 38, Tornado, follow me. I'll hand over all my father's assets to you. The two of them stared at each other. The air froze instantly. Awkward. There is also a sense of confusion after surviving a disaster. Tornado's face turned red. I was so ashamed of the random thoughts I had just now. It turns out, they came here for the ring. Not attacking people. You are being too sentimental. Here you are. She quickly stuffed the guardian ring that was burning hot in her hand into Su Bai's hand. Move quickly, afraid that being a second slower would cause more embarrassment. Gao Wanqing's pretty face also blushed slightly. Just now, Tornado said, your husband is here to save you. It made her heart skip a beat. As a result, Su Bai reached out to ask for the ring. No. She pursed her lips. Suppress the inexplicable sense of loss in your heart. Looking at Su Bai with complicated eyes. They seem unable to move? Maria on horseback. He stuck out his little head and looked at the two people standing there in a daze. Blinking her big eyes, she said, Holy light. Heal. She tapped her staff lightly and chanted with a clear voice. Buzz. Two soft and pure milky white holy lights. Like a gentle rain falling precisely. Gao Wanqing and Longwan felt warm and comfortable, and the wounds on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the fatigue is gone. The status is instantly maxed out. Call. Gao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the strength coming back. Tornado also shook her arms. Wow. I feel so much better. Thank you, Maria. Are you okay? Su Bai too didn't respond and his voice was flat. Then get to work. He turned over and mounted the horse swiftly. Special week. Maria. Prepare to clear the area. The tone is decisive and leaves no room for doubt. Receive. Clear. The two women responded. Gao Wanqing and Longwan looked at each other and immediately perked up. Count us in. Gao Wanqing has sharp eyes. Clench your fists again. Tornado also took out his staff. This lady. I want revenge too. It's up to you. Su Bai said lightly. He glanced at the dark masses of ghost soldiers around him and said, Kill. At the command. The battle broke out instantly. Su Bai sat upright on his horse as steady as a rock, firing a crossbow with his left hand. The right hand shot into the air and continuously drew moon-mark piercing leaves, 3 consecutive volleys. Whoosh. 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 3 silver streams of light, killing with precision. The ghost soldiers gathered in the distance. Puff. 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 The head exploded, killing everyone instantly. A captain of the ghost soldiers rushed forward fearlessly under the rain of arrows. The ghost head knife chopped down fiercely with a bloody wind. Humph. Su Bai snorted coldly. Fine iron shield in left hand. Block suddenly. Clang. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. The huge force was firmly absorbed by the shield. At the same time, the bronze sword in his right hand was swung back. Swish. The sword flashes like lightning. Cut the throat with precision. The captain of the ghost soldiers fell to the ground with a column of blood gushing out. Flash sale. Clean and neat. Gao Wanqing is like an angry lioness. Violent grab. Forced back throw. She screamed repeatedly and moved as fast as lightning. Grab one ghost soldier and smash it hard against another. like a humanoid weapon. Bang bang bang. The ghost soldiers were knocked to the ground. The aesthetics of violence, to the fullest. The tornado staff is waving. Slow curse. Weakness aura. Spiritual shock. One negative state after another. Accurately put it on the head of the ghost soldier. Make them slow down, weaken their strength, and become dazed. Cooperate with Gao Wancheng and Su Bai's output. The effect is outstanding. Maria flaps her wings lightly, and holy light flows. Holy light shield. Group healing. Light infusion. One after another, the buffs and treatments fall accurately on teammates. Ensure full status and worry-free battery life. Special Thursday's hooves are flying, carrying Su Bai and Maria. Providing a perfect mobile platform for flexible movement on the battlefield. The 5 of them cooperated seamlessly. Like 5 sharp knives. Insert into the group of ghost soldiers and be invincible, chopping melons and vegetables like a piece of cake. Experience tips, scroll through the screen like crazy. The monsters fell down in groups like wheat being cut. Scarily efficient. In just a few minutes, the last one. Captain of the Ghost Army LV-21. Su Bai's precise, moon-mark piercing leaves. A headshot instantly killed him and he fell to the ground. The battle is over. A mess on the ground, a treasure on the ground. Buzz. Golden light flashes, experience is added. But the level didn't increase. After all, we just upgraded, the monster level is relatively low, and there are 5 people sharing the experience. Gao Wanqing leaned on her knees and breathed slightly. She raised her head and looked at Su Bai with complicated eyes. After not seeing him for a day, this man seemed to have been reborn. Before, he was just a gardener with fierce melee combat skills. Today I even learned how to play with a bow and arrow so well. Long-range killing is as accurate as a god. Melee blocking and counterattack are clean and neat. Can attack from far or near, both offensive and defensive. It's simply unfathomable. If he hadn't arrived in time. Gao Wanqing's heart trembled. A sense of fear surged up. Today. I am afraid. Real. I have to explain it here. She looked at Su Bai's calm profile. The look in his eyes is complex and hard to understand. The battle is over but the smoke is still lingering. Zhao Haotian came over with his team of elites, a hypocritical smile on his face. Pa pa pa. He even clapped his hands. Student Su Bai. Awesome. Really amazing. One man leads the team. Kill them all. I admire you. I admire you. He glanced at the mess on the ground. There was a barely perceptible hint of jealousy in his eyes. I didn't expect that a gardener who makes a living could have such strength. Today. I finally opened my eyes. He changed the subject with a condescending air. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Come to my top class and be my bodyguard? He shook his finger. Don't worry. It's not in vain. I'll give you a position as a quick-handed constable in the government office. A monthly salary of 800. No need to report for duty, the things in the dungeon will be distributed to you first. He lowered his voice, with a voice of bewitchment. You know that since ancient times, people have never fought against officials. With this skin. No need to queue at the hospital. It's the high-ranking cadre's ward. You don't need to buy a ticket to ride the bus. You can even use a meal voucher, or even go to a massage parlor, without paying. Lots of benefits. The benefits are huge. Su Bai touched his chin when he heard that. Constable? 800 renminbi a month? No need to work, lots of benefits? Doesn't that sound like a good deal? An extra layer of skin makes things easier. As for the next copy? By the way. Su Bai felt that he had no enmity with Zhao Haotian, so why didn't he agree but instead pretended to refuse? It's not like I'm writing in an online novel that's full of pretense and then gets slapped in the face. Any more benefit you can get is a plus. Can. He nodded. But I won't change classes. I'm still in the All Heavens and Myriad Races class. I can follow you to the next dungeon. Zhao Haotian. He was stunned at first, and then a smile of ecstasy and pride instantly broke out on his face. Done. Is it that simple? He couldn't help but glance at Gao Wancheng, who had a grim expression on her face next to him. I feel so happy. Ha ha. Gao Wancheng, the man you've always wanted. I conquered him just by giving him the position of a constable. Cool. So cool. Gao Wancheng and Long Wan were completely stunned at this moment. Shock. Incredible. Gao Wancheng looked at Su Bai with her beautiful eyes wide open. It was like looking at a stranger, and he just agreed like that? For a constable position? $800? How is this possible? He wasn't like this before. So cool. So strong. Tornado's mouth is so big that you can even fit an egg in it. Wait. She suddenly jumped out and pointed at Zhao Haotian. Student Su Bai. You're helping this bastard? He just watched someone die without helping. Kick someone when they're down. Despicable. She was furious and turned to Su Bai. Come here. Come work at our Longfa Sugar Company. No need to punch in. I'll give you the position of regional manager. Monthly salary. She waved her little hand with great heroic spirit. 8,000. How's that? She glared at Zhao Haotian provocatively. Comparing money? I'll smash you to death. Zhao Haotian. The smile froze on his face instantly. 8,000? Regional manager? Longfa Sugar Industry? Is this damn girl crazy? You're spending so much money just to go against me? Even though his father was a judge, how could he make as much money as a businessman? He really can't afford a monthly salary of 8,000. I'll give you 10,000. Zhao Haotian gritted his teeth and shouted. There was a hint of trembling in the voice. 20,000. Tornado didn't even blink. She doubled it directly, raised her chin and said, Want to compete with me for money? Are you worthy? The tone is extremely arrogant. Zhao Haotian. His face turned green. 20,000? How much does his father earn in a year? How can this be related? Su Bai. He forced a smile, trying to save the situation. We're like old friends. Isn't it a bit hurtful to talk about money? He tried to maintain his composure. Su Bai nodded after hearing this. Yeah. That's right. Talking about money hurts feelings. He looked at Zhao Haotian sincerely. Having an official hat is my lifelong dream. So? He changed the subject and looked at Tornado. Tornado-san. Bring extra money. 25,000. Make a deal. She clapped her hands. From now on, even if you are at work, I will keep my word. She made a face at Zhao Haotian triumphantly. Zhao Haotian. I was completely dumbfounded, my face turned red and white. The chest heaves violently. He stared at Su Bai, then looked at the smug Tornado. Finally, his eyes swept over Gao Wancheng, who had a complicated expression. An unprecedented trend. A feeling of humiliation surged in my heart. Good. He said 3 good words in a row. Us. Walk. Since he had a new job and was doing the same job as before, Su Bai no longer needed to pay attention to Zhao Haotian. Checked the equipment in hand. Healing Guardian Ring. Grade, A. Wearing level, LV7. Attribute, Spirit plus 40. Carrying skills, White Magic Effect increases current mental power by 30%. Su Bai raised his eyebrows. This equipment is not useful to me. It is very suitable to give it to Maria in front of me, after all, she is my next contracted spirit. How can you treat her badly? You wear this. Su Bai's tone was flat. Maria. She looked up suddenly. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly and her mouth opened slightly. A look of disbelief. Give it to me? Su Bai nodded. It will suit you better. The reason is simple and unquestionable. Maria looked at the ring that emitted a faint blue glow. Look at Su Bai again. My heart started beating uncontrollably. She stretched out her slightly trembling hand. Take the ring carefully. Gently put the ring on the slender ring finger of his right hand. The movements are gentle but carry an unmistakable symbolic meaning. Wedding rings? Chapter 39 Spending money to buy love but getting rejected, the school beauty reflects on herself. After Zhao Haoyan walked away. Finally, she couldn't help but curse, "Damn it! You dare to act like a big shot in front of me just because you're the company's daughter." The people beside him also echoed, "That tornado is just a rich businessman's daughter, why is she so arrogant?" In today's world, among the three classes of scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans, merchants have the lowest status and don't even know their own worth. If it weren't for the tornado, I will definitely be able to take down Gao Wanqing today. At the same time, Gao Wanqing looked at Su Bai, Tabi Zhou, and Maria talking and laughing in the background. I feel so bad. It is clearly an assisted living profession. I can only provide you with some emotional value. Now that she has become so strong, she feels that the gap between her and Su Bai is getting wider and wider. Then I thought of my father's sad face recently. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Since ancient times, the people have not fought against the officials. Without the official seal, even this small case cannot be resolved. If we lose credibility, let alone the guild, even Xiangxing College may suffer losses because of this incident. Can't Su Bai let me be his wife? As long as I become his wife, Zhao Haoyan will probably give up. With a little more money from my father, this matter should be resolved smoothly. Finished cleaning. Since Su Bai was hired by Long Wan, the two sides joined forces to form a team. The five continued forward. Since we have already entered deep into the dungeon, there is no need to march quickly. Wanqing? Long Wan, who was walking beside Gao Wanqing, took out a lollipop from his mouth. What's wrong with you? You're still so depressed. I used my money to beat that bastard Zhao Haoyan away. You should at least feel better now. Gao Wanqing smiled bitterly. What's the use of this? Zhao Haoyan will cause trouble for me again, unless. She looked up at Su Bai, who was leading the team in front. If Su Bai can marry me, Zhao Haoyan will give up. Tornado's eyes lit up and she patted her flat little chest. Don't worry. We've already figured out Su Bai. Isn't he just interested in money? Go over there later and ask him directly how much dowry you want. I'll pay for you. Tornado, how can that be possible? Hey, you're risking your life for me, how can I not help you with this little favor? Go! Strike while the iron is hot. Capture him. Gao Wanqing was pushed by Tornado and looked at Su Bai's back. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. Quicken your pace and catch up. She walked straight to Su Bai. He even subconsciously reached out and pushed away Maria, who was whispering something to Su Bai. Ah! Maria was caught off guard and let out a cry. He staggered forward, and the white wings behind him flapped subconsciously. A few feathers fluttered down. She looked at Gao Wanqing in some surprise. Su Bai also stopped and turned to look at Gao Wanqing. What's up? Gao Wanqing met Su Bai's gaze. How much? She got straight to the point. Su Bai? How much is what? I'm asking you. Gao Wanqing took a deep breath and raised her voice with a determination to go all out. How much dowry do you want before you marry me? Just tell me the number. I'll agree to it. Even if. She paused. Her voice was filled with a hint of desperation. I can't afford it now. After we get married. I can also keep going out to work. Pay in installments. Pay back all the money. Never default. Her tone was firm. After a few seconds of silence, Su Bai slowly shook his head. Feel sorry. I sell my art, not my body. Gao Wanqing. What? Aren't you short of money? I'm short of money. Su Bai interrupted her. But I don't want to marry a proud woman. Especially those women who discriminate against these contracted spirits. They think they are superior to others. Gao Wanqing stood there in a daze, unable to believe her ears. Are you okay? Tornado ran over and asked cautiously. Gao Wanqing bit her lower lip tightly. I'm fine. Tornado sighed. Looking at Su Bai's receding back. I couldn't help but mutter. This Su Bai is really stubborn. You don't even want to pay in installments? Stubborn. She shook the lollipop. Never mind. Wanqing, ignore him. There are always better fish in the sea. I'll find you a better one. She tried to comfort. Gao Wanqing seemed not to hear it. Look at Su Bai's back. His eyes changed from initial shock, humiliation, and pain, gradually becoming confused. Discrimination against contract spirits, superiority. Is that really the case? The copy is deeper. In the center of a huge mass grave, the Yin energy is as thick as ink. The howling of ghosts and wolves is deafening. A terrifying figure stood in the center. Thousands of Yin soldiers LV-25. It is wearing a tattered ghost-faced heavy armor, holding a 10-foot-long bone spear wrapped in black air. A faint green soul fire burned in his eye sockets, emitting a suffocating pressure. At this moment, it was surrounded by a dark mass, with at least 5 or 6 elite teams from each first-year class of Qiangxing Academy. In a tough fight. Or it could be said to be a desperate struggle. Roar! The bone spears of the 1,000 ghost soldiers slammed into the ground. Buzz! The ground shook violently and black fog rolled. In an instant, dozens of elite soldiers, LV-22, appeared. He emerged from the ground out of nowhere and rushed towards the crowd with knives and guns in hand. Like an endless tide. Hold on. Hold on. Heal. Heal me. Heal me quickly. I can't take it anymore. I'm bleeding. Spirit potion. Who still has any? Give it to me. Fuck. The more monsters I kill, the more they appear. This boss is summoning monsters like dumplings for free. I shouldn't have come here. I want to get out. Let me out. I don't want to die in this damn place. Screams. Curses. Cries. Intertwined and chaotic. A warrior. Besieged by 5 ghost soldiers. The shield was smashed with a clanging sound. The health bar dropped like a flood. Behind him was a priest girl, her face pale as she waved her staff desperately. Healing. Healing. No. Lan Kong is gone. I can't add anymore. She screamed with tears in her eyes. Potion. Who has blue potion? Give me a bottle. There's a wizard next to him. Just wanted to help with the output. But he was entangled by 2 newly appeared ghost soldiers and was in danger. However, in this battlefield filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves in despair, a team of 3 seemed out of place. They were leaning against a huge broken monument. Didn't join the melee. Instead, it feels like watching a play? One of the rangers actually had one in his mouth. The lit cigarette is filled with smoke. He looks so relaxed. It forms a stark contrast with the surrounding tragedy. Hey! Li Lei. Next to him is a soldier covered in blood. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood when I saw the scene. He had just been slashed by a ghost soldier. He staggered back to the broken monument and pointed at the ranger, swearing loudly. Fuck you. As a ranger, I have long-range damage. You're not helping me fight monsters. What are you hiding here smoking? Are you paddling? Are you trying to kill everyone? That ranger is called Li Lei. Hearing this, slowly exhale a smoke ring. Glancing at the soldier. Put out the cigarette butt and crush it with your foot. Then he spoke slowly. You know nothing. He pointed into the distance. Those 1,000 ghost soldiers who are like demons. And the endless number of ghost soldiers who are difficult to kill. Can we fight this thing? Just going to die. I was already in the school group just now. At that amazing duo of 2 women and 1 man riding horses. Estimate. He raised his wrist to check his watch. Almost there. We'll be there soon. When they arrive, this place will be harvested clean in minutes. The tone was firm and full of unquestionable confidence. Warrior. He opened his mouth and looked at Li Lei's calm expression. Look into the distance again. That killer boss and desperate teammates. I was speechless for a moment. I don't know whether to curse or believe it. Chapter 40 Artificial pollination, accurate in every shot, every bullet hits the target. Just fell into complete despair on the battlefield. When everyone thought that the godly combination was just a pie in the sky painted by Li Lei. Kill. A burst of hurried footsteps, accompanied by shouts and screams. suddenly came from the outskirts of the battlefield. Reinforcements! Reinforcements are coming! We're saved! The desperate crowd suddenly burst into ecstasy after surviving the disaster. Just see! A well-equipped team. He rushed into the chaotic battlefield, stepping on the dry bones on the ground. The leader! Holding a bright silver spear and wearing gorgeous armor. Exactly. The monitor of the top class one Zhao Haotian. Behind him. The elites of the top class follow closely behind. So imposing. It's squad leader Zhao. The top class is here. We are saved. Brothers. Hold on. Output. Push back. Push back. The trap team felt like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Morale soared instantly. Zhao Haotian's eyes were sharp and he shook his spear. The gun comes out like a dragon. Kill. A loud shout. The tip of the gun flashed with cold light. Puff. Puff. Instantly pierced through the two elite soldiers, blocking the way. Flash sale. Clean and neat. The elite students in the top class behind him cooperate with each other very well. The mage fired fireballs continuously and ice cones whistled. The berserker's two axes flew around, chopping melons and vegetables. Like a sharp knife. Stab hard into the group of ghost soldiers. Invincible, trapped in a dense encirclement. Tear open a bloody gash. Rushing towards the thousandine soldiers in the center. Squad leader Zhao is mighty. Kill. Kill the boss. The trap team was so excited that they burst into tears. It seems like I see the dawn of victory. Zhao Haotian takes the lead. Soon he rushed to the huge figure of the thousandine soldiers. Evil beast. Die. The long spear pierced Qianhu's face. The tip of the gun is cold and murderous. However, the 10-foot-long bone spear wrapped in black air in the hands of the 1,000 ghost soldiers suddenly swept across. Smashed Zhao Haotian's spear hard. Clang. The sound of metal exploding and sparks flying. Zhao Haotian only felt an irresistible feeling. The terrifying force is like a landslide or tsunami. Rushing along the gun barrel. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backwards like a broken sack. It hit the ground hard and slid a long way. Squad leader. The top class members were horrified. Rushed forward to rescue. But there are thousands of ghost soldiers. The bone spear hit the ground again. Roar. The black fog rolled and dozens of elite ghost soldiers appeared out of thin air. The top class was surrounded in an instant. The offensive was instantly blocked. I can't take it anymore. Squad leader. Retreat. There are too many monsters. I can't kill them all. The top class members looked at Qianhu, who was like a devil, and the endless number of ghost soldiers. Fear finally appeared on his face. Zhao Haotian struggled to get up from the ground. Withdraw. He made a prompt decision. Everyone. Run with me. Until we're out of this fight. Squad leader. A team member pointed at several teams that were surrounded and still struggling. They're still in there. If we leave, they'll be dead. Idiot. If you don't leave now. We're all going to die here. They died here. It was destined. Wait until the ghost soldiers disperse. Go pick up their belongings. Wear them or sell them to someone who can use them. It's a way to commemorate them. Every word is like an icicle. After that, he stopped talking nonsense. A swing of the spear. Top class. Follow me. Zhao. Squad leader Zhao? Where are you going? Don't abandon us. Help. Help. The abandoned team watched the top class quickly disappear into the distance. He was stunned at first, and then burst into a shrill and desperate cry. Just when several teams were about to be overwhelmed by the ghost soldiers. Boom. The other side. Completely different direction. A more rapid burst. The more violent sound of horse hooves was like thunder. Suddenly there was an explosion. Kill. A voice that is clear but carries unparalleled confidence. Penetrating the chaos, coming clearly. Reinforcements. It's reinforcements. Real reinforcements are coming. The desperate crowd is like grasping at the last straw. An even more fanatical scream broke out. Just see. The other side of the battlefield. A black figure as fast as lightning. Crashed in brazenly. Wherever they passed, the ghost soldiers fell down like papier-mâché pieces. Subai on horseback. Holding a bronze sword with a cold glow. The sword light was like a silver storm. Half-moon scimitar. Swish. A dazzling arc of sword energy. Sweep out. Puff. 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 5 elite soldiers, blocking the way. It was cut in half in an instant. Kill instantly. Destroy with overwhelming force. Following closely behind him. 2 equally dazzling figures. Gao Wanqing. Tornado. Like the left and right guardians. It's Subai from the Myriad Races class. And the high school beauty. Miss Tornado. A magical combination. Truly a magical combination. Li Lei didn't lie. He really came. There's help. There's real help this time. The trap team. Look at that figure that looks like a god of war. I was so excited that I was shaking all over and tears welled up in my eyes. Especially the ranger named Li Lei. He took a deep puff of cigarette and blew out smoke rings. This was the second time Subai saved him. Look. What did I say? The tone was full of prophetic pride. Subai didn't stop at all. In the special week of the 4 hooves flying, the speed reaches its limit. The target is directly at the center of the battlefield. Thousands of ghost soldiers. Hundreds of ghost soldiers along the way tried to stop them. But in front of Subai's terrifying sword lightstorm. Like straw being harvested in pieces. Half-moon scimitar. Swish. 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 The ghost soldiers fell down in groups like mowing the grass. He plowed a bloody passage through the dense encirclement. The speed is amazing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the huge figure of the 1,000 soldiers. Die. Gao Wanqing gave a delicate shout. Violent grab. Her delicate body rushed forward like a ghost. Ignore the terrifying momentum of the 1,000 ghost soldiers. The slender hand accurately grasped Xianhu's thick ankle. Power explosion. Hell's cradle. Use both arms to exert force suddenly. Swing the huge body like a hill in a circle. Swing it up brazenly. Smash it hard on the hard ground. Bang. 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 It's like hitting a broken sack. Every time it fell, there was a dull thud. The 1,000 soldiers suffered multiple injuries. Crazy outbreak. In the end, Gao Wanqing used up all her strength. Get up. The 1,000 ghost soldiers who were dizzy. Throw it into the air suddenly. Now. Subai's eyes focused. Already standing on the back of Special Week. As solid as a rock. The volley crossbow in his hand has been raised and is madly charging. Jade pestle chasing stars. Buzz. A dazzling silver magic arrow. It takes shape instantly and has a crossbow arm. 3 volleys. Whoosh. 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 3. Silver meteor, extremely precise. It instantly pierced through the heart, throat, and eyebrows of the 1,000 soldiers in the air. 3 key points. Puff. 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 Blood mixed with the dark green soul fire. Splashing in the air. Thousands of soldiers LV-25. Death. Buzz. Brilliant golden light shot up into the sky. Wrap Subai instantly. The warm current swept across, and the power surged. Congratulations! Subai has leveled up. Current level, LV-12. All-round improvement of attributes. Cool. The boss fell to the ground, and the glittering golden drops were scattered all over the ground. Subai glanced around. Instant lock. A small golden box was picked up casually. Cheat chest, bound. Grade, A. Item description: after use, you can open a skill book for this profession. Oh. Subai's eyes lit up slightly. The skill book is interesting. Click. A soft sound. The treasure chest opened with a sound. An ancient book lies quietly at the bottom of the box. Congratulations on obtaining the Gardener Occupational Skill Book Artificial Pollination. Artificial Pollination Occupation, Gardener. Learning Level, LV5. Skill Introduction, consumes mental energy to pollinate plants and animals, making your shots hit the target without missing a beat. Artificial pollination? Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill. Sound. A bit ordinary? But when he glanced at the last line of the skill introduction, the pupils suddenly contracted. It works on plants and animals. Hitting the target every time? Not a single bullet misses its target? It works on both plants and animals, so does that mean humans count as higher level animals? This thought made him breathe a little slower. If it could really be used on humans, and every shot hits the target, combined with the current government's birth policy, a 20,000 yuan reward for one child? Hiss. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The copy has stabilized, and the rampage has begun to stop. Just then. Tap. Tat. Tat. A burst of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from a distance. I saw Zhao Haotian actually bringing his top class that had just fled in a panic. Turned back again. They are out of breath. There are still injuries on his body. Obviously he ran hard. But his eyes were fixed on the pile of glittering golden objects on the ground. Especially next to the corpse of the 1,000 ghost soldiers. Those materials exuding an extraordinary aura. It's like a hungry wolf seeing fat meat. Zhao Haotian quickly stepped forward and forced a false smile on his face. Student Subai, he spoke. This boss just now, our top class also contributed. He's lost a lot of health. We need to follow the dungeon rules to determine the percentage of damage. We should be about the same. He paused. The tone carries a hint of unquestionable fairness. Why are you so ignorant? Not even a greeting. Just pick up the things first? He pointed his finger at the opened, secret book box in Subai's hand. Before Subai could speak, the teams that had just been pulled back from the brink of death by Subai. It caused an instant uproar. The anger erupted like a volcano. Fuck you. A warrior covered in blood slammed his shield to the ground. There was a loud bang. With red eyes, he pointed at Zhao Haotian's nose and cursed. Zhao Haotian. Fuck you. Are you still shameless? Use all your strength? Use all your damn strength. Just now. He ran faster than a dog. Leave us all to die. Now. The boss is dead. You come back to steal things with your ass? These things belong to Boss Subai. Fuck you. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're the strongest student in the school. That is. Zhao Haotian, get out of here. If you hadn't run away just now, we didn't almost die here. The ranger named Li Lei took a deep puff of his cigarette. With naked sarcasm, squad leader Zhao. Your face is thicker than the bend in the city wall. Want to pick peaches now? He pointed his cigarette but at the glittering golden objects on the ground. The voice was firm and resolute. Li Lei. Let me make this clear. Today, if you dare to touch a piece of equipment or a single piece of material on the ground, we, the people you've abandoned, will not forgive you. If you don't believe me, try it? Right. I won't let you off. Originally, they were still wary of Zhao Haotian's identity. At the critical moment of life and death, he might have lost his life in an instant. Everything has become clearer. No matter whether you are Zhao Haotian or Zhao Ritian, I don't care about life or death. Just fight if you don't accept it. Zhao Haotian was scolded by everyone. His face turned red and white, it was so exciting. Well. He was so angry that he laughed. You guys have guts. Just wait. He suddenly turned to Subai, who had been watching coldly. He knew that this group of people dared to be so arrogant because they had Subai's support. Subai. I don't care what others say, seeing you like it so much. Make progress. You're a smart guy. Don't be ungrateful. If you dare not follow the rules today, forget about getting into the system, understand? He deliberately emphasized the three words within the system, hinting at the power of his father the judge. It is enough to ruin Subai's future in taking the civil service exam or entering the government office. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene became quiet for a moment. After all, the power of the government in this world cannot be underestimated. Within the system? Aspiring? He. Subai chuckled. Originally, Subai and Zhao Haotian had no grudges against each other, but now he was openly trying to steal his things, and these materials were what he needed to build a building. No one can give it. He shook his head. The look fell on Zhao Haotian's face as if he was looking at a clown. Zhao Haotian, are you overthinking it? Constable? That skin is just a way for me to make money. Of course it's good to have it. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Now I have a wider road. Your tiny, insignificant power and your father's shabby little tricks. I don't like it. Do you understand? After saying that, Subai stretched out his hand and put all the things that fell on the ground into the ring, leaving nothing behind. You. Zhao Haotian was struck by lightning. Arrogant. Ignorance. Subai. You'd better pray that you don't get into trouble in the future. Let's go. Outside the copy. On top of the towering city walls of Jinghai City. The atmosphere in the monitoring room is solemn and there is a huge light curtain. A real-time display of the energy fluctuations in the core area of the Forbidden Cemetery dungeon. A scarlet curve is winding up and is approaching the critical point of 80%. It exudes a heart-pounding ominous aura. Gao Yuliang stood with his hands behind his back, a solemn look on his elegant face. Tong Wei. His voice is low. Is it about time? How are the public security special police preparing? Chi Tongwei. His posture is as straight as a javelin. Bang. Attention. Salute. The movements are clean and neat. Report to Teacher Gao. Public Security Special Police. 300 elite soldiers. Assembled. You can enter the dungeon at any time. Deal with the core. Stop the rampage. His voice was sonorous and full of the iron blood of a soldier. Cao Yuliang nodded slightly. Well, wait a little longer, according to the original plan. He didn't finish his words. Buzz. The scarlet curve on the light screen that was originally climbing continuously. There was a sudden violent fluctuation. It actually fell by 0.5 percentage points. 79.5%. At the same time, a striking golden prompt appears. Xiangqing Academy's Subai team successfully defeated thousands of ghost soldiers. Reduction of dungeon rampage, 0.5%. Current rampage degree, 79.5%. Yao Yuliang's pupils behind his lenses suddenly contracted. This. His voice contained a rare hint of astonishment. Teacher Gao? What happened? He also cast his eyes towards the light screen and saw the hint in the slightly falling curve. The rampage has decreased? Kill a small area boss. No. Gao Yuliang shook his head slowly. He pointed at the scarlet curve that began to fluctuate strangely. Look, this fluctuation is unusual. All I saw was the red line that represented rampage. After falling to 79.5%. It didn't continue to fall, nor did it rebound immediately. Instead, it seemed to be forcibly stabilized at around 79.5%. An unprecedented small amplitude fluctuation begins. It went up by a few tenths and then down by a few tenths. Always maintain at the 80% critical point. A fragile dynamic balance has actually been formed. Balanced? How is this possible? The dungeon is going wild. Like a flood bursting its banks. It's always getting worse. I've never heard of it being stabilized? Even balanced? Gao Yuliang was silent for a moment. He exhaled slowly. I know the reason. In the entire dungeon, the boss in the core area is of high level, and the chance of crashing after being killed is greatly reduced. That's what we often call the troops going in to deal with the rampage in the dungeon. This time, many teams entered the dungeon, except for a small, high-level team that entered the depths of the dungeon and slowly killed the high-level boss. This low-level boss has been killed many times, so the rampage rate has naturally decreased. Gao Yuliang had just finished saying this. The replica curve dropped another 0.2 percentage points. Xiangqing Academy's Subai team Successfully killed the 100 ghost soldiers. Chapter 42. Follow me and you will be charged. It's him again? Gao Yuliang raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of strong interest flashed in his eyes. Team Subai's efficiency is amazing. He slid his fingers quickly across the light screen, calling up detailed information about Subai's team. Captain, Subai. Team members, Gao Wanqing, Longwan, Tebizhou, Maria. The list is clearly laid out. Gao Wanqing? The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up in a relieved arc. Ha ha. So? She's Qiqian's daughter. Like father, like daughter. Not bad. Not bad. The tone carries the approval of an elder. Tornado? The daughter of Longhua Sugar Industry? Did this little girl run in too? He shook his head slightly with a helpless smile. Maria. The Wing Tribe, healing assistance, very suitable. Special week. The horse racing tribe, it's almost there. He looked at her with admiration as if he was reviewing an elite team. But when his eyes fell on the captain's name, Subai? His brows furrowed instantly. Occupation, gardener? A living occupation? D-rating? His voice was filled with undisguised astonishment. Life career as captain? And you brought such a strong team? How is this possible? His first reaction was that there was something wrong with the system. Wait. Gao Yuliang stared at the area below Subai's name with eyes as sharp as an eagle. The one that keeps refreshing. Additional information column. Received team formation requests, 58. Received team formation requests, 61. Received 64 team up requests. The numbers are still there. Jump like crazy. There are at least 7 or 8 different teams sending out madly. Request to join Subai's team and merge into a team. Gao Yuliang. Completely stunned. What the is going on? A life vocation. Not only can I be the captain of an elite team. There are so many people vying to join? Are you crazy? Teacher Gao. Qi Tongwei next to him also saw the information on the screen. He also looked shocked. But the reaction is faster. There's definitely something wrong with Subai. A gardener can't possibly have that kind of appeal. It's even more impossible to lead a team to kill elite monsters and reduce their rampage. Teacher Gao. Do you want me to call the high school principal over here right now? Just ask him? His daughter is on the team. He must know the inside story. Gao Yuliang responded immediately after hearing this. All right. Call Gao Qixiang over here right away. I want to ask him myself. Deep in the copy. The atmosphere in the dim cemetery was extremely lively. Subai is riding a special week. Like black lightning charging forward. The sword light tears through the darkness and is invincible. Maria's wings gently tap and holy light flows for precise treatment. Gao Wanqing tornado followed closely behind. A violent output. A negative control. The cooperation is perfect. However, at this moment, behind this original team of 5 people. But there is one more. Long tail. Just see. At least 7 or 8. The team that was rescued by Subai before. Like a follower following closely behind. They no longer work alone. Instead, they spontaneously formed a loose large team. There are dozens of people. Boss Subai. Wait for us. Please merge the teams. We promise. We'll only gain experience. We won't steal anything. Really. I won't pick up a single penny. Yes. Yes. We can also help you explore the way. Where's the boss nearby? We know him. I'm fine with being cannon fodder. Please take me with you. Shouts one after another. With undisguised enthusiasm and pleading. After all, they had witnessed Subai's strength with their own eyes. That guy kills monsters so damn fast. If you follow the other party to gain some experience, it will be much faster than working hard and bombarding them blindly. Even if you don't pick up anything, the profits are still great. Longwan caught up with Subai. I said, Regional Manager, why don't you take them with you? The long line behind me looks like beggars fleeing famine. It's so pitiful. Likewise, Mary said, "Indeed, the Lord loves the world, and so many people are eager to follow him. Perhaps we can give them a chance?" Subai thought about it. It is not impossible to recruit them. After all, a lot of information about the bosses was revealed by them. Letting them disperse and continue looking for the bosses can be enough to increase the speed at which they can obtain the maximum benefits here. Subai dismounted. "Okay, if you want to join me for experience, you can." There was a small cheer from the crowd immediately. "But..." Subai changed the subject, his tone calm but unquestionable. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. With so many of you following me, I have to take care of your lives and coordinate your commands. It's not an easy job." He paused and held up 5 fingers. "How about this? Anyone who wants to join the group needs to pay a 500 yuan fee. Once you pay, you're officially a member, and we can share our experience. I'll be responsible for helping you fight monsters and level up. How's that?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent instantly. 500 yuan. This is not a small amount. If you save a little, it is enough for the average family to live on for 2 or 3 months. Many people showed hesitation and pain on their faces. Some looked at each other and murmured quietly. Li Lei was also stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Subai to ask for money directly. But he reacted quickly, gritted his teeth, and was the first to take out his wallet. "Boss Su is right. There is no free lunch in the world. I, Li Lei, am the first to pay. It's worth the price to follow you." He swiftly took out a few banknotes and stuffed them into Subai's hands. With him taking the lead, several team members who came from wealthy families or were particularly eager to curry favor with the powerful also paid. "I'll pay. I'll pay too. Count me in." But some people looked embarrassed and hesitant. A soldier who looked young whispered, "Boss Su. 500 yuan, can you make it cheaper? Or, can I do more work?" Subai glanced at him and didn't directly answer whether it was cheap or not, but just said, "I won't force you. If you think it's worth it, you can pay it. If you think it's not worth it or if you have difficulties, I won't force you to stay. Think it over carefully." He said this honestly, without any condescending sense of charity or moral blackmail. It means the price is clearly marked and it's a mutual agreement. Soon, some people gritted their teeth and decided to pay. After all, with Subai's upgrade efficiency, converted into time and potion consumption, it might be more than 500 yuan. And it is safe and guaranteed. Soon, a small stack of banknotes piled up in front of Subai, and several team members were busy transferring money with their mobile phones, with numbers constantly jumping on the screen. Tabi Zhou was standing by with a small notebook, helping to register names. His little face was filled with excitement as he called out in a clear voice, "Li Lei. 500. Zhang Peng. 500. Wang Dali. 500. Fat Lu. 500. After counting the last banknote, Tabi Zhou raised his head, his face slightly red, with a hint of excitement of completing the task. Master. Master, classmate Subai. 42 people in total. 21,000 yuan in cash. The whole amount. She handed over a thick stack of bills. There are a few more transfers coming in soon, and it should be 2,500 too, a total of 21,500. There was a hint of disbelief in her voice, and she was obviously shocked by the speed of making money. Chapter 43, all the bosses in the territory controlled by the first grade have been taken away. Let us go and take the second grade boss. Build a 2-story rough house for 100,000 yuan. Another 100,000 for renovation. 200,000 in total. Now with this wave of savings, it should be more than 70,000, right? Another big step closer to our goal. At this rate, we need to kill a few more bosses. 200,000 is just around the corner. Subai thought about it. At this time, Boss Su. Li Lei rubbed his hands and lowered his voice. We've been busy in the periphery in this area for so long, and those easy bosses have probably been cleared out. Now that we have a strong army and dozens of brothers clamoring for help, shouldn't we go inside and explore? When my second brother and his team were exploring the route earlier, they marked a point deeper in the area and sent it to me. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough. After trying their hand at it, they were nearly wiped out and had no choice but to flee in disgrace. When Subai heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He was just worried that his experience points weren't increasing fast enough, and he didn't have enough materials to build a building. This was like a pillow thrown to him. Lead the way. At the same time, deep in the dungeon, 5 figures were sitting dejectedly on a dilapidated grave. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. The leading captain took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled heavily. He stared at the distance and the smoke. His eyes were full of resentment and anger. There, a team that was obviously well equipped was surrounding a huge one. Ghost soldiers guerrilla LV-28 holding 2 swords. Crazy output. Fireballs, ice cones, flashing swords and sabers, the battle is in full swing. Oh shit. The captain threw the cigarette butt to the ground. Crush it with your feet. Class 3, Grade 2 is such a bully. We were the first to discover this boss. They're so good. They just robbed it. Not even a sip of soup. You're not allowed to pick up equipment. You're not allowed to steal experience. Fuck. A soldier next to him was also indignant. That's fucked up. Just because you have a high level and good equipment, you can do whatever you want. The dungeon rules. Were they all eaten by dogs? Another mage sighed, his tone helpless. Well. No way. In the dungeon world, the strong are respected. They have the upper hand, they have the final say, at least they're from the same school. They wouldn't kill people just to steal the monster, would they? He tried to find some comfort. At this time, the ranger who had been smoking silently put out his cigarette. Don't panic. I just sent the boss's coordinates. My cousin is nearby, he said he has found a big brother. So awesome. Just pay the money. Kill the boss. Guaranteed victory. Sharing experience. Absolutely reliable. Brother? The captain and other team members' eyes lit up instantly. The 3rd-year boss? So powerful? Can you handle a level 28 elite? The ranger shook his head. I don't know. My cousin didn't say that. He just said that Big Brother would be here soon, so let's wait and see. 5 minutes later. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. There were also deafening shouts of killing. The 5 people suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a huge team. Like a black torrent rushing towards you. There are dozens of people and their momentum is amazing. Reinforcements are coming. The ranger jumped off the grave excitedly. Pointing at the team, he shouted excitedly. Look! My cousin is here with some people. However, when the team rushed forward, the 5 people were stunned when they saw who was leading them. The one rushing in the front was actually a first-year student riding a dark horse. He held a long sword and had sharp eyes. The target is directly aimed at the besieged guerrillas. Go! Charge! With a low shout, he rushed towards the battlefield. Go straight to the 2nd-year team and the level 28 elite monster. Oh my god? The captain's eyes almost popped out. That's a 1st grader? It's crazy. What's going on? A freshman dares to challenge for a level 28 elite? And you're still charging towards the 2nd-year team? Isn't this courting death? Their minds are completely blank. At this time, Lilei ran from behind the team. Panting but full of excitement. Cousin! We arrived in time. Cousin, are you kidding me? The boss you're talking about is that 1st-year student? The tone is full of incredible absurdity. Lilei raised his chin proudly. That's right. It's my boss Subai. Isn't that awesome? I tell you, Boss Su is absolutely reliable. What level 28 elite is in front of him? It can be done in minutes. Just wait and see. His tone was firm, as if he was stating an established fact. Just finished speaking. The boss in front was killed. Subai's level was upgraded again. Open your own properties bar. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclasses, Rage Knight Commander, Moonlight Archer Dominate. Hidden talents, Slow Recovery, Moonlight's Favor. Level, LV 14. Attributes, Strength plus 430, Agility plus 420, Spirit plus 310, Health plus 740. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV 3, Artificial Pollination, Blood Rage, Rage Burst, Moonmark Through Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars. Equipment, Fine Bronze Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, brand new unscrupulous doctor's white coat. Can. Generally speaking, for a double S level professional of the same level, their attributes should not exceed 100 now. Not to mention that the current A level professionals should have an average attribute of around 50 points. Already very strong. How dare you steal our monsters? Chen Lei, the monitor of Class 3, Grade 2, glared at Su Bai, who had just collected his spoils. Fire was almost spitting out of his eyes. The 4 team members around him immediately surrounded him. Form a small encirclement. Aggressive. A first-grade brat. How dare they bully us second graders? This is outrageous. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have higher attributes. In the dungeon world, the strong are respected, but even a tiger fears a pack of wolves. Be smart. Hand over everything you just picked up. Otherwise, we don't mind giving you a beating. Let me show you what the rules are. His tone was full of threats. But he had just finished speaking. A voice with obvious sarcasm. Sound from the side. That's absolutely right. Chun Lei. In the dungeon world, the strong are respected, and even a tiger fears a pack of wolves. This is truly a wise saying. The person who spoke was Li Lei's cousin Li Xiang. Upon hearing this, Chen Lei suddenly turned around and looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang? What do you mean? He frowned and didn't react for a moment. Just following Li Xiang's words. Those who were originally following Su Bai were excitedly cleaning up the battlefield. Or dozens of people resting on the spot. First-year paid member. It was like receiving a silent order. Whoosh. Everyone stood up. They have bad eyes and quick movements. It surged silently like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lei and the other 4 were captured. The small circle they had just formed to surround Su Bai was also surrounded. It was so crowded that there was no way in. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared coldly. The 5 people in the circle looked as if they were looking at prey caught in a trap. Chun Lei. No. What is going on? The first years have united. Su Bai scratched his ears. What did you just say? Who wants to gang up on whom? Chen Lei took out his storage ring without saying a word. Take out a parchment scroll that exudes an ancient atmosphere. Bend down and respectfully offer to Su Bai. Boss, you are such a good fighter. I have a limited time dungeon treasure map for you. Let's be friends. After saying that, he stole a glance at Su Bai's calm expression. Only then did I muster up the courage to carefully test it. I wonder if the 5 of us brothers can join the team. I'll definitely be obedient if I follow you to gain some experience. Su Bai's eyes swept across the extraordinary treasure map. He took the picture casually. Sure, each person pays 500 to join the group. Chen Lei? Chapter 44. Who is the fool? The team was huge, like a swarm of locusts passing through. Su Bai and the other 2 rode their horses in the lead, followed by Long Wan and Gao Wanqing. The remaining 50 or 60 people kept a certain distance. Automatically show your identity and status. After all, there is only one Caesar. Although these people have a lower status. However, if there are 3 or 5 lone wild monsters along the way, one person can quickly concentrate fire and kill them instantly. Su Bai was too lazy to compete with them for the scattered props and materials they had obtained. Now, for Su Bai, fighting bosses brings the highest benefits. He no longer cares about the others, and the storage ring warehouse is also limited. At this time, Su Bai suddenly remembered that some things could no longer be stored in the storage of his ring. I found 2 pieces of level 10 light armor, grade B. Anyone want them? As soon as the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar. I want. Give it to me, Boss Su. I'll pay for it. Dozens of hands were raised one after another, their eager eyes like hungry wolves seeing meat. Su Bai touched his chin and clicked his tongue. I wanted to do you a favor, but I didn't expect so many brothers to want it. It wouldn't be fair to give it to anyone and not give it to anyone else. He suddenly changed the subject. How about an auction? The highest bidder wins, which is the fairest. Everyone. Poochie. Longwan suddenly bent over with laughter, and his bell-like laughter attracted Gao Wanqing's attention. What are you laughing at? Gao Wanqing asked softly. Tornado wiped the tears from her eyes and leaned closer, saying, Look at Su Bai's auction style. He's a sales genius. It would be a waste of his talent if he didn't go and sell our candy. She swung her ponytail in a feigned resentment. What a shame. Now I have to spend my allowance to support a business genius like this as a bodyguard. The auction officially begins. The bidding roars like a charge on the battlefield. 500. I'll give you 550. 600. 650. 700. 750. 800. The fierce and fiery bidding sound echoed deep into the dungeon. In the end, the two pieces of light armor were sold at high prices of $800 and $850 respectively. The two warriors' eyes turned red and they hugged their armor tightly as if it were a rare treasure. Subai collected the money smoothly and deposited it into the account with a bright smile on his face. Okay. Next one. He took out two jet black, ebony swords, sea level like a magic trick. Available at level 10. Nice attack bonus. Starting price, 300 yuan. Raise your hand if you want one. I want it. 350. 400. 450. 500. A new round of bidding climax has begun again. The two ebony swords were finally sold for $520 and $550. Then Subai took out three hexagonal rings, grade C inlaid with magic crystals. Spirit bonus. Good news for mages and priests. Starting price, 200 yuan. Grab now. 250. 300. 330. 350. 380. The mages and priests argued with each other with their eyes shining and their faces flushed. The three rings were finally sold successfully at an average price of 380 yuan. In just over 10 minutes, 5 pieces of low-grade equipment were cleared out and sold out. In exchange for a thick stack of brand new banknotes that smell of ink. Tete Zhou was calculating quickly with a small notebook, his eyes sparkling. The armor is 1,650. The ebony sword is 1,070. The ring is 1,140. A total of 12,260. She raised her head with an expression of disbelief and amazement on her face. Student Subai. You've earned another 12,000. Little money. Even a mosquito leg is meat. A satisfied arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. The storage ring has freed up space. My wallet is a little fatter now. That's great. On the contrary. Maria saw the auction. I actually dozed off out of interest. This action caught Tornado's attention. A little curious. I couldn't help but complain, such a lively scene, why do all the races in the world feel like they are destroyed every day? But. Then she put the thought behind her. Because. The treasure map has arrived. Subai took out the treasure map that exuded an ancient atmosphere. Just about to follow the map to open the treasure. The surrounding team members all took a few steps back. An expression of nervousness and anticipation appeared on his face. After all, those who often hunt for treasures know it. Or dig out incredible wealth and rise to the top overnight. Either trigger a deadly mechanism or release a terrifying monster. Only those who are not strong dare to try it easily. Just when Subai's fingers were about to touch the scroll, an arrogant and domineering voice suddenly exploded. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to dig here? This is our third-grade territory. Get out of here. The tone is full of unquestionable arrogance. Everyone turned around suddenly. I saw two well-equipped and aggressive teams. It was like two sharp knives stabbing at me. The leader was none other than Lu Chao, the leader of Class 2, Grade 3. He was wearing bright silver armor and holding a huge sword. He looked around the whole audience with disdainful eyes. As his eyes swept across the crowd. When I saw Chen Lei, who had the highest level, a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be that second-grade loser. With a bunch of first-year brats. How dare you run into our third-grade territory and act wild? Are you tired of living? He strode forward. His eyes were fixed on Subai's hand. That treasure map. Want to stay here? That's not impossible. His tone was full of arrogance, like he was giving alms. Hand over that treasure map, and I'll dig it up for you. Consider this your membership. You are allowed to follow our team for an hour to gain experience. How's it going? It's a good deal for you. He folded his arms and raised his chin. It's like a gift from heaven. Lu Chao's arrogant words of charity had just fallen. The crowd in Su Bai's team burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. 1 hour of experience? You still need to submit drawings? It's hilarious. Who do you think you are? The mocking voices came one after another without any concealment. Chen Lei and others were laughing so hard that they fell over. Lu Chao and the third grade team members behind him. I was instantly stunned by this sudden ridicule. Lu Chao's face turned as red as pig liver. What are you laughing at? A bunch of low-grade brats. Dare to laugh at me? Is there something wrong? He had no idea where these people got the confidence from. Before Lu Chao could figure it out, Su Bai used the treasure map without hesitation. Buzz! The scroll suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The ground shook violently and the soil surged. There was a loud bang. A rotten and dilapidated black coffin emerged from the ground. The coffin lid suddenly exploded. A group of people wearing tattered Qing Dynasty official uniforms. The skin is dry and the nails are black and long. A terrifying figure with empty eye sockets and dark green soul fire burning in it slowly crawled out of the coffin. Old corpse in the mountain village, LV-30, elite. Lu Chao. What the hell? Did they dig up a monster? Still a level 30 elite? His mind went blank, and then he burst into even more exaggerated laughter. Ha 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 ha. Look, brothers. What a bunch of idiots. What a big one. He pointed at Su Bai and the old corpse that exuded a terrifying aura. I laughed so hard that tears came out. You little first-grade punk. Seeking your own death. Next. AB grade bloody film. Ha 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 ha. Stay away, everyone. Be careful of the blood. It can be said that the most bizarre scene in the copy happened. The two groups pointed at each other and laughed, each looking at the other like a fool. I don't know who is the real fool. Chapter 45, Melee Weapon Upgrade, Frost Sword. Ice Attribute. Upgrading from a musket to a cannon. Su Bai showed no fear when facing the terrifying old corpse in the mountain village. He slapped the horses particularly round but hard. Stand back. No need to get so close and take it. Particularly, Zhou Chang hissed and braked suddenly and retreated. Master. You want to use the kite-flying tactic? No need. Su Bai's voice was firm and resolute. It hurts me to have you bear the pain all the time. I can do it myself from now on. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up from the horse. Use your legs. Leaping out like a cannonball. Holding the fine bronze sword tightly in both hands. Raise it above your head. With an indomitable momentum. He jumped and slashed at the old corpse that was emitting a terrifying aura. What the hell? Is he crazy? In the third grade team. Once again, an exclamation of disbelief broke out. Lu Chao's eyes almost popped out. This idiot. If you can't beat me on horseback, you can still run. He actually dismounted and challenged me in a one-on-one duel? Don't you think dying isn't fast enough? His face was full of ridiculous expression, as if he was a madman. Totally incomprehensible. But they don't know it at all. This is the core of the tactics carefully designed by Su Bai. Anger explodes. This is the core skill from the hidden secondary profession, Furious Knight Commander. The effect is overwhelming. Every time you take damage, you accumulate rage. The higher the damage, the faster the rage accumulates. When your anger is full, you can actively detonate it. Causes horrific burst damage. It can be called a magical skill that exchanges injuries for lives. Moreover, Su Bai has two hidden secondary professions, and his health is thick, so he is not afraid of being injured at all. The attack power of this LV-30 elite old corpse in front of him was terrifyingly high. Every attack can cause huge damage to Su Bai. It also means that a huge amount of anger is accumulating. Roar! The old corpse let out a sharp scream, and its dry claws, with a fishy wind, grabbed Su Bai, who was chopping down from the air. Puff! A scarlet damage number suddenly floated up above his head. The blood volume dropped a lot in an instant. Hiss. The crowd of onlookers gasped. The third-grade students even sneered with glee. It's over. Half blood in one move. Dead. However, Subai's whole body was wrapped in a sea of rage and blood and exploded. Anger explodes. Dealt 10 times the damage of its own upper limit. Immediately afterwards, Subaidao exploded in anger. The boss's health dropped significantly 3 or 4 times faster than in speed queue. All the laughter stopped abruptly. Lu Chao and the group of third-year elites behind him. The gloating expression on his face completely froze. This is fucking. What kind of monster is this? A freshman? Single-handedly challenge a level 30 elite? And they kill the enemies faster than our 2 teams. Just 10 minutes. The old corpse in the mountain village died. Subai let out a long sigh. The experience points gained from killing the boss are indeed high. Reached level 17. After the boss dies, there are materials dropped all over the ground. A treasure chest burst out from his body. Subai kicked it away. Perfect frost sword. Grade, SS. Wearing level, LV 15. Attributes, strength plus 135, agility plus 120, spirit plus 80, health plus 140. Special skill, frost. Each time you consume a point of energy, you can deal freezing damage equal to 1/3 of your current energy to the target, slowing the target by 35%, and causing splash damage to 5 surrounding targets. The splash damage is 1/5 of the current total damage. It really is a treasure map, and the things that come out of it are good. SS is the best. Subai put on the frost sword and swung it. A burst of ice magic energy danced along with the sword's shadow. Subai returned the bronze sword to Longwan. The action is quick and decisive without any regrets. Here. Your sword. Return it to its rightful owner. Tornado looked at the bronze sword handed to her. Her little mouth was slightly open, showing a bit of surprise. Ah. This, I gave it to you. You don't have to pay it back. You're my employee now. This is considered an employee benefit. Take it and use it. She quickly waved her hands to try to persuade the other party. Things given before joining the company do not count as employee benefits. It was originally yours. Now it's returned intact. Take it. The tone left no room for doubt. Tornado subconsciously took the bronze sword. I'm returning the sword to you. The stickers are cute. I'll take them. Subai changed the sticker on the new sword. He took it off the old shoulder and pasted it back on. Tornado's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then he started jumping wildly as if he was hit by an electric current. She clenched the bronze sword tightly in her hand. My knuckles turned slightly white and my mind went blank. Only Subai's calm profile remained. And that understatement. Sticker, I'll take it. He. Tornado felt his breathing quicken and couldn't help but say in his heart. This guy is too good at teasing, right? The sword-swinging gesture just now was so cool that it blew everyone away. Now you're doing this on purpose. I was really fooled by him. Damn it. I'm actually a little moved. She bit her lower lip tightly and pretended to be calm. At the same time, Lu Chao stared at the frost sword in Subai's hand. His eyes were filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. But he knew very well that the new student in front of him was extremely powerful. Killing a level 30 elite in a single fight is like killing a monster. Want to use your senior status to bully the other person? In the end, they are definitely the ones who get chased away. He took a deep breath and suppressed the greed in his heart. Put on the most humble smile on your face. Xiaobu quickly ran to Subai, bowed and said respectfully. Brother Bai. Do you think we can form a team? We third graders are also a strong fighting force. I promise I won't hold you back. He is so humble, like a little brother. Ha 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 ha. Chen Lei and the first-year team members burst into laughter. Now you know to call me Brother Bai? Wasn't that awesome just now? Third-year elites? That's hilarious. The mocking voices resounded mercilessly throughout the dungeon. Chen Lei held his stomach and laughed until tears came out. Squad leader Lu wants to join us. Boss Subai has rules. The joining fee is 500 yuan per person. No one should cheat. I only let you join me if I give you the treasure map. What good things do you have to offer to Brother Bai? Lu Chao didn't hesitate when he heard that. He immediately took out 5 ancient scrolls from his ring. He offered it with both hands and said in a firm tone, "I'll donate 5 treasure maps. Everything we dig out will belong to Su Bai. I just want to bring my brothers into the group to gain experience." The players behind him were stunned for a moment. Someone murmured anxiously, "Brother Chao. This is such a huge loss. The treasure map is so precious." Lu Chao tilted his head and lowered his voice. "These maps mark the locations in the Fengming College control area. Those bastards took away 60% of our territory. I can borrow Su Bai's knife to fight back. I want to see them cry with my own eyes." When they heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up and they understood immediately. The one who had been bullied before groveled and crawled back like a broken dog. "I had a lot of anger in my chest that I couldn't vent. This move was really enough, so hurtful and vicious." Su Bai scanned the 5 scrolls. "I've collected the picture. Money, 500 yuan per person. Bring you into the group. But remember." His eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. "My team. There's only one rule. Everything that falls belongs to me. If I don't pick it up, it's you who will be the one." Chapter 46 Everyone, please pay attention. All bosses are contracted. Another area of the copy. Zhao Haotian leads the team, running around like a headless fly. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The team member reported cautiously, "Brother Tian. The monsters nearby are almost gone. The upgrade speed is as slow as a snail." The school chat channel exploded. Everyone is trying to gain experience with Su Bai. Should we go over there too? Say something nice, maybe I can get some? Fuck you. Zhao Haotian turned around suddenly. His eyes were fierce as if he was choosing someone to devour. You want me to lick that Su Bai? Dream. Listen up to me. My cousin, Zhao Tianlong, the leader of Class 6, Grade 3, Weihai College. The key point in the province. The best of the best. My strength crushes all the so-called geniuses in Jinghai Academy. Come with me to Weihai University to find my cousin right now. Let him lead the team. Fight back. Teach that bastard Su Bai a lesson. Gaining experience with the elites of Weihai is a promising future. When the team members heard this, they were stunned at first. Then his eyes suddenly burst into astonishing light. Weihai College? The first key point in the province? Zhao Tianlong? I've heard of it. The 3rd grade boss. He's killed someone, been to jail, and been held back for 5 years. That's awesome. Can we really invite him? Then we can definitely turn the tables and give Su Bai a good slap in the face. Following Weihai to gain experience will definitely give you plenty of it. At the same time, Su Bai led a huge team. It poured into Fengming College like a black torrent. An enemy team is besieging a giant, flesh puppet, LV-31, boss. See the huge team that suddenly appeared. Lu Chuan, the 3rd-year captain of Fengming College. My scalp went numb and my face turned pale. If only there were a small number of students from Jiangxing College. He could just drive them away as forcefully as usual. But there are hundreds of people in front of me. As fierce as a gang fight. He instantly got scared. Brothers from Jiangxing Academy. Keep out of each other's way. Can we just fight our own battles and not interfere with each other? Su Bai sat upright on his horse with a calm expression. His eyes swept over the boss the other party was fighting. He looked at the treasure map mark in his hand again. No. Your boss position. It happened to be at my treasure map digging spot. It's in the way. Get out of the way. The tone is unquestionable. Lu Chuan was stunned when he heard this. What? Are you kidding me? Treasure map excavation point? Isn't this reason too ridiculous? But look at the terrifying number of people on the other side. But I don't dare to turn against you directly. But can he give up the boss he fought so hard for half a day? Absolutely not. Catch the leader first. First, knock down that troublesome 1st grade boy who is leading the group. This group of rabble naturally dispersed. He suddenly pointed at Su Bai on horseback. Sternly ordered. Li Lei Lei. Han Mimi. Kill that guy with the sword. Let him know the consequences of running wild in Fengming's territory. Behind him. 2 players with a strong aura. Come out immediately. It's the 3rd year of Fengming College. A renowned elite group. Li Lei. Elemental Mage. Han Mimi. Wind Assassin. 2 people. Good cooperation and strong strength. There are few rivals in the academy. Li Lei and Han Mimi's eyes met and they instantly reached a tacit understanding. Catch the leader first. Shoot the horse first. First, destroy that woman from the horse racing tribe. The 2 of them locked onto their target instantly and pounced on Zhou Teiji like lightning. Just when they were about to launch the attack, Su Bai used the treasure map as usual. Buzz. The ground at the red crossmark in the center of the scroll shook violently. Amidst a loud bang, hot magma gushed out with black smoke. A huge mummy with dark red flames burning all over its body broke out of the ground. Flame Corpse, LV-31, Elite, Fire Attribute. The terrifying heat wave instantly swept across the entire venue as if they were in a furnace. What the hell? Is there really something there? Li Lei and Han Mimi's pupils suddenly contracted and their faces were filled with horror. Their charge route was right at the location where the old flaming corpse had broken out of the ground. It's less than 3 meters away from the monster emitting high temperature. Roar! The lava eye sockets of the old flame corpse locked onto the 2 of them. The burning arms swept out fiercely like red-hot irons. No! Retreat quickly! Li Lei's soul was surging and he hastily raised his shield. Han Mimi turned pale and blocked with her dagger, but it was too late. Puff! The burning arms swept across the 2 people's bodies, and blood splattered. 35. 35. The Scarlet Number Sword. The raging flames instantly enveloped the bodies of the 2 men and burned them madly. Continuous burning. Loss of 35 HP per second. Amidst the shrill screams, the robe ignited, the dagger melted off the arm, and it became charred. Almost half of their health bars evaporated instantly, and their faces turned as pale as paper. Fuck you? Lu Chuan's eyes popped out of their sockets. Is this really the location of the treasure map? A fire elite monster appeared? His mind went completely blank and he was stunned on the spot. Su Bai was slightly startled by the sudden change, then scratched his head helplessly. TSK. My bad luck. Another trap. His tone was filled with innocent disdain, but his actions were without hesitation. At the same time, he shook his wrist violently and the frost sword flashed with cold light. Ning Xuan. Open. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the flaming old corpse. Swish, swish, swish. 3 icy blue sword energies tore through the heat wave. Accurate hits will burn the body and cause dazzling damage. The damage from ice and fire is off the charts and triggers a deceleration at the same time. The flaming corpse's violent movements suddenly stopped. The flames burning on the body surface dimmed a little. What's even more terrifying is that the frost sword energy explodes after hitting. It turned into countless tiny ice crystals and splashed in a fan shape. Puff, puff. Flesh and blood puppets within 5 meters. The action of instantly covering with thin frost was a beat slower. 35% slowdown. The effect instantly covers the entire field. Hiss. The whole audience gasped. Li Lei and Han Mimi collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The charred robe was torn into pieces and emitted a pungent bird smell. The 2 men's faces were filled with fear and terror after surviving the disaster. The burning flames just now lingered in my mind like a nightmare. If Su Bai hadn't frozen all the monsters in time and slowed them down, they will definitely be torn to pieces by the old flaming corpse. The 2 men struggled to look up at the calm figure on the horse. His eyes were filled with gratitude and deep awe. Thank you so much. Li Lei's voice was hoarse and trembling. We were blind and rude just now. Thank you for your help. He saluted with difficulty. The tone was sincere and full of apology. Han Mimi also struggled to stand up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget it. Her voice was weak but clear, with the flexibility and gratitude unique to women. Then they both turned to look at the dazed Lu Chuan. Li Lei took a deep breath and said solemnly, Captain, this is indeed the treasure hiding place of this brother. Let's move. His tone was firm and submissive. Han Mimi nodded vigorously and added, "Captain, move over. We really can't afford to offend this guy." Her eyes swept across Su Bai's Ningxuang sword and the army behind him. A trace of deep fear flashed in his eyes. Su Bai ignored this group of people and did not actively ask them to join his team. Just get the boss experience into your own hands. Soon, this elite monster and boss were also killed. Level up. Reached level 19. In the special week, Maria's level also reached 15. Tornado and Gao Wanqing's levels have reached 17. It can be said that this is the fastest they have ever upgraded. Chapter 47. I met twin sisters by chance. They both wanted Su Bai. Su Bai carefully searched for spoils on the corpses of the two huge monsters. His eyes suddenly locked onto a neatly folded black cloak. It feels silky and cool to the touch, like fine satin. The surface is embroidered with a lazily curled up mysterious black cat pattern in gold thread. It is lifelike and exudes a heart-pounding extraordinary aura. He immediately checked the detailed attribute panel of the cloak with a slight thought. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Cat Cape. Item name, Black Cat Cape. Grade, S. Introduction. After use, agility is increased by 100 points, lasting for 300 minutes. It can also be given as a souvenir to a Miao clan member. Covering the cloak with the other person will temporarily increase the match rate by 100% regardless of race, lasting for 300 minutes. This attribute is simply a divine tool tailor-made for me. There is a racial gap between him and Emoli, the little wild cat Qiling. Even after eating a lot of food, the matching rate still increases slowly. With this cloak, 300 minutes is enough for in-depth communication, which can push the compatibility to perfection. Thinking of Emoli curled up in his arms wearing a black cloak. The feeling of those sensitive cat ears and soft tail rubbing against your skin. Su Bai's blood was boiling and the heat rushed from his lower abdomen to his forehead. We must go back to find Emoli immediately. Just when Lu Chuan and others from Fengming College were still hesitating whether to leave, a woman's voice rang out. When did Fengming Academy become so timid? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw two tall figures walking side by side. The long black hair falls to the waist like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Their faces are as delicate as twin flowers carved from the same mold. But their temperaments are completely different, like ice and fire. The woman on the left is wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with silver star patterns. Holding an oak staff inlaid with a dark blue gem, he exudes a calm aura. Her eyes were indifferent, like an ice queen looking down on everyone. It was my elder sister Qi Linghua LV40, Summoner, S level. The woman on the right is wearing a dark green outfit embroidered with dark gold insect patterns. Several swollen insect sacs hanging around the waist exude a dangerous aura. His eyes are as sharp as a hunting scorpion. It was my younger sister Qi Lingmei LV40, Insect Tamer, SS level. Sister Linghua. Sister Lingmei. Lu Chuan shouted in ecstasy like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Why did you two come here in person? He crawled over and came forward with a tone full of flattery and awe. Qi Linghua glanced at the mess on the ground and the embarrassed team members. Her dark eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her voice was as cold as ice. It's a father's duty to suppress the rampage in the dungeon. But my sister and I want to prove our strength without relying on the armed police. She lightly tapped the precision metal instrument floating beside her with her fingertips. The scarlet curve on the screen oscillates strangely around 79.5%. The dungeon's rampage value has been forcibly stabilized. We traced the source of the data and found it here. The two sisters originally entered the dungeon secretly, without any permission from their father Qi Tongwei. He also stole the copy's rampage monitor. After entering the dungeon, the two went directly to the core area, ready to challenge the final boss. As a result, they suffered a great loss and could only follow the rampage meter to find a team that could maintain stability in the dungeon without rampaging. Prepare to recruit soldiers and fight the boss together. Lu Chuan was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt like he had found a backer. Pointing at the Su Bai team in the distance, he cried and complained. My two sisters. You came just in time. That first-year student at Xiangxing Academy, Su Bai, is going too far. You're relying on your numbers to seize our boss position. And what about the treasure map digging point is ridiculous. You must uphold justice for our Fengming Academy. However, her younger sister Qi Lingmei raised her eyebrows and scolded coldly when she heard this. As a representative of the elite third-year students of Fengming College, I was completely suppressed by the first-year students. You still have the nerve to cry and ask for justice from us? You have completely disgraced Fengming Academy. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, scraping across Lu Chuan's flushed cheeks. We are already merciful by protecting you from further bullying. Lu Chuan was speechless and his face turned pale. He retreated to the end of the team as limp as an eggplant hit by frost. I dared not say another word for fear of angering this evil couple. Qi Linghua lightly moved past the embarrassed Fengming team members. His eyes fell calmly on Su Bai, who was sitting upright on horseback. Are you Su Bai, a freshman at Xiangxing Academy? Exactly. Are these people behind you, your people? Qi Linghua asked. That's right. Very good. A strange light flashed in Qi Linghua's eyes. We sisters want to join your team to defeat the final boss together. I wonder if Su Bai is willing to accept it. The attitude seems to be humble, but in fact it carries the arrogance of Phoenix Academy. Sure. Su Bai answered very readily. 500 yuan per person for the tour. I'll be the first to pick up any dropped items. What? Qi Lingmei's hair instantly turned red with anger and her eyebrows raised. 500 per person? Drop priority? Is he crazy? We are the level 40 elite professionals of Phoenix Academy. SS level insect tamer and S level summoner join forces. It is the core ace combat force in any team. How dare a freshman who's not even at level 20 be so arrogant? Lingmei. Calm down. Qi Linghua reached out and held her sister down. Our Qi family has no shortage of the things dropped by the boss. This trip is just to prove our strength to my father and get the qualification to join the armed police. As long as I can get the first kill of the final boss, I will achieve my goal. The distribution of the spoils can be done according to his rules. Sister. Qi Lingmei stomped her feet unwillingly but was stopped by a look. She glared at Su Bai fiercely and suddenly threw out 5 banknotes. 500, right? I'll give you 5,000. 4-2. The brand new 1,000 yuan bill shot accurately towards Su Bai's face. But it was caught steadily by Zhou Tibai, who was so obsessed with making money that he was dazzled. So much money. But Qi Lingmei raised her chin provocatively. Just taking money without working is not our style. Do you dare to raise the stakes? Final boss battle. Damage output statistics. Who's the top damage output? Whoever gets the first chance to pick up the spoils will be the first to do so. How about it? Do you dare to answer it? Little brother? Su Bai thought for a second. He nodded in agreement. There are 3 urgent needs for people. I am indeed a little impatient now, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The little black cat at home hasn't had any milk yet. Moreover, the treasure map has been dug up. There was no one around to report the presence of a boss. I wasn't planning on fighting the final boss. After all, the level gap is indeed quite large. Chapter 48. This violent power conquers the sisters. At Su Bai's home, Emily held the glass and took a sip. Gudong. Gudong. He drank 3 cups of warm milk handed to him by Arya. He licked the milk stains on the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. The little face is filled with a blush of happiness. Ha, delicious. She put down the empty cup and jumped to the electronic scale. Stand on it carefully. Hold your breath. Keep your eyes on the numbers jumping on the screen. 39.5 kilograms. Emily instantly cheered. Yeah. That's great. I gained another 0.1 kilograms today. Aliyah, your milk is amazing. It's so nutritious. She turned and pounced on Arya, who was busy in the kitchen. Gave her a big hug. The little head rubbed Arya's arm affectionately. Thank you, Aliyah. Arya gently rubbed Emily's soft black hair. A good physique is better than anything else. Supplement your nutrition well. Keep your body in good shape. Wait till the master comes back. If you don't go through all the hard work, you'll just collapse. Last few words. The voice was very low and contained the teasing tone of someone who had experienced this. Ah. Emily's face instantly turned red when she heard that. Trouble? What's the trouble? I. Not yet. Be mentally prepared. A little scared. Silly girl. What's there to be afraid of? Master is actually very gentle. Although, sometimes the requirements are a bit too much. It's a bit strange. Her pretty face also turned slightly red. You. Remember. When the time comes, don't think too much. Master, if you have any request, you must obey. Be more cooperative. Be more proactive. Be more positive. Don't be hesitant or give up halfway and disappoint your master. Do you understand? Her tone carried the confidence of someone who had been through it and a deep understanding of Subai. Match, cooperate? Active, active? Positive, positive? Arya. You, stop talking. It's so embarrassing. But deep down in his heart, he inexplicably remembered every word of Arya. The core area of the dungeon is filled with howling winds and a spooky atmosphere. A terrifying figure slowly wandered in the center of the huge altar. 9 Corpse King, LV-35 exudes terrifying pressure. It was wearing a tattered black dragon robe and its skin was as dry as tree bark. The dark green soul fire burned in his eye sockets, and the ground shook with every step he took. A suffocating and oppressive feeling enveloped the entire altar space. Several weaker teams hid far away at the edge of the altar. They were lurking behind the ruins, peeking around. His eyes were filled with fear and awe of the powerful being. Several sharp-eyed reconnaissance professionals were lying on a high place. They hold telescopes or special instruments and watch with bated breath. Carefully record every subtle movement of the Corpse King. Movement patterns, attack range, special skills details. All valuable information was quickly recorded in the notebook. This information can be sold to large guilds or colleges at a high price in the future. Hiss. This oppressive feeling is too terrifying. It feels like I can't breathe from such a distance. That's right. I heard there were 2 level 40 bosses before. They teamed up to challenge and were defeated miserably, and almost died here. Really? 2 level 40 bosses? It's unbelievable that they can't even defeat this boss. Those 2 are not simple. I heard they are Director Chi's daughters. Director Chi Tongwei's daughters, the Chi sisters. Phoenix College's top students are top-notch. What the hell? Director Chi's daughter took action personally? Those 2 are an S-class summoner and an SS-class insect master. Even this top-tier configuration failed? That's outrageous. Everyone was instantly shocked when they heard this. It said the battle was extremely brutal. The summoner's signature winged tiger. Half of its wings were torn off and it's seriously injured and near death. It's currently recuperating. The insect master's killer bee swarm was almost completely wiped out. The thought of the ground being covered with insect corpses makes my scalp tingle. Hiss. Even they can't handle this dungeon. I'm afraid this is going to be a complete rampage. I guess we'll have to rely on the armed police to suppress it. Boom. The dull sound of footsteps resounded throughout the dungeon like thunder. The huge team of more than 500 students was like a flood that broke through a dam. They charged towards the terrifying Corpse King in the center of the altar in a mighty force. The shouts and cries of killing were so earth-shaking that they seemed to tear the dark sky apart. Kill. Defeat the Corpse King. Get the first kill. Brothers, fire on all cylinders. Max out your output. Don't be afraid. All the hatred is on the top damage dealer. Hit hard. Touch the boss and you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Excited roars mixed with the clanging sounds of weapons colliding. It merges into a blood-boiling war symphony. In an instant, the brilliance in the sky poured down like a rainstorm. Fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, and lightning intertwined to form a destructive light net. Arrows, crossbows, poison darts, and hidden weapons whistled through the air. The flashes of swords, the shadows of fists and legs stirred up a fierce gust of wind. Countless skill special effects flashed wildly, illuminating the dim altar as bright as day. Just 10 minutes. Under the brutal and concentrated fire of more than 500 people. The terrifying health bar of the 9 Corpse King plummeted like an avalanche. It turns out, it was cut off in half. Qi Lingmei and Qi Linghua stopped at the same time. Eyes locked on the damage statistics panel. Su Bai, who is at the top of the list, has the highest output. The 2 of them combined are less than half of him. Hiss. Qi Lingmei gasped. How is this possible? He's less than level 20? The output is higher than our level 40 level? What a monster! The voice trembled. Qi Linghua appears calm on the surface. The knuckles turn slightly white. It's indeed ridiculously strong. This kind of talent has never been seen before. The tone was solemn. Qi Lingmei gritted her teeth. There was a gleam in his eyes. Sister! We can't let this kind of person go. Tell Dad about special recruitment into the armed police. Train him every day. Drill done. Let's rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to marry him. Keep the wealth within the family. Half true, half false. Puff. Qi Linghua almost choked. What nonsense are you talking about? And rock paper scissors marriage? Isn't it embarrassing? Her pretty face turned slightly red. Come on. Look at how crazy he is. I don't even blink when asked for money. Does he look like someone who would enter the system? I love money and freedom deep down. That's a very accurate description. What should we do then? We can't just watch him slip away? Qi Lingmei stomped her feet unwillingly. Let him skip a grade and come to Phoenix Academy? Our resources are much stronger than Xiangxing's. His eyes lit up. Forget it. Qi Linghua shook her head. Phoenix is an all-girls school. He's a boy who transferred in. Those hungry wolves. We can drain him dry in 3 days. Not even a bone is left. The competition is too intense. We might not be able to win. What should we do then? Qi Lingmei's face fell. You can't really let him slip away? It's safest to leave him with us. Well, if we keep him in Phoenix Academy and watch him carefully, he probably won't get lost. She looked at Su Bai's back with reluctance. Qi Linghua took a deep breath and looked deep. Observe and defeat the final boss first. See how capable he is. If it is truly a peerless uncut gem, let Father personally come forward to issue the engagement letter. The Public Security Bureau director is in great shape. I don't believe he won't be tempted. Chapter 49 Brother Lone, I hate bullies the most in my life. Just as the Qi sisters were whispering and plotting, a cold and violent roar suddenly rang out. Who the hell gave you permission to touch my boss? The sound was like ice scraping against bones, full of blood and murderous aura. Everyone looked in horror in the direction of the sound. I saw dozens of figures rushing over like ghosts. The leader was tall and strong with a ferocious face. The look in his eyes is like that of a ferocious beast choosing its prey. There is a suffocating feeling of oppression all over the body. It was Zhao Tianlong, the third-year leader of Weihai College. What the hell? Zhao Tianlong? Why is this evil star here? Isn't he in jail? I heard he was in jail for murder. He only got 8 years because of connections. I took down several bosses in prison. I became a prison bully. I'm in my 30s and still a repeater at Weihai University. The crowd exploded in excitement and exclaimed in surprise. Many people turned pale and stepped back subconsciously. He didn't dare to look into Zhao Tianlong's fierce eyes. Zhao Tianlong's gaze was like a poisoned dagger, sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. Finally, he locked onto the Ninein Corpse King in the center of the altar, who was being madly targeted. Seeing that the boss's health bar had plummeted to more than half, the veins on his forehead suddenly bulged. A bunch of idiot bastards. Dare to touch the prey I'm targeting? Stop it, or don't blame me. A killing spree. The last 3 words. With an undisguised bloody threat. Su Bai frowned slightly. Look at Cheng Yaojin, who suddenly appeared. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes. His mind is now full of the little wild cat at home who was waiting for him to go back and have an in-depth communication. Don't want to waste time with this kind of garbage. Chun Lei. Keep on outputting. Don't stop. I'll handle this here. After saying that, Su Bai and the other 5 took the initiative to separate from the team. Facing Zhao Tianlong's gaze, the two sides stood facing each other. Gao Wanqing even activated her dominance. Sharp eyes. Because the person opposite her was Zhao Haotian, the guy she hated. Needless to say, Zhao Tianlong's coming over must be related to Zhao Haotian. Subai glanced at the other person, and the other person's information appeared. Zhao Tianlong LVE 50, occupation, bandit. Level 50. That's not a low level. Looks like he's leveled up quite a bit in prison during his 8 years. Subai secretly sighed that this level was absolutely far ahead among students of his age. The four of you, get out of here right now. I'm in a good mood today. Please be merciful and don't kill, you annoying bastards. But you, Subai, you must stay with me. He pointed at Subai with a domineering tone that left no room for questioning. You still have an unsettled account with my little brother Zhao Haotian. We need to find a quiet place to discuss this. This sounds high-sounding but is actually a naked threat. The intention is obvious, just to educate Subai alone. Typical school bullying tactics are insidious and despicable. The faces of the ordinary students around who didn't have the capital to be the boss turned pale when they heard this. His eyes were filled with fear and he was struggling with his conscience. They wanted to help but saw Zhao Tianlong's ferocious look. Then think of his criminal record as a murderer and his reputation as a prison bully. And the terrifying style of repeating grades indefinitely and taking revenge for every slight. A bone-chilling chill instantly rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. If you dare to stand out today, you might be put in a sack on the way home from school tomorrow. Drag them to the wilderness and beat them half to death or even make them disappear from the face of the earth. Who can afford such consequences? Facing Zhao Tianlong's naked threats and bullying. Instead of showing any fear, Subai sneered. He looked at the other person as if he was looking at a clown. The voice was clear and full of contempt. Negotiate? With someone like you who spent 8 years in prison? An old scoundrel who's still stuck in school like a repeater after being released? Are you worthy? You are looking for death. Zhao Tianlong instantly became furious. The veins on his forehead were twisted and throbbing, and murderous intent was boiling in his eyes. He suddenly took a step forward and his momentum exploded. It was like a volcano erupting and trying to kill Subai. At the critical moment, four beautiful figures rushed forward like lightning. Form an indestructible human wall to protect Subai. Special Thursday, the hooves slap the ground and the gravel neighs. Student Subai, if you want to fight, just ride on me in charge. Mary spread her wings and holy light surged like a tide. Be careful. The Holy Lord doesn't want anyone to get hurt. Longjuan's face was tense as she grabbed Subai's arm tightly. You are my subordinate. I order you not to mess with him. Gao Wanqing's eyes were complicated and filled with deep remorse. All this is because of me. Subai, I figured it out now. I will take all the blame. Subai looked at the four women in front of him with a flash of warmth in his eyes. Then it turned into a firm hand that gently pushed away the tornado. And pat the tense neck gently. His eyes swept over Maria and Gao Wanqing. Get out of the way. I don't need help. This is a matter between me and Zhao Tianlong. No one should interfere. Zhao Haotian was eager to try, Brother Long. Kill him. Help me vent my anger. Damn it. There are 4 women to take my place when I get beaten. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? Just when Subai and Zhao Tianlong were about to collide, a lazy female voice with invisible pressure sounded. I was wondering why the boss killing speed suddenly slowed down. So it's you, Zhao Tianlong, the little brat, who's here to cause trouble. The sound was not loud but it clearly penetrated all the noise on the battlefield. It was like being poured with ice water, instantly freezing Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent. Plop! Zhao Tianlong felt as if his spine had been pulled out while charging. His legs trembled violently and uncontrollably and he fell to his knees. The ferocity on his face instantly turned into a pale look of terror. Subai was unable to stop due to inertia and punched down hard. Bang! Zhao Tianlong was hit right on the face. He spun 2.5 circles on the spot before falling to the ground in a mess. Subai? He steadied himself and looked at his kneeling opponent in astonishment. I don't understand this evil guy at all. Why did he suddenly kneel down and took a punch from me for nothing? Zhao Tianlong didn't care about the burning pain on his face. He rolled and crawled on his knees, not daring to lift his head. The voice trembled like a leaf falling in the wind and was full of flattery. Qi, eldest sister Qi. Second sister Qi. Why are you two here? If you had informed me in advance in this dungeon. Brother. I will definitely prepare some local specialties to honor you. He winked frantically at his followers behind him. A student hurriedly took out the best equipment from his ring. He knelt down and presented some rare and dazzling equipment. The crowd automatically separated into different passages. Shi Linghua and Shi Lingmei walked out slowly side by side. Neither of them even looked at the equipment that was offered. Shi Linghua folded her arms and snorted condescendingly. Didn't you promise to behave yourself and not cause trouble after you get out? Why are you bullying my boyfriend now? What's the conflict? Can't we talk it out? The 4 words little boyfriend were like a bolt from the blue. It hit Zhao Tianlong's crown hard. His whole body trembled violently as if struck by lightning. The majestic face of Director Qi of the Public Security Bureau flashed through my mind instantly. He was able to be released from prison early thanks to the secret operation of the Qi family. Now you're actually going to touch the boyfriend of the director's daughter? Does this guy think his life is too long? Zhao Haotian. I'll fuck your ancestors. Zhao Tianlong roared wildly in his heart. Instantly turn all your anger towards the culprit. He rolled and crawled and suddenly jumped in front of Zhao Haotian. Swing your arms in the other person's dull gaze. Pa! A slap hit the back of the head hard. How dare you lie to me? How could such an upright man like Brother Subai bully you? I rely on my loyalty and hate school bullying the most. You tricked me into coming to your rescue? Before he could finish his words, he raised his foot and kicked with all his strength. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Zhao Haotian's facial bones deformed instantly. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the sky. He curled up on the ground holding his broken leg, twitching in pain. Brother! He really bullied me. I wasn't lying to you. Zhao Haotian burst into tears and let out a desperate wail. Chapter 50 Real Bullying. Bully your mother. Zhao Tianlong roared to the sky. Another slap hit Zhao Haotian hard in the face. Snap. The crisp sound echoed in the silent altar. Your father and my father are colleagues and both are judges. Sentence your mother. The second slap followed. The force was so strong that Zhao Haotian saw stars. Brother Long. Can you please stop fighting? Zhao Haotian wailed. Pa! The third slap was as powerful as thunder. He was beaten so hard that smoke came out of his 7 orifices and blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. The 3 slaps contain all of Zhao Tianlong's strength. Zhao Haotian's health bar plummeted to the red line of death in an instant. His body collapsed limply like a broken sack. A priest in his team hurriedly raised his hand. Holy light healing, a soft light envelopes you. Zhao Haotian was barely pulled back from the brink of death. But the severe pain still made him curl up and twitch. Zhao Tianlong didn't even look at Zhao Haotian, who was lying in the mud on the ground. He walked up to Su Bai and forced a smile. Brother Su Bai. It's true that we don't know each other until we fight. I'm sorry for offending you before. Brother, I apologize to you. He spoke in a loud voice and seemed to be apologizing to Su Bai. In fact, he kept glancing at the Qi sisters out of the corner of his eyes. I was afraid that the 2 aunts would still be dissatisfied. Well, leave the rest of this boss to the brothers. Don't worry. We won't pick up any of the exploded items. No one will bother you in Weihai Port. Just tell me my name, Zhao Tianlong. It works. He patted his chest and made a promise with saliva flying everywhere. Then he rubbed his hands and asked tentatively. I'll join your team and fight together. Is that okay? Just nod your head. I'll bring my brothers in right away. Su Bai's eyes swept calmly across Zhao Tianlong's flattering face. You can join the group. Same rules. $500 each. Entry fee. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock all around. Su Bai dares to ask for money from anyone. Even this kind of troublemaker and super-staying student was not spared. It's usually this group of people who look for good students and collect protection fees. Yet he turned against Tian Gang. What had the guts to do that? Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong heard Su Bai asking for 500 yuan for joining the group. The ferocious expression on his face froze instantly. Then he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. That twisted and hideous smile made him look even more terrifying. No problem. No problem. I can join my brother's team. That's a huge honor for us. We're so lucky. His voice was loud and full of exaggerated flattery. How can 500 per person be enough? That's too shabby. Brothers, each of you pay 10,000. For Brother Subai. Just consider it a meeting gift. Come on, everyone. The group of fierce thugs behind him were stunned for a moment. Long? Brother Long. 10,000 yuan is too much. Brothers, even if we sell everything we have, we still can't come up with the money. How many materials do we need to mine to exchange for 10,000 yuan? Shut up. Zhao Tianlong turned his head and shouted angrily. The fierce look in his eyes scared the little brother into silence instantly. He raised his foot and kicked Zhao Haotian, who was lying on the ground. Why are you pretending to be dead? Get up now. There are 10 of us. 10,000 each. Help us pay for it immediately. If you pay me even a penny less, I'll break your other leg today. Zhao Haotian was kicked so hard that he curled up and wailed in pain. At this moment, he felt so regretful that he wanted to cry but had no tears. As the saying goes, the weak are afraid of the strong and the strong are afraid of the desperate. Although his father and Zhao Tianlong's father hold the same official positions. But Zhao Tianlong has the ruthlessness of a desperado in his bones. It is something that a greenhouse flower like him can never achieve. Face this naked threat of violence. He can only swallow his anger. He took out his communicator tremblingly and started transferring money. Maybe. This is the most direct form of bullying. With Zhao Tianlong as a new force joining the battlefield, the firepower of more than 500 people was instantly increased to the extreme. The originally extremely ferocious Nine Corpse King. At this moment, it is like a trapped beast in the quagmire. In the overwhelming skill frenzy, the health bar dropped like an avalanche. Just 3 minutes. That is a terrifying existence that needs to be suppressed by the armed police. He was actually worn down to death by this group of students working together. With a loud bang, the huge body of the Corpse King collapsed. The golden light filled the sky and poured down like a waterfall, covering the entire altar area. Buzz. Countless upgraded lights shine one after another. The cheers instantly dispelled the gloom of the dungeon. Bathed in golden light, Subai's level soared to level 22. The 4 women behind him also shone with light and broke through to level 20. The upgrade notifications that flood the team channel are exciting. Shi Linghua walked up to Subai. There was undisguised admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. Subai. You are the strongest first-year student I have ever seen. Amazing potential. He'll become something great in time. Her tone was serious and full of the pride of Phoenix Academy. I'll try my best to reach level 40 this year. I can use my connections to recruit you into Phoenix College. The resources there are far beyond what a strong academy can offer. Hearing this, Tornado blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Senior. Isn't Phoenix Academy an all-girls school? How can a boy like Subai get in? Her little face was full of confusion and worry. Shi Lingmei chuckled and waved her hand. How difficult is that? It's just a matter of using your connections. Rules are dead. Talents are alive. As long as Brother Subai nods. Sister, I have my own way to handle it. Her tone was relaxed and full of the confidence of a daughter of a wealthy family. Subai glanced at the 4 female companions beside him. Transferring is fine. But there's a condition. The 4 of them must come with me. Shi Lingmei was puzzled. Why? Because they are my study partners. Each one is indispensable. The tone was firm and unquestionable. Study partner? Shi Lingmei was stunned when she heard this. Then a strange light flashed in his eyes. Brother Subai. You really are loyal and righteous. She glanced at the 4 girls with very different styles. It's not impossible to let them enter Phoenix Academy. But there are 2 prerequisites. She held up 2 fingers. First, they must reach level 40. Second, you must get a special certificate. For example, the National College League Outstanding Progress Award or something like that. Use this honor as a stepping stone. I have enough reasons to convince the school board. We are making an exception to admitting boys and their study buddies. When she talked about the study buddy group, a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Special certificate? National College League? Subai secretly kept this information in mind. Taibizhou, Maria, and Tatsumaki beside them also felt secretly warm in their hearts. Especially Gao Wanqing, she originally thought that Subai hated her now. Unexpectedly, he still has his own thoughts in his heart. Since Subai and the others had packed their things and could not take the remaining materials away, they were all divided among the others. The current dungeon runaway rate has been reduced to 0%. The dungeon will be closed in 15 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. The prompt tone began to echo. Then, an oval-shaped portal floated up from the boss's body. Shi Linghua patted her sister's shoulder. Our mission is accomplished, let's go. Chapter 51, Little Greedy Cat Emily is not well? It doesn't matter, I have props. As the copy's rampage rate returns to 0, the prompt sound rang. A huge portal slowly took shape above the corpse of the Corpse King. The students cheered and began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The team, with its fruitful harvest, was filled with joy. Taibizhou excitedly held Subai's hand. The little face is red and filled with happiness. Master! Let's go home. I gained a lot of levels today. I made a lot of money. That's definitely enough money to build a 3-story building. She happily fantasized about life in her new home. It's as if I can see children happily running in the newly built yard. Subai looked particularly excited. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But his eyes suddenly turned cold when he swept across the corner of the crowd. I saw Gao Wanqing being blocked by Zhao Haotian and his men. Although Zhao Haotian had a bruised face and was wrapped in bandages. But his eyes were still filled with hatred as he blocked Gao Wanqing's way. It is obvious that the thief is still determined to harass me. Special week. You go home first. I still have some things to take care of. Subai stuffed the house key into Taibizhou's hand. The tone was calm but unquestionable. Oh, okay, master. Although I am a little confused about this special week. But he still nodded obediently and took the key. Jumping into the evacuating crowd. Gao Wanqing. You know all about the mess your father's guild has been through. If you don't agree to be with me now, I'll go back immediately. Expose all the mess in your family. Let your father's guild's reputation be completely ruined. Zhao Haotian's face was ferocious and he lowered his voice to threaten viciously. Although he was covered in bandages and looked miserable. His eyes were still filled with hatred and as cold as a poisonous snake. Bastard! Despicable and shameless Zhao Haotian. Tornado was so angry that her face turned red and she kept jumping on the spot. Pointing at Zhao Haotian's nose and cursing. I'm despicable. I'm shameless and vulgar. What can you do to me? Ha! Zhao Haotian, on the other hand, admitted it frankly with a grin. Act like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. At this tense moment, a black shadow flashed through the crowd like a ghost. Subai appeared beside Gao Wanqing without any warning. He suddenly grabbed her in his arms and held her in his arms. Then he lowered his head and accurately covered her soft lips. A domineering and long kiss fell unexpectedly. Gao Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly. My pupils contracted violently and my brain went blank. The body is stiff as if petrified and unable to move. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Subai actually kissed her in front of everyone? The deep kiss lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly separating. A strand of silver thread was pulled apart ambiguously between their lips. The impactful picture shocked the whole audience. What the hell? Isn't that the tall campus beauty? Zhao Haotian chased her for 3 years but couldn't even touch her hand. Now I'm being forcefully kissed in public? Who is this guy? He's so fierce. The students who were standing around watching the excitement were instantly excited. Exclamations came one after another and mobile phone cameras were all aimed at. Zhao Haotian stood there as if struck by lightning. The expression on his face changed from ferocious to stunned to distorted. Finally it turned into overwhelming humiliation and rage. He pointed at Subai, his fingers trembling violently and his lips shaking. Subai slowly raised his head, his cold eyes piercing like a sharp sword. Look carefully. Gao Wanqing is my girlfriend now. Don't dare to get entangled in front of her again. Didn't you get enough of that beating just now? The voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding in everyone's heart. With an unquestionable declaration of sovereignty. You guys. Zhao Haotian's face turned from red to blue. Then it turned from blue to purple and finally turned pale like a dead person. His chest heaved violently as if he was about to explode in the next second. Good. 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 Su Bai. Gao Wanqing. Just wait and see. Your father's guild is finished. He squeezed out these harsh words from between his teeth and turned around suddenly. He fled away in a panic, limping like a stray dog. Gao Wanqing's lips trembled and she spoke incoherently, not knowing how to react. Su Bai slowly loosened his arms. Don't get me wrong. I just did it for Zhao Haotian to see. I'm also quite annoyed by his nagging expression. The tone was so calm as if he was stating a business matter. Then he turned around without hesitation. Only Gao Wanqing, disheveled in the wind, and Tornado, whose face flushed red after seeing this scene, were left alone. Maria stood quietly and looked in the direction of Su Bai. The blush on her fair little face has not faded and her eyes are blurred. She gently stroked her soft lips. It was as if he was recalling the shocking scene just now. It's so nice to be a human. You can express your feelings directly like this. Just then, a black luxury car slid to a stop silently. The smooth lines of the car body exude low-key luxury. The car door opened quietly. A man wearing a neat black suit with huge white wings spreading behind him. A middle-aged man with a serious face stood respectfully beside the car. Miss, you're hanging out with these civilians again. Butler Afu's voice was low and contained a hint of disapproval. Maria turned her head when she heard the voice. Afu. She trotted into the comfortable carriage, her voice filled with the coquettishness unique to young girls. It's so much fun to be with them. She lowered her head and played with the Yegardian ring on her finger, which was shining with a warm luster. Afu closed the car door gracefully. The tone carries the advice of an elder. Miss Maria, you are a noble of our winged clan. The master has given orders. You should learn more about good manners, so that I can socialize with the young masters of the winged clan in the future. His voice was steady but unquestionable. Afu. Maria pouted immediately upon hearing this and covered her blushing cheeks with her hands. Stop talking, please. Those parties are so boring. Young masters only know how to speak politely. It's meaningless. Her tone was full of obvious resistance and annoyance. The figure of Su Bai in the copy flashed through his mind. Su Bai pushed the door open and went home. He saw Alia whisking, Yu Lingfang rolling up the debris, and Emily could actually move the big things. Please help the master more in the future. Arya advised softly. Tay-Tay Zhou flipped her ponytail, got it. Su Bai leaned against the door and smiled softly, feeling warm in his heart. Just harmony. By the way, he turned his attention to Emily. This little girl was obviously stronger than before. Open the panel to view. Bound Spirit, Emily Meow Clan. Compatibility rate, 43% constituent condition improved, care took effect, and the owner became dependent on the owner. Su Bai nodded, even though his health was still not very good. But the black cat cloak can be forced to be fully loaded. I calculated it for 10 months. If you get enough nutrition in the early stage, there should be no problem in the later stage. At this time, the four spirits also discovered that Su Bai had returned. They gathered around happily. Chapter 52 successfully captures Emily and unlocks the third secondary profession, Night Judgment. Destiny. The other side. Zhao Haotian returned home with a bruised face. He slumped on the sofa without saying a word. His mother was so distressed when she saw this that she burst into tears. Oh my son. What's going on? Where did you fall so hard? Let mom see. She held her son's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and exclaimed. It's okay. I just bumped into something. Zhao Haotian said in a muffled voice. He buried his head deeper and refused to say more. Just then, the door was slammed open with a bang. Zhao Shang staggered into the house, drunk. His tie is crooked and he reeks of powder and perfume. Obviously he just came back from drinking at a nightclub. You heartless thing. You still have the nerve to fool around after your son fell like this? Zhao's mother instantly got furious and started cursing at her husband. Get lost. I'm annoyed just by the sight of you. She picked up the pillow and threw it hard. Zhao Shang was hit so hard that he staggered and sobered up a little. I have a lot of anger pent up in my heart and have no place to vent it. Why are you howling? I'm so annoyed. He ripped off his tie and glared at his son on the sofa. Tell me. What's going on? You look like you got knocked out? Who beat you? Tell me the truth. The voice carried the cold majesty unique to a judge. When Zhao Haotian was yelled at by his father, all the pent-up grievances burst out instantly. Wow, a cry came out. Dad. It's all Subai's fault. His face was covered with snot and tears. Exaggerating and accusing Subai of crimes. He snatched my wife Gao Wanqing in public and ordered someone to beat me up like this. Dad. You have to make the decision for me. After hearing this, Zhao Shang's triangular eyes narrowed into a slit. The flesh on his face twitched and revealed a sinister sneer. Oh. A young boy. You dare to touch my son, Zhao Shang? Don't worry. Your father works in the government office. There are plenty of ways to deal with this kind of brat. He took out his cell phone and operated it skillfully. I'll find someone to send him a box opening message first. Tear his family property upside down. See if he dares to be so arrogant. You can't scare him to death. After saying that, he casually took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. And threw it in front of his son. Here. Take it. Let's go to the nightclub and relax. Find a girl to relieve my heat. Don't fucking cry and embarrass me. Zhao Haotian looked at the stack of red bills and recalled the scene where Subai forcefully kissed Gao Wanqing in public. A surge of evil fire suddenly rushed to my head. He grabbed the banknotes and clenched them tightly. I know, Dad. Go to the nightclub. At least you can spend money to buy a moment of sage time to temporarily numb this heart-wrenching humiliation. Dinner is over, time to wash up. The bathroom became the busiest place. Yuling silently helped Tabi Zhou wipe the wet horse's back. It was slightly red from carrying the weight of 2 people during the day. Taizhou was so sleepy that his eyelids were drooping, and he managed to mumble, Master, let's chat for a while. Before he could finish his words, he tilted his head and fell asleep on the floor in an instant. Alia chuckled and covered her with the blanket. Subai looked around the crowded living room. Warm, but also really crowded. The large flat in this high-end community is no longer big enough to live in. It seems we need to build a bigger building. Let's do this tomorrow morning. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The only thing left in the living room was the warm yellow floor lamp casting a halo of light. Everyone went to bed. After all, they knew that Subai had been busy all day and didn't want to bother him anymore. Except Emily. She has a cattail tip. From time to time, it gently swept across the back of Subai's hand. It brought a slight itch. Hey. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito and almost inaudible. Subai put down the book in his hand and looked up. You gave your mattress to Tabi Zhou, so you can only sleep on the sofa, you hear. Emily's eyes were vague and she didn't dare to look at him. The sofa is too hard, it hurts. She mumbled a lame excuse under her breath. Oh? Subai raised his eyebrows and pretended to be confused. It's okay, I'll just sleep on the sofa. No. That's not what I meant. Emily was so anxious that the hair on his tail stood on end. I mean, you were so tired during the day, riding a horse all day. Sleeping on the sofa, my waist won't be able to bear it. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became and the hotter her cheeks became. Oh? A smile flashed across Subai's eyes and he moved closer. Yeah, what should we do? We can't sleep on the floor, right? He continued to play dumb and threw the question back. Emily's claws unconsciously gripped the sofa cover. Just, I can't let you sleep poorly anyway. It took her a long time to squeeze out these words. The tips of his ears are completely red. It's okay. Subai waved his hand with a righteous look on his face. My waist is fine. I can handle it. He patted his waist and spoke with a firm tone. Emily. She suddenly jumped up from the sofa. The tail completely exploded into a giant feather duster. You. Wooden. Idiot. You deserve your back. You deserve to sleep on the couch. I'll just freeze you to death. Humph. She stamped her feet angrily. Turn around and rush to your room. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. My heart was pounding as I leaned against the door. Stinky master. Stupid master. You don't even understand the hint. Outside the door. Subai's mouth curled up when he heard the noise inside. He walked slowly to her door and raised his voice deliberately. Are you really angry? So I'm really going to sleep on the sofa? Oh, the sofa does seem a bit cold. He muttered to himself. Inside the door. Emily pressed his ear against the door and heard everything clearly. I was so anxious that I turned around in a circle. Claws scratching the door. Wait a minute. She suddenly opened the door a crack, revealing half of the flushed face and flashing golden vertical pupils. I mean. She almost shouted with her eyes closed. My bed. I'll give you half. Don't ask any more questions. After saying that, he immediately retracted his head. Subai looked at the door that was opened a crack with satisfaction. A triumphant smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. This tsundere little cat is really fun to tease. But, just a joke. Serious business, can't be forgotten. His mind moved slightly. That black cat cloak, that exudes a mysterious aura, quietly appeared in his hands. Subai walked in and said, I have something for you. Then he locked the door. This is? It's for you. Subai handed over the cloak. Do you like it? Emily subconsciously took the cloak. The silky cool touch is great. That black cat pattern seemed to be tailor-made for her. There was a sudden glimmer of surprise in her eyes. I like it. But then, she seemed to think of something. The ears drooped and the eyes became hesitant. But, Arya, Yuling. Special week. They don't have any, I received gifts separately. Will they be unhappy? She whispered. But his claws were tightly grasping the cloak and he was reluctant to let go. Subai chuckled when he heard that, and reached out to gently scratch the tip of her small nose. Little fool. So, while they don't know, use it secretly. As he said that, Subai picked up the cloak. Flick your wrist and unfold it. Covered on Emoli. Wrap her petite body in it. The item usage time has ended. Subai opened the information bar. Bite. The result is success. You have successfully obtained the only hidden secondary profession of the Meow Meow Clan SSS, Night Judgment Destiny. Chapter 53, Invisible Wall Breaker. Critical hit with every sword. Resurrection on the spot. The Meow Clan is really too strong. It worked. A bit thrilling. After all, the adaptation rate is still very low. Forcefully use props to modify it. If anything goes wrong along the way, the career you have obtained may be lost and you will have to start all over again. Recultivate. More importantly, if he fails, his body will suffer great damage, which may endanger Emoli's life. It seems that I can't be so willful in the days to come. After all, it is the sage time now, and Subai has enough time to think about these future matters. I will quickly take care of the house tomorrow, plant grass and flowers in the yard, and speed up the adaptation rate of different races. These things come to mind here first. There is something more important right now, which is to check out these new powers that I have acquired. Open the information bar. Your attributes have been enhanced by your secondary occupation, plus 120 strength, plus 770 agility, plus 166 spirit, plus 120 health. You have obtained the Meowplan racial talent, shadow affinity agility, hit rate, and attack power increased by 50% at night. You have obtained professional skills, Judgment of Destiny, Shadow Shuttle, 9 Lives Substitute. Subai was a little surprised. The Meow Clan still improves its abilities at night, and it is superimposed with the passive of the Moonrabbit Clan. Previously, it increased the current agility, dodge, and attack speed by 50%. This time it increases the current agility, hit rate, and attack power by 50%. If the two sides overlap, and you put on Batman's mask at night, doesn't that mean we Chinese have our own Whip Man? A bit tough. What surprised Subai the most were the 3 skills. Originally, Arya and Yueling, the 2 contracted spirits, each had 2 skills after success. There is one more this time. Ignore the system's prompt to unlock the 3rd, illustrated guide of the spirits of all worlds. Subai began to check the skills returned by Emoli. Possessing the skill, Destiny Judgment, normal attacks are guaranteed to crit, and the crit damage is 300% of the current normal attack. This effect only applies to normal attacks and does not stack with the crit effects of other skills. What the hell? After seeing the first skill, Subai almost fell off the bed. Every strike is a critical hit. This is too powerful. What kind of heaven-defying race is the Meow Meow clan? What kind of heaven-defying profession is this in judgment of the Dark Knight? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Subai looked at the introduction of the second skill. Skill, Shadow Shuttle. Activate it to enter stealth mode, consuming 1 point of mental power per second to maintain. Attacking enemies while invisible increases damage by 300%. If in a shadow area, you can pass through obstacles with a diameter of 5 meters, and can carry objects up to your own weight. The stealth mode will automatically disappear after attacking the enemy 3 times, and it will also disappear if attacked. Oh my god. These skills are stronger and more shocking than each other. Especially this skill, the stealth sneak attack is simply invincible. Moreover, he hit the person twice, and the other person didn't even know who hit him. This skill is simply a magical skill in PvP. Of course, this trick is not only great for PK with others, it has a wider range of uses, such as stealing money from a bank, entering a bathhouse in stealth mode, and using a paid toilet, evading fares. Of course, this is all illegal. As a gentleman, Subai would definitely not do it. Subai reached out and touched the table, where there was still half a glass of water. After drinking it, I continued to look at the third skill. Possessing the skill, 9 lives substitute death. After death, you can immediately be resurrected with full health and mental strength. The skill cooldown time is 24 hours, and it can be used up to 9 times within 99 days. The skill usage limit is reset after the 100th day. After seeing the third skill, Subai almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Resurrection after death? Or full health? This is simply engraving the word life-saving into the skill. The 24-hour cooldown is not long, and the limit of 99 days and 9 times may seem restrictive, but it is not suitable for a life or death situation. Every resurrection means a chance to start over, and it is truly pulled back from the gates of hell. Especially when combined with the 2 previous burst skills, he can attack when advancing and hide when retreating. Now even a dead end has been paved directly into a way out. Who can withstand this combination of punches? Subai's heart was filled with excitement and could hardly be suppressed. He looked at Emoli, who was sleeping beside him. I couldn't help but lean over and kiss her cheek again. The cat's alertness is triggered instantly. Emoli suddenly jumped up from the bed with anger. Meow. Who? I'm so scared. He patted his chest only after seeing that it was Subai. What, a sudden attack in the middle of the night. It's scary, okay? She muttered and curled up again. Subai was amused by her reaction. I kissed you, but you still don't understand what it means? He deliberately lowered his voice with a teasing tone. Emoli's cheeks instantly turned red again. The tail curls unnaturally. Well, okay then. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's and full of shyness. It seems that some preparations have been made. Subai looked at her silly and cute appearance. The soft spot in my heart was touched and I chuckled. What's good? Just lie down and sleep. I'm exhausted today and need to rest. After he said that, he pulled the quilt up first, turned around and closed his eyes. The movements are smooth and there is no lingering feeling. Emoli. 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The morning mist is thick before dawn. Subai quietly got up and left the soft bed. It's not that he is used to getting up early, but he has to. A large number of experienced workers are gathering at the Chenghuang Temple labor market at this time. Those professionals with superb skills and high levels of life. It has always been a scarce resource that is snatched up as soon as it is first delivered in the early morning. He must pick the best craftsmen before others. He quietly dressed himself and picked up his cell phone. The moment the screen lights up, a text message from an unknown number pops up. Subai, I heard you've been acting pretty wild lately. Be careful. I know you live in 1801, building a Lijinjuan. You have 3 contracted spirits at home, right? I suggest you stay home lately. Otherwise, your contracted spirit might encounter some accidents. The words are cold and full of naked threats. Subai's pupils suddenly shrank and his brows furrowed. Open the box. Precise box opening. Not only do we know his detailed address, even the number and situation of the contracted spirits in the family are clearly known. This is definitely not information that an ordinary gangster can get. The only one I have made enemies with recently is Zhao Haotian. And I heard that his father is a judge. Have the authority to retrieve information from the government office. Oh. A cold light suddenly flashed in Su Bai's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an icy arc. Perhaps threatening him personally can be put aside for now. But is he planning to target Qi Ling? Touch the reverse scale. Seeking death. It's just right, I can try out my new skill, Shadow Shuttle. Chapter 54 Wuling Phone. Civilian Arena. The People's Arena begins. Su Bai looked at his current attributes. Character name, Su Bai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclasses, Rage Knight Commander, Moonlight Shooter Dominate, Knight's Judgment Destiny. Hidden talents, Slow Recovery, Moonlight Favor, Shadow Affinity. Level, LV 20. Attributes, Strength plus 630, Agility plus 1270, Spirit plus 590, Health plus 1020. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV3, Artificial Pollination, Blood Rage, Rage Burst, Moonmark Through Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars, Destiny Judgment, Shadow Shuttle, 9 Lives Substitute Death. Equipment, Frost Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, Brand New Unscrupulous Doctor's White Coat. The mental power can also activate Shadow Shuttle for nearly 10 minutes. That's enough. He took advantage of the darkest hour before dawn. The figure blends into the shadows of the street and moves quickly. Accurately found the alley near Zhao Haotian's house. Preparing to lie in ambush and wait for the target. But I saw a figure staggering towards me in the distance. You can smell the alcohol from a long distance away. He was humming a weird tune. It was Zhao Haotian who went to the nightclub to have a fun night. If he didn't have to go to school tomorrow, he would definitely party in the nightclub for 3 days and 3 nights. It really saves a lot of trouble. A cold light flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Take out the sack that has been prepared long ago from the ring. Approaching silently like a cheetah. He gathered his strength in his right fist and smashed it hard into the back of his opponent's neck. Ugh! Zhao Haotian groaned. The drunkenness was instantly dispelled by the severe pain. But before he could react, everything went dark. He completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Su Bai stuffed it into the sack with quick movements. After picking it up, immediately activate Shadow Shuttle. The figure in the sack merged into the shadows at the same time. Take advantage of the early morning when there are few people and travel quickly. Successfully crossed the weak point in the city wall's defense. Came to the long-abandoned house outside the city. He threw the sack heavily on the dusty ground, untied the sack to reveal Zhao Haotian's pale face. Pour a basin of cold water on it. Cough. Cough cough. Zhao Haotian suddenly woke up. I was horrified to find myself in a strange shabby house. The limbs were tied tightly with rough ropes. And Su Bai was standing in front of him with cold eyes. Su Bai? What do you want to do? His voice was trembling and full of fear. He tried to struggle but found that he could not move. This is outside the city. No matter how much you shout, no one will come. What are you going to do? My father is the judge. I'm telling you, if you start causing trouble you're done for. Su Bai slowly squatted down and looked at him at eye level. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let me discuss this with you. About that text message. The last few words were like an icicle piercing Zhao Haotian's heart. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. He completely understood that he had provoked the god of death. That was my dad scaring you. He didn't mean anything else, don't let your imagination run wild. Untie me now. It was just as Su Bai expected. In desperation, Zhao Haotian directly gave away his father. The murderous intent in Su Bai's eyes was no longer concealed. Puff! He drew out the frost sword without hesitation. A flash of cold light, instant kill. At the same time, with a loud crash, several bright rays of light burst out from the corpse. 5 pieces of glittering equipment fell to the ground. The neat arrangement exudes an extraordinary atmosphere. Congratulations on obtaining the Wuxuan ring. Congratulations on obtaining Peerless armor. Congratulations on obtaining Peerless leggings. Congratulations on obtaining Peerless Boots. Congratulations on obtaining Wushuang Helmet. All the parts of the Wushuang suit. It is obvious that these are the best things that Zhao Haotian collected thanks to his family background. At this moment, Subai got all the benefits. Subai bent down to pick it up with an expressionless face. Collect the set parts one by one. The movements are smooth and there is no psychological burden. Since the other party used underhanded tactics to threaten Qiling first, then you must be prepared to be killed in return. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Subai began to check this set of unparalleled set. Wushuang Helmet. Grade, A. Wearing level, LV 18. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Health plus 100. Unparalleled Ring. Grade, A. Wearing level, LV 18. Attributes, Strength plus 35, Agility plus 35, Spirit plus 35, Health plus 35. Unparalleled Boots. Grade, A. Wearing level, LV 18. Attributes, Strength plus 35, Agility plus 35, Spirit plus 35, Health plus 35. Set effect, Unparalleled. Gather 5/5 equipment. For every additional enemy within 5 meters, your attack increases by 5%, up to a maximum of 50%. The attributes of this set of equipment are very average, but some are stronger than those on Subai, and some are not as good as the brand new white coat of an unscrupulous doctor worn by Subai. But there is a set effect. This made Subai a little conflicted about whether to wear this suit. But soon, Subai thought of Yuling who could repair the equipment, so maybe he could ask her to do it. The equipment can be completely renewed, and maybe even have its attributes increased. So as long as you don't turn off the equipment and hide this option, the equipment on your body will not be visible, and only the fashion you are currently wearing, that is, clothes, will be displayed. But if someone finds out, it will be troublesome. It's a good opportunity to wash off the traces on Zhao Haotian's body at the same time. Thinking of this, Subai felt relieved. At this time, the boss in the orphanage also refreshed, and the opponent looked at Subai and was about to attack. Subai put on gloves and threw Zhao Haotian's body on him. Activate shadow travel and leave the area. It was just after 5 in the morning and the sky was getting light. The labor market outside the city god temple is already bustling. There were a lot of experienced people squatting beside the curb. In front of each person was a small wooden sign indicating their job type. Carpenters. Bricklayers. Plumbers. You name it. Subai swept his sharp eyes across the crowd. Specially select those with high-level life professions. Oldly LV 35 construction worker. Zhang the bricklayer LV 32 bricklayer. Master Wang LV 30 carpenter. With the professional skills of these masters, it would take ordinary people several months to build a 3-story building. If they work together, they can probably finish the project in 3 days. This is the efficiency charm of life professionals. Just when he was finalizing the appointments of several master craftsmen, a slightly embarrassed young man's voice sounded. Brother Subai. Count me in too. We live in the same community, and it's one building. Subai turned around and saw a familiar face. It was the young man who was scolded by his girlfriend for not being able to afford meat when he was moving the refrigerator. Obviously, he had to come out and earn hard-earned money on his days off. Subai understood and nodded and agreed readily. Okay. Come on. We're all trying to make a living. It's not easy. Please help if you can. The young man was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Subai. I will definitely do my best. The young man followed Subai closely. His eyes were full of envy and a little confusion. He couldn't help but move closer and lower his voice and asked. Brother Subai, what do you do? How can you earn so much money and eat meat every day? My girlfriend keeps saying. I regret meeting me too early. If I had met you later. She definitely wants to marry you. I'd be happy to even lick the dishes at your house. Nothing special. I just can fight a little better than ordinary people. He spoke in a calm tone and tried to downplay it as much as possible. The young man's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. Can you fight a little? To get high-level materials? Brother, this is not just a little bit. That means you can fight a lot of monsters, right? He gestured excitedly and suddenly remembered something. By the way, brother Bai. You're such a good fighter. The advertising company I work for has just accepted a promotion for Wooling Phone and it's going to start tomorrow. Our Jiangnan province just held a folk competition. You can sign up for the normal group if you haven't reached the first level yet. Go challenge the champion and win a high prize. And there's an official certificate of honor. Subai was listening casually when his eyes suddenly fixed. Wolinfeng, ring competition, certificate of honor? He instantly remembered the conditions of Qi Linghua and her sister. You need to obtain a special certificate as a stepping stone. Only in this way could she take her 4 classmates to the more advanced Phoenix Academy Girls' School. Doesn't the honor of this competition meet the requirements? Chapter 55, the tempting grand prize and the study partner you can always dream of. All the materials and personnel were ready and everyone came to the yard outside the city. Master Lu Zhensheng patted his chest and assured Subai. Don't worry, boss. We are professionals in demolishing and building houses. This old bungalow could be razed to the ground in a day. Just rest nearby and wait for the inspection. His tone is full of confidence as a professional. Subai rolled up his sleeves and offered to help. I'm quite strong and can lend a hand. Tear it down sooner and build a new one sooner. He only wanted the Qilings to move into their new home as soon as possible. Master Lu quickly waved his hand to dissuade him. No. This is dirty work. Don't hurt your delicate skin. But seeing Subai's firm attitude, he no longer forced it. Then you can tear down the fence. That's easy and safe. Let's go to the main house. He assigned me the easiest job. Several masters smiled at each other and started to work. While dismantling, they chatted with some joking. Young people nowadays really want to join in on all the fun. Demolition work is a specialty of life professions. Do you remember that level 40 berserker, old Lu, from last time? He tried to save the demolition fee, but ended up with the roof beams collapsing. The medical expenses for serious injuries are more expensive than the wages. They held cigarettes in their mouths and moved slowly. However, just as he finished speaking, then I heard a loud boom behind me. Everyone looked back in shock and was stunned. I saw Subai holding a giant hammer. Every blow of the hammer carries with it terrifying power. Judgment of Destiny critical hit effect of each strike is triggered. The fence walls collapsed in pieces like paper. Subai's figure was like a ghost in the smoke and dust. The entire courtyard fence was built in just a few minutes. It has been completely razed to the ground and cleaned up. What the hell? The cigarette in Master Lu's mouth fell directly to the ground. This is a fucking gardener? This wall-breaking speed is faster than my demolition job. The teachers were all stunned for a moment. Stop talking. Get to work. Master Lu's face turned red and he threw away the cigarette butt. We can't let amateurs outperform our professional team. They hurriedly grabbed their tools and rushed to the main house, trying to save some professional face. However, Subai had already followed with a hammer in his hand. I don't think the structure of the main house is complicated. As he said this, he hit the load-bearing wall with a hammer. Bang! Gravel flew everywhere, and the wall cracked. But several bricks and stones also fell on him. 35. 28. The damage numbers are rising. Subai didn't care that his health bar only dropped a little. Instead, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. He immediately activated Shadow Shuttle. The figure instantly blended into the shadows to avoid the falling rocks. Appear at another key supporting point. Another critical hit. Boom! Half of the wall collapsed. He followed suit, hammering and striking smoothly. The demolition efficiency is astonishingly high. When the teachers had only demolished 1/5 of it, Subai has swung the last hammer. The entire main house was completely reduced to ruins in the roar. He brushed off the dust on his body and said to Master Lu, "The rest of the construction work is up to you. I have something else to do, so I'll go first." After saying this, he turned around and left, hiding his achievements and fame. Master Lu and a group of veteran masters stood there in a daze. Look at the flat ruins. Look at Subai's departing back again. A collective silence. After a long while, someone murmured, "Lu Tuer, this gardener. They demolished it faster and cleaner than we did. Is this reasonable?" Master Lu opened his mouth and finally uttered, This is so fucking unreasonable. Return to the professional building. Subai bought 2 weapon skill books. One is Poison on Bows and Arrows and the other is Increase Hit Rate. These 2 are the most popular archery professional skills currently on sale. Start training and upgrading on alloy piles. Ding! Bow and arrow poisoning proficiency plus 10,000. Bow and arrow poison level increased. Level 3 level max. Effect enhancement: every time you consume a point of mental power, your next arrow will be inflicted with poison. The poison damage is equal to the current mental power x 3.5, lasting for 15 seconds. Hit level increased. Level 3 level max. Effect improvement: hit rate increased by 25%, 5% increased damage, ignoring enemy defense. Subai put away his bow and sat on the rest seat at the edge of the training room. Turn on your phone. Search for Wulanfeng People's Arena. Details of the arena activity: this Wulanfeng People's Arena is divided into 2 major sections: level groups and non-level groups. This group is strictly divided into competition areas according to the career change stage. 0 turn zone LV 20 and above, not completed the first turn. First job transfer zone, first job transfer completed. Second job transfer zone, second job transfer completed. Promotion mechanism: players start the competition from the division of their current job transfer stage. Prize setting: winning the championship in any division will win a prize of 100,000 yuan and the qualification to be promoted to a higher division. For example, if someone currently has 0 turns, if he wins the championship of the 0 turn division, he can get a prize of 100,000 and be allowed to enter the 1 turn division to participate. Final challenge: if a player can overcome all obstacles and finally win the championship in the first level division, in addition to receiving the 200,000 yuan prize for that division, he or she will also receive an additional 300,000 yuan successful cross-level challenge award. Total: a player who starts from the 0 turn competition area and eventually wins the second turn competition area championship can receive a total prize of 100,000 0 turn plus 200,000 first turn jump level grand prize equals 600,000 yuan. The unclassified group super challenge is a mixed competition with no job level restrictions. It has both risks and opportunities, and the prize pool is richer, but the rules are also more complicated. I see. A glimmer of enlightenment and sharpness flashed in Subai's eyes. Start from 0 and work your way up level by level. Every championship win earns 100,000. If I can finally win the high-speed division with my low-speed performance. And there are huge extra rewards. This competition system is tailor-made for him. Moreover, the champion also has a gold belt, especially the final champion, an undiscriminate gold belt. With this award, it is a sure thing for me to enter Phoenix College with my study partner. At the bottom of the website page, the comments section has nearly 10,000 floors. User Berserker001, this year's prize pool is outrageous. The 0 turn champion gets 100,000. The court is investing heavily in training new talent. The little fishing mage, I heard that the death rate is too high, and the front line is in urgent need of reinforcements. This arena is obviously for selecting young talents, but the registration fee of 100 yuan is a bit painful. Moving bricks to support the family, you must participate. Winning is a huge profit, losing is a contribution to the country. Lax military preparation is a taboo. Information dealer V, insider information: this competition is extremely valuable, and the winner's file will be sent directly to the military reserves. The registration fee is a barrier to entry to prevent unqualified applicants. Archer newbie, torn. 100 yuan is enough for 30 days of food, but what if I get lucky and make the top 10? I heard there's a consolation prize? Old driver, guide me, go ahead, brothers. This makes money much faster than grinding dungeons. It's not shabby to be selected for the country. This time, I'm betting on Blood Wolf to defend the title. Subai exited the page and looked through the discussions on other forums. I arrived at the professional hall and paid the registration fee of 100 yuan. Chapter 56 Equipment Refining. True unparalleled set. Finished. Back home. Subai took out the unparalleled equipment from the storage ring. Although the blood has dried, it is still shocking. He found Yu Ling watering flowers on the balcony. Yu Ling, look at this set of equipment. Is there any way to improve the attributes? He handed over the armor with a natural tone. The moment Yu Ling took over the armor, the fingertips touched dark red blood. Ah! She was so scared that her rabbit ears stood up. Master. Master. Where did this equipment come from? Why is there so much blood? Her voice trembled a little. Subai remained calm and collected. A bargain at the second-hand market. I guess the original owner didn't pay attention to hygiene when he was doing dungeons. It sold cheaply just because it's stained with monster blood. His tone was relaxed, as if he had really found a treasure. But there are too many bloodstains. Yu Ling muttered softly, feeling a little scared. But I heard the word save money. My ears slowly relax again. Okay. Got it. We must live frugally. She obediently picked up the armor and walked to the balcony pool. Roll up your sleeves and start cleaning. The sunlight shines on her through the window. Outlined the slender waist and elegant curves. She was humming a light tune, while carefully wiping off the stains on the armor. The slender waist sways gently with the movement. The rabbit ears occasionally twitch with joy. It forms a very tempting picture. Subai leaned against the doorframe and watched quietly. My eyes are involuntarily attracted to her. Especially the waist that sways gently with the movements. And the innocent and charming eyes when she occasionally looks back. He felt his throat was a little dry. I couldn't help but walk up to her and gently hug her from behind. Rest your chin on the top of her soft hair. Yu Ling. His voice was a little hoarse. Warm breath brushed against her sensitive rabbit ears. Yu Ling's body stiffened slightly. My ears instantly became hot and red. Master. Master? Don't. She protested softly with a shy voice. The window is still open. The neighbors will see. Subai chuckled when he heard this. Instead of loosening his arms, he tightened his arms. It's better to open it. This is more exciting. On the other side, Xiangxing College. The school bell rings. The crowd in the classroom gradually dispersed. Gao Wancheng and Long Wan were the first to gather around Taibizhou's seat. There was a hint of worry on their faces. Gao Wancheng asked softly with a concerned tone. Special week, why didn't Subai come today? Are you feeling unwell or sick? She frowned slightly and seemed a little worried. Tornado also picked up a large bag of lollipops in her hand. Yeah. We bought some stuff. Let's go to your house to see him after school. Her little face is full of sincere concern. Even Maria, who was sitting not far away. I also quietly slowed down the process of packing my school bag. Listen carefully to the conversation here. Taibizhou quickly shook his head and explained. No. Classmate Subai is not sick. He said he had something important to deal with today. So I took a day off. She paused and continued to convey Subai's words. He also said he wanted to sign up for the Wulanfeng Arena. The goal is to win the championship and get the certificate. Gao Wancheng and Longwan were stunned when they heard this. Wulanfeng? Champion? Zhou Teiji continued with his eyes sparkling. Didn't he reject Phoenix Academy before? The master actually agreed to go to Phoenix Academy. But he doesn't want to go alone. He said he wanted to get the Wulanfeng Championship certificate. This way you can apply to bring a study partner along. His designated study partner is... She glanced at the three people in front of her. Gao Wanqing, Tornado, and Maria. The four of us will transfer to his school together. These words are like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Instantly, huge ripples arose in the hearts of the three women. Gao Wanqing stood there in a daze with her eyes slightly widened. Tornado's mouth opened into an O-shaped lollipop bag and almost slipped out of his hand. Even Maria pretending to preen her feathers in the distance. His movements froze instantly and he forgot to flap his wings. A complex and warm feeling surged in the hearts of the three people at the same time. Subai has been thinking about them all the time. Even willing to challenge difficult arenas. Just to take them to a better college. This feeling of being firmly chosen and protected. Make their hearts beat faster and their cheeks get hot. This guy. Gao Wanqing murmured softly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It's really too messy. Tornado complained softly, but a smile appeared in her eyes. But, not bad. Out of the school gate. Maria walked alone for a while along the boulevard. The familiar black luxury car slid silently to the side. The butler Afu respectfully opened the car door for her. The vehicle drives smoothly into the lane. Maria looked at the street scene passing by outside the window. But Tabi Joas' words kept echoing in my mind. Subai wanted to take them to Phoenix Academy. He actually wants to challenge the dangerous arena. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence in the car. Afu. Yesterday my father asked me, would you like to attend Wulin Fong as a guest? You reply to him, I'd love to go. Squeak. The vehicle suddenly jolted slightly. Apparently Afu was shocked by this sudden decision. He looked at Maria through the rearview mirror, with an expression of incredible surprise on his face. Miss, didn't you clearly state yesterday? I have no interest in this kind of fighting and killing arena. Think that's a game for rude people? Why did you suddenly change your mind? His tone was full of confusion and puzzlement. Maria is still looking out the window. The side profile is soft yet firm. You don't need to ask why. Just tell my father my decision. As long as Subai gets a good ranking in the Wulinfang arena, then I can convince my father to marry this human. Subai, you must keep working hard. Night. Yuling also washed and dried her equipment. I have to say, she washed it very carefully. The bloodstains on it were completely gone. Just like new. Excellent Wushuang helmet. Grade, A+. Wearing level, LV20. Attributes, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 80, Spirit plus 80, Health plus 140. Excellent Wushuang ring. Grade, A+. Wearing level, LV20. Attributes, Strength plus 55, Agility plus 55, Spirit plus 55, Health plus 55. Excellent Peerless boots. Grade, A+. Wearing level, LV20. Attributes, Strength plus 45, Agility plus 65, Spirit plus 25, Health plus 55. Set effect, True Invincibility. Gather 5/5 equipment. For every additional enemy within 10 meters, increase your attack by 5%, up to a maximum of 100%. It was exactly what Subai thought. The equipment grade has been upgraded, the attributes have also been increased by 60%, and the suit effect has also been doubled. From then on, this piece of equipment and Zhao Haotian's equipment were separated. The name is different. Even if the other party suspects me, I have no evidence to prove that I killed people and stole treasures. Yueling is simply amazing. Chapter 57 Grass. Grass must grow. Crazy grass. A huge field of grass. Subai is finally satisfied. A few days later, Subai came to the homestead outside the city again. The scene before my eyes has been completely changed. A magnificent 3-story building rises from the ground. The brick walls are solid and the lines are smooth, and the doors and windows are well fitted. It completely meets his previous design requirements. Master Lu came over with the engineering team, with pride and a little trepidation on his face. Boss, please check it out. We're really going all out this time. The materials are the best. The construction period is also a full week ahead of schedule. He rubbed his hands, obviously very confident in this work. Subai checked it carefully inside and out. The wall is flat, the foundation is solid, and the layout is reasonable. Even many details were handled beyond expectations. He nodded with satisfaction and praised generously. The craftsmanship is indeed professional. I am very satisfied. Then take out the extra red envelope from the ring. I gave each master 200 yuan. This is a bonus. Thank you all for your hard work. These masters are full of energy. I have to make up for the face I lost last time. This effect is truly rewarding. The teachers were all smiling when they received the red envelopes. He thanked her repeatedly. Boss, you are so generous. I'll be there anytime if there's work to do. Master Lu also breathed a sigh of relief and his face lit up. Finally, the professional brand has been restored. Next is the interior decoration. Master Lu added carpentry, ceiling, plumbing, and electrical laying. These are delicate tasks that can't be rushed. We have to polish it slowly to ensure quality. Subai expressed his understanding. No problem. Quality first. He turned his gaze to the spacious courtyard in front of the building. The land has been leveled and is soft and fertile. The yard is finally empty. The corners of his mouth raised with an arc of expectation. Finally, I can show my skills. Give full play to the true advantages of your gardener profession. Take out the carefully preserved windgrass seeds from the ring. He carefully spread the seeds evenly in the soil. Then take some clean water and water it slowly. At the same time, slowly inject your own mental power. I saw the moment the seeds came into contact with water and soil. It began to sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye. Breaking through the soil, tender green buds bloom. It seems like there is a breeze flowing on the tiny leaves. Exudes a fresh and pleasant scent. Subai looked at the green with satisfaction. At this growth rate, it won't take more than a few days. This piece of wind cheatgrass will be fully mature. Then you can prepare gifts for your special week. Help him awaken the hidden king of cavalry profession. After all, after riding a horse so many times, he wanted to have a real good ride. He carefully instructed the teachers who were working on the construction. Thank you all for your hard work, masters. Please avoid the newly planted grass seedlings here. Don't trample and destroy it. The teachers nodded in agreement. Don't worry, boss. We're all paying attention. After finishing the explanation, Subai did not stay any longer. Turn around and walk towards the arena. Wullenfeng People's Arena Competition. It's about to officially begin. He's going to win his first championship. Subai arrived at the gathering point and received a smart bracelet. You need your own professional badge number to activate it. Kill wild monsters to get points and record them. And there are anti-cheating systems and emergency rescue. Because the arena area is particularly large this time and is not inside the dungeon, the score recording function in the dungeon cannot be used. So a wristband is a must. There is also a people's arena and a distribution map of the contestants. You can click on the bracelet to check the flow of people in the current area. Now the flow of people is concentrated at the entrance. Densely packed green dots. Since you cannot use your mobile phone after entering the area, you can only use a wristband to communicate and access the internet. Of course, it is the specific website of the People's Arena. It not only records the current number of participants, but also provides information on the number of eliminated people. And the elimination rates are very intuitive. Even a wilderness survival manual was included. There are about 100,000 people participating in Wullenfeng this time. Among them, there are 60,000 people with less than one turn, and 40,000 people with more than one turn. The data is clear at a glance. 2 hours passed in a flash. Finally, the queue started to form. Everyone was verified by the wristband in an orderly manner. Entered the wild area and concentrated entry. At the same time, the number of zero-turn people in the bracelet quickly eliminated more than 500 people. These people probably regretted their decision at the last minute and decided to abstain out of fear. Everyone, please be quiet. A loud and majestic voice resounded throughout the entrance area through the loudspeaker. Instantly suppressed the noise of tens of thousands of people. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw only the main ceremony platform. A middle-aged man in a neat police uniform with shining epaulets stood solemnly. It was Chi Tongwei, director of the Public Security Department. I am the general manager of this Wullenfeng Arena tournament. Chi Tongwei, director of the Public Security Department. His voice is calm and has his own aura. We are honored to have invited many important guests to this competition. First of all, our city lord, Mr. Gao Yuliang. The spotlight shines on the gentle middle-aged man standing aside. There was a polite applause from the audience. Chi Tongwei continued his introduction in a slightly solemn tone. Besides, we're honored to have you. Distinguished guests from all the heavens and myriad races. Representative of the Siegfried family of the Winged Clan. Lord and Lady Siegfried, ambassador to the Dragon Nation. As soon as the words fell, a noble couple walked onto the stage. The man has blonde hair, blue eyes, handsome face, and tall figure. The woman is graceful and elegant. Behind them are spread pure white wings. There is a holy glow flowing under the light. Instantly attract everyone's attention. Subai's eyes swept over the noble couple. It was just a casual glance. But suddenly it stopped right behind them. On the girl who also has white wings. The girl looks elegant in her exquisite dress, standing obediently behind his parents. That familiar face. It turned out to be his classmate Maria. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of surprise flashed through my mind. It turns out that Maria is the daughter of the Wing tribe ambassador. This identity was beyond his expectations. Director Chi continued to explain the rules of the competition on the stage. The city lord and high-ranking officials also gave speeches one after another. The content is nothing more than encouragement to participate and emphasis on safety. Carry forward the martial spirit and select talents for the country. Subai listened to these clichés with one ear and out the other. My mind has already flown to the hunt that is about to begin. Finally, the lengthy opening ceremony is coming to an end. Chi Tongwei announced loudly. I declare this Wulanfang Arena tournament. The competition has officially begun. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Now all contestants, please enter. As soon as the words fell, tens of thousands of contestants can't wait, rushing towards the entrance like a flood. The shouts, whistles and footsteps merged into a torrent. The competitive spirit was instantly ignited. Subai also took a deep breath. Adjust your state and prepare to rush into the stadium with the crowd. Just as he was about to take a step, the smart bracelet on my wrist suddenly vibrates. Make a crisp prompt sound. He looked down at the screen in surprise. It shows that there is an encrypted voice message incoming. Click to connect. A familiar and gentle voice sounded, with a hint of urgency and secrecy. Student Subai, please come to the restroom in the southwest guest passage immediately. I have something important to tell you in person. It was Maria's voice. Chapter 58, Maria reveals her true feelings, and a new profession emerges, Holy Anthem Heaven. Holy Lord. Subai followed the instructions on his bracelet and quickly passed through the noisy crowd. Come to the secluded guest passage in the southwest corner. Sure enough, I saw a beautifully decorated bathroom. The word female is clearly marked on the doorplate. He was hesitating whether to go in. Maria's low voice came from the women's restroom. Student Subai. Over here. The tone was urgent and nervous. Don't worry, come in. There's no one else inside. I've already checked. Subai no longer hesitated after hearing this. He quickly pushed open the half-open door and entered the women's restroom. The interior space is spacious and clean, filled with a faint fragrance. Maria was standing at the sink. The white dress and wings are particularly eye-catching under the light. She was obviously relieved when she saw Subai coming in. But there was still some uneasiness in his eyes. What's wrong, Maria? Subai looked around and confirmed that there was indeed no one there. He lowered his voice and asked, Why are you looking for me so urgently? And in a place like this, what happened? Maria took a deep breath. The voice was soft but firm. Student Subai. I like you. I guess you know. I want to be your spirit. Her cheeks turned red after she said this. But his eyes still looked directly at Subai bravely. Without waiting for Subai to respond, her tone turned low. But you also saw. My family is a hereditary noble family in the Winged clan. Father is the ambassador to Dragon Country. They would never allow me to marry a human like you. There was a hint of helplessness and bitterness in her voice. Then hope rekindled in her eyes. So this competition is crucial. I hope you can get the best ranking. Better be a champion. Prove yourself with strength and honor. This way I'll have the confidence to convince my father. Let him recognize and accept you. She unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt with her hands. His eyes were full of expectation and pleading. Subai looked at her like this. She knew in her heart that this was why she took the risk to tell him. While the other party is revealing his or her true feelings. The illustrated guide to the spiritual contracts of all races system was activated instantly. Allow two-party contract. Bound spirit, Maria Wing tribe. Racial characteristics, holy aura, holy element, holy body hidden. Age, 20. Potential assessment, SSS. Adaptation rate, 25% low matching rate. Result benefit, subclass, Holy Anthem Heaven. Holy Lord SSS level. Bloodline feedback, after the birth of Ziki, the host permanently unlocks this profession. and gains the heavenly descent, or a goddess from heaven, resurrecting all living beings who believe in you. When I saw the job description of Holy Lord of Heaven, especially the line of text, Heaven comes to earth, his pupils suddenly contracted and a huge wave rose in his heart. Mass resurrection? Resurrection of faith? This effect is simply amazing. My own single-target resurrection skill, 9 lives substitute. In the face of strategic level capabilities of such scale, it's as tiny as a firefly compared to the bright moon. And this is only the part that the system can currently detect. Hidden talents and unlocked skills. I'm afraid it's even beyond imagination. The spirits of all races in the heavens? As expected, each one is stronger than the other. Each one is more unfathomable than the other. He was secretly amazed in his heart. When he looked at Maria again, it has brought an indescribable heat. These girls are gifted with extraordinary talents. It's like treasure waiting to be discovered. The more you understand it, the more you can't stop. He nodded slightly and said calmly, "Rest assured, champion. That's the goal of my trip. As for your family, I will use my strength to silence them." Back to the competition. Many professionals have already started fighting in front of us. Subai was the last one. It was also captured on camera. He leaped through the crowd, came to a sand dune. There are hundreds of Superman-eating ants, level 20, behind the sand dunes. There are too many ants in this nest. No wonder no one cleared it. Everyone picks the easy ones first. That's why we keep this big nest. The frost sword is drawn out, and every strike is a critical hit. Second kill. Second kill. Second kill, second kill, second kill. Kill one with one sword, it's so violent and so satisfying. Congratulations on successfully killing the Superman-eating ant and gaining experience, 300. Congratulations on successfully killing the Superman-eating ant and gaining experience, 300. At the same time, the bracelet on Subai's wrist was constantly refreshing the information. Current points, 6. Current points, 12. Current points, 33. The camera feed of Wulanfeng switches. Other places. A group of professionals poked a giant hornet's nest. Super wasps half the height of a man spurted out from inside. This super hornet is not only numerous, but also carries a paralyzing poison. Being paralyzed means standing still for 3 seconds. Although it didn't last long, it didn't do any harm. But if one of these tens of thousands of hornets stings you, you will be punished to stand there forever. Moreover, hornets not only release toxins, but also have normal attacks. It's like saying that if you touch it you will die. The adrenaline of several professionals who were paralyzed and punished by standing felt like they were jumping. The perception of danger was instantly notified to the bracelet. Next second, he was enveloped by a white light, and his whole body seemed to be torn apart. In a dizzying pain, came to a lounge. A teleportation mage in front of him stroked his white beard. Said to him, "Young man, you have been eliminated, you can just sit on the TV and watch other people's games." Of course, these professionals are no exception. There are also many professionals who have explored too deep or charged into the enemy camp alone and are in a hopeless situation at the critical moment of life and death. They were all teleported out by these old teleportation wizards. Those who fail will withdraw from the competition. The data in the bracelet is continuously updated. At this time, the Valley of Fire. A tiger roar. A young woman with tiger stripes on her body suddenly jumped out. Both hands have sharp claws. An X/ fell down. Boom. The fire demon that emerged from the magma in the fire valley fell down with a loud bang. This is a powerful level 45 monster. Logically speaking, the strong ones who can defeat the monsters here are all after the first transformation. Ordinary people simply don't dare to challenge the monsters here. The young woman retracted her claws. He dusted off his hands. 100 points? No more, no less. Next one. The other side. Ice Valley. 3 mages formed a team and attacked the ice giant frantically. Exploding fireballs, exploding flames, hellfire. The scene looks like fireworks, extremely spectacular. The scene changes again. A berserker fell under a tree, blood oozing from his stomach. The voices of medical staff were coming frantically from the bracelet. 114512, please respond if you hear that. Your injuries are too severe. Please withdraw from the competition immediately. I won't retreat. I won't retreat. I can still hold on. I'll keep fighting. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. My student hasn't married me yet, is it your turn? Subai kept killing, and before he knew it, it was already dark. 200 kilometers outside the city, there is a wilderness. After the night came, more creatures that would not appear during the day quietly and slowly revealed their figures. The howls of various monsters came one after another. This is the result of global duplication. Coupled with the war between humans and the myriad races, 90% of the land has become wilderness. The real test comes at night. Subai didn't dare to be careless. Killed a level 35 poisonous Cobra King and then ran quickly in the wilderness. During the day, he found a good resting spot. Now we are heading there. Subai's speed is now very fast, 80 km per hour is nothing. This is thanks to the massive amount of agility attribute points obtained from Emoli. 10 minutes later, Subai arrived at an abandoned grave. The tomb had been opened, revealing left and right atriums. There is also a large coffin. Some worthless burial objects. When I first arrived, there was a level 32 ghost guarding here. During the day, they were killed by kiting with a volley crossbow. After entering inside, Subai took out a cushion from his ring and laid it down next to the coffin. Wood stove, frying pan, cutting board, tomato and eggs. Made a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. We'll spend the night here tonight. Although it is a cemetery, it is also a tomb chamber. But there is only one entrance. It is safer to block it with stones. Compared to sleeping in the wild and being bitten by various unknown poisonous insects. It's amazing to encounter a powerful monster in a dream and live in this tomb. Subai took a mouthful of noodles and ate a clove of garlic. Start by opening your own properties panel. Look at today's results. I didn't even drink water today, I just kept killing monsters and I'm already level 23. Now there are 3 secondary occupation attributes superimposed. Each level up will increase the attribute by 93 points. Now the feedback given by each attribute level is getting stronger and stronger. By the way, I looked at the points on the bracelet again. Score that year, 1053. The scores were all correct, with no errors. According to the competition rules, you will get 1 point for killing monsters between levels 1 and 20, 5 points for killing monsters between levels 20 and 30, and 10 points for killing monsters between levels 30 and 40. It can be said that the higher the level of the monster killed, the more points you get. For those first level contestants, the starting points for killing monsters are 10 points. Killing a level 50 monster will earn you 20 points. Points accumulate faster. I can only kill level 40 monsters alone now. If I go higher, my killing speed will slow down. I can't compare with those level 70 or 80 players. However, it will take another day or two to reach level 30. Its overall attributes will be increased by another 600 or 700 points. By that time, level 50 monsters can probably be killed with one hit. Subai was thinking while eating noodles. I don't know how many people have been eliminated so far. Switch the bracelets page. Current data, 46,541, 65,465 personnel with 0 transfer below level 40. Level 40 and above first level personnel, 21,545, 36454. After a day of fighting, nearly 1/3 were eliminated. Especially in the first round, that is, in Subai's stage, nearly 20,000 people were directly eliminated. Subai looked at the standings again. He is currently ranked 21,565th in the overall ranking. Excluding those who took the first turn, the first monster they killed would get 10 points. This is equivalent to ranking in the top 100 on the 0-turn ranking list. Subai smiled. If I hadn't gone to the bathroom to find Maria, I would have wasted 3 hours. I guess getting into the top 40 or 30 shouldn't be a problem now. Strong College. In the teacher's office. The teachers did not leave immediately after the evening study session. Instead, they took out their mobile phones and tablets. Skillfully click on the official live broadcast page of Wulanfeng. This annual event is definitely not to be missed. Ho Long Tao, who graduated from our school last year. I participated in the 0-turn group at level 39 and came in 51st. He has been holding back for a whole year and hasn't upgraded yet. I'm honing my skills just to win the championship. A middle-aged male teacher spoke with pride. It was as if they were students he had personally brought up. The female teacher next to her smiled and continued. Ho Long Tao is a really smart kid. Girls like him at school. All the teachers in various subjects also praised him for his intelligence. I can endure not leveling up for a year just for the sake of the competition. This kind of character and perseverance is truly rare. I think he'll have no problem breaking into the top 30 this year. If I'm in good shape, I might even be in the top 20. Another physical education teacher analyzed. His signature move, Dragon Fist. It's powerful, has a wide range, and is highly efficient at clearing monsters. It's especially suitable for this points competition system. Everyone is discussing. The head teacher who spoke first has clicked on the ranking list. Swipe your finger to quickly find Ho Long Tao's name. Eyes fixed on the zero-turn group ranking area. Found it. Ho Long Tao's current ranking. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly got stuck. The proud smile on his face froze instantly. The teachers around noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's the ranking? Is it in the top 30? Hurry up and tell me." The head teacher's Adam's apple rolled. The voice trembled with disbelief. Ho Long Tao, ranked 51st. This ranking is exactly the same as last year. It didn't increase as much as they expected. But what shocked him even more was the top of the rankings. A name that couldn't be more familiar. Su Bai. Ranked 20th in the zero-turn group. The points are far beyond Ho Long Tao. How is this possible? The female teacher next to her screamed in surprise. Su Bai? Isn't he only level 20? Yesterday I asked for leave to participate in a competition. We've already made it into the top 20? The head teacher Zweiking snatched the tablet and repeatedly confirmed the name. I was afraid that I was dazzled. The physical education teacher also came over with a look of shock on his face. Ho Long Tao only ranked 51st after a year of hard work at level 39. Su Bai, a freshman in his 20th grade. Make it into the top 20 on the first day? This rate of point growth is ridiculous. After the shock in the office, several young female teachers have burning eyes. They all looked at their class teacher, Zweiking. His eyes were full of envy and ridicule. Teacher Zhu, you really found a treasure. Su Bai is such a great student. Why was I assigned to your class of all races? A fashionable female teacher spoke in a sour tone. How about we apply to the academic affairs office? Switch the classes? I'll lead the all heavens and myriad races class. How about you lead our human class? Other female teachers also joined in the fun. That's right. Such a great seedling. It's such a waste to put him in the all heavens and myriad races class. Let us also take advantage of it. Maybe I can even solve some personal problems. Zweiking was stunned by what they said. Then he rolled his eyes unhappily. Didn't you all dislike this class the most before? They say that a student body with mixed races is difficult to manage. Now you know it's a treasure? She folded her arms and raised her eyebrows and asked back. The fashionable female teacher's secrets were exposed. His face flushed slightly, but he defended himself. That's not the same thing now. Many of our female teachers are single. Building a good relationship with a potential stock like Su Bai. Maybe the lifelong issue will be solved. Zweiking was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. She pointed at her nose and widened her eyes. Hey! Did you forget? I'm only 29 this year. We're still single and waiting to be married, okay? This high-quality resource. Why should I give it to you first? Chapter 60 Crazy Elimination, Night Terror. At this time, the Gao family's living room is brightly lit. Gao Wanqing curled up on the sofa and stared at the screen of her mobile phone, her fingertips quickly refreshing the Wulanfeng rankings. When she saw that Su Bai's name was firmly in the top 20 of the zero-turn group, she couldn't help but raise a proud arc on the corner of her mouth. Gao's mother came out of the kitchen carrying food. Seeing her daughter's absent-minded look, she sighed, Xingxing. You didn't even eat to watch the game. Are you thinking about that silly boy Su Bai again? Mom told you that you can't catch up, forget it. Why don't you just date Zhao Haotian? At least you can help your father resolve the lawsuit. Her tone was filled with helplessness and heartache. Yao Wanqing immediately put away her phone upon hearing this, frowning and saying firmly, "Mom, stop trying to persuade me. Even if I get beaten to death, I won't look for Zhao Haotian. That guy is disgusting." She had just finished speaking. The door was pushed open and Father Gao Qiqian walked in tiredly. Gao's mother quickly stepped forward and took the briefcase. "Did your court appearance go well today? Is the judge from the Zhao family trying to make things difficult for us?" Her tone was filled with worry. Gao Qiqian loosened his tie and smiled. "The presiding judge has changed. Something big seems to have happened to the Zhao family. His son Zhao Haotian died, and the whole family is dealing with the funeral. The new judge is much more fair, and we are actively compensating. The matter is finally resolved." He breathed a sigh of relief. "What?" Gao Wanqing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. His eyes widened and his voice rose. "Dad, who did you just say was dead? Zhao Haotian? Is this true?" Her face was full of shock and disbelief. At the same time, at the Zhao family, a black and white photo of Zhao Haotian was placed on the morning hall. Mother Zhao collapsed on the ground and cried heart-wrenchingly. Suddenly she pounced on Zhao Sheng beside her. She scratched his face with her nails and cursed shrilly, "It's all your fault. You old bastard. I had to give him money to have fun in a nightclub. Now look what happened. He was so carefree that he got killed by a monster in the suburbs. My son. He died so tragically. You're the one who killed him. I'm going to fight you to the death." She was tearing, crying, and wailing like a madman. Zhao Sheng was already in a bad mood due to the grief of losing his son, and he was even more furious when his wife scratched him in public. "Pa!" He slapped Zhao's mother hard on the face with his backhand. The force was so great that she spun 3 times on the spot, stumbled and fell to the ground with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. "Crazy woman. Have you had enough?" Zhao Sheng's face was grim as he roared in anger. "Don't I feel heartbroken that my son is dead? But now it's time to investigate the cause of death. I'm not asking you to go crazy here." Zhao's mother collapsed to the ground, covering her face and sobbing. "The criminal police team has already investigated it. There's no trace of the murderer at all." Zhao Sheng retorted, "I asked Lao Wang from the criminal investigation team. He said this is very strange. The surveillance footage showed my son walking to an intersection, but he disappeared in the next shot. He was finally found in an orphanage outside the city. There's a newly refreshed boss next to it. It looked like he was killed by a monster, but all his equipment was stripped off. It's obvious someone is behind this. I suspect it was Su Bai who did it. I just had someone send him a message about the unboxing to scare him. And then my son died. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? He is the biggest suspect." Zhao Sheng's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. "What's the point of being a strong suspect? The criminal police can't even find any evidence. Official means can't deal with him." A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. "Then I'll use another method to deal with him." Late at night, Su Bai lay on the mat with his legs crossed. He did not really fall asleep, but closed his eyes to rest. The sounds of monsters outside were heard one after another, some of them were near the graves. Su Bai's frost sword was right beside him, ready to fight at any time. After all, this was his first time spending the night in the wild. The previous time at the pig farm was also in the suburbs. There were many patrols, and it wasn't that dangerous. "I don't know how long it took, I was in a daze." He heard a series of friction sounds. Swish! He opened his eyes instantly and grabbed the frost sword. His first reaction was that there was some movement in the coffin behind him. A ridiculous thought flashed through my mind: just chop the male ghost directly. Ghost girl. Once you're done, chop them up again. But then I discovered that the sound came from outside. He moved quietly to the gap in the stone door and looked out through the gap between the stones. My pupils suddenly contracted, and I saw a huge monster wandering under the moonlight. A terrifying giant over 50 meters tall, holding a huge soul flag wrapped in black air. The earth trembles with every step. Nightwalker, LV-120, regional boss, the level is hopelessly high. Su Bai immediately held his breath and restrained his breathing. He slowly withdrew his gaze and dared not look again. Beings of this level can be sensed even by just 1 second glance. He leaned against the cold stone wall, his heart pounding wildly, and cold sweat quietly soaked his back. Fortunately, I chose this tomb to hide. If I had slept outdoors, I'd probably have turned into a pulp by now. The footsteps of the night wanderer gradually faded away, but Subai was completely awake. He leaned against the stone wall and turned on the bracelet screen. After this horrific night, the number of eliminated people is likely to increase dramatically again. He muttered to himself and opened the data page. Really? The latest data displayed by the bracelet is shocking. Current survival of the zero-turn group, 3124565,465. Current survival of the first level group, 18764, 36454. In just one night, nearly 15,000 people were eliminated from the zero-turn group. There are nearly 3,000 fewer people in the first transfer group. This night in the wilderness is indeed a cruel sieve. Eliminate those who are not strong enough or unlucky. Subai switched to the overall points ranking list. Eyes fixed directly on the top spot. When you see that eye-catching number. His pupils suddenly contracted and he took a breath. Number 1 overall ranking, by Shen, LV 78 Poison Prince. Current points, 22350. This score was only 15,653 when I checked it before going to bed last night. After a night of hard work, the score soared by nearly 7,000 points. It means that the other party is in a dangerous night. Still maintaining an efficient killing rhythm. Completely ignored the threat of nocturnal monsters. Is this the strength of a first-level strongman? Subai murmured softly, shock flashing in his eyes. You can still score points crazily in the wilderness at night. The level suppression and equipment advantages are too obvious. This is strength. Subai clenched his fists and looked sharp. Wait. Wait until I get to the next turn. Top of the standings. It's time for someone else to sit down. He turned off the bracelet and held his breath. Continue to close your eyes and rest, conserving your energy. Soon. The sun rose in the east on the second day. The east was still flushed, like a young girl who was experiencing 1,000 different flavors. Certainly. The author said that it was caused by the spicy chili peppers he ate. Subai kicked away the rock blocking the tomb. Walked out from inside. Chapter 61, the competition is getting more and more intense, and Subai is being targeted. Subai kicked open the stone barrier at the entrance of the tomb, and the moist morning air rushed in, carrying the scent of grass, trees and soil unique to the wilderness. He simply washed himself with clean water, ate a few pieces of compressed dry food, and checked his bracelet, level 22, and all the values on the attribute panel had increased substantially. Push west today. He chose a direction that he had not explored yesterday and shot out like lightning. Shadow Shuttle, combined with the agility of over 1,000, leaves a trail of afterimages across the woodlands and hills in the morning, and its speed far exceeds that of ordinary mounts. Hunting efficiency during the day is significantly improved. The qualitative change in attributes brought about by level increase makes the critical strikes of Judgment of Destiny more and more terrifying. Monsters below level 30 are almost killed instantly upon contact, and elite monsters around level 35 can't last more than a few rounds. He even began to actively look for level 40 boss monsters. Although it took a while to deal with them and consumed more mental energy, the points and experience points gained were also very considerable. The bracelet's points notification sound almost rang out. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. Each hint represents the fall of a powerful monster. He was like a tireless hunting machine, moving precisely across the vast competition area, searching for high-value targets. Sweat soaked the back of his clothes, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. When the sun set in the west and the sunset glow once again covered the sky, Subai dragged his slightly tired but excited body back to the safe tomb base. Checking the data on his wristband, he was cheered up by the series of numbers. Level 27. Points for the day, 5,870 points. Zero-turn group individual ranking, second. I had a busy day today and leveled up 5 levels. Each level up gives you 93 attribute points, which means you gain 465 attribute points today. So many attributes are equivalent to the difference of about 40 levels of a level profession. He casually clicked on the overall statistics, and the cold numbers revealed the cruelty of the game. Current survival of the zero-turn group, 19876, 65465. Current survival of the first level group, 15342, 36454. This means that in just one day, the number of people in the zero-turn group dropped by more than 11,000, and the total number of survivors is less than 20,000. The first transfer group also eliminated more than 3,000 people again. This wilderness is like a giant furnace, ruthlessly devouring those who are weak or unlucky. In the ruins of a dilapidated and desolate town, among the broken walls and rubble, the one-eyed Lu Huashan was sitting with his legs crossed on a relatively intact gasoline barrel. Several of his brothers Yueping, Dahai, Song Laohu, and Lu Jintao were playing poker around a broken wooden board, with the stakes being a few crumpled cigarettes. There was a sudden, untimely vibration in Lu Huashan's arms. He glanced at the others, walked behind a broken wall, and answered a phone call in a low voice. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone and walked back to the card table with a calm expression. Song Laohu shuffled the cards while glancing at him sideways. Xiangzi, I've been thinking for a long time that you secretly brought a cell phone in. Is it true? Lu Huashan sat down again, picked up his bad hand of cards, and said calmly, we just got a job. Someone paid us to kill someone. What the hell? Lu Jintao nearly dropped the cards in his hand. Murder? We just got out of that damn place and haven't even sat down yet. If you go back in, you'll be beheaded. Lu Huashan played a joker card and glanced at everyone. Don't worry, we have an umbrella this time. We'll be fine. 10,000 per person, are you willing to do it? 10,000 yuan. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for a few people who had just been released from prison, were penniless, and had to participate in this competition to make a living. The air suddenly became quiet, and only the heavy breathing of a few people could be heard. Dahai licked his cracked lips, greed flashing in his eyes. Brother Chang, who should we kill? Should we withdraw from the competition first? Lu Huashan pointed at the joker card on the table, as if that was his target. No need. That guy is also in this competition. He hasn't changed his job yet and is very green. We can just take care of him. He paused and uttered the name. My name is Su Bai. The night was as dark as ink, and only the bracelet screen emitted a faint blue light in the tomb. Su Bai was not sleepy. He slid his fingertips across the screen, zooming in on the map of the surrounding area. In the darkness, there were still a few scattered green spots moving slowly, like dormant nocturnal animals, struggling to survive in the wilderness full of dangers. He really wants points more than his life. Su Bai muttered to himself and shook his head. He knew very well that the horror of the wilderness at night was several times greater than that during the day. Those contestants who are still active are either very strong and have something to rely on, or they are driven blind by the standings and are willing to take risks. He looked at the moving spots of light, his eyes gradually becoming sharp and expectant. Wait until level 30. Wait until the attributes reach another peak. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body. Then, this night. It will also become my hunting ground. By then, the attributes will be increased by nearly 300 points, and even if hit by a level 100 monster, you will not die. Instead, they should use the cover of night to more efficiently harvest points and consolidate their lead. The morning light dispelled the darkness again, and Su Bai stepped out of the tomb in high spirits. He habitually checked the data on his wristband first, and the latest elimination figures came into view. Current survival of the zero-turn group, 18643-65465. Current survival of the first level group, 14891-36454. Compared to the almost terrifying elimination rate on the first night, the number of people eliminated last night was significantly reduced. The number of people in the zero transfer group decreased by only over 1,000, and the number of people in the one transfer group decreased by only over 400. It seems, those who have survived until now have some ability or luck. Su Bai commented in a low voice, his tone holding a hint of recognition for the survivor. After 2 nights of brutal screening, the remaining contestants are either very strong or have learned how to survive cautiously in the wilderness and adapted to this dangerous environment. The sun is shining at 3 o'clock. The sun shines on a protruding plateau. A woman in green gauze stood facing the wind, with a striking red armband on her shoulder indicating her special identity, a competition inspector. She narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling the warmth brought by the sun, but her sharp gaze scanned the vast competition area below like a hawk. Oh? She raised the corners of her lips slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Someone else is in dire straits. I saw her waist twisting slightly, and her body seemed as soft as if it had no bones. The next moment, the whole person slid down the high ground silently like a ghost or a snake, and rushed towards the locked target area swiftly and quietly at an uncanny speed that was almost flying close to the ground. In that area, a huge, shiny-haired rat king with a fierce gleam in his eyes, LVU-42 Elite. He was furiously chasing after a miserable Zero Revolution professional. The contestant was obviously at the end of his strength, stumbling and in danger. Chapter 62 Subai is targeted by two groups of people with bad intentions. The woman in green gauze entered the battle like a ghost, and the skill, Golden Snake Entanglement, was activated instantly. The golden energy transformed into a real python shadow that roared and coiled around. Tie up the ferocious, century-year Rat King, completely. The elite monster's momentum suddenly stopped and it stood still, unable to move. The woman's eyes were cold and her fingers suddenly tightened. The golden python shadow made a teeth-grinding strangling sound. The muffled sounds of bones breaking and internal organs being squeezed were heard one after another. In less than a minute, the LV-42 Elite Rat King collapsed like mud. His body was twisted and his bones were broken, obviously he was dead. She didn't even glance at the pile of broken animal carcasses, but glanced at the frightened contestants next to her. He raised his hand to the bracelet on his wrist and said calmly, "Number 05185 is in danger of death. Rescue intervention determines elimination." A white light instantly enveloped the contestant. Without even giving him a chance to speak, he was forcibly transported away. The woman's figure disappeared quietly like smoke again, continuing to carry out her cold and efficient patrol mission. The whole process was clean and smooth without any delay. Just as she was about to leave, the bracelet on her wrist began to beep rapidly again. An out-of-bounds alert is clearly displayed on the screen. Warning! Zero-turn contestants have entered the high-risk area exclusively for first-turn contestants. Coordinates, 50 miles southeast. The woman frowned slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. Another idiot. You dare to enter the first-level area when you have 0 levels? You really think your life is too long? Although her tone was disgusted, her figure did not stop. It turned into a stream of green light and shot towards the southeast. At this time, Subai had already gone bloodthirsty, with blood surrounding him. He didn't notice at all that he had broken through the boundaries and stepped into the high-risk competition area designed for the first-level strongmen. 5 sturdy and fierce-looking gnolls appeared before my eyes. Gnoll Assassin LV-48. Gnoll Chieftain LV-49 Elite. Gnoll Warrior LV-48. A whole small tribe. He didn't even know that his out-of-bounds behavior had triggered the alarm and attracted the attention of the inspector. At this moment, all he saw were the enemy and the boiling fighting spirit, and all he thought about was the crazy harvest of points and experience. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbows exploded first in a volley. The poison arrow accurately pierced the assassin's eye socket. The LV-48 assassin fell to the ground without even a sound. Subai drew out the frost sword and pounced forward. The sword light slashed towards the chief's neck like a silk thread. Rage burst, triggered. Critical attack and bloody explosion. Roar. The chief roared in pain and retreated violently. This sword actually cut a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. The other 3 werewolf warriors roared and surrounded them. Subai, however, was swimming around like a fish. Every time the sword flashes, a burst of blood will be brought up. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of killing people above his level. I had no idea that I was on the brink of elimination. In the distance, a woman in green gauze came like lightning. When her originally cold gaze fell on the battlefield, a hint of surprise and admiration flashed across my face. What a fast sword! She whispered softly and her figure quietly stopped at the top of a dead tree, quietly observing the violent battle below. Subai's sword shot out like a dragon and a crossbow with arrows flying in succession. The attack is violent but extremely efficient. The woman's eyes were filled with even more doubt. This young man? Melee swordsmanship is violent and fierce. The long-range crossbow is accurate and ruthless. Such comprehensive methods. Could it be a rare S-rank agent? But soon she shook her head slightly and denied it. No. His fighting is completely unorganized. They are all the simplest and most direct slashing, stabbing, and shooting. He lacks the precise calculations and elegant rhythm of a secret agent at all. It seems like he's fighting purely based on instinct and physical fitness. The woman in green gauze pressed the communication button and reported in a low voice, "No abnormalities in the target. There's no need for forced intervention unless we're in crisis. Over." She hung up the phone and looked back at Subai. There was a strange light in his eyes. This boy. He's really handsome. Her scarlet snake tongue licked her lips unconsciously, as if tasting some imaginary delicacy. Strong and delicious. How about tonight, secretly go and have some fun with him? She has regarded Subai as an interesting prey. Thinking about some things that cannot be told to outsiders. At this time, Subai below was completely unaware. He had just severed the head of the Knoll chieftain. The entire small tribe was wiped out by him alone. After this battle, a lot of experience poured into the body. Chop until evening. Only then did he return to the desolate cemetery of his temporary camp in a daze. Open your own properties panel. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclasses, Rage Knight Commander, Moonlight Shooter Dominate, Knight's Judgment Destiny. Hidden talents, Slow Recovery, Moonlight Favor, Shadow Affinity. Level, LV 30. Attributes, Strength plus 988, Agility plus 1628, Spirit plus 947, Health plus 1377. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV3, Artificial Pollination, Blood Rage, Rage Burst, Moonmark Through Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars, Destiny Judgment, Shadow Shuttle, 9 Lives Substitute Death. Equipment, Frost Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, True Unparalleled Set. Subai looked at his own attribute panel with satisfaction. His strength was surging, his agility was extraordinary, and his mental strength was magnificent. The improvement brought by level 30 is like a complete transformation. His eyes were burning with the desire to fight. Tonight, should we go out for a night battle? As soon as this thought came up, it was hard to suppress it. He casually clicked on the bracelet event statistics page. The cold numbers once again show cruel elimination. Current survival of the zero-turn group, 16618-65465. Current survival of the first level group, 13875-36454. In just one day, more than 2,000 people were eliminated. In the ruins of the dilapidated town, Lu Huaxiang and his companions reunited with their exhausted bodies. Yueping sat down on the ground and muttered, "Brother Chang, I've been asking for yarn all day and still can't find it. No one has ever seen the Subai you are talking about. Could it be that the guy has already been eliminated and kicked out?" Lu Huaxiang sneered and took out his cell phone and shook it. "I asked my connections to check. That kid didn't even withdraw from the competition." He clicked on the zero-turn ranking interface of the bracelet. The current ranking is clearly displayed. Zero-turn group first place, Subai. The dazzling rankings and points made several people speechless in an instant. Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. Dahai stammered, "Chang, Brother Chang. This is definitely not the same name? Can that kid be so powerful?" Lu Huaqiang pried open a bottle of beer and took a big gulp. He glanced at everyone with a sinister look. "Don't be a fucking idiot. If this kid wasn't strong, will they pay a lot of money to us to clean up? If he hadn't gotten into trouble, to the point where someone has to kill him?" He wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth. "Cheer up, everyone. Let's continue looking tomorrow. We must dig this guy out." Chapter 63 Snake Demon, I want you to help me cultivate. At night, Subai worked until 2 a.m. before returning home. Monsters at night are indeed dangerous. Not only do they roam at night, but they are also of high level. And after night, the monsters gain 2 more buffs. Dark Moon and Strong Wind increases dodge by 25%. Yin Chi Enhancement, restore 1% of health and energy per second. Fortunately, Subai has 2 talents that can also be used at night. Combine these negative buffs. Go back to the coffin and lie down on the mat. After looking at the rankings, I have now reached the first place in the zero-turn ranking. The first 100,000 has been received. If you can surpass the person who won the first round, you can win the second 200,000 and the full prize of 300,000. These are not small sums of money. I flipped through the bracelet for a while, feeling more and more sleepy. High-intensity monster killing every day, plus several hours of killing tonight. I don't know when, but I fell asleep in a daze. After all, Subai is also a human being, not a factory machine that doesn't need rest. He fell into a deep sleep and his consciousness became blurred. In the haze, he seemed to have stepped into a strange dream. A woman in green gauze quietly emerged. Her figure is as graceful as a fairy under the moon, but her eyes are not human. But it has vertical pupil snake eyes like Teacher Zweiaking. There was a cold and seductive light in his dream, and Subai subconsciously wanted to get up. The woman in green gauze swam closer like a spirit snake, and her cold and flexible body quietly wrapped around him, gently caressing with some strange rhythm. She leaned her upper body against his chest and gently pressed a slender finger against his lips. A strange light flashed in his vertical pupils. If you are tired, go to sleep. Relax and take a rest. Also, let me have a good comfort. Her voice was low and hoarse but with magic. It seems to soothe away all fatigue and tension. In his dream, Subai only felt his whole body relaxed, as if he was wrapped in warm water. Consciousness completely sank into endless darkness. Only the snake-like touch remains vaguely. Morning. Subai laughed and felt like he had rested for a night, but it also seemed like he hadn't rested at all. He felt around, but there was nothing beside him. He looked carefully and found that he was lying on the coffin. I couldn't help but shook my head. It seems that I've been really tired recently. I even tossed and turned on the coffin when I slept at night. He bowed 3 times to the coffin, packed up his things, and continued to go out hunting. In the shadow of the broken wall in the distance, the woman in green gauze gently stroked her red lips with her fingertips, with an expression of savoring the taste on her face. Her snake eyes flashed with excitement. Without hesitation, click on the bracelet to connect to an encrypted channel. Old Chan. Help me find someone. It's Subai. The one from the Zero Revolution group. Her voice was full of unquestionable strength. I will find a way to get him out of the country. There was silence on the other end of the communication for a moment. A calm and dissuading voice came, Miss Ching. Think again. We just signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Nation. Kidnapping them at this time is too risky and provocative. The woman's snake eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. No. The man I like must be mine. Her tone was paranoid and possessive. Old Chin sighed and helplessly advised, Miss Ching, just play around. Don't let real emotions get into the story, it's too complicated. The next few days, Subai still goes out early and comes back late to score points like crazy. But every night I fall into the same beautiful dream. The dreams are getting weirder and weirder. One night he dreamed that he had transformed into Zen Master Fahai, wearing a cassock, sitting under the waterfall and chanting scriptures. The roar of the water cannot drown out the rustling sound. The green snake swam out from the pool. The snake's body was cold and flexible, wrapping around his waist and abdomen. The vertical pupils are full of enchanting provocation. In the dream, Fahai did not refuse but instead said in a low voice, Snake demon. I need you to help me practice. The green snake spit out its tongue and chuckled, its tail winding into the monk's robe. Master, are you at ease with this kind of practice? The intertwined feeling of ice and fire impacts reason. Scripture and panting intertwine with the sound of waterfalls. Subai often feels back pain when he wakes up in the morning. It feels like I've really been cultivating all night. He punched the air and said nothing. What a messed up dream. If I continue dreaming, I'm afraid my yang energy will be sucked dry. He shook his head and threw away these absurd thoughts. Continue to engage in the cruel hunting during the day. Only points and rankings are real. The other side. The setting sun was as red as blood, casting a dim yellow glow on the broken walls of the dilapidated town. Lu Huaqiang and his companions gathered in the corner of the ruins again. The atmosphere was as solemn as the dead silence before a storm. Yu Ping gulped down a mouthful of his cheap wine and lowered his voice, Brother Chang. The tip is absolutely reliable. That mass grave 80 miles to the west. Several veterans have seen that guy with their own eyes. He crawls out of the largest graveyard in the middle of the night every day. Dahai then added the details, that place is so evil and gloomy, it's scary. Normal people wouldn't dare get close. He uses that place as his lair and goes in and out every day. He's just like a living devil. Song Lao who rubbed his chin, looking hesitant. Isn't it too unlucky to fight in a cemetery? I heard that place is often haunted at night. Should we change the ambush location? Lu Huaqiang scoffed at the words and squeezed the empty wine can into a discus. Bad luck? It just saves us the trouble of digging a hole. A ready-made coffin and a ready-made grave. It's just right for him. He looked at everyone with a fierce look in his eyes. Listen up, damn. Let's go step on it during the day tomorrow. Find out the exact pattern of his entry and exit from the cemetery. As soon as it gets dark, we'll go there and set up the formation. Bring all the stuff to me. Poison the crossbow arrows. Apply medicine to the knife edges. I want to be absolutely sure. The corners of his mouth curled up cruelly. Isn't he a good fighter? Isn't he ranked #1? Let him know tomorrow night. What does it mean that it's easy to dodge an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark? I want his first place head. Just stuff it into the coffin and bury it with him. 10,000 meters above the sky, the sea of clouds is rolling. A streamlined airship hovered quietly like a silver dragon. The boat's hull reflected the cold moonlight, hidden among the clouds. This height is absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people in Longwa. Inside the airship captain's room, the woman in green gauze raised her hand and slowly tore off the human skin mask on her face, revealing a face that was so strange, beautiful, and even vicious. Her skin is as white as snow, but her lips are as red as blood. Those vertical snake eyes flashed with dangerous and charming light. Several men came over with playful smiles. Boss, have you had fun these days? If you like that boy so much, just kidnap him. It's so exciting to be your husband. They obviously knew their leader's habits and methods very well. The green snake glanced at a few people coldly. A hint of impatience flashed in his vertical pupils. The contact, Old Chen, won't take any risks. They said the situation is tense now and we can't touch that man. She tapped the console irritably. Just stay still until this batch of goods arrives. Stop having those unnecessary ideas. At this time, a faint whimpering sound came from deep in the cabin. The green snake turned and walked towards the isolation cabin at the rear. When I opened the door, I saw a bound girl with her eyes wide open in fear. She gently pulled the cloth out of the other person's mouth. The fingertips brushed across the girl's delicate, porcelain-like cheek. Don't be afraid, little beauty. I will definitely let you go once I finish my business. Her voice was strangely gentle. I'll borrow your face and identity for a few days. I didn't expect to catch such a delicious big fish. You have to enjoy it thoroughly. The girl was so scared that she was trembling and tears were rolling down her cheeks. The green snake chuckled with satisfaction and stuffed the cloth back into the ball. It's like admiring a gift that is about to be unpacked. Chapter 64 Awakening a new secondary occupation in a dream. Breaking Bad. Poison King. Subai dragged his tired but excited body back to the tomb. The light from the bracelet reflected the latest data level 32. He breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction, but his brows soon furrowed slightly. He had already cleared out most of the monsters in this area. To continue to efficiently upgrade and gain points, you must advance into deeper and more dangerous areas. During his daytime hunting, he had noticed an abandoned mine at the edge of the first area, which was in a dangerous position. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the monsters nearby are of higher level. The density is also greater, making it an ideal new base. Let's rest here for one last night tonight. Inside the airship's command room at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The green snake looked at the bracelet and saw that the familiar little green dot was swiftly returning to the desolate grave. Her scarlet snake tongue licked her lips unconsciously. There was a hunting-like excitement in his vertical pupils. The little cutie is back in the nest. You're so well behaved that it makes me feel itchy. She tapped the console panel with her fingertips. Looks like I can have a good meal tonight. Lu Huaqiang and his 5 companions sneaked in quietly under the cover of night. As a team of first-level professionals, they really have the capital to run rampant in this area. Lu Huaqiang squatted behind a half-collapsed tombstone and assigned tasks in a low voice. Listen up. Get in ambush. You Ping. Climb up the dead tree with the poison crossbow. Take the high ground. At my signal, shoot an arrow through his legs first. Da Hai. Go around and hide behind the huge rock behind the grave. Wait until that guy is forced out and then chop him in half. Song Lao Hu. You're in charge of the bushes on the left. Lu Jintao. Block the retreat on the right. I'll sneak in from the front and give him a surprise. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes as he swept over the crowd. Remember. Be gentle. That kid must be very alert. Wait until everyone is in position and I'll give the signal. Attack at the same time. Don't give him a chance to react. We must capture this fat sheep tonight. If anyone makes a mistake and lets him escape, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Several people nodded silently and dispersed like ghosts. Each of them blended into the darkness and ran towards the designated ambush point. In sleep. Subai had the same dream again. Fahai and the green snake. In the dream, the waterfall roars and the water vapor is thick. Subai once again transformed into Zen Master Fahai and sat cross-legged on the bluestone. The Buddha's light is all around my body, but it can't suppress the heat in my heart. A green snake swam out of the pond, its tail entwined around his waist. Master, what method would you like to practice today? Her breath was as cold as orchid and refreshing. It is the practice of the Vajra demon subduing divine power. Or are you still meditating in the joyful state of enlightenment? Fahai suddenly opened his eyes and creaked his Buddhist beads. Monster! How dare you disturb my meditation? But he turned around and hugged her cold snake body tighter. Today, I will lend you your demon essence to help me practice. If you dare to slack off even a little bit, I will destroy you both physically and spiritually. The green snake smiled sweetly and reached into the monk's robe to gently rub it. What a hypocritical Zen master! To want to subdue the demon yet still covet its body. This kind of practice is truly indescribable. In this bizarre picture, an interface appeared out of thin air. Bite. The result is success. You have successfully obtained the Snake Tribe's only hidden secondary class, Breaking Bad Poison King. Your attributes have been enhanced by your secondary occupation, plus 1188 strength, plus 1835 agility, plus 1832 spirit, plus 820 health. You have obtained the Snake Spirit racial talent, immunity to all poisons. When damaged by poison, you will not lose health, but will instead recover health based on the amount of poison damage. You have obtained professional skills, Heart of 10,000 Poisons, Mass Poisoning, Poison Vein Reverse. Subai? This unexpected pop-up panel seemed out of place in this dream world of bizarre lights and the sound of water. This made Subai feel like waking up from a dream. At this moment, a cold, soft hand gently cupped his cheek, forcing his gaze back from the illusory data column. Oh, why is the Zen master so absent-minded today? She exhaled like orchid, with a hint of coldness. Subai's eyes were slightly confused, and he muttered to himself, this feeling is too bizarre. Am I still dreaming? So what if it's a dream? So what if it's not a dream? She said in a low, alluring voice, since we're here, why not have a good time? Since I'm here. Subai repeated this sentence unconsciously, and the last trace of clarity in his eyes was gradually swallowed up by dreams. Outside the tomb, the night is as thick as ink. Lu Huaqiang slowly pulled out the broad blade of the Conqueror from the storage ring. The blade glowed coldly in the faint moonlight. He took out a rough whetstone and started grinding the edge with a sizzling sound. A weak layer of armor break +5 effect is temporarily added. He turned his head and winked at his companion lurking in the darkness. The voice was extremely low but extremely cruel. Listen. Wait for me to get inside. If that kid is still asleep, I'll just stab him right through the heart. If he hadn't noticed, I'll retreat after I've made the first cut. When you hear any noise, rush in and surround and kill them immediately. He glanced at Yu Ping Dahai and the others. If I go in and nothing happens? Or maybe I didn't make it out. Don't hesitate, just rush in and save me. Do you understand? A few suppressed responses came from the darkness. I understand, Brother Chang. Rest assured. Lu Huaqiang gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and took a deep breath. As quietly as a cheetah on the prowl. Towards the dark entrance of the tomb. Lu Huaqiang jumped into the tomb like a cheetah, using the faint moonlight to see the situation inside the cave. A woman in green gauze was sweating profusely as she adjusted her clothes. Subai was lying on the mat, seemingly sound asleep. There's another woman? Lu Huaqiang's eyes flashed with a fierce look. It's your bad luck. He raised his knife without hesitation and was about to chop. The cold light of the blade is about to fall. He subconsciously glanced at the virtual logo floating above the woman's head. Green Snake, Occupation, Street Fighter, Level, LV98. The scarlet font pierced his pupils and made them shrink suddenly. Fuck. Level 98? Lu Huaqiang was scared out of his wits. The raised knife froze in mid-air. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm sorry, big sister. I didn't know you two were busy. He couldn't even speak clearly and turned around to escape. As a result, I forgot to lower my head because I was too panicked. Boom. A muffled sound. My head hit the low masonry of the tomb door hard. Chapter 65 Dreams Come True. The snake demon really helps Fahai practice. The green snake snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. Since you've seen me, then don't even think about leaving alive. Her figure instantly wrapped around Lu Huaqian like a ghost. 3 dark blue syringes appeared between my 5 fingers without me noticing. It stabbed into his neck at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. You enter the negative state blindness. Lasts for 30 seconds. You enter the negative state paralysis. Lasts for 30 seconds. You enter the negative state slowdown. Lasts for 60 seconds. The system prompts frantically brushed through Lu Huaqian's consciousness. Everything in front of his eyes went dark in an instant. My muscles are stiff and I can't move. Even lifting a finger has become extremely difficult. He wanted to shout for help but could only make a strange sound of goose, goose, goose. He desperately tried to secrete adrenaline to activate the bracelet and escape. But the paralysis toxin completely blocks nerve signals. He couldn't even send out the simplest distress signal. The green snake chuckled and picked up the brick on the ground. Brick attack. Bang! A dull sound hit the back of the head accurately. The last system prompt Lu Huaqiang heard was, "You enter the dizzy state." Lasts for 180 seconds. Then he completely lost consciousness and collapsed like mud. Like a lamb to be slaughtered, at the mercy of others. Time passes by every second. Cold sweat broke out on Song Laohu's forehead. Lu Huaqiang has been in there for more than 3 minutes. There was no sound of fighting or any signal for help. This eerie silence makes my scalp tingle. We can't wait any longer. Song Laohu gritted his teeth and growled. Yue Ping. Da Hai. The 2 of you grab your weapons and go in. I'm meeting Jintao outside. If you find anything wrong, withdraw immediately. We are responsible for covering the rear and for the strong attack. Yue Ping and Da Hai turned pale, but they did not dare to disobey the order. Bite the bullet and draw your weapon. One in front and one behind, they bent down and groped towards the entrance of the tomb. The 2 people carefully kept a distance of 6 meters. Try to cooperate with each other to reduce risks. Yue Ping was the first to enter the dark cave, and Da Hai followed. As soon as Yue Ping stepped into the tomb, he was swallowed by the thick darkness. He subconsciously wanted to light a fire for lighting. Suddenly, a cold and flexible tentacle-like object wrapped around his waist and back. A huge force suddenly pulled him off the ground. He didn't even have time to scream before he disappeared into the darkness of the cave. The sea behind him felt his heart tighten when he heard a slight noise. He lowered his voice and shouted, Yue Ping? Don't scare me. There was only dead silence in the darkness. He cursed to give himself courage. Damn, business is more important. As he said this, he bent down and prepared to enter the tomb. Just as he lowered his head, a corpse suddenly fell from above. It was dangling in front of him. His face was covered in blood, his eyes were wide open, and the deep purple marks on his neck were shocking. It was Yue Ping who just entered. Ah! Da Hai screamed in fear. I turned around and wanted to run out. But a green snake tail wrapped around his ankle like lightning. The terrifying force dragged him back to the tomb. In the darkness, only the sound of desperate scratching at the ground remained. Then everything returned to silence. The dead silence outside the tomb continues to spread. Song Laohu and Lu Jintao were sweating profusely. 3 living people went in but disappeared like a stone into the sea. The scream at the end was even more horrifying. Song Laohu pushed Lu Jintao's back fiercely. Wei Jintao, go in and take a look. Lu Jintao backed away in fear. I'm not going. The 3 of them are silent. Am I going to die? Song Laohu was so angry that his face turned pale and he cursed, coward. Good for nothing. He suppressed his fear and gritted his teeth. Forget it. Let's go to the cave entrance together. Try shouting inside a few times. If no one is around, run away immediately. The 2 men moved to the entrance of the tomb tremblingly. Song Laohu roared into the cave at the top of his lungs, Brother Chang. Yue Ping. Da Hai. Are you still alive? Lu Jintao also shouted in a trembling voice, give me something. The green snake that had just dealt with the corpse in the tomb was about to turn around. When he heard the shouting outside the cave, his pupils suddenly shrank. She licked her lips with a cold smile. There are still some fish that have slipped through the net. As a smuggler, she made enemies everywhere, and this was not the first time she encountered someone seeking revenge. She didn't expect that even though she was hiding in the area designated for the People's Arena, her enemies would still come to find her. Then, they must all be cleared away, otherwise the other party will not know how many eyes he, the Horse King, has. The morning sun shines through the cracks into the tomb. Subai rubbed his sore lower back and stood up with a grimace. Sleeping in this shabby place makes my whole body hurt. He struggled to stand up by holding onto the coffin lid. The old saying is so true. No matter how strong a young man is, he can't stand up to the concrete floor. My back started to hurt after just a few days. He shook his head helplessly and muttered, I have to pay more attention to my health in the future. Otherwise, how can we give the contract spirits a happy life? Thinking of those absurd dreams last night, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. I actually dreamed of getting a new secondary job. It seems like he's really going crazy trying to become stronger. Hurry up and finish the game and go back. First, awaken the Special Week Slasher King. Open the personal interface. Character name, Subai. Occupation, Gardener D. Hidden subclasses, Rage Knight Commander, Moon Shooter Dominate, Night Judgment Destiny, Breaking Bad Poison King. Hidden talents, Slow Recovery, Moonlight Favor, Shadow Affinity, Immunity to all poisons. Level, LV 32. Attributes, Strength plus 2206, Agility plus 3534, Spirit plus 2815, Health plus 2237. Skills, Primary Nourishment LV3, Artificial Pollination, Blood Rage, Rage Burst, Moonmark Through Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars, Destiny Judgment, Shadow Shuttle, 9 Lives Substitute Death, 10,000 Poisons Gnawing at the Heart, Mass Poisoning, Poison Vein Reverse. Equipment, Frost Sword, Ordinary Iron Shield, True Unparalleled Set. I leveled up twice yesterday, and my attributes improved a lot. Etc. After upgrading one level, my attributes only increase by 93 points. After upgrading 2 levels, my attributes should increase by 186 points. How come my attributes have more than doubled now? Subai was suddenly startled. Suddenly I woke up. After carefully reading the stats, I realized I had acquired the subclass I dreamt of yesterday, Breaking Bad. Poison King. Oh my god. When will dreams come true? Subai still didn't believe it, so he opened the illustrated guide to the contracted spirits of all worlds and the symbol of the Snake Spirit Clan lit up. He took a deep breath. What exactly is this suitable for? Completely confused. View skill tags. Possessing skills, Heart of 10,000 Poisons, passive skills increase your poison damage by 500%. This? Toxin enhancement? I have poison arrows and the damage is equal to my current mental power x 3.5. So if it's increased by 5 times, that's equal to my current mental power x 17.5. Damn it. My current mental strength is 2,815. Multiply it by 17.5 times. It can deal nearly 50,000 damage. The toxin release time is 15 seconds, which is 3,333 points per second. What kind of magical skill is this? It was so terrifying that Subai didn't even dare to see how terrifying the next 2 skills would be. Chapter 66, Cross-Level Poisoning to kill the previously unchallenged Night Wanderer. After calming down, I checked the second skill. Skill, Mass Poisoning, which releases a toxic cloud in a 15-meter radius. The cloud lasts for 120 seconds and deals poison damage equal to 10% of the enemy's current mental power. It also reduces the target's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 20%, and increases all damage received by the target by an additional 25%. Subai looked at the skill description of Group Poisoning. This range, this effect, is outrageous. Ultra-large coverage area with a radius of 15 meters. It is equivalent to taking control of the entire battlefield in an instant. Toxic smoke lasting 120 seconds. It's simply a moving death zone. If you use this trick to kill monsters, the effect will be much faster. It can be said that the poison damage of this skill can also be superimposed on the passive of the first skill. The group damage instantly gave Subai enough confidence to strive for the first place in the first round. After all, the number 1 poison master is only level 78. The reason why he is so far ahead should be that he uses toxins to kill those super powerful monsters that are beyond the challenge of ordinary professionals. If you can kill one of those monsters, you can get hundreds of times more points than an ordinary monster. It seems like I can do it too. The last skill. Possessing the skill, Poison Vein Reverse. After active activation, it can trigger the poison vein seal on the target that has been poisoned by itself, immediately terminating all the continuous blood loss toxin effects inflicted by the user on the target. The toxin will no longer cause damage over time and enter the seal storage state. When the natural duration of the original toxin ends, all sealed toxin damage will burst out at once, causing poison damage to the target equal to the original continuous total damage plus 20% additional increase. Subai read the skill description of Poison Vein Reverse, word by word. His brows furrowed slightly before slowly relaxing. So it's to temporarily stop the toxin from taking effect, and wait until the duration ends. All damage will burst out at once, and an additional 20% of the total damage will be added. He analyzed the skill mechanism in a low voice. At first glance, it doesn't seem as intuitive as continuous blood loss. But after thinking about it carefully, I suddenly felt a chill on my spine. This skill is extremely vicious. He seemed to see that the enemy had no reaction after being poisoned, mistakenly believing that the toxicity is weak or has been resisted. Just as he was triumphantly launching a counterattack, all the suppressed poison suddenly erupted. A scene that causes a devastating blow in an instant. This isn't a skill for direct combat. This is totally a professional killer's trick. He couldn't help but shiver. This kind of poison that kills people without being seen is more terrifying than direct harm. Subai looked around the tomb that gave him an amazing gift. He really couldn't understand where this incredible opportunity came from. In the end, it can only be attributed to this mysterious place. He solemnly took out 3 incense sticks from the ring. After lighting it with a fire stick, blue smoke rises. He bowed 3 times respectfully to the ancient coffin. "Thank you, female bodhisattva, for your blessing. I am eternally grateful." Then carefully insert the incense into the gaps between the blue bricks. Only then did I pack up and prepare to leave. He carefully sealed the entrance to the tomb with stones. The movements were filled with reluctance. I really didn't recognize the great man before. I didn't expect the tomb to be so comfortable. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "When I encounter ancient tomb ruins in the future, you must go in and out and explore more often, maybe you can trigger more blessings." However, what he didn't know was that there were 5 fresh corpses in the coffins in the tomb. These were the bodies of Lu Huaxiang and others that the green snake put in after killing people. Subai moved forward all the way and reached the depths of the first area. From a distance, I could see the 100-meter-tall, night-wandering demon that I had encountered the previous night. He was patrolling near the nest with a soul flag. The terrifying pressure of LV-120 is suffocating. If it were yesterday, he would definitely take a detour. But at this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a confident arc. "Killing you now is as easy as drinking tea and reading a newspaper." He activated Shadow Shuttle and merged into the shadows, approaching the monster silently like a ghost. "Stand still 15 meters away from the nest." He raised his hand and released the group poisoning technique, and the dark green poisonous mist instantly enveloped the entire area, completely devoured the huge body of the night wanderer. The monster roared angrily but couldn't find the enemy. The poisonous fog continues to erode its spirit and body. The movement speed slowed down visibly. Subai really found a rock to sit on. Watch the progress of your hunt as leisurely as reading a newspaper. In just 10 minutes, this level 100 monster fell to the ground with an unwilling roar. Congratulations on successfully killing the Night Wanderer. Experience gained, 250,000. Oh my god, 250,000 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV33. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV33. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV33. Points plus 500. Just by killing one monster, the experience gained is enough to level up. This skill is so cool. It used to take a whole day to level up 1 or 2 levels, but now the time is shortened to 10 minutes. Moreover, the secondary occupation attributes are also superimposed by 4, and the attribute points obtained have reached the first level 123 points, which is awesome. Now, Subai specifically looks for high-level monsters to kill, which not only gives him a lot of experience but also a lot of points. Woolen Fang, Observation Group VIP Lounge. Maria pulled her father Siegfried's sleeve, her eyes full of pleading. "Father, please allow me to be with Subai. He really likes me." Siegfried frowned and shook off his daughter's hand, saying sternly, "Nonsense. You are the daughter of the ambassador of the winged tribe. How can you marry a commoner? The mother comforted her softly, Maria, listen to your father. Although Subai is a good child, he is not a good match for you. There are so many noble sons in the world for you to choose from, why lower your own status? Maria's eyes turned red with anxiety, but Subai is already the first in the zero-turn group. He is the best student in Hanong province. Siegfried scoffed at this, adjusted his tie, and shook his head. Hanong province? It's a tiny place. If you want to marry, you should marry the prince of the Dragon Kingdom or the heir of another powerful clan. A provincial champion wants to marry my daughter? Too cheap. He stood up and put on his diplomat's formal attire, his tone unquestionable. There's no need to discuss this further. I absolutely disagree. At this time, the servant's respectful voice came from outside the door. Lord Siegfried, the city Lord Gao Yuliang invites you to the main stage for the guest explanation. Siegfried gave his daughter one last glance. Reflect on your identity. After saying that, he strode out of the door, leaving Maria sitting helplessly on the sofa and sobbing. Chapter 67 begins the level breakthrough. Director's Hall. The main stage was brightly lit, and host Bing Bing announced with a professional smile. Dear audience, another 1,062 players have been eliminated in today's tournament. The competition has entered a white-hot stage, and the challenge of survival is becoming more brutal and intense. City Lord Gao Yuliang nodded and added, the later the game progresses, the more comprehensive your abilities will be tested. Not only do you have to fight, but you also have to know how to survive in the wilderness. This is the true test of strength. Siegfried elegantly adjusted his bow tie and commented, indeed. A true wilderness survivor. You need to be able to fight, build shelters, forage for food, and other versatile skills. Brute force alone won't get you far. The big screen began to play the highlights recorded by the wilderness monitoring staff, and the rapid switching of images was dizzying. There is tacit cooperation and teamwork to encircle and suppress the monster group. With the agility of a lone ranger, he narrowly escaped from pursuit. There are long-range professions that can kite monsters with precise operations. Gao Yuliang and Siegfried's witty comments. I am full of praise for the quality displayed by the contestants. Suddenly the scene froze at a nest, and a young man was seen sneaking into the shadows like a ghost. He raised his hand and released a dark green poisonous mist that covered the 100-meter-high monster, then he sat leisurely on the rock and watched the battle. In just 10 minutes, the LV-120, Night Walker, was poisoned to death. The whole process was as effortless as a vacation, and the whole audience fell silent in an instant. The host Bing Bing's voice trembled slightly with excitement. As expected, the most exciting part is always the finale. This contestant, with a strength of less than level 40, actually used exquisite poison techniques to kill the level 120 regional overlord. He's simply the biggest dark horse of this competition. Gao Yuliang took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly. The voice was filled with incredible shock. This young man's courage is amazing. Challenging higher levels is as easy as taking candy from a bag. The future achievements are limitless. Siegfried frowned and fell into deep thought. This technique. This demeanor. It's clearly the bloodline heritage that only the aristocratic families of the capital possess. He must be the son of some important figure who has come to Jiangnan for training. He nodded secretly. Such a talent is worthy of my winged clan princess. Thinking of that local guy named Subai that my daughter mentioned. He couldn't help but sneer. How dare you, a commoner, marry someone so high? What wishful thinking. Not long after Subai left the night-wandering demon's lair, he encountered a pitch-black, leopard colt. The LV-89 elite monster pounces at you at lightning speed. He raised his hand without hesitation to release the poisonous mist, and the dark green smoke instantly covered an area of 15 meters. The leopard's speed dropped by 30% when it rushed into the poisonous area, suffering a percentage of mental poison damage every second. Subai followed suit and hid in the shadows, leisurely observing the struggle of this ferocious horse-like beast. Only 8 minutes later, the leopard colt fell to the ground with a whine, turn into golden light and flow into the body. Congratulations on successfully killing the leopard colt. Experience gained, 180,000. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV34. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV34. Subai looked at the property panel with satisfaction. Level, LV34. Strength, 2239. Agility, 3,564. Spirit, 2,845. Chi and Blood, 2,267. At this rate, I'll be able to reach the top of the first level group today. My level will soon reach the cap of 40. We must complete the first level breakthrough as soon as possible. He is well aware of the key bottleneck of professionals. If you do not take the first trial at level 40, your experience will be completely locked and cannot be increased. The only way to achieve a breakthrough is to challenge Hall of Valor, that ancient temple standing in the center of the city. The number of challenge spots is limited each day and reservations must be made in advance. Scalpers are rampant at the door reselling tickets. Official admission tickets are as high as 800 dragon coins each time. The cruelest thing is that if you fail the challenge, you will be banned from entering again within 6 months. And the ticket fees are non-refundable. This rule has simply stifled countless civilian professionals. It requires huge amounts of money and the risk of failure. Many people stagnate at level 40 for years because they don't save enough money or don't dare to take risks. But Subai also knew that there was another free but more dangerous option to go to the Hall of Valor, scattered in the wilderness. Not only are there Valhallas in cities, but more of them are scattered throughout the wilderness. Although those ancient temples are open to the public for free, the road leading to the temples is full of dangers. Countless professionals ran out of potions and turned back halfway, and even more people were killed by monsters. But there are always desperate people who want to save 800 dragon coins. Willing to take the risk and challenge the job change in the wild, he decisively opened the bracelet to shrink the map. His sharp eyes swept across the western wilderness area. As expected, there was a sign 50 kilometers away. An abandoned Hall of Valor marked by a skull. 50 kilometers west. Subai quickly calculated, kill monsters while advancing. The level should be close to 40 when we arrive. It's just right to change jobs directly without any experience block. Somewhere in the wilderness, golden light shot up into the sky. The energy around the poison young master surged, and he officially entered the first level, LV80. The younger brothers around clapped and cheered wildly. Boss is awesome. Level 80 crushes everyone. This year's 200,000 yuan bonus is definitely guaranteed. Our Viper gang is going to become famous again. The Poison Master proudly accepted the flattery and sneered, it's a pity that the competition is limited to the first turn. Otherwise, I will go to the Hall of Heroes right now to break through to the second level. Even if it's delayed until the end of the game. No one can shake my top spot. At this time, a younger brother hurriedly turned on the live broadcast, boss. The official highlights have begun. There must be footage of you poisoning the beast. Poison Master glanced lazily at the screen. I came from the capital to compete in a small place like this. It's a dimensionality reduction attack. It's nothing unusual to be on TV. But he still started to read it. After all, being able to show off in front of your younger brothers is the pleasure that a boss should enjoy. The screen flashed and indeed showed the scene of the Poison Master poisoning a group of monsters. The younger brothers also followed suit and praised. Boss, you're so handsome, and here's your close-up shot. Boss, you're awesome. The entire Woolene phone program was produced just for us, ha ha ha. But when the last scene appeared, he suddenly froze. I saw a strange young man poisoning the LV-120 Night Wanderer. The whole process is as easy as child's play. The Poison Master suddenly stood up with a sullen expression. Who the hell is this? Can you actually kill a 120 level monster? A level 120 monster can earn you 500 points. If we let him continue to poison us like this, it will be disastrous. He shouted at his younger brother, check immediately. Is he the 15th ranked poison 6th? The poisonous young master touched his chin and thought to himself. Du Lao Lu, who was ranked 15th, was kicked by him last time. I don't dare to show off in front of him, and this young man doesn't look like him. Who could it be? Apart from himself and Du Lao Lu, who was ranked 15th, there are no masters of poison in the top 100. Chapter 68 Green Snake is pregnant, who did it? Strong College. The bell for the end of get out of class rang crisply. Especially Zhou Zhan was lowering his head to organize the books for the next class. The labor committee member walked quickly to her desk and said, Special classmate Zhou. The physical education teacher wants you to go to the back playground. Tabi Zhou was startled when he heard this and raised his head. Back playground? Her eyes were full of confusion. What does Teacher Bei want from me? The labor commissioner shook his head. I don't know. I just told you to go right away. Especially Zhou Weiwei frowned and was confused. Teacher Xuanju from the northern part rarely looks for students individually. Suddenly asked her to go to the remote back playground. She felt something was amiss, but she nodded and said, I see. As soon as particular Zhou walked to the back playground, Northern Black Jew rushed over to him enthusiastically. He hugged her neck in the bold way that is unique to the horse racers. The pair of proud snow-white breasts almost made Tabi Zhou breathless. Hey classmate Xiao Zhou. I finally got you. The voice of Northern Black Colt is so sweet that it's sickening. Tabi Zhou struggled. Teacher, what do you want from me? Don't be so formal when calling me teacher. Bibu Xuanju leaned close to his ear. Just call me Xiao Xian. Tabi Zhou blushed and his heart beat fast. Teacher Xiao Xian. Northern Black Horse went straight to the point. We are both from the racehorse tribe, right? Seeing Tabi Zhou nod, she immediately smiled brightly. That's why you can't turn your elbows outward. I also want to be Su Bai's spirit. Tate Zhou was so frightened that his ears instantly stood up. No, no. School rules prohibit teacher-student romance. Bibu Xuanju blinked. After get-off work hours, we are not considered teachers and students. Can you help me make an appointment with Su Bai? Tabi Zhou hesitated and thought for a while. Teacher Xuanju from the north has a very streamlined figure and an outstandingly sweet appearance. Although she is not the kind of fat that meets the public aesthetic standards, she has her merits. Student Su Bai should not be disgusted by her. Just about to nod. Suddenly there was a noise at the entrance of the playground. More than a dozen female teachers rushed over frantically. Northern Xuanju. You are so despicable. They're actually using sneak attack tactics. Su Bai must marry me. Finally, Zhuaiking stamped his feet in anger. You bastards. You're just watching my students climb the rankings. This is against school rules. The female teacher who was rushing in the front turned around and yelled, violation. I would rather be expelled than not pursue Su Bai. The entire back playground instantly turned into a courtship battlefield. On the stands beside the playground, Gao Wanqing held her chin and looked at the chaotic scene of the teachers fighting in the distance, with a relaxed smile on her lips. Zhao Haotian's accidental death suddenly relieved the heavy pressure on her shoulders. Seeing Su Bai being fought over by everyone, she even felt, maybe she could accept the fact that he had multiple contracted spirits? After all, this is how a strong person should be. But Tornado, who was sitting next to her, was in a different mood. She sighed deeply, her brows full of worry. After returning home last night, her father, Long Outyan, scolded her harshly. It takes so many years for Jiangnan to produce such a genius. He was in the same class as you and was even on your team before, and you actually let him go? Now that he's reached the top of the rankings, if we could get him to endorse our Longfa Candy Company, our sales would at least triple. In the end, my father practically slammed the table and issued a death order. I don't care what method you use. You must capture Su Bai. But when Tornado looked at the exaggerated courtship battlefield in front of him, he felt his scalp tingling. This was too exaggerated. It's even crazier than grabbing limited edition candy. The morning sun shines on the wilderness. Su Bai stretched his body and stood up from the temporary camp. Habitually click on the bracelet to check the event data. Current total survival, 39,876 101,919. In less than half a month, more than 60,000 people were eliminated. Many players who felt hopeless chose to withdraw early. The cruel survival screening is shocking. He switched to the first round group rankings. Keep your eyes on your latest data. Current points, 35451. First level ranking, 2543rd. Su Bai's lips curled up in satisfaction. Jumped nearly 3,000 places in one day. This is faster than expected. He knew that this amazing improvement was entirely due to mass poisoning. The efficiency of hunting high-level monsters by jumping levels is really terrifying. Look at that incredible poison skill in the skill bar. He thought again of the mysterious giver. Which female bodhisattva is secretly helping me? This favor is really too great. He shook his head and put his doubts aside for the time being. I'm going to challenge Valhalla today and quickly break through the level. In the airship command room 10,000 meters above Su Bai's head. Green Snake is reading the report on today's smuggled goods. Suddenly her stomach churned, she covered her mouth and rushed to the sink. Ugh, the violent retching made her face turn pale. The sailor beside him asked with concern, Boss. What's wrong with you? Are you seasick? The green snake waved its hands weakly. It's okay. Maybe I'm not used to the altitude. I just need to rest for a while. She walked into the captain's private bathroom alone. After locking the door, he took out the pregnancy test strips from the medical kit. When she saw the two clear red lines on the test paper, her pupils suddenly contracted and she froze in place. How is this possible? Small bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. She leaned on the sink in disbelief. I'm actually pregnant? Or is it that human boy's offspring? After the shock comes a huge sense of absurdity. There is reproductive isolation between the snake spirits and the human race. Theoretically, it is impossible to get pregnant. Even if they force the combination, the energy, strength, and mental conflicts will cause the weaker party to physically collapse. Therefore, the green snake cherishes every time it uses it. But she didn't know that her strong physique at LV98, which was more powerful than Subai's, was offset by Subai's powerful attribute foundation. They don't even know about Subai's hidden, artificial pollination, skill. Quietly breaking down racial barriers countless times. Green Snake stroked her flat belly with a complicated expression. This is going to be a big trouble. A smuggler leader getting pregnant with humanity, this is truly a huge joke. I've had so much fun, why did I fail so badly this time? She sighed. Forget it. Let's ship this batch of goods out first, and then look for Subai when I have some free time. Let him recognize his cub. If he doesn't, I'll chop him to pieces. Subai stood on the hillside and looked at Valhalla. The golden light around him just dissipated. Level 40 is complete. Just reached the level requirement for the first breakthrough. But when he looked at the ancient temple, he was stunned. I saw dozens of people gathered in the open space outside the temple. They formed different groups of 2s and 3s and whispered to each other. This scene is extremely unusual in the wild Valhalla. Strange. Subai frowned slightly. The wild temple is fraught with danger. No one dares to come here normally. Why are there so many professionals gathered today? Chapter 69 Breakthrough begins. Subai stared at the towering Hall of Heroes. Common knowledge about the first level trial emerged in my mind. This ancient palace has 9 floors. Each level has different challenges. As long as you successfully break through the first level, you can unlock the experience lock of level 40. Open the channel to continue to improve your level. But a truly strong person will never stop here. Because every time you break through a level, you can get additional attribute rewards. And if you can reach the 9th floor, you will also awaken the exclusive SP skills of this profession. That is a powerful existence that far exceeds ordinary skills. Subai just stepped onto the stone steps of the front hall. A man leaning against the porch suddenly spoke up. New here? The man squinted at him and asked, which level are you going to challenge? Subai continued walking forward without looking back. The voice was calm but firm. Climb to the top. Brother, please stay. A man named Ho Longtao had a warm smile on his face. Look at your uniform, you're from Changqing Academy, right? What a coincidence. I'm also an alumnus. But I graduated. He flashed a dazzling talisman in his hand. This is the Space Interchange Talisman. If you don't want to continue climbing to the 6th floor, just use this item to exchange with my space. I'll help you get to the next level, and I won't let you suffer any loss. I'll give you 10,000 for every floor you reach. 50,000 for every 5th floor you reach. If you reach the 6th floor, I'll give you 80,000. Subai did not stop at all, and did not even look at the talisman. The figure went straight into the gate of Valhalla, leaving Ho Longtao standing there frozen with the talisman in his hand. The smile on his face gradually turned into gloom. This is the first person who said he wanted to reach the summit after Ho Longtao had been waiting here for 2 days. I participated in the competition this year at a low level and originally hoped to get a good ranking. The results were the same as in previous years. This made him very angry, and he decided to break through to the first level, hoping that he could obtain a good skill and reverse the decline in the first level area. But if the skill awakening fails, the loss will outweigh the gain. So he waited here for someone with ability. Several people challenged him in the past 2 days, but he was the only one who said he wanted to reach the top. The younger brother beside him asked cautiously, Brother, should we continue waiting? This kid seems pretty arrogant. Maybe he can really make it to the top? No more waiting. This kid is probably just a big talker. Time waits for no one, we have to give it a try. Then he followed Subai's figure and quickly disappeared into the light curtain of Valhalla. Leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment, this job change trial instantly turned into a two-man showdown. Hall of Valor Level 1 vs Self-Demon. Subai stepped into the first level of Valhalla. The space suddenly twisted and changed. Suddenly, a mirror image exactly the same as his own appeared on the opposite side. The only difference is that the other party has no equipment. Both of them stepped back and raised their hands at the same time. The dark green poisonous fog suddenly erupted and filled the entire venue. But the next second they both froze. The blood stripes on both sides did not move at all in the poisonous fog. The talent, immune to all poisons, takes effect at the same time. The most powerful killer move turned out to be useless. Subai's pupils shrank slightly and he immediately changed his tactics. Clang, the frost sword was unsheathed. The mirror image on the opposite side simultaneously drew out the invisible air sword. The two of them rushed and collided as if looking in the mirror. The swords collided and sparks flew. Exactly the same attributes and skills. This battle becomes a pure contest of consciousness. Who can be faster, more ruthless and more accurate? Who can break through this trial of inner demons? A dazzling light suddenly erupted outside Valhalla. The first floor of the tower is lit up with brilliant runes. The people waiting outside the door were instantly in an uproar. Someone has broken through the first level. So fast? He's only been in there for 10 minutes. Who is it? That crazy kid or Ho Long Tao? A tall, thin man stroked his chin and analyzed, it must be Ho Long Tao. He's ranked 51st. He's been stuck at level 39 for half a year. More experienced and stronger. The girl wearing glasses next to her shook her head. I think it's that pretentious young man. He's so bold as to say he'll reach the summit, he must be really capable. Ho Long Tao waited for so long but didn't dare to go in. It means I have no idea at all. When everyone is arguing. The second floor of the tower suddenly lit up one after another. The light is even brighter than the first layer. The whole audience fell into silence. Everyone stared with eyes wide open in disbelief. It's only been 20 minutes, and he broke through 2 layers? Inside the VIP studio. The big screen was playing the exciting scenes of Subai and Ho Long Tao entering Valhalla one after another. The host Bing Bing said in a clear voice, "Dear audience, we see 2 contestants. They seem to be carrying some tit-for-tat momentum. Especially the contestants who entered later." According to the on-site staff, he has been waiting outside the temple for 2 full days. But he resolutely entered after seeing the previous contestant. City Lord Gao Yuliang smiled and replied, "It seems he's been stimulated by the youth's vigor. We have specially invited Professor Bai, an expert on Valhalla research, analyzing the breakthrough prospects of these 2 players for you." The camera turns to a white-haired old scholar. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke calmly, analyzing from the behavioral patterns. The player who waited hesitated for 2 days. But this just shows his cautious character. Adept at observing and waiting for the perfect moment. This kind of calmness and experience is crucial in high-level trials. He then changed the subject with a hint of regret. Although the first competitor to enter was full of enthusiasm, it was indeed a bit arrogant to directly claim to reach the top. The trial of Valhalla requires a steady and cautious approach. Young people are still a little too impulsive. Siegfried listened to Professor Bai's analysis. The frown is getting tighter and tighter. The Winged Clan ambassador finally couldn't help but pick up the microphone. "Professor Bai, with all due respect, your analysis is biased." He had seen the young man Subai in a highlight clip before. The previous scene where he poisoned and killed a level 120 monster had already demonstrated his amazing strength. Now I realize that he hasn't even reached a breakthrough yet. With this young man's ability, reaching the top is a piece of cake. This expert Bai was talking pure nonsense, and he couldn't stand listening to him. In my opinion, the possibility of him reaching the summit is very high. On the contrary, to conclude that he's arrogant based solely on his behavior is a bit arbitrary. The studio suddenly became quiet. Professor Bai's face turned pale. He didn't expect the diplomat to refute him on the spot. Xiaohubot document anti-piracy, find, book machine people choose Xiaohu, stable, sure, reliable, don't step into the pit. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and his fingers trembled slightly. As a master who has studied Valhalla for more than 50 years. An academic leader who has published 5 authoritative works. A typical scholar who enjoys a very high reputation in domestic universities. I have never been publicly refuted like this. Ambassador Siegfried. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. Are you from the Dacian dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom? If you are, why are you questioning authority when you know nothing? If you are not from the Dacian dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, even if you know everything, you have no right to question our own deductions. Siegfried was confused. He didn't want to talk so much with this white expert professor, but he couldn't lose the face of his own race. Professor Bai, how about we make a bet? Chapter 70 easily take over the Hall of Heroes and quickly break through. Take your decades of experience and bet me that this young man I'm talking about can definitely climb the tower better than anyone else. Let's bet 500,000, dare you? Professor Bai was completely enraged by Siegfried's words. This expert started out as a lover scholar. What they are best at is using human emotions to harvest traffic, even though humans have signed a peace treaty with all other races in the universe. However, the people's contempt for foreigners is still deeply rooted, and this 500,000 yuan bet is simply destroying his job. Ambassador Siegfried. His voice suddenly rose. Why bet a mere 500,000? If you want to bet, bet 1,000,000. Let me show you the courage of the Dacian dynasty. He seems passionate. But his heart was bleeding like crazy. This money was enough for him to beg on live broadcast for decades. But he must not back down, otherwise those fans who are incited by racism. They will immediately abandon him as their spiritual leader, and he must resort to more extreme measures to save face. A sharp light flashed in Siegfried's eyes when he heard this. He accepted the challenge without hesitation. Okay. 1,000,000. I bet this young man will definitely climb higher than those who come in later. The two sides made a bet on the spot in a live broadcast room with tens of millions of people watching. The bet has just been made. The second floor of the tower suddenly lit up with brilliant light. Professor Bai could tell who was going to advance based on the color alone, and immediately pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. See? This is strength. The contestant who entered later was the first to break through the second level. It turns out that experience is far more important than arrogance. He pushed his glasses up proudly. Some foreigners. You don't understand the mysteries of our Dacian Hall of Heroes at all. The live broadcast room barrage instantly exploded. Professor Bai is awesome. The slap in the face came too quickly. As expected of an expert with 50 years of research. Accurate predictions. Even though this bet is about an internal fight among us, I must support Professor Bai. What right do the Wing tribe have to dictate things? Get out of the livestream. Human experts are always the best. Foreigners know nothing. Valhalla. Subai knelt on one knee and gasped heavily, with the frost sword inserted into the ground to support his body. Sweat keeps dripping from the forehead. The battle with his own mirror image was 100 times more difficult than he had imagined. This Hall of Heroes is truly extraordinary. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. I thought I could easily crush them with my powerful attributes. Unexpectedly, the challenger is stronger. Instead, you fall into deeper mental exhaustion. Every move and every style is perfectly reproduced. It's like fighting for my life. He had to take out the healing potion he never used. Tilt your head back and drink to restore your energy, blood, and spirit. Feeling my strength gradually returning. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the stairs. He looked towards the entrance to the second floor with a determined gaze. It's only the first floor and it's already so difficult. The challenges ahead may be even more terrifying. Subai looked solemn when he stepped into the second floor. Scarab, level 35. Attributes: Strength plus 103, Agility plus 80, Spirit plus 35, Health plus 210. Skills: Hardened Shell, Flying. But when you see the 5 scarabs in front of you, his tense expression relaxed instantly. LV 35? That's it? He couldn't help laughing out loud. The attributes of these beetles are not even as good as those of ordinary dungeon monsters. Strength 103, Agility 80, Spirit 35, Health 210. The only skills are Hardened Shell and Flight. It's like I'm here to give you experience. Subai suddenly realized, I understand. The first level of the inner demon trial is the real threshold. The next few floors are designed for ordinary professionals. Otherwise, the difficulty will increase. Who can still complete a turn? He raised his hand and released, group poisoning technique. The dark green poisonous fog instantly enveloped the entire venue. The 5 scarabs fell down as soon as they flew up. The shell quickly melted under the erosion of the poison. Points plus 55. Experience plus 8,000. Subai did not stop. Third floor. 10 LV40, rock golems. Poisonous fog swept in. Rocks shattered. Points plus 180. Experience plus 18,000. Fourth floor. 15 LV45, wind spirit birds. The poisonous fog is spreading. Birds are falling to the ground. Points plus 315. Experience plus 33,500. Fifth floor. 20 LV50, flame lizards. The poisonous fog covered the area and the flames were extinguished. Points plus 520. Experience plus 60,000. Subai was like a broken bamboo, breaking through layer by layer with unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, 4 levels have been broken. Inside the presidential suite, Maria lay in bed anxiously, playing with the only thing in the room that could be considered a toy, the TV remote control. Little face flushed, half angry and half depressed. The TV screen was pitch black and all the mobile phones and computers were confiscated. She couldn't even get the latest news about Subai. I can only vent my emotions by playing with the remote control. Afu, she shouted outside the door. Open the door. I need to go to the bathroom. The housekeeper's calm voice came from outside the door. My dear miss, I'm sorry, I can't obey your order. The master ordered you to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. There is a private bathroom in the suite. Maria collapsed back onto the bed in despair. Damn dad. A government geek. All he does all day is try to climb up the social ladder. You don't even care about your daughter's happiness. She was so angry that she threw the remote control on the sofa. I picked it up again and continued playing. I sighed softly. In the days without Subai, my heart feels empty. In Valhalla, Ho Longtao slumped on the 3rd step. His chest was heaving violently, and he was panting from exhaustion. He casually unscrewed a bottle of healing potion and sprinkled it on his head, replenishing his blood and cooling down at the same time. The first level of the inner demon mirror is not easy. But I passed it without any major problems. The scarab on the 2nd floor could barely handle it. But these 10 rock puppets on the 3rd floor. The attribute level has been significantly improved, and the quantity has doubled. Beat him till he was exhausted. He was hesitating whether to give up. Try your luck and see if you can awaken your skills. Suddenly, an urgent report came from the team channel. Brother Long. Which floor are you on? That crazy kid has already rushed to the 5th floor. Ho Longtao's pupils suddenly contracted. 5th floor? So soon? He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He thought the other party was just a big talker. I didn't expect that he really had such incredible strength. Have you found out who he is? He asked anxiously. Not yet, the younger brother stuttered in response. Got it. Keep checking. Ho Longtao gritted his teeth. Damn it. Let's fight. He struggled to get up by supporting himself on his knees. Keep holding onto the wall and keep climbing up. We must not lose to this guy of unknown origin. The sense of shame and the desire to win burned like crazy. Even if I break my legs, I will catch up. Chapter 71 Reaching the Top. Showing the military fire, the flower fairy is drunk, group artificial pollination, Subai's ghost trick is out of the ordinary. Subai climbed the tower all the way. Soon we reached the 9th floor, which was the last floor. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. A woman in a simple robe appeared leisurely. Holding a chrysanthemum branch, he softly recited a poem. The autumn chrysanthemum is a beautiful color, and I pick its flowers in the wet dew. Floating on this object of forgetfulness, I distance myself from worldly feelings. A golden title hovered above the woman's head: Flower Fairy, level, occupation, God of Flower Growing. Subai's pupils trembled slightly. What was recorded in the textbook was actually true. Those who reach the top will face the ancestor of this profession, the legendary god of gardeners, the flower fairy. He is actually the supreme being in the gardening profession. He immediately bowed respectfully, Junior Subai. I pay my respects to the ancestor. The flower fairy smiled. To be able to reach this point shows that one's heart is extraordinary. Let me see what your Tao is like. Flower fairy Fushio continued, this time, we won't test you on combat skills, but only on your proficiency in your profession. She waved her sleeves lightly, and hundreds of pots of chrysanthemums appeared out of thin air. Flowers are like women, and women are like flowers. Chrysanthemum is the gentleman among women. You need to be gentle when you are tending to flowers, but you also need to know how to be tough when you are tough, so that you can win a woman's heart. Her eyes were deep. These are hundreds of pots of unpollinated chrysanthemums. Without the help of bees and insects, you'll have 2 minutes to complete all the artificial pollination. Subai's scalp suddenly felt numb. The powerful martial arts academy where he was studying only taught combat skills. It's not a vocational school for life at all. The skill book for this profession was given without any teacher's guidance. I just understood the skills but didn't know how to use them completely. 20 seconds passed. Chrysanthemum, woman, chrysanthemum, chrysanthemum woman, woman's chrysanthemum. Subai suddenly thought that he could overcome the last difficulty by himself. It was so easy, so effortless, but I just hadn't thought about it that way before. I have a group poisoning skill that can cover these 100 pots of flowers in an instant. Plus with the skill, artificial pollination, wouldn't it be a sure win? Now we just lack raw materials, which is not a difficult problem. With several thousand points of agility, it was easy for him to get some raw materials. And the flower fairy in front of me is very beautiful. Soon. Done. The flower fairy's hand suddenly stopped. He covered the blush on his face with amazement, his eyes gleaming with wonder. He actually turned poison magic into a life magic. Use the way of killing to practice the work of nourishment. The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. She waved her sleeves lightly. A ray of emerald green light was injected into Subai's body. Congratulations on mastering the SP skill, tenfold reward. Possessing the skill, tenfold harvest. Each time you harvest flowers and plants, you will get 10 times the harvest. Subai felt the new power surging in his body. Unbelievable ecstasy burst out of his eyes. SP skills are so powerful? Although it's just a life skill. But the effect is simply amazing. He immediately thought of his own yard. Those magical herbs carefully planted for the special week. I was originally worried that the harvest from one crop would not be enough to increase my favorability. Now with the blessing of tenfold harvest, the yield will increase tenfold when mature. Don't even mention meeting the needs of a special week. Even if a few more contract spirits come, it will be more than enough. Very good. Subai clenched his fists excitedly. This time, the special week's suitability is absolutely stable. There is no need to wait for the second batch. A wave of harvest is full. The flower fairy covered her mouth with her sleeves and chuckled. A glittering golden medal appeared in the palm of his hand. Young man, don't be impatient. How can anyone who reaches the summit return empty-handed? This is the honor you deserve. The medal suddenly burst into a brilliant golden light. Slowly fell into Subai's hands. Congratulations on receiving the golden medal. Effect, all attributes plus 100. All skill effects increased by 20%. This bonus is simply amazing. All attributes increased by 100 points. Increase the effects of all skills by another 20%. After Subai left, the flower fairy among the myriad races of the heavens looked at the majestic figure inside. What a mighty young man. I wonder when I'll see him again. Why? Just one look at you and I've decided it's forever. Back then, travel was slow, and a lifetime was only enough to love one person. The 9th floor of the tower suddenly lit up in the live broadcast. The brilliant light from Subai's ascent to the summit pierced through the clouds. Siegfried adjusted his bow tie calmly. The corners of his mouth raised in a winner's arc. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Just after the bet was discussed, the party supported by Expert climbed 2 levels in a row. I was slapped in the face by him and his fans' barrage of comments, and I was filled with anger, but now I have successfully turned the tables. It's my turn to slap you in the face. Expert by this $1 million bet. It seems that my judgment was correct? Professor Bai yanked off his tie and roared, "What the hell? You are the most dishonest of all the races. I will never be fooled by you." He pointed at the camera with a ferocious look on his face. "Wait until we humans go to war with you. I will donate 100 million for military expenditure to fight you." After saying that, he kicked over the chair and slammed the door and left. The live broadcast room barrage exploded. What happened to Professor Bai's promise? Is this all? Calling the lovers every day to collect tips, and then cheating if you really lose money. I unfollowed them. Turns out it was all a scam. He's willing to donate 100 million, but not 1 million, because he really has 1 million, ha ha ha. The barrage of comments is flooding the screen like crazy. Professor Bai has been cultivating the persona of a lover scholar for many years. It completely collapsed in the breach of contract in this $1 million gambling game. Countless fans unfollowed and turned against him on the spot. This live broadcast turned into a major car crash scene. The live broadcast ends. Siegfried adjusted his suit in a cheerful mood. He asked his secretary, "The young man I support today. What's the name?" It was not convenient to ask during the live broadcast. The secretary quickly bowed and reported, "Sir, we have found out. This young man, his name is Subai." Siegfried's hand, which was adjusting his bow tie, suddenly stopped. Subai? His pupils suddenly contracted. The man my daughter said she was going to marry is also called Subai. Could it be this Subai? He immediately shook his head and laughed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This young man is extremely powerful. I've already broken through Zero Revolution and reached the top of the first revolution. That thing Maria said. He's just the top-ranked kid in the Zero Revolution group. There's a world of difference between the two. He smiled with satisfaction again. This Subai. Most likely he's the son of a certain cabinet minister in the capital. If Maria could develop a relationship with him. I don't object. He turned to his secretary and solemnly instructed, "Send someone to keep an eye on this young man. I want to fully examine his strength and background. Report every move to me." The secretary immediately bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, sir. We will arrange the most professional team. 24-hour all-round monitoring." Siegfried smiled meaningfully. If he is really the son of a certain elder in the capital, she is indeed worthy of my winged clan princess. Maria's sighed. It's time to give her a heads up. Chapter 72 do not have the intention to harm others. The other side. Subai walked out of Valhalla in the shocked gaze of everyone. The majestic aura of a recent breakthrough circulated around his body. He quickly checked the bracelet rankings. First level ranking, 2894th. He actually regressed 351 places compared to before entering the tower. Everyone is working hard to gain points. I just climbed a tower, but my ranking dropped so much. There was a sharp light in his eyes. Looks like we need to speed up the process. He ignored the odd looks around him. The figure shot towards the depths of the area like lightning. Group poisoning technique, release with all your strength. Dark green poisonous fog swept across the wilderness. High-level monsters fell in droves wherever they passed. Points plus 120. Points plus 180. Points plus 250. A horde of monsters? Poison. Whole nests of monsters wailed and dissolved in the poisonous fog. Points plus 580. Experience plus 120,000. Hidden cave? Poison. Poisonous fog poured into every crevice of the cave. The hidden elite monsters turned into pus due to suffocation. Points plus 920. Experience plus 180,000. Monster migration? Chasing poison. He chased the fleeing beasts like a shadow. The poisonous fog covered the sky and earth like the cloak of death. Points plus 1,500. Experience plus 250,000. No grass grows wherever it passes. Points and experience skyrocketed. The ranking soared at a rate of dozens of digits per second. Time goes on, from the moment you walk out of Valhalla to the morning of the next day. For a whole day and night, Subai did not stop. Either they are killed or they are on the way to be killed. Until noon. Subai finally felt extremely hungry. He stopped at the top of an abandoned watchtower. Get out the portable stove and start cooking. Alas, supplies are running out. He looked at the only remaining elephant brand instant noodles and smiled bitterly. The eggs, meat and ham had already been eaten up. Now all that's left are these instant noodles. There is no way, kill monsters in the wilderness. The burden on professionals is huge. The water and food consumed are tens of times the normal amount. The noodles cooked in boiling water are fragrant. He slurped the steaming instant noodles. Click on the bracelet to check the ranking. First level ranking, 2631st. Not only did they regain their original ranking and advanced 263 places, but the data below the ranking is even more shocking. Total survival, 38,765 101919. Just one day and one night. More than 1,000 people were forced to withdraw from the competition. There's no food left, there's no water. Survival in the wilderness is the cruelest screening. He looked at the vast land in the distance and muttered to himself. Those who can persist until now are the real strong ones. The Poison Master team just poisoned the LV-110 mammoth. Everyone collapsed on the ground and gasped. Several team members kicked the elephant corpse in anger. Damn it. Poisoning it is so easy. But you can't eat poisoned meat. Another wasted effort. Dugonzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked coldly, have you found out whose points have soared the fastest recently? Among the professionals who use poison, are there any rising stars? The subordinate tore off his mask and reported vaguely, the top 100 are still the same old faces. Dulalio's gang is firmly in the forefront. But there's a kid named Subai. It's been going strong lately. 500 or 600 people joined in one day. There are more than 2,000 people in line now. The poisonous young master sneered. He casually thrust the poison blade into the elephant corpse. More than 2,000? Is this kind of bottom-dwelling trash worth reporting? A piece of trash that can't even make it into the top 1,000. You are not worthy of being my opponent. He threw his hands arrogantly. Keep your eyes on the top 10. This is our real competitor. At this moment, a sharp-eyed team member suddenly jumped up. Pointing to the distant valley, he excitedly shouted, look. There's a mammoth left alone. Not within the protection range of the tribe. The poisonous young master suddenly stood up. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Listen up. No magic this time. Don't even poison me. He drew the dagger from his waist. It must be killed with cold weapons. If you poison us again, we'll really run out of food. The team members instantly became energetic. They put away their staffs and drew their swords. Understood. This time, the body must be intact. If I continue to be hungry, I'll really be gnawing on tree bark. A group of people pounced towards the valley like hungry wolves. Carefully surround the lone giant elephant. At the same time, Subai just finished the last mouthful of instant noodles. When he was clearing the dishes, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Suddenly appeared in the distant valley. A lone giant mammoth. Good opportunity. He instantly put the cutlery into the ring. Take down this big guy. Enough to eat for several days. After all, the monsters that you poisoned to death cannot be eaten. The frost sword was unsheathed. The figure shot towards the valley like lightning. Can. When Subai arrived, the lone giant elephant had already been captured by others. That's the poisonous young master's gang. The poison young master and his gang were in a panic as they besieged the giant elephant. These experts in poison tactics are ridiculously bad at close combat. After all, there are career restrictions. Without enough strength points, the sword and knife will make sparks fly, but it can't break the thick skin. The giant elephant was enraged and charged madly. Almost crushed several team members. Subai came like a gust of wind. The cold light of the frost sword flashed continuously. Every strike is a critical hit. 2,452. 2,565. At the same time, a surge of energy and blood surged in his body and exploded instantly. Anger explodes. In the face of powerful melee damage, the giant elephant fell to the ground with a loud bang, wailing. Killed instantly. He began to dismember the giant beast's body individually, regardless of the other party's expression. Dugongzi panted and wiped his sweat. Brother, we were the first to get this meat. It also took away a lot of its health. You can't keep it all for yourself, can you? Subai continued cutting the meat without even looking up. So? The knife in his hand dances as he removes bones and meat. The poisonous young master was so angry that his teeth itched, but he didn't dare to poison him. After all, killing someone during the competition will result in disqualification. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to speak to him like this? Don't poison the other person. Tell us about your family background, and who wouldn't bow down to you and become your bootlicker? So he cleared his throat and said, My father is Chen Wenjun from the capital. Subai didn't reply and continued to divide. The Chen family in Beijing, who own coal mines, have invested in many movies and TV series. I don't want to see it. Subai continued to divide it with his head down. Hateful. This guy doesn't eat toasts, he eats cooking wine. He gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 bottles of cooking wine and green onions from his ring. You can't finish such a big thing. I'll trade these seasonings for some meat. He took out a few pieces of ginger and said, It's essential for removing the fishy smell. Subai glanced at the cooking wine, green onion, and ginger. The most important thing about outdoor barbecue is the fishy smell. He nodded calmly, changed the hind legs. With a flick of his hand, he cut off the fat elephant leg and threw it over. Poison Master quickly caught the elephant's leg. The 2 teams each collected their spoils. Get out of here. As he walked away, Du Gongzi asked the person next to him. Who is this guy? Why is he so crazy? Chapter 73 The fighting power is amazing, attracting the public security to investigate the case. How dare you disrespect my Chen family like this? The subordinate quickly leaned forward and whispered, Boss, look at that ice sword move. It should be Xiao Shizenlang who was ranked 30th. Ice condensation master profession. We usually keep our distance from each other, but today we're deliberately picking on each other. I guess he wants to challenge our status. A vicious cold light flashed in the eyes of the poison master. I went there at night. Give him some spice. Let him vomit and have diarrhea. If he can't defeat the monster, he will automatically withdraw from the competition. The subordinate shuddered with fear. Boss. Poisoning someone is against the law. Everyone is wearing a wristband monitoring. The poison master slapped him and said, Nonsense. Don't I know? Give him some croton powder laxative. Just make him collapse. It's not against the rules, and it can also eliminate this competitor. After Subai left, he found a huge monster in a grassland nest. Grassland ground sloth, LV-130. He raised his hand and released, group poisoning. The dark green poisonous fog instantly enveloped the giant beast. At the same time, weapons are poisoned, poison arrows rain down on the vital points. 12,580. 13,450. Toxic erosion superimposed on physical piercing. The giant beast let out a deafening howl and fell to the ground. Successful kill. Experience plus 300,000. Golden light shot up into the sky. Congratulations on reaching LV-45. Attributes skyrocketed again. Points, plus 350. He quickly checked the standings. Current points, 189,515. First level ranking, 998th. Finally made it into the top 1,000. What is even more surprising is that it shines brightly next to the giant beast S-Corpse. A heavy golden shield covered with scales. Pangolin Diamond Shield. Subai picked it up. Congratulations on obtaining Simple Pangolin Diamond Shield. Simple Pangolin Diamond Shield. Grade, S. Wearing level, LV-70. Attributes, Strength plus 250, Agility plus 20, Health plus 400. Special skill, Counter Shock. After being attacked, the damage will be counter-shocked by 15% to prevent the opponent from attacking. Special skill, Simple. Since this is simple equipment, even people with poor aptitude can use it easily. Wearing level is reduced by 25 levels. Subai's eyes lit up with surprise. Simple entry. This is a priceless, top-notch attribute. He caressed the scales on the shield lovingly, directly lower the level requirement by 25. You can equip this divine shield right now. It's a windfall. He glanced at the broken novice shield at his waist with disdain. This broken thing should have been thrown away long ago. The defense is like paper. If I weren't so busy every day, I would have changed my equipment long ago. He ripped off the old shield without hesitation. just throw it into the grass. Wear the pangolin diamond shield solemnly on your arm. A tremendous force instantly surged throughout the body. Strength plus 250. Health plus 400. After another 2 hours of killing, it was getting dark. Subai found a crack in the boulder. Pick up some dry wood and start a bonfire. Put fresh elephant meat into the pot, pour in cooking wine, ginger and garlic and marinate. The tempting aroma begins to spread. He threaded large pieces of pickled elephant meat onto branches. Place it on the fire and rotate it slowly. The fat and lean pieces of meat sizzled in the flames. Golden oil drops kept falling into the fire. Stir up waves of tempting burnt aroma. Sprinkle with cumin and chili flakes. Rich spice aroma mixed with meaty flavor. It drifts away in the wilderness at night, making you salivate. He tore off the steaming pieces of meat and chewed them in big mouthfuls. 5 strong flashlights suddenly shot out. He instantly pressed down the frost sword and prepared to attack. The other party immediately shouted, "Don't move. We are from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. This is Director Chi Tongwei." Subai's pupils shrank slightly. Public Security Bureau? Chi Tongwei stepped forward with a stern expression. There is a team of 5 people. The bracelet signal disappeared 2 days ago. Finally locate the tomb where you stayed before. The time of death completely overlaps with your activity trajectory. Subai was shocked. He immediately thought of the strange coffin, but remained calm on the surface. I didn't kill anyone. That tomb is my temporary resting place. I didn't see anyone else at all. Well, Subai did kill someone, Zhao Haotian. But there will never be such a low-level loophole left. It is even more impossible for the police to track him down easily. This is obviously a frame-up. Chi Tongwei scrutinized him with a sharp gaze. Did you kill him? The data from the bracelet won't lie. 4 policemen slowly surrounded them. Subai felt a little relieved, as long as it was not an on-site interrogation. So as not to involve Zhao Haotian in the matter, after all, I am not a criminal investigation major. If he was asked about his flaws, it would be all over. He cooperated by taking off the bracelet and handing it over. Chi Tongwei took the bracelet connection tester. Subai pretended to be casual and asked, "It's just a few deaths. Why bother the director to come personally?" The young police officer beside him lowered his voice. We in the Chi Hall are responsible for the safety of the entire program. Of course I have to be there in person when a murder occurs. Subai suddenly understood. This is to improve the crime-solving rate and accumulate political achievements. No wonder the director personally led the team to investigate the case. Director Chi really loves progress. Chi Tongwei handed the bracelet back to Subai. The data shows that you were in deep sleep at the time of the incident. There's a solid alibi. It seems someone deliberately framed me. Subai rubbed his chin and thought, so it's coming for me? You want to use the police to get rid of me? Chi Tongwei nodded seriously. The other party's technique is very professional. It's obviously a conspiracy against you. He put away the detector and ordered, we will lurk nearby. Wait until the murderer strikes again. You continue playing normally. Subai suddenly felt a little embarrassed being monitored by the police around the clock. It feels like wearing invisible shackles. But refusing makes you look guilty. I could only bite the bullet and agree, okay. I will cooperate. Subai ignored the awkward atmosphere. Eat all the kebabs by yourself. Not a single string was given to the police. Finish clearing away the pots and pans. Continue hunting under the cover of night. Soon encountered LV-135, super explosive horseman. This monster's muscles are bursting. He rushed forward violently with a hard stick in hand. Chi Tongwei, who was hiding in the dark, hurriedly reminded, if you can't win, retreat. We will cover you. Subai said calmly without even turning his head, no need. Raise your hand and release, group poisoning. The dark green poisonous fog instantly enveloped the monster. 3,800. 3,200. The super high damage numbers are jumping wildly. The explosive man fell to the ground with a bang, wailing. It took 12 minutes. The policeman in the dark gasped. This strength is too terrifying. Killing a level 135 monster across levels? Chi Tongwei's pupils contracted violently, and he suddenly remembered his 2 daughters boasting, Dad. We once teamed up with the super powerful Subai. At that time he just thought it was a kid bragging. I didn't expect it to be this strong. He was shocked. My daughters keep mentioning this guy. Do you want to marry him? It's very likely. Chapter 74 School. Romance is forbidden. Violators will be shot immediately. In a 5-star hotel. Butler Alfu stood outside the door and nodded to Siegfried. Siegfried knocked on his daughter's door tiredly. My dear daughter, are you still angry? Dad didn't mean to ground you. I'm afraid you'll be contaminated by idle people in society. We, the Winged Clan, have noble blood. The room was dead silent. He sighed helplessly and continued, I met a young man on the show today. Also called Subai. Extraordinary strength. It's 100 times better than the one you mentioned. If you really like humans, I'll observe him during the award ceremony. If it's appropriate, I'll let you meet. The door slammed open. Maria's eyes were filled with tears. Damn, Dad. I don't want you. I only want the Subai I know. I'd rather die than see the one you're talking about. I will never marry in this life. Don't even think about using me for marriage. Bang! The door slammed shut and Siegfried froze in the corridor. I could only shake my head and smile bitterly. This child is too stubborn. But he is still very confident. The young man Subai that he met was both good-looking and capable. He will definitely be a talented person with a bright future. Not to mention being crowned a king, at least he can hold a first-rank official position. It's not too bad for my daughter to follow him. I just don't know what his family background is. After killing the monsters, Subai returned to the rest area and checked his bracelet ranking, where he had moved up 63 places. Satisfiedly laid out the mattress and ready to rest. But I caught a glimpse of the vigilant figures of the police in the dark. I suddenly felt a little guilty. He found Chi Tongwei and whispered, I'll sleep, you keep watch. I'm so sorry. You guys have worked so hard. The police quickly waved their hands, it's okay. We're used to it. I often don't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights while working on a case. I can handle it. Subai said seriously, what if the murderer doesn't show up in a few days? How long can you last? It's only reasonable to take turns to rest. Chi Tongwei pondered for a moment and nodded, that makes sense. Then we'll take turns. Subai immediately pointed to the mat on the ground, add me. Sleeping with the quilt covering your head, the murderer can't tell who it is. 1 round is exactly 3 hours. All the police were stunned. Unexpectedly, the suspect volunteered to participate in the vigil. Chi Tongwei's eyes flashed with praise, okay. Let's do it. He was the first to lie down on the mat and cover his head. I'll rest the first shift first. Change in 3 hours. The lurking team rotates quietly in the night. An hour later. The Poison Prince's team is approaching stealthily. In the darkness of night, I saw a figure sleeping with his head covered. The Poison Master smiled sinisterly and took out a small bottle. Are 2 drops enough? The subordinate flattered, the laxative developed by the boss. 1 drop lasts for 3 days. 2 drops, send directly to the hospital. The Poison Master proudly dripped the medicine. Let this bastard lie down for a week. See how he can still compete. Just finished the medicine. The dazzling searchlight suddenly lit up. It was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. The police filed out. He pinned several people to the ground in an instant. Chi Tongwei lifted the quilt and stood up. Here he comes. Take them all away. The poisonous young master struggled frantically. Do you know who my father is? Chi Tongwei sneered. I don't care who your father is. You are now a major suspect. As he was speaking, his expression suddenly changed. There was severe abdominal cramping. He suppressed his discomfort and waved his hands. Take him away. The police quickly escorted the criminals away. Chi Tongwei staggered back, holding his stomach. Subai. Who did I offend? Someone actually framed me? Subai thought about it, and the only possibility was that Zhao Haotian was still at home. His own son is dead, and he has not found any clues yet, but he is resorting to conspiracy. It seems that the Zhao family cannot stay. Strong College. Saturday. The teachers did not have a holiday. Instead, they were all called to the school by the principal, Gao Qiqiang, for a meeting. In the conference room of Qianxing College. Principal Gao Qiqiang's face turned pale. He slammed the podium. There's a bad trend going on in school lately. An extremely unhealthy trend. His sharp eyes swept over the female teachers in the audience, some unmarried female teachers. Openly pursuing a boy from our school. Even sending flirtatious private messages. And there are those who send private photos. It's totally shameless. The teachers in the audience lowered their heads and dared not look at each other. Northern Xuanju's face turned pale. Zhuayaking pushes his glasses awkwardly. Dozens of female teachers secretly deleted photos from their mobile phones. Gao Qiqiang's voice suddenly became stern. What are you doing? Where is the teacher's ethics? I repeat for the last time. Teacher-student romance is strictly prohibited in school. Starting today. As soon as I find out, everyone will be fired. The entire venue was silent. Only the echo of the principal's anger was echoing. This rectification meeting lasted nearly 3 hours. It didn't end until noon. The female teachers complained bitterly and spoke ill of the principal behind his back. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? Everyone knows that he wants to marry his daughter Gao Wanqing to Su Bai. They're using the system to suppress us because they're afraid we'll compete. How hypocritical. How disgusting. I heard that his daughter entered the worst class in the school just to get close to Su Bai. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. We are shameless if we post photos. His daughter is paying him for her and that's called free love? Double standard dog. Resentment filled the corridor. This rectification movement obviously failed to convince the people. The female teachers just left. Gao Qiqiang is still worried. Immediately publish the new rules in the teacher group. From now on, our school completely prohibits students from dating. Once discovered, you will be punished. If you seriously disobey warnings and commit the same offense 3 times in a row, you will be expelled immediately. He looked at the notice with satisfaction and sneered, now I've completely given up on that thought. Not only to protect the teacher. Even other students are on guard. See who dares to snatch Su Bai from my daughter. This trick kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It shuts up the teachers. And eliminate all potential rivals. Keep things fair on the surface. In fact, he completely enclosed Su Bai for his own daughter. The group instantly exploded. The principal is wise. It's time to regulate students' premature love. Now it's fair. The female teacher's anger was indeed slightly calmed. The sweet date after this slap. Everyone was suffering so much that they couldn't express it in words. Gao Qiqiang proudly put away his phone. Fight with me. You're still a little immature. This battle to defend his marriage, he is determined to win. The new rules quickly spread to every class group. The teachers took the opportunity to exaggerate. Formulate various bizarre clauses. Girls are not allowed to have long hair. They must have short hair that reaches the ears. You must wear the school uniform. No alterations to the style are allowed. No makeup allowed. No makeup allowed. Men and women should keep a distance of 5 meters from each other on a daily basis. Violators will be punished. Expelled if they violate the rules 3 times. The regulations are so complicated that they are abnormal. Students are treated almost like prisoners. Any violation will result in severe punishment. It's like military management. The girls instantly exploded. What a lousy rule. Short hair is so ugly. The school uniform looks like a sack. How can we communicate at a distance of 5 meters? Just shoot us all. Chapter 75 The heart of a poisonous husband, despised by all. Night falls upon the wilderness. Su Bai entered the second transformation area. The aura around him is more condensed than before. The monsters here are generally above LV 100. The danger level is far beyond 1 turn. Only a few top-tier warriors dare to hunt here. But for Su Bai, who possesses the group poisoning technique, these high-risk monsters are actually the best prey. Cross-level kill reward points are doubled. No one has grabbed the monster yet. Far more efficient than other players. He checks the latest data. Level, LV 50. Second transfer ranking, 47th. Total survival, 9,876 101919. More than 90,000 people were eliminated in just 3 weeks. In less than a week, the competition will be over. The cruelty of wilderness survival is beyond imagination. A sharp light flashed in Subai's eyes. Top 50. It's time to sprint to the final round. In the interrogation room of the detention center, the poisonous young Master Chen Yu was handcuffed to a chair, covered with scars. Damn it! How dare you poison Director Qi? You're tired of living, aren't you? Our director is still in the hospital on 4 drip. Chen Yu gritted his teeth and sneered, fight. Keep fighting. Wait till I get out. Get out of here. Suddenly the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked in. Chen Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Peng. You're the only one here. I'm almost beaten to death. The person who came was Chen Peng, the chief steward of the Chen family. Chen Peng had no expression on his face. Pull out a red-headed document from the briefcase. Special release order. The cruel officials' faces changed drastically when they received the documents. It is stamped with the official seals of the 6 ministries in the capital. They opened the shackles tremblingly. Chen Yu stretched his wrists and stood up. He scanned the entire audience fiercely. Provoke me, Chen Yu. None of you can escape. Just wait for me. He slammed the door and left arrogantly. Chen Yu stepped back into the competition venue. Can't wait to open the bracelet to check the ranking. Current ranking, 123rd. His pupils suddenly contracted. 123? I was still number 1 before I went in. Chen Yu stared at the glaring ranking on the bracelet. The teeth are chattering. Xiao Shizenlang. Good, very good. You've completely pissed me off. A terrifying and murderous light flashed in his eyes. Poisonous gas spreads uncontrollably around the body. Grab my ranking. I was put in jail. Now you dare to ride on my head. He suddenly crushed the tree trunk at hand. Amidst the flying sawdust, he growled fiercely, this time. I want you to die without a complete body. Chen Yu was completely determined to kill. 10 miles away. Xiao Shizenlang just killed the LV-50 lava fire demon. Check out the ranking rise to 25th place. I was secretly happy that the top 5 people withdrew from the competition. The figure of Poison Young Master suddenly appeared in the distance. He was stunned. Chen Yu? Didn't you withdraw from the competition? Before he finished speaking, the dark green poisonous fog has enveloped the whole body. 1800. 1200. Lung bleeding instantly. He yelled in horror, what are you doing? The poison master sneered in the poisonous mist, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, he turned and left. As cool as a ghost. Xiao Shizenlang staggered and fell to the ground. The bracelet frantically alarmed, vital signs are rapidly declining. Toxins are corroding. I will be forced to withdraw from the competition soon. At the same time. Tips for Poison Prince bracelet. Ranking increased to 122nd. A crazy light flashed in his eyes, killing people will improve your ranking, so, kill everyone in front of you. I can still take first place. The desire to kill is completely ignited. Poisoned from the first. Anyway, his butler has arrived with special documents in his hand. In the Dacian dynasty, I was a child of aristocratic family, so the worst that could happen was that I wouldn't come to Jiangnan anymore. No one can do anything to you. A crazy light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He immediately summoned his men, search for me. Find out the positions of the top 100 people. Start poisoning from the first place. He sneered and shook the bracelet, everyone wears this thing anyway. Automatically teleport out when you're about to die. There are doctors out there who can detoxify. Pay some money later and that's it. The men were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Boss, isn't this too much? What if someone dies? Chen Yu kicked over, what are you afraid of? Can't my Chen family afford the compensation? Winning the provincial championship, my status in the family skyrocketed. This risk is nothing. He stared fiercely at the leaderboard, starting from number 1. One by one, the poison passed. This champion. I've got it. Beyond the wilderness. There was chaos outside the ring. Top players keep withdrawing from the competition due to poisoning. Everyone angrily accused, it was the poison master who did it. I was poisoned out of the top 20. Hurry up and arrest him. Chi Tongwei's face turned pale. He himself was a victim of poisoning. The atmosphere in the office is solemn. City Lord Gao Yuliang shook his head helplessly, the Chun family in the capital. Holding the Golden Kingdom copy. Even the emperor should show respect to us. We can't afford to offend him. Chi Tongwei slammed the table angrily. Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? Gao Yuliang smiled bitterly. No one was killed. It's not even a murder. He just made excuses and accidentally poisoned. At most I'll just pay you some money. This is the reason why we come here to win awards. We can only endure it. Su Bai's home. For spirits are doing housework. Yuling was so shocked that the quilt she had just folded fell to the ground. She shouted quickly, causing Emoli, Aliyah, and Tabi Zhou to all prick up their ears. Arya asked, what happened? Watch TV. On TV, reporter Bing Bing is making an urgent report. Latest news. Another top contestant was poisoned and eliminated. So far, more than 30 contestants have been killed. The victims all identified the man named Poison Prince. But the government said. The other party claimed that it was a mistake. We are only willing to negotiate compensation. The four of them stared at the screen with pale faces. Yuling's voice trembled. I just checked today. Su Bai ranks 47th. Could it also be? Emoli clenched his fists. Even the government doesn't dare to intervene. How terrifying is that person's background? Arya paced anxiously, although the master is powerful. But the other party's poison is hard to defend against. Te Zhou's ears drooped. Master, will you? It's very dangerous. The four of them looked at each other worriedly. The warm atmosphere at home is gone. Chapter 76. The scandal was exposed and the whole network knew about it. The sun is shining brightly at noon. The earth is steaming with rolling heat waves. Su Bai leaned against a big tree to enjoy the coolness. Just wave the folding fan. There are potatoes stewed in the pot. Gurgling with fragrance. He checked his bracelet and frowned slightly. Current ranking, first place. Why did the people in front suddenly disappear? The ranking surge these past 2 days is so weird. There is no report on the official website. You are not allowed to bring your cell phone to the competition. Completely unaware of the outside world's turmoil. But Su Bai was too lazy to delve into it. Anyway, clear the obstacles. Just focus on getting points. Create a huge gap between you and the people behind you. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. 600,000 bonus. It should be enough to renovate the house, buy appliances, and even buy 2 plots of land in the back to farm. But then he shook his head and chuckled. No, not enough. I want to build the whole neighborhood. In the future, we will bring all the spirits from all the races in the universe to live here. Be the true king of all races. That's what I call a good time. Roar. At this time, the sound of thousands of horses galloping came from afar. Su Bai looked over when he heard the sound. I saw smoke and dust billowing in the distance. Hundreds of fire bulls are migrating. Several ice lions are chasing and hunting from behind. His eyes suddenly lit up. The fiery beef. According to the food experts on TV, it tastes like medium rare Angus when eaten raw. Ice lion mane has a cooling effect. If you wear it, your body temperature can drop by 15 degrees. Although I am not a professional equipment blacksmith, it is impossible to forge equipment with ice element attribute bonus using the materials of the ice lion. But if you want to transform it into a small sweater and wear it to cool down, you still need your hands. He picked up the frost sword. Added half a pot of water to the stew pot to prevent it from drying out. The figure shot towards the herd of beasts like lightning. Brazenly joined the hunt. The cold light of the frost sword flashed continuously. The fire bulls fell down in groups. The ice lion fled in terror. The system prompts crazy screen refresh. Points plus 50. Points plus 35. Experience plus 8,000. Experience plus 6,000. Points and experience skyrocketed simultaneously. The ranking advantage continues to expand. A cliff-like gap is forming. He became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and wherever his sword touched, blood and flesh flew. This unexpected encounter became a perfect feast for scoring points. Poison young master and others were lurking in the dark. All the people in front were killed by them. Now it was Subai's turn. Preparing to launch a surprise attack on Subai. But suddenly the other party rushed towards the herd. The subordinate hurriedly asked, "Boss." He ran away. Should we chase him? The poison master narrowed his eyes. That's right, if we poison the herd, he won't be able to tell who did it. Just as everyone was about to give chase, suddenly a strong aroma of meat wafted over. The poisonous young master suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the pot of stew. The subordinate swallowed his saliva. "Boss, are you hungry? How about eating his meat first, and then fucking him?" The poison master slapped him. "Idiot. I need this bite of food? Poison the pot directly. Wait till he comes back and finishes eating, teleport away." He smiled sinisterly and pulled out the poison bottle. It saves time and effort, and no one will notice. There are only 3 days left in the competition. Everyone in the studio knew that the previous contestant had been poisoned and returned. But they all pretended not to know. He avoided the main point and changed the subject in response to netizens' comments. The barrage of comments floated by endlessly. Why did my husband, Xiao Shizenlang, withdraw from the competition? He posted on Weibo that he was poisoned. The post was deleted immediately. My brother suddenly disappeared from the top 5. He posted about being targeted by a thug. His account was immediately banned. The collective withdrawal of the top 10 is definitely a shady business. Why doesn't the government investigate the poison prince? Capitalism covering its mouth is so disgusting. The host was sweating profusely. I can only repeat mechanically, there are all kinds of accidents in the competition. Please be rational about this. The final result is subject to official announcement. Just at this moment, suddenly a camera angle picture appeared. Subai was seen violently chasing a group of beasts in the wilderness. The frost sword shone a cold light all over the sky. The fire bulls fell to the ground howling in groups. The ice lion fled in terror but was enveloped by poisonous fog. His figure shuttled back and forth like a ghost. Every sword strikes the vital point accurately. The dark green poisonous fog and the ice blue sword light intertwined. A deadly dance of death and art. The system prompts crazy screen refresh. Points plus 60. Experience plus 1,500. Points plus 80. Experience plus 2,000. Points and experience soared at a terrifying rate. The cliff-like leading advantage continues to expand. The barrage was instantly shocked and filled with screens. Fuck. This is the real boss. Killing monsters is like cutting vegetables. No wonder they can get first place. Gao Yuliang and the host were stunned for a moment. Ever since the poison master started poisoning like crazy, the program team blocked all real-time footage. Use text broadcast and past replays instead. Afraid that the Chen family scandal would be exposed and cause public outrage. But now, the real-time footage of Subai's hunting was suddenly broadcast. A scene that is bloody, violent, yet powerful and aesthetically pleasing. It shocked the whole audience. Gao Yuliang broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is the technical department doing? Quickly cut to the replay. This scene cannot be broadcast. No one in the studio expected this. This sudden live broadcast. It was actually done by the female security guard who was once kidnapped by the Green Snake. She had delicious food and drinks on the airship. No harm done. After being released, he was in a dilemma. Calling the police would implicate yourself as a negligent person. Lost my golden job with a monthly salary of 2,000. In the end, she chose to remain silent. Pretend nothing happened and continue to monitor the game. But by mistake, I captured the key scene. Subai's heroic figure as he violently hunts the beasts. Evidence of the poisonous young master poisoning the pot. The barrage exploded instantly. It turns out my husband was poisoned and forced to withdraw from the competition. How dare the poison master openly poison people? Live broadcast of conclusive evidence. Strongly request official removal. Give us fair play. Someone quickly recorded the video. Upload to B-Station, vblog. Boo! Of course, these things are not worth mentioning at all for a big capital like the Chun family. Having money is capital, and they can quickly launch crisis public relations. Find a bunch of internet trolls to frantically whitewash and control comments. Major platforms charge money to delete posts. The tsunami of forced public opinion was forcibly suppressed. But all this. The two groups of people in the stadium were completely unaware. The poisonous young master and others are still lurking in the dark. Subai is returning with a full load. Subai, who returned from hunting, had no idea. Drag your prey to the stew pot. The aroma of meat mixed with the smell of blood wafts in the air. He sat down tired but satisfied. The poison master laughed sinisterly in the dark. Eat, eat. Eat and get out. The championship is mine after all. Subai scooped up a spoonful of meat, smelled it, and didn't eat it. The poison master's men were a little curious. Boss? He won't be able to smell that we've poisoned him, right? Impossible. My poisoning technique is colorless and odorless. He can't possibly detect it. Chapter 77 Competition and Reward, 1 million. Plus a red flag car. Extra bonus. Subai put down the spoon. Get up and handle the ice lion's mane. Cleverly knit into a simple scarf. The cool touch instantly dispels the heat. I feel refreshed and my appetite has been stimulated. Everyone in the dark breathed a sigh of relief, so they didn't find out they were poisoned. It's just too hot. Subai began to eat with relish. The system prompt flashed quietly. You have food poisoning. Loss of 1000 HP per second. Lasts for 15 seconds. Immune to all poisons, talent activated. Immune to poison. He paused slightly. Huh? Poisonous? Someone wants to harm me. But he remained calm on the surface. Keep eating meat. Wait for the mastermind behind this to show up. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking, he lay back leisurely under the tree, fanning himself to enjoy the cool air. The poison master in the dark was completely confused. What's going on? Did the poison lose its effect? Or did I take the wrong bottle? He gritted his teeth and ordered, time is running out, we can't waste time here, go and clean up the people behind you first. I'll deal with him myself. The men dispersed quietly. The poisonous young master walked out leisurely from the darkness. Subai immediately realized that the visitor had ill intentions. Sure enough, it was someone who wanted to kill me, a killer sent by the Zhao family? He sat up calmly, there is still meat in the pot. You can eat when you're hungry. The poison master gave a hypocritical smile, thanks, I'm not hungry. Throwing a bottle of soda to show goodwill. It's hot and thirsty. Subai flipped open the bottle cap with his thumb and drank it all in one gulp. Post-war Coke is indeed precious. Poison master pretended to invite, how about teaming up to kill monsters? The game is almost over. Subai sneered in his heart, okay. I was worried that there was no one to lead the way. Last 2 days. The two of them team up to kill monsters. The poisonous young master has tried to poison secretly many times. But I can never find the right time. His ranking depends on the assists from his men. All the way up to second place. The only obstacle left is Subai. Just kill him. The championship is still mine. Last minute. The poisonous young master finally couldn't hold back anymore. He pretended to sigh, we will be separated from each other. I don't know when we'll meet again. He slowly stretched out his hand. Subai calmly extended his hand and shook it. Moment. The poisonous young master's hands turned dark green. The poison rushed towards Subai like a flood. Ultimate poisoning technique, burst with all your strength. This hypocritical collaboration. It ended in poisoning. You are poisoned. 2000 HP lost per second. Lasts for 180 seconds. Immune to all poisons, talent activated. Immune to poison. Subai's fingers quickly turned black and green. The poison master grinned fiercely and held on tightly. This side today. It's goodbye forever. He used all his strength to activate Toxic Burst. Mental power is burning wildly. It turned into a deadly poison and poured into Subai's body. Subai nodded calmly. That's right. It is indeed a farewell. Secretly launch Poison Vein Reverse. Seal all the toxins that invaded the Poison Master. Waiting for the final outbreak. Last second. Both of them were teleported out of the arena at the same time. Award ceremony. No awards were given. Because the show People's Arena has become notorious. On the surface, they directly said that the production team had cancelled the project, but secretly they were reviewing the loopholes themselves. And in fact, it is still going on. After all, we can't afford to offend Mr. Chen in the capital. Subai was taken into the city lord's office. Gao Yuliang sat alone at the table. With a serious expression, he said, "Student Subai. First of all, congratulations on winning first place. But a major problem occurred on the show. We really can't afford to offend the young master of the Chen family in the capital." He pushed a document over. "Your ranking has been adjusted to second place. The 600,000 yuan bonus will be distributed as usual. In addition, you will be compensated with 400,000 yuan for your hard work. I hope you can understand and cooperate." Subai was secretly happy, as he participated in the competition mainly for the money. Giving an extra 400,000 is equivalent to spending at least 3 months less time hunting. But he still looked serious. "City Lord Gao. I'm here for the rank, not the money. I know. I've suffered so much and finally got first place, but now it's been taken away by someone else." He casually took off a car key from the keychain and pushed it in front of Subai. "This Hongqi car is worth 200,000, you can take it and drive it." Hongqi car. This is no ordinary car. This is a car driven by people with power and status. And special license plates are provided. If you drive this kind of car and run a red light or park illegally, no one dares to stop you. Subai couldn't help but take a breath. However, Subai still said, "I just want to bring my study partner to Phoenix Academy. Second place is meaningless. You must have a certificate of honor for being able to fight." This is his second focus, which is to get his classmates into better schools. So he doesn't like Gao Wanqing. However, as a man with a system, how could he miss out on women? If this were placed in an online novel, it would definitely be a poisonous point. Gao Yuliang burst out laughing, "So that's why. I'll grant you 10 special recommendations. Phoenix Academy welcomes you anytime." Only then did Subai nod in agreement. Bonuses arrive instantly. The car keys belong to Subai. But he still didn't leave. Gao Yuliang frowned and asked, "I've given you the money and the car, what else do you need?" Subai showed an embarrassed expression. "I heard that Hongqi cars are expensive to maintain. The cost of gas is even more expensive, at least 30,000 yuan a year." Gao Yuliang suppressed his displeasure and said, "Give the invoice to my secretary, Xiao Wang. All expenses fully reimbursed." Subai finally smiled and said, "Thank you for your care, City Lord." The other side. There was thunderous applause in the studio. The program team invited more than 300 extras to cooperate with the performance. Of course, this program is not live now. It can be said that it was a farewell party designed specifically for the Poison Master. The whole show was ridiculous. A real-life scripted murder in which he is completely reduced to a son of a powerful aristocratic family. This is the truth at the moment. Host Bingbing presented flowers and a gold belt. Du Gongzi took the trophy with a confused look on his face. "Am I not second place? How did you become the champion?" He looked around and found that Subai was not there, whom he wanted to poison. Logically speaking, this guy should have fallen to the ground by now. Waiting for everyone to rescue. Or perhaps he was poisoned to death in the wilderness. The host smiled sweetly. "You remembered it wrong. You are way ahead in points." She pointed to the big screen. The data row that originally belonged to Subai. All names have been replaced with Poison Master. The Poison Master was suddenly overjoyed. It turns out the data was wrong. The championship is still mine. He excitedly took the microphone. "Thank you for the recognition. This honor is well deserved." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a terrifying damage number popped up above my head. 85,464. Poison vein reversal, the ultimate outbreak. He suddenly spurted out black blood. The golden belt fell to the ground with a bang. The whole person fell straight down. He died instantly. The whole audience screamed. The screen data is flashing wildly. Chapter 78 New Profession 1 Rider against 1,000. Kill the Cavalry King, I'm riding a horse. At Subai's home. The three girls were staring at the TV nervously. Arya Cow Tribe is restless. Yueling Moon Rabbit Clan has drooping ears. Emoli Meow Clan is wagging his tail anxiously. Normally when Subai is not at home, they would never turn on the TV. No more wasting electricity. But there is no time to save at this moment. The TV footage continued to play, with more and more news reports about contestants withdrawing from the competition due to poisoning. At the end, there was a close-up of Subai being poisoned. The three women turned pale instantly. Arya stood up suddenly. I can't just sit there and wait. I have to go to the program team to check it out. Yuling's eyes turned red with anxiety. If anything happens to the master, what should we do? Emoli gritted her teeth and swung her tail. Being a widow is too terrible. I just experienced happiness. The three women packed their luggage in a hurry, their eyes full of self-blame and panic. They just came from hell to heaven. Subai gave them a warm home. But now I can only watch and take risks. Arya's voice choked. If only I could have more children. The master doesn't have to work so hard to make money. Yuling wiped her tears. 10 months of pregnancy is too long. If only it could be shortened to a week. Emoli's tail drooped weakly. 20,000 yuan for each child. We'll give birth to a few pairs of twins. Why would master risk participating in the competition? Deep remorse surged in their hearts, and they hated themselves for not living up to their expectations. I failed to share the pressure for this family in the most natural way. The three girls just rushed downstairs. A brand new black Honchi car slowly stopped. The security guard is munching on bare biscuits. Seeing this, he immediately opened the security booth door. No outside vehicles allowed in. This is a high-end residential area. The property manager came running. He slapped the security guard on the back of the head and said, "Open your eyes wide and look at the license plate. This is an executive car. The leader is here to inspect our work." A team of security guards lined up hurriedly. Although they were standing crookedly, they tried their best to put on a military posture. The three women stood at the door in amazement. Which high official is here? The Honchi car window slowly lowered. Subai stuck his head out and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I'm back." The three women were stunned for a moment. Looking at this car that symbolizes power. Look at the familiar figure in the car again. Completely confused. Come on, let's go pick up Taibizhou from school. The new house has been decorated. Xiangxing College, there is chaos at the school gate. Shi Tongwei was held tightly by Gao Qiqian, director. The entire school saw it with their own eyes. The live broadcast is crystal clear. The poison master openly poisoned people. You must do justice. Shi Tongwei is putting out a fire during a live broadcast accident. The school-wide strike and complaints were overwhelming him. He pretended to be calm and soothed. Don't worry. I guarantee it will be solved. Suddenly the phone vibrates. Gao Yuliang called. What? The poison master is dead? Okay. I'll be there right away. He hurriedly got into the official car. Drive quickly. Go to the scene. The vehicle just started. I ran into a red flag car head-on. Shi Tongwei immediately shouted angrily, "Who is so blind? Didn't you see the government license plate?" The secretary replied tremblingly, "Director, that is City Lord Gao's special car license plate." Shi Tongwei was shocked instantly. Gao Yuliang just called me. Who is the person sitting in the car at this moment? He approached the Honchi car cautiously. The car window slowly lowered. What was revealed was Subai's face. Shi Tongwei was shocked again. Why is it you? How did City Lord Gao's car come into your hands? Subai responded calmly, it was given by City Lord Gao. If you don't believe me, call and ask. You recognize this license plate. Don't you dare drive my car? Please move your car for a while, I need to pick up my Qiling. After saying that, raise the car window. Shi Tongwei returned to the car and asked his secretary to make way. He gasped, this young man is climbing too fast. He immediately took out his phone. I have to ask my two precious daughters. Are you really attracted to him? This particular week I felt like I was dreaming. Amidst the shocked gazes of all the teachers and students in the school, she got into the Honchi car. The luxurious decoration inside the car made her feel dazed, and she felt like she was in the clouds. She never thought this day would come. As a horse racer, I was born to be ridden. Of course, we are talking about it as a tool. A tool to satisfy the convenience of others. Of course, the tools mentioned here to satisfy the convenience of others are means of transportation. It's not some weird tool, like RBQ or something like that. But now, she is sitting in a car that symbolizes power. Outside the window are everyone's envious eyes. The person who changed her destiny is by her side. All this, like the most beautiful dream. The Homchi car drives into its new home. The workers are squatting at the door smoking. When he saw the executive car, he was stunned. Oh my god. The big boss is coming? Subai pushed the door and got out of the car. The foreman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, all 3 floors are completed. The flower beds in the yard are all lined. Now that the renovations are complete, we're just waiting for the appliances. Please inspect it. The title was directly promoted from boss to leader. Subai nodded, and the 4 women immediately came in to check. Arya checks the water and electricity pipes. Yueling tests the flatness of the wall. Molly tests the ceiling of doors and windows. But Tae-jo was just in a daze and hadn't recovered from his happiness yet. Acceptance completed in 3 hours. The 3 women reported, very satisfied. Subai smiled at Tae-jo and said, go and harvest the grass planted in the yard. Especially Jo only noticed this time. The yard is full of rare ingredients from the horse racing tribe. The favorability instantly skyrocketed. Uma Museum Special Week received the gift windgrass, the matching rate increased by 5%. Uma Museum Special Week received the gift windgrass, the matching rate increased by 5%. Bound Spirit, Special Week Horse Racer. Racial traits, swift wind and thunder movement speed, sweat of blood hidden. Age, 20. Potential assessment, SSS. Adaptation rate, 77% high matching rate. Result benefit, secondary occupation, 1 man takes 1,000. Kill the Cavalry King SSS rank. Bloodline feedback, after the birth of the child, the host permanently unlocks this profession. And gains the low 1 man takes 1,000, or the more enemies there are, the higher the attack. The news keeps coming. Subai used his detection skills to take a look. Done. It feels so good. I can finally taste the delicious harvest. But before that, there is one more thing to do. He said to the 4 people, you guys cook and eat in our new home first. I'll treat the masters to a meal to thank them for their hard work and pay them their wages. I'll be back in the evening. 4 people nodded. At midnight, Golden Leopard KTV. The masters walked out of here with great joy. All the work pressure that had accumulated for many days was released. Old Juan, this young man knows how to handle things. One of the old masters said. The foreman took a sharp drag. What are you thinking about? This is a big boss. We have to serve him well in the future. If there is a problem with the house, we have to go as soon as he calls. You can't afford to offend the leader. Subai returned to his new home drunk. The 3 girls had already returned to their rooms and fallen asleep. Only Jo Tae-bai was sitting alone in the yard looking up at the stars. Subai asked softly, why aren't you sleeping yet? Tae-jo's eyes were glistening with tears. After following you, every day is like a dream. I thought the family's old house couldn't be saved. Now it's completely new and bustling. It's all because of you. She stood up and held Subai's hands. Master. A horse girl only recognizes one master in her life. You promise not to abandon me? I want to be your mount for life. Subai gently stroked her hair. Little fool. You are my soulmate. How could I abandon you? Then he picked her up like a princess and said, I always make you work hard, and ride you like a cow or a horse. You are allowed to ride me like a cow or a horse tonight. Chapter 79, High-Speed Racing. The car door was welded shut, and Shinhee was directly killed. You are the master, how can I ride you like a cow or a horse? This is absolutely not allowed. Who says the master can't? Tonight. The old driver's car door was welded shut, so I took off. Tae-jo's cheeks instantly turned red. Master, don't joke. This is against the rules. Subai leaned close to her ear and whispered, rules are made by people. My rule is, let you be the queen again. He carried her into the red flag car, this power car. At your service tonight. The rest of the content is high-speed racing. The headlights were turned on, the engine roared, and fuel was continuously sprayed from the fuel pipe. Subai also tried out the performance of this new car for the first time. And after a night of driving. Made a summary. This car is new, about 1.65 meters long, in good condition, with xenon headlights, good interior, and clean exhaust. The oil burning phenomenon is serious and the engine is in peak condition. After 30 minutes, water is discharged from the exhaust and injected directly into the cylinder. Overall evaluation, luxury car. 5 hours later. The back seat of a Honchi sedan. There were drops of sweat on the leather sofa. It was obvious that the racing was too exciting, especially because Joe was too excited and fell. Subai opened the window and let the cool midnight breeze blow in. Parked the car by a river. Subai got out of the car and leaned against the window. Let out a sigh. Start testing your rewards. You have successfully obtained the horse racing tribe's only hidden secondary class, one-upmanship, slaying the cavalry king. Your attributes have been enhanced by your secondary occupation, plus 686 strength, plus 1010 agility, plus 649 spirit, plus 1020 health. You have obtained the horse race racial talent, swift wind and thunder attack speed increased by 200%, movement speed increased by 50%. You have obtained professional skills, thunder and waves, 1,000 riders breaking formations, blade and horse in one. Not bad, a lot of attributes have been added. It seems to have fewer attributes than the immortal I met in the dream. This was also because Subai didn't know that the green snake's level was 89 at the time. There is also a lot of feedback on the attributes. But it is still a profession with 3 skills. Looks very powerful. Subai began to check the skill introduction. Skills: thunder on the waves, launch a surprise attack with the force of a gust of wind, causing knockback damage of 5 times the current agility to enemies in a straight line in front of you, and at the same time gain a brief 15-second sprint buff, increasing movement speed by an additional 1000%. 5 times the agility skill damage, looks good. You can escape and grab monsters at critical moments. Especially the sprint gain, which directly increases it by 10 times. I'll go. It's so abnormal, it's 3 times faster than the Honchi car. The second skill. Skill: 1,000 riders break the formation. Gather your strength and charge forward, knocking away enemies along the way and taking 80% damage. After the charge, you can use a normal attack to enter the instant 1,000 strikes state, increasing your attack speed by 1000% for 15 seconds. The second skill is still abnormal, it's not the skill that is abnormal, but the buff that is enhanced after the skill ends. 1000% attack speed, which means a 10-fold increase. This skill, combined with normal attacks, critical hits from every hit, and rage bursts, can deal a lot of damage in a very short period of time. One person is equivalent to the strength of 20 or 50 people. It can be said that the previous poisoning techniques are no longer good enough. The third skill. Skill: blade and horse integration. When you ride a mount, all your attributes are passively increased by 200%, and the mount's attributes are also increased by 100% simultaneously. During the coordinated period, the rider's attacks can trigger the mount resonance effect, with each hit dealing additional damage equal to 30% of the mount's current attack power. The rider and mount also share the damage, reducing it by 33%. This perfectly embodies the core characteristic of the cavalry king: man and horse become one, doubling combat power. Subai looked at the skill description in shock. This, blade and horse in one, is simply amazing. Just ride the special week, all attributes will be doubled. The mount attributes can also be amplified synchronously. This means the original powerful attribute. You will get a 200% horror bonus. You can also get 100% enhancement during the special week. Attacks can also increase mount damage. Both sides share damage reduction. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is equivalent to. Just get on the mount and start cheating." No matter how powerful my previous skills were, they are no match for this human-horse fusion. He looked at Tabi Zhou, who was sleeping soundly in the car, this silly little girl. What a treasure. At this moment, Tabi Zhou in the carriage sneezed. Subai quickly took out a blanket and gently covered her with it. This gentle action woke her up. She opened her eyes and smiled sweetly, "Master. I love you." Subai stroked her cheek, "I love you too. I'm so happy today. You are truly my good soulmate." Special Zhou's eyes sparkled, "My love is more. So much so that it could fill my whole heart." Subai couldn't help laughing, "Then my love. It's the kind that just overflows." "Really? I don't believe it." Don't believe it? Then I'll prove it to you. The other side. The game is over. Zhao Shang frantically called Lu Huaxiang. Asked whether Su Bai was killed. But no one answered the call. He rushed into the Yamen to inquire about the news. But I heard the Yamen runners talking. Lu Huaxiang's gang are all dead. The deaths were horrific. I heard 5 people were buried in one coffin, their intestines and bones were all squeezed together, and the flesh was hard to distinguish. And the eldest young master from the capital also died. He died of poison. Yes, the key is that his poison is too strange. Normally, it should slowly drain blood, but it suddenly explodes with a large number, taking people away without any warning. These are turbulent times. These are truly turbulent times. Zhao Shang couldn't believe his ears. Lu Huaxiang and others are dead. However, his intuition clearly told him that it was definitely Su Bai's doing. He jumped up on the spot. It must have been Su Bai who killed him. The police will be able to find out if they investigate. Why not investigate? The Yamen runners shook their heads helplessly. The police have already checked. It has nothing to do with this Su Bai. What? How is this possible? Chapter 80 Long Outyan falls in love with his son-in-law Su Bai, and Su Bai falls in love with his secretary Hua Dai. Zhao Shang knows everything clearly. It was definitely Su Bai who did it. But the police could find no evidence. Even he, the judge, couldn't file a case. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. As long as we capture Su Bai and torture him to extract a confession, I'm not afraid he won't plead guilty. He can use the Yamen runners to arrest Su Bai. Although the procedure is illegal. But if it is made into an ironclad case, it will be impeccable. By then the police won't be able to find any flaws. He ordered the Yamen runners, prepare the torture instruments. Come with me to catch him. Shi Tongwei returned home and sat down on the sofa, rubbing his temples tiredly. The issue of Master Qin in the capital has not been resolved yet. I have to worry about my daughter's emotional problems again. He shouted upstairs, Ayaka. Ayumi. Come here. The 2 daughters came downstairs, skipping and jumping. Dad. When can we become armed police officers? What a great performance the last limited time dungeon performed. Commanding and coordinating the battle is first rate. Shi Tongwei pressed the 2 of them onto the sofa. Stop bragging. Did Su Bai contribute the most in the last dungeon? The 2 women were stunned. Look at each other. How did Dad know? Last time, neither of them mentioned Su Bai at all. I only praise myself for being responsible for the overall situation, commanding the overall situation, coordinating the overall situation, and producing the overall situation. This is how we were able to accomplish something that previously only the armed police could handle. Shi Tongwei immediately understood. I knew it. It must have been that kid who caused the damage. Tell the truth, Dad. Are you attracted to him? The 2 girls blushed and shook their heads. I have a little impression. But it's not to that extent yet. Shi Tongwei slapped his thigh and said, a little bit means it's all there. Once you join the armed police, it's even harder to meet that kid. I'm going to go find him and test him now. See what he means. The 2 girls blushed instantly. The other side. Su Bai accepted Long Wan's invitation. Come to Long Outyan's candy factory. It was just a joke among the girls. Now it has become a formal invitation. When Su Bai entered the national arena, Long Outyan listened to his daughter's story. He slapped his thigh excitedly. My daughter is so smart. This trick is absolutely amazing. Turn the original material into an employee of our company in advance. Today, he specially summoned Su Bai. First, the father-in-law looks at his son-in-law. The second is to assign new tasks. I want to test this guy's ability. If he is really strong enough, it would not be a bad idea to hand over the company to him in the future. Su Bai drove a Hongqi car into the factory. Long Outyan saw the license plate from afar. I was suddenly so nervous that I didn't know what to do. Why is City Lord Gao's car here? No advance notice for the inspection. Long Outyan still remembers this Hongqi car and its license plate clearly. After all, Gao Yuliang had just inspected his factory in person last year. There was a surprise attack today, and we were in complete chaos for a moment. He hurried forward and said, City Lord Gao. Why are you here so suddenly? so I can arrange the reception in advance. The car window slowly rolled down. What was revealed was Subai's young face. Longwon pouted in dissatisfaction. Dad. This is Subai. Why are you so humble? Long Outyen was stunned for a moment. Subai? Hello, boss. This car was given to me by the city lord. Subai's light words immediately set off a storm in Long Outyen's heart. Damn. A gift? What is his relationship with the city lord? City Lord Gao actually gave him the car. When they arrived at the office, Long Outyen personally made tea for Subai. Hand over the teacup respectfully with both hands. The original inspection plan was completely disrupted. Instead, I serve him like a grandson. Tornado couldn't help but complain. Dad, what's wrong with you today? It's unlike you to be so polite. Long Outyen quickly explained. Subai is an employee of the factory. Moreover, your classmate. Still my honored guest. We must treat you well. Let him feel the warmth of home. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. There was already a storm in my heart. This kid can ask the city lord to send him a car. The background is absolutely unfathomable. Long Outyen asked tentatively, I heard that you are unrivaled in close combat at school? Subai shook his head modestly. Actually, I am a gardener at heart. You deposit your salary into my account every month. I feel really bad for not coming here once. He said frankly, fighting and killing will not help the company. I didn't get a ranking in this competition. Otherwise, you could release the same large sword and profit from the popularity. Long Outyen secretly praised in his heart. This young man not only has a strong background, but also has a first-class business acumen. If he really wins the ring championship, you will definitely make a lot of money by using his image to release co-branded weapon candies. In his eyes at this moment, Subai is no longer his future son-in-law. But he is a business genius who must be captured. Long Outyen waved his hand proudly. It doesn't matter. There will be opportunities in the future. The future of our company is bright. We are the leader in the domestic candy industry. We will go overseas next year. Enter the foreign market. In the future, it will be expanded to all races in the universe. It is a typical scenario where the company boss paints a rosy picture for you, meaning don't look at it now, the company is not big, and in the future, after the company goes public, you will also be made a king or a prime minister. Long Outyen took out a new candy and said, try this. Poppy candy, so sweet to the heart. Absolutely addictive. Subai took a bite. My eyes suddenly lit up. You enter the motivation state. Increase all attributes by 2%. Lasts for 15 seconds. This candy is sure to be a big hit. Not only is it delicious, it also has positive benefits. Right, so our company can definitely make a name for itself and conquer the world. Whitehaven tea, you've seen it on the market. Long Outyen explained awkwardly, the raw material is poppy. Planting is too difficult and the survival rate is low. Bees and other insects cannot pollinate naturally and need artificial pollination. It's extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. Subai immediately suggested, boss, give me some seeds. My main occupation is gardener. Maybe this can solve the problem. Of course Subai can solve this problem. Mass poisoning plus artificial pollination is like a piece of cake. Long Outyen didn't care much about the planting issue. What he values more is Subai as a person. He casually ordered, Shao Dai. Pack a pound of seeds for Manager Su. A blonde girl came gracefully, wearing a black and white maid outfit. Colorful butterfly wings are spread behind. Skin like snow, eyes like stars. Breathtakingly beautiful. She handed over the seeds gracefully. Manager Su, please keep them. He gave Tornado a playful wink. Subai gently reminded, this lady. I've got the seeds. You can loosen your hands now. The girl hastily retracted her hand. I'm sorry. The cheeks flushed. This stunning butterfly girl. Make the atmosphere subtle instantly. Long Outyen laughed heartily. This is my secretary Hua Dai. Since Manager Su wants to research seeds, this secretary is assigned to you. He looked at Hua Dai seriously and said, from today on, you will be transferred to Manager Su's department. Help him with his work. Hua Dai nodded respectfully. I understand, boss. Then she smiled sweetly at Subai. Hello, manager. I'm Hua Dai. The 100 Butterfly Tribe. From now on, I will be your personal secretary. Subai was a little surprised. Isn't it inappropriate to have a secretary when I still have to go to school? Long Outyen laughed heartily and said, there's nothing inappropriate. After school, the secretary will assist you with your work in life. Seed research requires pollination, which is a laborious, time-consuming, and sweaty task. It's so much more convenient to have a secretary. Subai thought about it and said, it does make sense. At least with a secretary you don't have to drive yourself. Chapter 81 The new father-in-law, Siegfried, tests Subai's strength. After Subai left, Long Outyen patted his daughter's shoulder proudly. How is it? Dad, this is a brilliant move. Tornado rolled his eyes at him, old fox. What a calculating person. It turns out that Hua Dai was Tornado's personal maid. Bought by Long Outyen to accompany his daughter since childhood. Now Tornado has grown up and goes to school. It is not appropriate to bring a maid to the company. This time Subai is here. Hua Dai learns about Tornado's feelings. Agree with Long Outyen's plan. Get close to Subai and develop feelings. When the time comes, I will whisper in Subai's ear. Tell Subai that you like me, and I am willing to be your soulmate. But if you want a contract with me, you must marry Tornado. This is a commercial honey trap. It's like playing with Sun Tzu's Art of War in a new way. Not only did he play spies, he also paved the way for marriage. A two-pronged approach. Hongchi car runs smoothly. Hua Dai focuses on driving. Subai sat leisurely in the back row. Hua Dai asked softly, Manager Su. Where are we going now? She deliberately adjusted the rearview mirror downwards. The mirror reflects the snow-white undulations, vibrating with the bumps on the road. Subai replied calmly, Supermarket. Hua Dai blushed immediately, Supermarket me? Manager, you are too impatient. I'm just a work-and-life secretary. Darunfa Supermarket. Hua Dai was instantly embarrassed, oh. In front of the supermarket shelves, Subai purchases daily necessities. The new home is empty and needs some new things. Hua Dai also bought similar items, but bought a lot of family planning products. Subai asked curiously. Your family is also lacking so many things? Hua Dai smiled and explained, no. For the convenience of work. I want to rent a house near your home and school. She added seriously, so if you have any questions, I can always arrive as soon as possible. Subai sighed inwardly, this secretary is so close to me. After shopping, at the supermarket entrance, a man and a woman are coming towards us. The two look quite familiar. The man asked respectfully, are you Mr. Subai? Subai responded cautiously, who are you? The woman quickly explained, we are a competition for the people. I'm the host. He is the chief director, please come over. Subai refused coldly, not interested. The director pleaded urgently, you must come. We were wrong. We didn't give you first place fairly. We will make amends. Subai was secretly happy, young Master Poison died in the ring. How dare they come to me? Why not take more compensation? So I nodded in agreement. The director quickly invited, come take our car. Subai shook his head and refused, I have a car. The secretary drives. Hua Dai was stunned, what? Subai is actually the number one in the arena? The shady dealings of the program crew are actually true? How powerful this person must be. Such a good man must become his master's dish. After a while, he came back to his senses, okay. The car of the director leading the team did not go to the studio. Instead, he took the red flag car to another place. A Hongchi car drives into a high-end courtyard. There is a plaque hanging at the door that reads Embassy of the Wing Tribe in Dragon Country. Siegfried has been waiting at the door for a long time. He has always wanted to contact this young man. This is the most suitable person for his daughter that he has ever met among the human race. She didn't like any of the men from all the races in the universe that she had found for her daughter before. She finally said that she liked a human boy. I also found one for him, also a human, also a male, with the same name as the one my daughter mentioned, also called Subai. But even better. The Hongchi car slowly stopped. Siegfried was stunned, why is Gao Yuliang here? Has the Chen family's affairs in Beijing been dealt with? The car door is open. The person who got off was a young and beautiful female driver from all races in the universe. She respectfully opened the back door. The one who came out was Subai. Siegfried was completely stunned. Subai spoke first, the car sent by City Lord Gao. After all, Subai has seen this kind of confused expression many times. Take the initiative to speak up so as not to waste your breath. Siegfried was ecstatic. This young man is indeed someone important. The noble family background and the daughter are a perfect match. In the reception room, Subai sat upright on the sofa. Secretary Huadai is standing behind him. Siegfried sat opposite him, with his secretary following behind him. The aura of both sides is evenly matched. Subai got straight to the point. What compensation is there for the people's arena? Siegfried smiled and clapped his hands. Of course. The secretary brought the gold belt. That gold belt should have been yours. But it was taken away by someone else. I prepared one especially for you. Lightweight feather golden belt. Grade, SS. Wearing level, LV 45. Attributes, strength plus 35, agility plus 600, spirit plus 80, health plus 140. Special skill, flying feather, passive skill, your flying speed increases by 25%. If you cannot fly, your jumping height and distance will increase by 500%. Look at this gold belt. Huadai couldn't help but cover her mouth. This is the equipment of all races in the universe? This gold belt is extraordinary. The human race copy cannot be dropped. When all the races in the heavens dared to attack the human race, it was because they understood the weaknesses of humans, and that was why they attacked so recklessly. The shortcoming between human professionals and professionals of all races is the gap in weapons and equipment. The dungeons in the human world cannot produce the following types of equipment: belts, wings, headdresses, and tail ornaments. There are other things, such as equipment runes, gems, and spells. So at first the human race was defeated. After many twists and turns, they finally managed to survive. And this golden belt in front of you has real attribute bonuses. It is far from comparable to the ordinary decoration awarded by the People's Arena. Siegfried added, the gold belt in the People's Arena is just a decoration. This one really has attributes. It's our compensation for our sincerity. Subai thanked him and prepared to accept the belt. But Siegfried raised his hand to stop him. Wait a minute. The second half of the game was not broadcast live. I want to verify your strength. If you truly deserve the title, I feel at ease sending it off. If you are not as good as the Poison Master, won't I become a laughingstock? Subai raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Want to fight? The opponent's level is above level 3. If a real fight breaks out, Subai may not gain the upper hand. Siegfried smiled and said, now we live in a harmonious society. Fighting affects stability. He pointed to the river outside the window. The river is 10 kilometers wide. Let my secretary race you across the river. If you win, the belt is yours. This seems like a simple river crossing. In fact, it was Siegfried who was testing Subai's overall strength. Rowing requires strength to determine distance. The higher the power, the longer the distance you can glide. Agility affects speed. The higher your agility, the faster you row. Mental power can add buffs. If the mental strength is exhausted while crossing the river, it proves that this attribute does not meet the requirements. This is what Siegfried specifically picked out to test Subai. Subai looked at the river's surface. The river was turbulent and the yellow sand was rolling. There are many whirlpools in the middle. There were no boats on the river at all. To travel on such a large river, one needs a boat that is at least 100 tons heavy. However, Subai is confident in his own strength. So I nodded in agreement on the spot. Chapter 82. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. Siegfried looked at the secretary behind him and said, Wu Fei. Go down and compete with him. The secretary pushed up his glasses. Salute respectfully. Then he opened the window, spread his wings and jumped down. Elegant, harmonious, perfect, spotless. They are worthy of being the winged clan. However, for a human jumping from the 6th floor, he would definitely suffer broken bones and possibly even die. Because the fall damage is deducted according to a percentage. But for the winged tribe, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Huadai was sweating nervously. Manager Su, walking up the stairs is too slow. There's an elevator across the street, but you have to wait for it. In business negotiations, if we are weaker than the other party, we will be exploited. Or let me help you carry it down. I have wings too. She was worried. Wu Fei, race, wing tribe. Occupation, fencer. Professional rating, S. Level, LV 130. The strength far exceeds Su Bai's LV 55. But if you show weakness at the start, there's no chance. Hua Dai said this and started to take off her stockings and maid apron. Su Bai? What are you doing? Sorry, manager, I need to lose some weight. Su Bai. No. You took off your clothes in front of so many people and posed beautifully so that you could carry yourself down. Could it be more embarrassing, and even more hopeless? No, I'll just look after myself. Siegfried sat across from me. Mr. Su Bai, the elevator is here. Su Bai shook his head. The elevator is too slow. Siegfried warned, you won't get hurt if you jump without wings. It's a bad start. Su Bai smiled confidently, only 6 floors. Just jump in steps and it will be fine. He activated the skill, Shadow Shuttle. The whole person disappeared into the ground in an instant. The next second he appeared outside the building. Siegfried was suddenly startled. Invisibility? No. Invisibility is useless. Is this invisibility plus wall penetration? No wonder he can move freely in the wilderness, he really has some skills. However, these little tricks alone are not enough. The most important thing is strength. In front of the 2 ships, Wu Fei pushed his glasses and made a gesture of invitation. The expression was arrogant but also weird. His voice was cold and emotionless. Although it is a competition, for the sake of fairness I will use strength, agility, and mental strength. All suppressed to the 2nd level. He straightened his glasses. There's only one thing you need to do. The one who reached the other side first was faster than me. His words are full of strong confidence, and every word reveals calmness and dominance. So, classmate Su Bai, are you ready? Secretary Hua Dai, who was leaning against the window and watching, felt uneasy. The guy said he was doing it to be fair. Reduce your own strength to the 2nd level. The 2nd level is between 40 and 80. However, Su Bai was only level 55, and the opponent was level 60 or within the 2nd level. Level 80 is also within the 2nd transformation. It's still unfair. Su Bai stepped onto the boat with calm steps and placed his hands on the 2 oars. Let me ask, can I use skills during the game? Of course not on you. Wu Fei smiled softly, his expression calm. Yes, please feel free. Do you dare to use your skills to attack me? I'm at level 3, so it's okay for me to fight back, right? Don't blame me for being cruel if I don't save you from falling into the river. After all, you were the one who asked for the fight first. Su Bai nodded slightly. I'm ready to start. The competition officially begins. Su Bai held the paddle with both hands and instantly burst out with amazing power. For SSS level professions with superimposed attributes, strength and agility burst out in full force. Wu Fei's pupils suddenly contracted. A storm surged in my heart. How is this possible? He's obviously only level 55. But his strength far exceeds that of a level 60 me. The agility is ridiculously fast. He paddled hard to catch up, but found that the distance was getting farther and farther. Su Bai rushed out like an arrow, and the oars stirred up huge waves. Seeing that he was about to suffer a crushing defeat at the start, Wu Fei's defense was broken. He secretly lifted the level suppression and raised his attributes to the peak of level 80 in the 2nd transformation. The speed instantly increased by 1/3. The oars left after images and splashed water everywhere, but they still couldn't catch up with Su Bai. He screamed frantically in his heart, this is impossible. Level 80 attributes are actually worse than level 55. What kind of monster is he? Hua Dai rubbed her eyes and felt that the other party had sped up. But compared to Su Bai's speed, it is still not enough. Could it be that the other party felt that it was not worth it? Was he cheating in trying to raise his own level? On the windowsill on the other side, Siegfried lit his cigar and blew smoke rings leisurely. Watch the fierce chase on the river. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just as I thought. Su Bai is indeed quite capable. That wall-penetrating invisibility trick just now, plus this terrifying power. Surviving the wilderness is absolutely a breeze. It's truly well deserved to be number one. At this time, the door opened gently. Mrs. Siegfried came in quietly. I can't help but want to see my future son-in-law. She walked to the window and saw her husband smiling. Curiously asked, "What are you laughing at?" Our secretary is sweating profusely. I haven't seen him so embarrassed in a long time. The lady followed his gaze. I couldn't help but cover my mouth with my handkerchief and laughed. Remember the last time he looked like this? He was delivering an urgent document to you. I almost hit a tree while flying. The two looked at each other and smiled. This scene was so funny. On the river. As Wu Fei paddled desperately, his peripheral vision caught sight of the scene in front of the window. Mr. and Mrs. Siegfried are laughing. Obviously, he was laughing at his miserable appearance. His expression changed instantly. Red, white, and blue flash alternately. So shameful and angry. I have to admit that Su Bai is indeed strong. He is worthy of being the son-in-law chosen by his master, and he has the ability to take on the responsibility. But as the secretary of the winged clan, losing so miserably not only brought shame to the master, but also brought shame to the dignity of the entire clan. He completely removed the level restrictions. Restore your strength to level 130 of the third transformation. Burst with all your strength. At the same time, use the professional fencer skill, Ghost Step. The speed increased by 25%. The boat rushed out like lightning, and the water splashed several meters high. Huat Ai jumped up angrily. Pointing at the river, he yelled, "This isn't fair. We agreed to suppress it to within the second level. This is clearly beyond the scope. Your housekeeper secretary has violated the rules." Siegfried put down his cigar. Calmly responded, "This lady. You and I are both foreigners, no need to be polite. The strongest in all the heavens and worlds are respected. The strong can always change the conditions. Even if he goes back on his word today." These words were indeed shameless, and were in line with the identity of all the races in the heavens and the earth. Hua Dai was about to refute. But Su Bai had already crossed the river. All rapids and vortex areas have been broken through. The rest of the journey is smooth sailing. Even if the other party speeds up. I can't catch up with Su Bai, the outcome is already decided. She simply turned cold, that's right. The strongest among all races in the universe are respected. Any schemes and tricks are futile in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 83 Secretary, I'm afraid of ghosts. Can the manager stay with me tonight? Same. Wu Fei, who had liberated all his attributes, also realized that even so, he still could not win. He wouldn't allow that to happen. Now it is not just a matter of face for all the races in the heavens. This is even more related to his job. If I lose because of my private contempt for Su Bai, then I lose, it's no big deal. However, he is Mr. Siegfried's secretary and bodyguard. I have already violated the promise I made. If I still can't win, then I am such a waste. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Wu Fei's eyes, and his wings suddenly spread out. He dropped the oars and flew into the air, breaking free from the constraints of the water. The airflow whistled between the wings, and the speed soared instantly. Huat Ai jumped up again, pointing into the air and yelling, "This is so unfair. We agreed on a boat race. Now just fly. How can humans win without wings?" She looked at Siegfried angrily, "You are not sincere in giving me the gold belt. Why bother playing tricks on our manager? This is an insult to our company, Longfa." Siegfried raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if he felt that the game was even more exciting. "I didn't say it was a rowing competition. I just said it was a river crossing competition, flying across the river, and I didn't say it was prohibited. If you want to know, from now on, anything our manager Su promises must be approved by me. Sign the contract. Let me see every single clause." Wadi's little face was puffed up with anger. At this time, the lady came over gracefully, gently holding Wadi's hand. "How could it be? Come sit down and have some tea." She clapped her hands. The maid brought a tray with a golden hairpin on it. The lady said gently, "Put it on." Hua Dai was confused. The lady smiled meaningfully, "Don't be so formal. We'll need you in the future, please speak well of us." Hua Dai? Wu Fei's wings are fully spread. The airflow whistled across the wings. He broke through the water like an arrow, and his speed instantly soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he was on par with Subai. The next second, he overtook her and drew an elegant arc in the air. Leave Subai behind. Subai sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to save face for the other party. The gap between the two sides is not too big. It seems there's no need to keep it. He suddenly activated the skill, Thunder in Waves. The whole person sprinted like lightning. Catch up with Wu Fei in an instant. Overtake directly in the next second. The speed increased tenfold, so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. Wu Fei flapped his wings desperately to catch up. But he couldn't even touch Subai's tail wave. Subai arrived directly and the other side won the game. Certainly. Now that you have started to pretend, you must finish pretending. He turned the boat around. Activate the second skill granted by the special week again. Thousands of cavalry break the formation, the attack speed instantly increases tenfold. Paddling with both hands increases your speed tenfold. Add 10 times the movement speed, and it adds up to 20 times the speed. The boat turned around like lightning. Sprint in reverse at an astonishing speed. Wu Fei hasn't flown to the other side yet. Subai has rowed back to the starting point. This terrifying speed completely crushes all possibilities. The outcome is no longer in doubt. With such a fast speed, I am just comparing myself to a ball. If I had known this earlier, I would have rowed the boat honestly instead of trying to be clever and bringing shame upon myself. Thinking about it now, Wu Fei really wanted to slap himself in the face twice. Siegfried took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He looked at his wife with sharp eyes. His wife's chest heaved violently, and her hands kept clenching Wadi's palms. You are Subai's secretary, so you must say a few good words for our Gamaliel. Wadi? This is my phone number. Remember this. You're from Longfa Candy, right? Just do us a favor, and we at Wing Tribe Candy will give you a franchise license. Wadi was stunned by the sudden large order. She works as a secretary in the factory, as well as a financial and advertising planner. Dealing with business every day. Her biggest hope is to make the company bigger and stronger. Expand into new markets. As a result, when I was rowing a boat today, the other party said that they could give me a franchise license for the world of all races in the universe. It was like a dream, and she felt dizzy. At this time, Subai came back in the elevator. Said to Siegfried, I won, give me the thing. He said in a cold tone, this competition is even more unfair than the People's Arena. He could feel that he was just being used as a tool for entertainment, for the other party's amusement. He picked up the gold belt and turned around to leave. Siegfried quickly said, wait. Your strength is beyond my expectations. I'd love to have another piece of equipment. As a testament to your ability. Siegfried clapped his hands softly. The servant respectfully presented a pair of snow-white wings. The feathers emit a soft glow. I give you these wings, as a bonus. Appreciate your amazing strength. This sudden gift made Subai stop. White Holy Feather. Grade, SS. Wearing level, LV0. Attributes, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 80, Health plus 10. Special skill, Flying. Wearing this equipment will give you the ability to fly. Flying consumes 1 point of mental power every 10 seconds. See this equipment. Wadi covered her mouth excitedly. Although the equipment attributes are not outstanding. But this is a treasure that cannot be found in the human world. For humans, this is more than just an equipment bar upgrade. It is equivalent to obtaining dual citizenship. Wear these wings. You can freely enter and exit the world of the Wing Tribe. Not blocked by the will of Blue Star. When committing crimes in the human world. Enjoy judicial immunity. It can only be handed over to the Winged Clan for trial. It's not just equipment. Even a green card. It's a yellow jacket. It's a symbol of privilege. Its value far exceeds the attribute bonus. Siegfried said to Subai, you don't have to be a Winged Clan member to wear it. Just come register with me twice a year. You can enjoy all the benefits of the Winged Clan. The lady added gently, if you are busy. I can ask the secretary next to me to register. As he said that, he winked at Wadi. Inside the Hongqi car. Wadi is torn between her conscience and her desires. Although I don't know why the Wing Tribe gave gifts. Also promised big business orders. But she knew there must be a quid pro quo behind this. This condition is Subai. Based on the strength shown by the other party. It is definitely much stronger than Longfought Company in terms of competition. She finally made up her mind, no more hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to help his master, Tornado. The Hongqi car was parked in the city, in a residential area closest to the new house outside Subaicheng. The two just rented a new house in a high-end community. The secretary's residence has been arranged. Subai was about to leave. Huadai suddenly grabbed his arm. Don't go. It's so late. This community is a new building. There are too few residents. Her voice trembled slightly. I heard that this place used to be a mass grave. I'm so scared. Can you stay the night with me? Subai looked towards the room. Only one single bed. Huadai took the initiative to suggest, I'm thinner. I can squeeze in. As she spoke, she slightly puffed out her chest, and followed through with her words, actually squeezing. The soft curves sway gently. A faint fragrance wafts over. Chapter 84, a new secondary profession appears, dazzling 100 flowers. Illusion Butterfly Master. Subai looked at her. The Illustrated Guide to the Spiritual Contracts of All Races system was activated instantly. Allow two-party contract. Bound Spirit, Flower Butterfly 100 Butterfly Clan. Racial traits, 100 Butterfly Fragrance Hidden Attribute Charm increased by 50%, Psychedelic Hidden. Age, 21. Potential Assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 1% low matching rate, large racial gap between the two parties, easily leading to permanent infertility. Result benefit, secondary occupation, dazzling 100 flowers. Illusion Butterfly Master SSS level. Bloodline feedback, after the birth of the child, the host permanently unlocks this profession. And gains the loved by everyone, aura increases attraction to the opposite sex by 100%. Hidden Charm Attribute? Subai had never heard of this attribute, and it was not even in the attribute panel. It's really strange. I don't know if this charm has just the literal meaning, to enhance personal charm, to gain the trust of leaders in the workplace, the assurance of teachers in study, and the devotion of lovers in relationships, or if this charm has other uses. This made Subai curious. However, the details of this 100 Flowers and Illusion Butterfly Master are a little unclear. Subai felt like it was an illusion. If he could master it, it would be really cool. It's a pity that the beauty I got was blocked by the matching rate. Only 1%, and the explanation is very clear. If the time is not right, you will regret it if you use it. You are irresponsible to yourself and to others. Subai immediately found a countermeasure and activated the Spiritual Contracting Atlas of all races in the universe. And my system immediately gave a key prompt. Illustrated Guide to the Soul Contracts of All Races in the Universe. Women of the 100 Butterfly tribe should use the nectar of poppy, gorgeous beauty, and fragrant beauty as their staple food to cultivate their physique, which can effectively accelerate their adaptability. These three should all be plants, except for the first one, whose seeds I got from Long Outyen. I don't even recognize the remaining two types of Subai. But this is enough. The last special week also achieved the matching rate using only the most common materials. This time is also possible. As long as the quantity is large, quantity can be converted into quality. Subai shook his head seriously. I don't spend the night outside. If you're in danger at night, call me. Huadai was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. He actually rejected me? You have 4 contracted spirits at home. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? She couldn't understand at all. If it really isn't LSP. Why do you need to raise so many contracted spirits? This doesn't make sense at all. Subai was unmoved. Come and pick me up tomorrow. I still have to go to school. After saying that, he turned and left. Only one person is left standing at the door, surrounded by messy flowers and butterflies. Back home. Subai was also very angry, and the 4 spirits had already closed the door and gone to sleep. Choose your soldiers and generals, ride horses to fight, and have money to drink. Subai started to select the 4 doors one word at a time using the most traditional method. Finally solved the problem. Day 2. In Gao Qiqian's office. What? Transferring schools. Subai told everyone that he was going to transfer to Phoenix College. Gao Qiqian was absolutely unwilling to do so. Subai is not only a talent, but also his son-in-law. How can you just let go? It was not until Subai told him that Gao Wanqing could also go to school with him and be his study partner. Only then did he agree. After all, Phoenix Academy is a more advanced institution, and if my daughter goes to school there, she will be skipping a grade. The most important thing is that if people follow him, the thread will not be broken. Well, I understand. No matter what, Jiangxing College is still your alma mater. We are always here to help you solve any difficulties you have. Afternoon. The school suddenly held a school-wide assembly and everyone went to the training ground. Our school Subai, Tabi Zhou, Maria, Tornado, Gao Wanqing. Admitted to Phoenix Academy across grades. Each person will receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. There was sparse applause from the audience. The girls wailed, "Why did Subai run away? He is my destined man. You said you would marry me in my dream." The teachers whispered, "Except Subai." Others weren't even accepted. "I'm just trying to be a study partner and get a spot. There must be something shady going on here." Discussions arose one after another. Why can they go to Phoenix Academy? Why can't we do better? There must be some shady deal going on. While the conference is going on, the government vehicle broke in forcefully. The security guards didn't dare to stop them. 6 or 7 Yamen runners holding water and fire sticks instantly surrounded Subai on the podium. Zhao Shang slowly walked onto the stage. Gao Qiqiang shouted angrily, "Judge Zhao. The school is holding a meeting. What are you doing?" Zhao Shang responded coldly, "Subai is suspected of being involved in the Wulin Feng murder case, killing 5 contestants. We need to take him back to the government office for investigation." Gao Qiqiang argued, "It is the duty of the police to question and arrest. You are only responsible for judging the case." Zhao Shang glared and threatened, "Principal. Your case has just been decided. The other party can still appeal." These words choked Gao Qiqiang instantly. Zhao Sheng turned to Subai and sneered, "Let's go, classmate Su. Let's have a good chat." This sudden arrest. The whole audience fell into dead silence. Subai's classmates were instantly angry. They all stood in front of Subai. "There is no evidence, it's pure slander. The police must come if you want to take people away." Zhao Sheng sneered, "Dare to obstruct public affairs? Take these guys down together." The Yamen runners approached with water and fire sticks raised. All of a sudden, all the teachers and students in the school were in an uproar. The students rushed to the stage roaring. Thousands of people surrounded the Yamen runners. "Who dares to touch Subai? Get past us first." It was in a limited time copy before. They followed Subai to eat meat and level up. Without Subai, how could we have the strength we have today? This favor must be repaid. The Yamen runners were completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god. Is this a fucking school? It's even more vicious than the underworld." Zhao Shang shouted, "How dare you go against the imperial court? Catch one today. Call someone." Soon, more than a dozen government vehicles drove in. Hundreds of Yamen runners rushed in. "Who dares to provoke me? It's just rebellion. You'll have a criminal record for life." The students are angry but dare not speak out. Zhao Shang sneered complacently, "Pretending in front of me? You students are so naive." Subai suddenly smiled, "Are you doing this for your son? Why bother to take revenge? Because the next one to die is you." Subai suddenly stepped forward. A slap in the face towards Zhao Shang. 2 teeth flew out instantly. Followed by a whip kick. Kick Zhao Shang away hard. Subai has already restrained his strength. Otherwise this kick could be fatal. Zhao Shang staggered to his feet. Screaming in fear, "Come and protect me." Subai rebelled. After Subai took action, the students completely exploded. Activate combat buffs one after another. Hundreds of Yamen runners were surrounded. The whole place was filled with murderous intent. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they dared not move. They only have one life. If you really do that, you will definitely die. Chapter 85 I, Subai. An outlaw. No one can judge me. Inside the Public Security Bureau. Qi Tongwei is handling the Chen family murder case. Originally he wanted to look for Subai, but he never had the time. The secretary hurriedly reported, the judge and his runners were beaten by students from Changxing Academy. Even the ambulance can't get in. Judge Zhao is covered in blood and his life or death is unknown. Shi Tongwei was furious. Damn it, another big case. Prepare for police action. 20 minutes later, the SWAT convoy arrived. Students, get out of the way. Shi Tongwei was stunned when he saw Su Bai. Zhao Shang, covered in blood, rolled and crawled, hugging his trouser legs. Director Qi. I have always kept you in my heart. You have to put me in the living room today. Su Bai led the students in rebellion. According to national law, he should be sentenced to death. Su Bai wiped the blood off his hands. Director Qi meets again. Zhao Shang was confused. What do you mean? They actually know each other? Even Shi Tongwei was in a difficult situation at this moment. A student openly beat the judge. Even if Su Bai was here, he would have to take action today when he became his future son-in-law. After all, the facts are clear and there is no way to argue. So he sighed. Student Su Bai, what are you doing? Judge Zhao is a judge of the Daqian dynasty, an official under the rule of the current Empress Lu Ruyan. How could you do this? Shi Tongwei meant to control the situation first and then take all these people back. Mediate the conflict privately and let Su Bai actively compensate. Then I will mediate and change the criminal responsibility into civil liability. Big things become small and small things become nothing. Everyone disperse. Su Bai, come back with me. Let's talk about it there. At this moment, Zhao Shang was dumbfounded. It stands to reason that they shouldn't have tied up Su Bai's collarbone with an iron chain, put torture instruments on his neck and hands, and then put him in the car. How did it become come back with me? Such a light sentence? The result was unexpected. Su Bai was unwilling to get up. Hey, Director Qi, it seems like this thing was done the wrong way around. The one who should have gotten in the car was Zhao Shang, not me. Zhao Shang was furious. You little bastard. Director Qi is here, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Shi Tongwei glared at Zhao Shang and said, in public, please pay attention to our manners. Zhao Shang. Su Bai continued, Judge Zhao violated the law by arresting me in front of the entire school. The main person is the police, not Judge Zhao. So I'm not wrong. But you can't hit anyone. Su Bai smiled. Director Qi, you're right. How can a student hit a judge? This is treasonous. However, if I wasn't just a student, but a member of the myriad races, a person of high status, and was being questioned by someone for no apparent reason, and that person couldn't produce any evidence, then it wouldn't be illegal for me to treat him as a bad guy and beat him up, right? Shi Tongwei replied calmly, that's not the case. Foreigners have their own standards, especially the various races. If a person of status from the various races commits a crime within our borders, it should be handed over to the other party's embassy for handling. Of course, if you explain your situation to the embassy, they will handle it at their discretion. They may impose a fine, or they may not impose a single cent as compensation. But you are not. Su Bai, stop quibbling here. Come back with me and I will handle it fairly. Su Bai smiled slightly. Turn off the equipment hiding option. A pair of snow-white wings spread out instantly. The holy light illuminates the entire venue. How about this? Can this prove my identity among the myriad races of the heavens? The whole audience was shocked. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Su Bai to be from the winged clan. It is also a symbol of noble status. With dual identities, you can freely choose where to handle your own affairs. Shi Tongwei's pupils trembled. This young man. What is the background? The investigation is clearly about a civilian. How can he be a winged clan member? The most devastated one was Zhao Shang. I regret it so much, I really can only hand over the wings to the embassy. Most likely just a fine. He thought of his arrogance just now, and then looked at his current miserable appearance. I just want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After school, Maria ran home excitedly. He grabbed Siegfried's arm, who was sitting in the hall reading a newspaper, and shook it wildly. Dad. I'm going to go to college. Skip a grade and go to Phoenix Academy. Siegfried put down the newspaper. His face was full of suspicion. You're telling me this good news now? Do you have the ability to cross levels? Siegfried obviously knew his daughter's capabilities. Maria hurriedly explained, that's the Su Bai I was talking about. He helped me get a study partner spot. Siegfried frowned and smacked his lips. That Subai again? The Subai I'm talking about is better. Superb strength and profound background. You should marry him. Maria's chest heaved violently. Damn, Dad. I don't want the Subai you mentioned. As long as I know Subai. Regarding the matter of further studies, I am just informing you. After saying that, he slammed the door and went back to his room. Siegfried sighed helplessly. I must let my daughter meet this Subai as soon as possible. After seeing him, my daughter will definitely fall in love with him. Now I am annoyed with myself every day and I don't listen. The bigger it gets, the harder it is to manage. At this time, the housekeeper came to report, Master. Director Chi has brought people here. Speaking of handling cases. Siegfried frowned. What is it? Our clan injured a judge from the Dacian dynasty. Injured the other side's judge? It seems that this is no small matter. You can go down, Afu. I know what happened. I will definitely punish you severely. Housekeeper Afu hesitated for a moment, but still added in a low voice. The person who committed the crime. I just happened to see him, and he looks familiar. It seems to be the Subai who came yesterday. Siegfried stood up suddenly. Subai. Soon, the two sides met. Zhao Sheng immediately rushed forward and cried. Lord Siegfried. I'm the judge of Jinghai, and this guy knocked all my teeth out. 5 broken bones. He's hanging on by a thread. I heard the Wing tribe has the strictest laws. Severe punishment is necessary. Subai raised his head and greeted, Lord Siegfried. So you're from the embassy. And they lied to me that it was a film crew. Siegfried cleared his throat awkwardly. Okay, I understand. Leave the people to me. Chi Tongwei takes Zhao Sheng away. But Zhao Shenglai stood at the door and refused to leave. I want to wait for the punishment. At least 3 to 5 years. Inside the house. Siegfried winked. Let Afu arrange a blind date for his daughter. Take the opportunity to understand what happened and delay time. After knowing the truth. Siegfried nodded, don't worry. You are not wrong, I will not punish you. Afu came back to report, the eldest lady still doesn't want to see Subai. Siegfried sighed in frustration. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Subai said goodbye. Zhao Sheng didn't want to go to the hospital, so he called an ambulance for treatment on the spot. Just tied the water hose. Then Subai walked out with a majestic horse and a golden sword. Excited, Zhao Sheng's needle spurted out. Why did you come out so soon? Subai waved his hand, because I am innocent. Chapter 86 Buy land and become a big landlord. Zhao Shengru was struck by lightning. It feels like the whole world is against him. Chi Tongwei is powerless. Foreigners favor their own people. At this time, a red flag car drove over. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up. This is the car of the city Lord Gao Yuliang. He immediately knelt in front of the car. City Lord Gao. You have to make the decision for me. I am the judge of the Yamen. We were beaten by foreigners. The car window slowly rolled down. Revealed the pretty face of the flower and butterfly. She frowned and honked the horn twice. Don't you even look whose car this is? Just scamming people in front of the car? Then Huadai got out of the car, opened the back door and made a gesture of invitation. Subai nodded and got in the car. Zhao Sheng. The car left, and Zhao Sheng was still kneeling on the ground. It seems as if the entire person's soul has been drained away. Huadai asked, Manager Su, what are your work arrangements for today? Subai withdrew his gaze. Come with me to buy land. Buy land? The Dacian dynasty has a special land system. Before the war between the human race and all other races in the heavens, the buying and selling of land is strictly prohibited. It concerns the lifeblood of the country. After the war, the population dropped sharply and wasteland was everywhere. The court opened up trade, and the land outside the city was half bought and half given away. Just to encourage farming and restore production. But wild monsters are rampant outside the city and may attack at any time. Ordinary people don't dare to take risks. Only big companies can afford to hire security teams. Only then dare to take over a good piece of land. Land Transaction Center. The Hongqi car just stopped. The director of the trading center is already waiting with all the employees. The car door opened. Everyone was stunned. The person who got off the car was not City Lord Gao. But it was Subai. Don't ask, this car was given to me by City Lord Gao. City Lord Gao gave the car to this young man. His identity is definitely not simple. The director did not dare to neglect him and went forward to receive him personally. Subai explained his purpose, I want to buy land. The director respectfully introduced, all the land around the town has been sold. It's mainly because it's close to the city and the monsters are low level, and the patrols are safe. If you want to buy, we can act as an intermediary and help you find a seller. No agency fees. Another option is official state-owned land, which is only 1/10 the price. But the location is remote and the monsters are dangerous. Enter the VIP room. The director took out a roster and asked Subai to look through it. Green grassland. Land size, 30 mu. Original owner, King Zhu Fu. Selling price, 300,000. White horse mine. Land size, 60 mu. Original owner, Zhu Fuang. Selling price, 800,000. Roe deer forest. Land size, 100 mu. Original owner, King Zhu Fu. Selling price, 600,000. Subai frowned, why are all these lands owned by Prince Zhu Fu? Before the director could speak, Hua Dai had already explained, the Zhu family was the king of the previous dynasty. These lands were given by Zhu Changba, who loved his descendants. Later, Lu Rian led an army to overthrow the Zhu family and ushered in the Daqian dynasty, but she did not settle accounts with the previous dynasty. These disciples are still the Zhu family. Later, when the myriad races of the heavens and the world became severely tampered with, the Zhu family retreated to advance and decisively gave up 90% of their land and returned it to the state. But the core good land is still in their hands. The land our Longfa company bought was from Zhu Fuang. Subai nodded. Manager Su, I suggest buying Qingqing pasture. It's flat land, so it's a bit far from the river, making watering difficult. It's safer to buy it in a stable location. Hua Dai gave her own suggestions. Subai smiled and looked at the flower and butterfly in front of him seriously. Silly girl. I bought the land just to support you. These locations are good, but the problem is that the things you grow are also valuable. How does he have the time to watch the fields every day to prevent others from stealing vegetables? After all, I still have to go to school. So he said to the director, is there any fertile land with high-level monsters? The director was stunned. There is plenty of land like this, but no one wants it. Who the hell would risk their life just to farm? Then he took out another roster. Crocodile Swamp. Land size, 200 mu. Original owner, state-owned. Selling price, 2,000. Corpse Grave. Land size, 500 mu. Original owner, state-owned. Selling price, 500. No one wants these lands, so they are very cheap. The environment looks very dangerous. But based on Subai's sixth sense as a gardener. Apart from the threat of monsters, the land in the corpse mound is definitely fertile. After the corpse decomposes, it produces enough nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. After the poppy is planted, it can easily absorb nutrients. Grow healthily without having to buy fertilizer. There is no need to worry about anyone stealing his flowers. Subai pointed at the atlas, this is the land. A graveyard of corpses. The director was completely dumbfounded. Is this young man crazy? You want this kind of damn place? Kicked in the head by a donkey? How did he get the city lord's car? With this IQ? Well. Never mind. Let us complete the formalities quickly. In the midday sun. The graveyard of corpses is eerie. Grave mounds of various sizes are scattered on the flat ground. The bones were half buried in the mud. It was so pale and creepy. Hua Dai grabbed the corner of Subai's clothes tightly. The voice trembled, Manager Su. This place is so scary. I'm cold. She was really scared this time. Unlike last time when I had the intention to seduce you. The whole person is almost sticking to Subai, hold me. Or give me a kiss. Give me some yang energy. Subai raised his hand. He flicked a brain-crashing finger on her forehead, work time. Speaking of love. I'm going to dock your salary. Hua Dai said aggrievedly. The cold wind brings with it a foul stench. The wind rustled the weeds. There was a strange whimpering sound coming from afar. It's like the dead are crying. Hua Dai was trembling with fear. This place. Can you really grow flowers? The feeling is going to pop up at any moment. Subai interrupted her. Go to the car and get the tools. Clean up the place first today. Hua Dai was about to cry but had no tears. I'll go alone? What if? Sudden. She ran back screaming, something is grabbing my feet. Subai lowered his head. It was discovered to be a cut dead vine. Helplessly sighing, you are so brave. How did you become a secretary? Wadi's eyes were red. I'm applying for a secretary position. It's not like he's a tomb-robbing secretary. Subai was too lazy to pay attention to her. Kneel down and grab a handful of dirt. He twisted it between his fingers and said, it really has a very high humus content, making it perfect for farming. Since the secretary couldn't be relied upon, Subai simply took out the car from the trunk of the Hongqi car himself. Take out a fine steel shovel. He took out the treasured seed bag again. Start digging holes in the ground one by one. Logically speaking, this kind of farm work. At least a full day. But Subai is a natural gardener. The 1,000 riders breaking the formation skill has also been activated. Get 10 times the attack speed buff within 15 seconds. The shovel turned into an afterimage in his hand. The digging speed is comparable to that of a pile driver. Clods of earth splashed like rain. Soon. A day's work is done in 15 minutes. Subai clapped his hands. Drive, let's go back. Hua Dai felt relieved. She stepped on the accelerator and left here quickly. She never wanted to come here again. It's so scary. However, behind a tombstone, there was a cheerful voice. Chapter 87. Gao Wanqing domesticated herself and willingly degenerated into a contracted spirit. It's been a while since it's been this lively, what do you think? Sisters. The next morning. At the entrance of Phoenix College. Qi Linghua and Qi Lingmei had been waiting for a long time and saw Subai get off the car with his schoolmates. His sister rushed forward and punched him in the chest. I didn't expect you to level up so quickly. Their level is higher than ours. I'm fully qualified to enter Phoenix Academy. Then comes the class division and boarding arrangements. According to common sense, Tornado is wealthy enough to ride in a private car. Gao Wanqing's father is the principal and has a private car. Maria, as a member of the Winged clan, has considerable power. Those who really need to live on campus. Only Subai and Tei Bijou. You can't ride every day, especially on Sundays to go to school. Horse racing is good for bursts but not good at traveling. Phoenix College is much farther away than Xiangxing. Fortunately, we now have Hongqi cars. This way, no one will have to live on campus. Phoenix College only accepts students who have just transferred to the university. Of course, except for Subai's classmates, no one else transferred. His strength is not comparable to Subai's. The school only treats them as life assistants. However, Subai didn't want this to happen. His study partner should not only be able to help him with his life, but also serve him like a maid. Solve your own needs. You must also have corresponding strength in battle. Otherwise, if they are too weak, they will just be vases. All that's left is to get the textbooks. Subai received the book on behalf of everyone. Skill books for every profession. You can get one. The teacher who distributed the books brought 4 books. Fighting Secret, Enhanced Endurance, Deepened Resentment, Holy Light Healing. When it came to Subaiban's position, the book sender hesitated. Student Su. You want the Gardener Skill book? Or a Universal Battle book? You can only choose one. Can I take a look first? Can. The teacher took out 2 books. One is Strengthen the Body. Strengthen the Body can be learned at level 3, which is the same basic swordsmanship that Subai learned before. It's just that the properties are different. LV1 increases strength by 20 points, LV2 increases strength by 15 points and health by 15 points. LV3 increases strength by 20 points and health by 20 points. The improvement in life and career is huge. And another skill book for Subai's main profession as a gardener. It makes people speechless. Basics of Gardening Pruning Intermediate. Subai had studied the elementary level before. That is the acquired skill, primary nourishment, an upgraded version of the skill. This trick can speed up the harvest. Very useful for this profession. Moreover, the intermediate version is rarely seen on the market. But it is not very useful and the number of transactions is very small. Some people just sell the paper as waste paper. Subai immediately chose Basics of Gardening Pruning Intermediate. After taking the skill book and leaving, the teacher who handed out the books blinked. Is this new student crazy? Choosing a life skills book? I'm speechless. After receiving the skill book, the Chi Linghua sisters took Subai and others to visit the campus again. It mainly introduces the copies on campus. The college has 3 major private general copies. Lava Cave, LV 3545. Frozen Canyon, LV 4565. Taoran Tribe, LV 6585. The admission reward is 100 points, and more points can be obtained by completing the tasks assigned by the school. Up to 500 points per semester. Lava Cave costs 5 points. Frozen Canyon costs 30 points. The Minotaur Tribe consumes 60 points. If you have enough points, you can enter the upgrade multiple times to obtain rare equipment. This copy system is designed quite ingeniously. It not only controls the frequency of entry, but also motivates students to work hard. Subai was secretly happy. These study partners are less than level 40. It's a good opportunity to use the school copy to raise their levels. Wait and catch up with the main force. Don't worry about them. He immediately started applying to form a team. Everyone joined the team. Let's go to the Taoran tribe first today. Try to make you all turn. Chi Linghua. Chi Lingmei. You can't go in today. The school's guild, the Super Girls group, is planning to book the entire place. The 2 of them didn't have time to finish. Subai has already entered this highest level copy with his study partner. Step into the Taoran horde. A fishy smell hits you in the face. Rugged totem poles stand in rows. The ground was littered with bones and weapon debris. Heavy footsteps were heard in the distance. More than 20 strong minotaurs are roaring around the campfire. They are nearly 3 meters tall. The muscles are knotted and the veins are bulging. Holding a giant axe or mace, the scarlet eyes are full of wildness. There are elite minotaur guards deeper in the cave, wearing simple bone armor and holding a double-edged battle axe. The level has reached LV 80. Gao Wanqing reminded softly, Master. The monster level is too high. Do you want to lead the fight? Owner? Subai was slightly stunned. Since I kissed her last time. Even the name has changed. Actually called Master? Interesting. Did she take her own position? Also placed in the same position as Chi Ling? This child is teachable. Need not. Raise your hand and cast a group poison spell. The dark green poisonous fog spread instantly, covering the entire tribal camp. The minotaurs howled in pain. The skin quickly ulcerated and pus oozed. Dense damage numbers appear above your head. 3,500. 3,800. 3,820. Just 1 minute. All the monsters in the first wave fell to the ground. Transformed into experience and equipment light. Experience plus 3,600. Experience plus 4,500. In an instant, everyone's level increased by 4 levels. All reached level 30 or above. Tabi Zhou was extremely excited. Master, you're leveling up so fast. You really are the number 1 in the people's arena. Tornado tore off the wrapper of the lollipop. Quietly pulled Gao Wanqing's skirt. Hey, Wanqing, why did you change your address? I signed up for a class after school a few days ago and learned it there. No wonder you never walked with me after school a few days ago. What class did you sign up for? The self-cultivation of Chi Ling. When I entered the classroom, there were more than 50 spirits in the class, and I was the only human girl. I felt quite embarrassed. But after studying for a few days, I've adapted to it. Tornado. At this moment, Maria said, Student Subai, look, the Taoran shaman has magic to remove poison. Subai looked at the other person's finger. Taoran shaman raises bone staff. Chanting an ancient spell, emerald green light fell. Cover the poison minotaur warrior and the poison will quickly dissipate. The ulcerated skin began to heal. The bleeding state was instantly relieved. The Minotaur warriors roared to the sky. Activate the Ancient Scream skill. HP is instantly restored by 50%. Damage is increased by 50%. His eyes turned blood red. His muscles swelled again. The attack was violent and rushed towards Subai's team. Everyone felt like they were facing a powerful enemy. Only Subai had a smile on his face. Just right, let me try what it means to be truly one with the sword and the horse. Chapter 88 Fertilizing the cemetery at midnight, encountering a ghost? Special Joe's ears perked up instantly. Combined? No. The monster is too strong. Level 80 rushes into the monster group. He will definitely be gored to death. Tornado thought Subai was crazy. Tabi Zhou shook his head repeatedly, it's very dangerous. Subai grabbed her ponytail and said, don't be afraid. I have mastered the highest level of blade horse integration. You just turn on the mode. Special Week hesitated for a moment. Bow and transform into a warhorse. Subai jumped onto the horse and extended his hand to invite Maria. Let's fly together. Maria is struggling. Her father strictly forbids her from having any contact with Subai. But I'm already deeply in love and can't extricate myself. Ultimately disobeying his father's orders. Hop on the black warhorse. Subai shouted, blade and horses won. Especially Joe suddenly found that his body began to change. His whole body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The silver-white armor quickly covered it, like a magical girl transforming. The horse is covered in metal armor. The horse's hooves are wrapped in sharp blades, and its mane turns into silver tassels. Your attributes are enhanced by blade and horses 1 and all attributes are increased by 100%. A surprise discovery during the special week, an additional enhancement buff. All attributes increased by 100%, this bonus is really powerful. At the same time, Subai's attributes skyrocketed, gaining a terrifying 200% increase. The strength has doubled. He suddenly drew his weapon and shouted, kill. Especially Joe understood what he meant and rushed into the enemy camp like lightning. The Minotaur army rushed towards them, with smoke and dust billowing and a terrifying momentum. According to normal collision logic, Subai's team will be blown away. But Subai has a heaven-defying profession, 1 man against 1,000, kill the cavalry king. Instantly activate the stab skill. Thunder and waves. Hundreds of Minotaurs were knocked away. Scattered like bowling balls. Immediately afterwards, Subai turned back and charged forward. Released the second skill. Thousands of cavalry break the formation. The Minotaur formation completely collapsed. Subai galloped through the enemy camp. Killing everyone and no one can stop him. Experience plus 3,600. Experience plus 4,500. Experience plus 5,600. Congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 3 points, current level LV 56. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV 56. Hidden message, congratulations on your upgrade, random attribute increased by 30 points, current level LV 56. Amidst flashes of golden light. Not only did my study partner get promoted, but I also got promoted to a higher level. Outside the copy. Sister Qi Linghua was extremely anxious. Subai was so reckless that he dared to enter the copy without permission. I really don't know who the president of the student union, the school's largest guild, is. He's a person that even the Public Security Bureau director's daughter can't afford to offend. As a result, what you fear will come true. More than 30 student union members flocked to the scene. Just as I was about to enter the copy, I found that it was occupied. The crowd separated the passage. A woman in red stepped out. Red dress, red shoes, and a long sword, she looks heroic and has an imposing aura. She locked her eyes with the 2 sisters, who has taken the copy. You've been here the whole time, you should know, right? The 2 sisters were suddenly panicked. I'm hesitating whether to give Subai away. At this moment, the copy suddenly cracked. A man in bright clothes and a handsome horse gallops out. Subai rode his warhorse as fast as a star. Following behind are 3 fellow students. Nothing to do today. Let's go back first. After saying that, he left. Leaving behind the confused student council and the thoughtful woman in red. She checked her clearance record, 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 38 seconds. Ranked in the top 10 in the school, and he is a stranger boy. The red-dressed woman raised her lips slightly. Young man in bright clothes and a vigorous horse. Interesting. The secretary sent Subai home. When he was about to leave, he was warmly invited to stay by the three Qilings. Invite to dinner together. Huadai felt a little embarrassed. Subai nodded to indicate that it was okay. The food will be served soon. The aroma of 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes is so fragrant. 5 people sitting around for dinner. Huadai secretly looked at the contracted spirits. A tribe of cows with horns on their heads. The Moon Rabbit clan with swaying rabbit ears. The Meow tribe with cat tails wagging gently. And there are the horse racing tribes I saw during the day. There is no ethnic girl in Subai's family. It seems that he does prefer foreigners. Then do I have a chance tonight? After dinner, night falls. Huadai pleaded softly, it's dark outside the city and it's not safe. Can I live here? Subai frowned and refused. Arya cow tribe smiled and said, of course. The house is big enough to accommodate 1 more person. The other spirits nodded. Huadai was happy and took another step forward. However, there was no ostentation in his expression. Instead, I kept thanking you. After dinner, a few people gathered together and watched a variety show. Chatting and laughing. Subai didn't have time to get involved in these women's gossip. I simply went back to the study and started studying the skill book I received today. After all, no one teaches life skills in school. You can only learn by yourself. Open the skill book Basics of Gardening Pruning Intermediate. To him who had mastered the elementary knowledge, these contents seemed obscure but were easy to read. While studying, I practiced repeatedly with seeds in the flower pot on my desk. Skills that originally required a long time to practice were repeatedly stacked with multiple professions. His mental strength was quite high, and he mastered the Basics of Gardening Pruning Intermediate in just 5 hours. And his own, Primary Nourishment, LV3, was also upgraded to Intermediate Nourishment, LV3. Originally, using mental power was equivalent to adding compound fertilizer to plants. Increases plant growth rate by 1/3. Now, the speed of using mental power to improve plants is almost half. Time is shortened again. This made Subai ecstatic, and he could speed up again. Flowers and butterflies are always around as long as the poppies bloom. Her career was easy to obtain. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't wait, took the car keys, and prepared to go to the corpse graveyard to use the new skills he had just learned to speed up his development. Walked to the door. Prepare to let Huadai drive. But he thought again, the girl was afraid of ghosts, so forget it, it's better to go alone. 2 hours later, it was 2 a.m. Subai came to the corpse graveyard. This place is already gloomy and eerie during the day. At night, it becomes even more desolate and terrifying. There are many strange noises around, and I don't know what animals make them. But for Subai, this is nothing at all. After all, he was the champion of the Wulanfeng people's arena. Sleeping in the wilderness, spending the night in a grave, and killing monsters at midnight. I've become accustomed to it. So he was not afraid. Get off. Turn on the searchlight. Start to use the skills you have mastered. After the skill was cast, Poppy's development speed was indeed improved visibly. This made Subai very relieved, and he felt that his evening trip was not in vain. Get in the car and go. But an accident happened. I don't know why the accelerator won't start the fire. I tried several times but failed. This made him a little depressed. If he really couldn't leave, he would have to stay in the car all night and wait until daytime. Call Gao Yuliang's secretary and ask someone to send a tow truck over to tow the car. So Subai got out of the car, opened the hood and prepared to check. But suddenly, he felt a cold wind blowing on the back of his neck. Sir, why are you here in this desolate place in the middle of the night? Chapter 89, Staying overnight at a haunted house, draining away energy. Subai turned around and saw a woman in ancient costume and white gauze holding a white paper lantern standing not far away. In the moonlight, her face was as gentle and beautiful as a lady from an ancient painting, but in the middle of the night in this desolate wilderness, the scene was really a little strange. Who are you? Subai asked subconsciously. Almost at the same time, the woman also asked softly, Who are you? They were both startled, and the woman immediately covered her mouth with a white veil and chuckled, In this desolate graveyard in the middle of the night, I thought I had seen a ghost. Subai was speechless for a moment. Anyone who sees this scene would think that she looks more like a ghost holding a white lantern, right? I bought this piece of land and was just fertilizing it and planting it. Subai explained, who are you? The woman finally breathed a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. I was so scared. I'm from the military fort 5 miles away. I came here on patrol and found you. Subai understood immediately. Binglubo was a garrison station set up by the imperial court outside the city. It was responsible for farming training in peacetime and defending the territory in wartime. The soldiers there could not only receive salaries from the court, but also earn money by farming, and could even live with their families. A large military fort is equivalent to a small town, and a small one is like an inn. Is your car broken down? The woman noticed Subai checking the engine. Subai nodded helplessly, it suddenly won't start. It might be a wiring problem. The woman came closer, holding a lantern. Would you like to stay overnight at Binglubo? It's not safe to stay in a car alone in this remote place. Subai hesitated for a moment, but looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he nodded, then I'll trouble you. The woman smiled sweetly and said, come with me. This road is not easy to walk on, so be careful with your step. She held a lantern and led the way, with Subai following behind her. My name is Subai. I haven't asked you what your name is, young lady. The woman turned around and smiled faintly, my name is Dong Xiaowan. The two came to a dark military fort. Dong Xiaowan said softly, we're here. Several pale-faced young girls stood at the door and saluted respectfully, the young lady is back. Dong Xiaowan nodded and said, this gentleman's car broke down, please arrange a guest room for him. Subai was led to an ancient style room. Before the maids closed the door and left, Subai asked, is there hot water? I want to wash my feet. After a while, a copper basin was brought in, with hot water steaming. Subai dipped his feet into the water, but felt a biting cold, as if he had been immersed in liquid nitrogen. He washed quickly and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down outside the window and thunder roared. There was a rapid knock on the door. Subai opened the door and saw Dong Xiaowan standing outside. She was wearing a gauze nightgown, and her voice was trembling, I'm afraid of thunder. Can I take shelter here with you for a while? Subai's Adam's apple rolled. Is there such a good thing? After a long time, Subai sat up. Looking out the window, I felt a little uneasy. The other party hasn't married yet, what if her father comes back and finds out? Isn't that a bit bad? At this time, Dong Xiaowan also woke up. He said drowsily, why aren't you sleeping yet? What time is it now? Subai checked the time, it's 4:50 at night. Unexpectedly, this sentence made the dazed Dong Xiaowan wake up immediately. No, you have to leave quickly, you can't stay here anymore. Subai? No. Didn't you invite me to live here? Why are you trying to chase me away before dawn? Is this what you call hospitality? The other party noticed Subai's confused expression and explained, my dad will be back during the day. He doesn't like outsiders coming to the house. Yes, that's a good reason. This is also the reason why Subai is worried. So he left here and returned to his haunchy car. I opened the door and got in the car, and saw that it was still dark. So I took another nap for another hour and a half. After dozing off in the car for a while, Subai felt uncomfortable all over. I had a headache, and by the time it was daybreak, my energy level had dropped to 0. It seems that sleeping in the car is not good for your waist. But I can't care about that anymore. The most amazing thing was that after daybreak, Subai's car was actually repaired. It left him completely confused. Subai drove home to pick up Tabi Zhou and Hua Dai and went directly to Phoenix Academy to study. Gao Wanqing and others arranged to apply for a unified first-level task today. Subai didn't get involved either. After class at noon, the cafeteria was bustling with people. As soon as Subai sat down, his 4 classmates took out their carefully prepared lunchboxes. Gao Wanqing handed over a Japanese bento box, tamagoyaki, teriyaki chicken, and pickled radish, and the presentation was as exquisite as a work of art. Dragon Roll opened the American lunchbox, thick-cut steak, baked potatoes, broccoli, the portion was substantial and the aroma was fragrant. Special Week offers a Chinese lunchbox, braised pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and rice, with homely flavors that warm the heart. Maria served the specialties of the Wing tribe, honey-roasted wings, elf bread, and nut salad, which were exotic in flavor. Hashtag 34 Master, try mine. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Eat mine first. Number 34. The four of them looked at Subai expectantly. At this time, Sister Chi Linghua came over quickly and said, "I'm so envious." Hashtag 34 4 study partners serve 1 number 34. Subai, can you finish it? Subai pushed the lunchbox forward and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's eat together." The two sisters smiled at each other and sat down happily to share. After eating about 60% full, Subai put down his chopsticks and looked at the two sisters. "You didn't come here just to eat for free, did you?" No matter how poor the eldest daughter of the Chi family is, she wouldn't be like this. Chi Linghua pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm mainly here to eat." Hashtag 34 By the way, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Number 34. She lowered her voice and said, "The Public Security Bureau just received a notice." Hashtag 34 A level 100 dungeon was discovered in the nearby wilderness. Number 34. Hashtag 34 No one in the city knows yet. Number 34. Hashtag 34 I want to invite you to go with me. Number 34. Subai's eyes moved slightly. 100 level copy. He participated in the people's competition and rarely encountered monsters of this level when wandering in the wilderness. Basically, I spent so many days hunting night wandering ghosts but only killed less than 3. Not to mention other level 100 monsters. It is indeed a good place. Shi Lingmei stretched her body, and her graceful waist naturally formed a soft arc. She asked softly, "How is it? The news about this copy should be worth today's meal, right?" Subai nodded slightly, turned around, and said to his 4 classmates, "You don't need to go with me this time, just focus on completing your job transfer task." Maria hesitated for a moment, but still raised her hand. "Well, I've already completed my job change. Can I join your team? I can play the support role." Only then did Subai realize that Maria had already made the breakthrough first. Subai cast an inquiring look at the Chi sisters. The two looked at each other, and Chi Linghua sighed softly. "Okay, having an extra assistant is good. But you have to remember that we may not be able to protect you at the critical moment." Maria immediately straightened her back and promised seriously, "Don't worry. I will take good care of myself and will definitely do the logistics work well." Chapter 90 Alice in Wonderland. In front of the sink where cafeteria dishes are washed, Gao Wanqing, Tatsumaki, and Zhou Teiji seemed a little distraught. "I am already far behind Subai in levels. Now I can't even keep up with the copy." What surprised them the most was Maria, as they had agreed to complete a mission together. As a result, she completed it ahead of time, to deceive and attack these sisters. No martial ethics. Tabi Zhou asked worriedly, "Can we pass it in one go?" Long Wan and Gao Wanqing nodded. Tornado took out a lollipop. Put it in Tabi Zhou's hand. "Don't worry. My dad paid for a master to help. I'll help you add buffs when the time comes. Guaranteed to pass in one try." She patted Bitei Zhou's shoulder and said, "Master, you're back from abroad. It'll be here in about a week. It's really powerful, don't be afraid." Tabi Zhou excitedly hugged Tornado. "That's great. Thank you, Tornado-kun. You've been so nice to me. Whenever you want to ride me, feel free to do so. Don't hesitate in the future." Tornado. Why does this sound a bit awkward? It makes me feel like I like playing with a two-headed dragon. At the same time, inside the Hongqi car, the Chi sisters were filled with emotion. Shi Linghua gently stroked the leather seat. "Subai, you really got it. Not only does he have a beautiful secretary as his driver, but he can also get the city lord's special car." Shi Lingmei looked out the window. "My father Chi Tongwei. I've been the director for so many years, but I've never ridden in this car. You really are quite capable." The two smiled at each other and said, "We are the ones who are enjoying Laozi's blessing." Soon, we crossed a deserted trail. Came to a forest. Everyone got off the car. Enter the forest. The Chi sisters led everyone to a huge ancient tree deep in the forest. The trunk of this ancient tree is so thick that it requires more than 10 people to hug it, and the bark is covered with traces of time. Go left 3 times. Shi Linghua instructed softly. Everyone did as they were told, their footsteps making a rustling sound on the fallen leaves. Now turn right 3 times. Shi Lingmei continued. Everyone turned around carefully. Finally, turn back 3 times and repeat the previous action. When the last step was taken, the ancient tree suddenly shook slightly, and a hole slowly appeared in the trunk, and an ancient wooden door appeared at the entrance. Subai was about to go forward and open the door, but Shi Linghua quickly stopped him. Wait. She took 3 steps forward, knocked on the door 3 times, neither lightly nor heavily, and asked softly through the crack in the door, "Mr. Rabbit, are you home?" After 3 minutes of silence, a deep male voice came from inside the door. "Mr. Rabbit is away at the Queen's ceremony, and no one is home. If you have an invitation, you can come in." The 2 sisters smiled at each other and took out 2 unopened decks of playing cards from their bags. Shi Linghua drew out the Queen of Hearts, and Shi Lingmei drew out the Queen of Spades, and they carefully stuffed the 2 cards in through the crack in the door. The wooden door slowly opened, revealing a portal swirling with colorful light, as if leading to another world. As the light flows, you can vaguely see a strange scene behind the door. "This is the entrance to the 100-level dungeon." Shi Linghua turned to everyone and said, "Are you ready?" Subai was amazed. This was the first time he saw such a complicated method of entering a copy. Without inside information, who would know? Shi Linghua explained, "This is information that someone from another province found in another dungeon about a hidden dungeon with more than 10 people in a tree hole. The Lanka Academy just confirmed it and distributed it to all the provinces and departments." The other side. Phoenix College Student Union Office. The vice president pushed the door open and placed a document in front of the woman in red. "President Lee. #34 The school recently enrolled 123 new students, number 34. #34 accepts Subai and his 4 study partners, number 34. The rest are all documents from above, special admissions from Beijing." He lowered his voice. #34 According to my research, number 34. #34 These people are from the Queen's College in the capital, number 34. #34 Both belong to the Chun Group Guild, number 34. President Lee put down the information in his hand and said, "Interesting. Students from the Beijing Women's College are transferred to other places. #34 Strange things keep happening in our school, number 34. #34 First, there was a boy named Subai who was specially admitted to the school, number 34. #34 Hundreds more people transferred to the school, number 34. The vice president leaned in and whispered, "I heard. #34 These people are descendants of the Chen family, number 34. #34 Come to seek revenge on Subai, number 34. Chairman Lee frowned slightly. "Revenge? #34 Why come to our school?" Number 34. "Our school is not planning to hold a level-free competition. I guess they want to do something dirty on the field." #34 Pretend to accidentally kill someone, number 34. Chairman Lee sneered, "Interesting. #34 That's really interesting, number 34. Real guns and live ammunition, blood on the tip of a knife. My grandfather loves watching this kind of competition the most, it's exciting." Enter the hidden copy. Alice in Wonderland. The Chi sisters had no time to summon their summoned beasts and insects. Subai has rushed into the group of monsters. Congratulations on killing the super poison wolf. Experience plus 5,000. Congratulations on killing the strong rat. Experience plus 8,000. Congratulations on killing the poker soldier. Experience plus 9,300. The 2 sisters were stunned. Subai is so powerful. He is worthy of being the Wulanfeng champion recognized by his father. Their summoned beasts looked like docile pets in comparison. Maria spreads out the picnic blanket from her ring. Put on the exquisite meal basket. Smiling invitation, everyone. My butler, Afu, prepared rabbit meat patties. Would you like some rabbit? Shi Linghua. Shi Lingmei. No. But we are playing a level 100 copy. And it's a hidden copy. The super dangerous kind. We should not be walking on thin ice and be cautious. Why did we start a picnic? My sister picked up the rabbit sandwich and took a bite. His eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. Delicious. Her sister raised her hand and slapped her on the head. Are you really not going to support Subai? #34 Is this a good place to have a picnic? Number 34. The younger sister rubbed her forehead and cried out in pain, "Sister." #34 Everything is going well now, number 34. #34 If Subai wants to kill, then let him kill number 34. Why bother standing when we can just lie down? My sister snatched the half-eaten sandwich and stuffed it into her mouth. That's true. Why bother with your waist when you can just lie down? #34 Anyway, we are not big women, number 34. The two looked at each other and smiled. Enjoy your picnic with peace of mind. After half an hour of hacking and killing, Subai's level reached 62. Maria's level has also reached level 52. As for the two sisters, their levels have also reached 68. It can be said that Subai's level is catching up very quickly. This is also thanks to this level 100 copy. Drink! Subai slashed down with a knife. Chop up a cuphead. Congratulations on killing Cuphead Warrior. Experience gained, 8300. What fell out was neither blood nor internal organs. Instead, it turned out to be tiny leaves. What is this? Material? Subai picked it up. The spiritual contract atlas of the myriad worlds is activated. Yunjian Golden Black Tea. Usage level, LV0. Item description: the dry tea is tightly packed like golden hair wrapped in green. After brewing, the tea soup is amber colored. The initial aroma is a blend of honey and orchid, and the taste is caramel sweet. After swallowing, the throat is filled with a refreshing feeling of the wild countryside. If you give this to the Winged Clan, it will greatly strengthen the compatibility between the two. Subai. Chapter 91 Sleepy Black Tea. A gleam of light flashed in Subai's eyes. This tea is actually a great tool to improve your relationship with Maria. He took a deep breath, the energy in his body surged, and he rushed towards the group of teacup monsters like an arrow. Frost Sword. The sword light bloomed like frost, and the teacup monsters shattered wherever it passed. Experience plus 8,300. Experience plus 9,200. Experience plus 7,800. Hashtag 34 Crossbow Volley. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Group Poisoning. Number 34. Subai was completely immersed in the pleasure of hunting. His figure shuttled among the group of monsters, and every move was clean and neat. The swordlight, arrows, and poisonous mist worked together perfectly, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The teacup monsters came one after another, but none of them could get close to him. Some teacup monsters tried to attack by spraying boiling tea, but Subai dodged them skillfully. Some of them waved teaspoons as weapons, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Subai's clothes. For a whole hour, Subai fought tirelessly. His level soared from 62 to 65, and his backpack was filled with a thick stack of Yunjian Golden Black Tea leaves. Return to the rest area. Qi Linghua and Qi Lingmei were lying on the mat, reading comics and grinning foolishly as they read. It seems that the content of the comics is very interesting. See him back. The two men immediately stood up and shouted in unison, "Godfather." Qi Linghua said attentively, "You must be tired. Hashtag 34 Lie on my sister, number 34. I'll give you a back massage." Subai was stunned. Godfather? Where does this name come from? On second thought, the Qi sisters were even more powerful than Gao Wanqing when they first met. I didn't expect it to be two soft girls. Wrong. According to her age, she should be called Wan Jie. Hashtag 34 No need for massage, number 34. The monsters here have been cleared. Keep going. The two sisters obediently put away the comics and followed Subai silently. Everyone continues to move forward. A dreamlike scene appeared before my eyes. A magnificent castle was floating above the clouds, as magnificent as a mirage. There are several crystal pumpkin carriages parked on the ground below the castle. A fat black cat was lying on the roof of one of the cars, smoking a pipe. The black cat squinted his eyes and looked at everyone. Want to go to the Black Queen's palace? You have to take a car. Qi Lingmei whispered, it should be the NPC who guides you. Defeat the queen to clear the level. Qi Linghua stepped forward and asked, do you need a ticket? Or an extradition tool? The black cat glanced at the gold pocket watch, nothing. The palace is about to close. If you don't want to sit down, get out. Everyone looked at each other and nodded, then boarded the crystal carriage one by one. 4 people divided into 2 cars. The carriage slowly rose into the air and headed towards the castle in the clouds. 10 minutes later, the crystal carriage flew into the air. The black cat on the roof suddenly let out a sharp meow. The originally honest fat face turned ferocious and said, now you are collecting travel fees. The 2 car guys gave me 2 hearts. Hashtag 34 otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Number 34. The 4 of them were stunned. Qi Linghua leaned out of the car window, red heart? You clearly said you didn't need a ticket. Hashtag 34 We don't have this prop at all. Number 34. The black cat yawned, that's right. Hashtag 34 You are the props yourself. Number 34. Hashtag 34 The red heart isn't the heart, it's the positive energy and feelings you've nurtured. Number 34. Family. Love. Friendship. It bared its teeth and threatened, hurry up and give birth to me. Hashtag 34 Otherwise meow meow. Number 34. The four of them fell into deep thought. The Chi sisters' eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. Hashtag 34 We are sisters, with family ties and long-standing friendship. Memories can nurture hearts. Number 34. Really? 20 minutes later. A virtual red heart formed on the top of their carriage. The black cat leaped up and swallowed the red heart in one gulp. He burped contentedly and turned to Subai's carriage, hurry up. Hashtag 34 and you. Number 34. The Chi sisters reminded, although you don't have family affection, you can still fall in love with friendship. Hashtag 34 Think of a solution quickly. Number 34. Maria's eyes dodged when she heard this, and her cheeks flushed. Subai took a deep breath. I secretly felt lucky that I had collected tea leaves, as this would help me improve my favorability. It's like those teas that are too early to use and too late to use. It just so happens that I have completed the match and obtained a new profession. Maria's cheeks flushed and her fingers trembled slightly as she unbuttoned her collar. The voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, if not like this. Hashtag 34 Will we die, number 34. Subai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt like he was forcing a good woman into prostitution. Quickly took out the tea leaves, no hurry. Hashtag 34 Let's drink tea first. Hashtag 34 The tea leaves expand in the hot water, and the tea soup gradually turns into a crystal amber color. The aroma filled the air, and Maria took a sip. His eyes brightened instantly, and all the tension and fear disappeared. A blush of happiness appeared on her face. Hashtag 34 Wow. Number 34. Hashtag 34 This black tea is so delicious. Number 34. There were little stars in her eyes, if it is sent to the winged tribe. Hashtag 34 The princes and ladies will definitely like it. Number 34. Subai was secretly delighted, the tea leaves were indeed effective. Hashtag 34 Like to drink, number 34. Hashtag 34 These are all for you, number 34. He took out all the tea leaves and gently pushed them in front of her. Maria carefully put away the tea leaves and took a few sips of black tea. The blush on her cheeks has turned from pink to pink, and her eyes are starting to look blurry. This tea is amazing, it makes you sleepy after drinking it. She murmured softly while rubbing her temples. Subai was slightly stunned. This was the first time he heard of it. Does black tea have a hypnotic effect? Shouldn't tea be refreshing? But at this moment, he was more concerned about the matching degree and quietly checked the system interface. Allow two-party contract. Bound spirit, Maria Wing tribe. Racial characteristics, holy aura, holy element, holy body hidden. Age, 20. Potential assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 62% reaching the passing line for matching rate, you can start the strategy. Done. The adaptation rate is up. I'm so sleepy, can you let me sleep on your shoulder for a while? Maria's eyelids were trembling at this time. It's difficult to open my eyes. The black cat suddenly scratched the roof of the car with its claws, making a harsh noise. The smoker knocked hard on the car window, give me the heart. Hashtag 34 Otherwise get out of the car. Number 34. The sudden noise woke up the drowsy Maria a little. She weakly pulled at her shirt, but was too sleepy to take it off. He whispered in frustration, Subai, please help me. Is there such a good thing? Of course, I'm willing to do it for you. Just as Subai was about to reach out and touch the other person's shoulder, Maria suddenly pushed him away. Hashtag 34 Don T touch me. Hashtag 34 Another force overcame sleepiness. Tears welled up in her eyes, I'm sorry. I am a toad who wants to eat swan flesh. Hashtag 34 We can't be together, my dad won't allow, number 34. The voice was choked with sobs, my mission. Hashtag 34 is to marry a nobleman of equal status, number 34. Hashtag 34 I am so sorry you couldn't meet my requirements, number 34. The black cat on the roof was furious, its whiskers trembling violently. What I feel? It's all negative energy. Hashtag 34 no love, friendship, or family. Number 34. Hashtag 34 only sadness and pain. Number 34. It roared, "You have angered me. Get out of the car." A big hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the crystal carriage. Subai and Maria fell down instantly. Chapter 92 Kill the Queen of Spades and clear the hidden level 100 dungeon. The Chi sisters saw Subai and Maria falling from the bottom of the carriage and screamed at the same time. Subai doesn't have wings. Chi Linghua's face turned pale. If you fall from such a height, you will die. Chi Lingmei stamped her feet anxiously. What is Maria doing? It's a matter of life and death. What's the harm in giving Subai a chance? It's really too stingy. In midair, Maria fell into a coma due to the hypnotic effect of the black tea, and the wings behind her drooped weakly, completely unable to fly. Although Subai was shocked, he remained calm. With a thought, a pair of white wings spread out from behind him. This was the equipment given to him by Siegfried. He adjusted his posture and dived rapidly, chasing the falling Maria with the precision of a falcon. When they were only 100 meters away from the ground, he finally caught her steadily and held her in his arms in a standard princess hug. With his wings flapping vigorously, Subai took off again with Maria in his arms, quickly chasing after the crystal carriage that was still moving. Damn black cat! A cold light flashed in Subai's eyes. How dare you plot against us? He held Maria in one hand, drew his sword with the other, and accelerated his wings towards the top of the carriage. Before the black cat could react, the sword flashed by. The black cat took Subai's sword head-on. The health bar was instantly reduced by 1/3. It screamed in horror. He jumped up and tried to jump to another carriage. How could Subai give it a chance to escape? Activate the sprint skill immediately. The figure is like lightning and intercepts in the air. The long sword drew a sharp arc. Hashtag 34 meow. Number 34. The black cat was cut into 2 pieces by a sword. Turned into black smoke and dissipated in the air. Bite. A black object fell out. Congratulations on obtaining ecstasy catnip. In this way, everyone arrived at the cloud without any danger. The Queen of Spades castle. Maria was still in a coma, so Subai handed her over to the other 2. After all, she has recognized Subai as her godfather, so as a daughter, it is only right for her to share some of the pressure in life with her father. After all, Maria will be your mother in the future, so you must practice filial piety. The city gates slowly opened. Taking advantage of this time, Subai checked the items he had obtained from killing the black cat. Catnip. Usage level, LV0. Item description, a special catnip that is extremely attractive to meowing cats. Upon application, it can cause them to quickly fall into a trance-like state similar to drunkenness, becoming limp and powerless like an unconscious corpse. During this time, they can be teased and manipulated without resistance. In addition, this item also has a special effect on pregnant meow meow women. Each time you feed them one, it can significantly accelerate their gestational process, shortening the gestational period by 1 month and helping the offspring to be born faster. The introduction was very long, but Subai read it very carefully. In other words, if you use it yourself, the scent of catnip can make people of the cat tribe feel limp as if they were drunk when they smell it. If you put it at the door of a bar in the meow world, you should be able to pick up 10 or 8 of them in one night. However, I can't go to the world of the meow meow tribe for the time being. This thing has another function, which is to give it to others. Speed up pregnancy. My Emily has only been around for a month, so there are still 9 months left. After the Son of God comes, you should be able to gain special abilities. It's just an aura, Lord of the Night, and it's a very powerful one. But there is only one plant, so for others, it doesn't matter whether they use it or not. But for Subai, he is a gardener, and this thing is related to his undergraduate major. You can plant it yourself and divide it, and it shouldn't take long for it to grow into a large area. It can shorten the time by at least half a year. Another good thing, cool. On the other side, a corner of the cafeteria. Gao Wanqing, Longwan, and Special Joe San are having dinner. A woman in black tights sat down quietly. Hashtag 34 3 Little Sisters, number 34. Seeing that you have reached level 40 and haven't broken through yet. Do you want to change your job in Hall of Heroes? Hashtag 34 Not ready again? Number 34. The three of them looked up at the same time and were stunned. Hashtag 34. What do you mean? Number 34. Nothing. Hashtag 34. I can help you. Number 34. The woman revealed her identity: Shinjinawa, LV88, occupation, Overlord Flower. The three of them couldn't help but exclaim. A second-level strongman, the polka dot flower, profession. Rare plant type, at least SS level. Shinjinawa smiled slightly. That's right. Hashtag 34. My queen flower can emit a queen aura. Number 34. Hashtag 34. Those who inhale it gain my attributes and skills. Number 34. Tabi Zhou blurted out. Wouldn't that make him invincible? Hashtag 34. I can give you the ability to climb the tower. Number 34. But hashtag 34 needs some information about Subai. Number 34. She lowered her voice. You are his study partners. Just secretly send me his call records. I'll help you with this. SP skills are hard to come by. The three of them immediately shook their heads and refused. This is the third time today. The three of them looked at each other, their hearts full of doubts. Hashtag 34. Why are so many people? Number 34. Want to inquire about Subai's privacy? Gao Wanqing frowned. Hashtag 34. I feel like there is a conspiracy behind this. Number 34. Longwan whispered, did Subai offend some important person? Tabi Zhou shook his head and retorted, following him for so long. Hashtag 34. He was always polite to Zhao Haotian at first. Number 34. Giving him a job, doesn't mind being slapped in the face. Hashtag 34. I gladly accepted it. I don't seem like the type to cause trouble. Number 34. Just when the three of them were confused, a cold voice sounded, your Subai is indeed in trouble. Hashtag 34. And it's not a small matter. Number 34. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a woman in red standing not far away with her arms folded across her chest and a cold and arrogant look on her face. Hashtag 34. Who are you? Number 34. Hashtag 34. Student Union President, Li Runan. Number 34. Gao Wanqing asked anxiously, can you tell us? Did something happen to Subai? Li Runan shook her head gently, this is none of my business. Hashtag 34. There's no need to tell you. Number 34. Hashtag 34. But I can remind you. Number 34. She glanced at the three of them. Hashtag 34. The people who came to see you today. Number 34. If Subai can beat them in the qualifying round, I'll take care of his problems. Even if they're huge, they're small matters in front of me. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned away. The three of them were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Subai's figure suddenly jumped up in the Spade Queen's castle, and the frost sword pierced out with a biting chill. The Queen of Spades' pupils shrank slightly, and before she could react, the sword had already pierced her chest accurately. The extremely cold sword energy instantly froze her blood, and even her last wail was frozen in her throat. She opened her mouth and finally fell down silently, her gorgeous skirt scattered on the ground. You successfully killed the Queen of Spades, gaining 600,000 experience points. Level 66-67. Congratulations on obtaining the Queen of Spades treasure chest. Open. Congratulations on winning Alice's crystal slipper. Congratulations on winning the Queen's skirt. Congratulations on obtaining the magic mirror. Hidden dungeon, Alice in Wonderland completed. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Wake up again at midnight and meet the female ghost again. Then a bunch of equipment popped out of the treasure chest. Qi Linghua and Qi Lingmei, the two sisters, jumped up excitedly. It seems that they have opened their respective special weapons. Subai didn't get any weapons. Let us first take a quick look at these pieces of equipment to see what professions they are used for. Alice's glass slipper. Grade, SS. Wearing level, LV 110. Attributes, agility plus 800, spirit plus 850. Skill, crystal walk, only available to female characters, consumes 60 spirit points. Upon activation, a translucent crystal phantom appears beneath the character's feet. The phantom persists for 3 seconds before gradually dissipating, disrupting the enemy's perception of the character's true position. During this time, the character's movement speed is increased by 15%, and they gain 80% absolute dodge. The skill lasts 15 seconds and has a 60-second cooldown. Women's shoes? It's still over 100 levels, good stuff. If Tabi Zhou wears it and cooperates with him in horse battles, he can pass through the enemy's array without getting hurt at all. It's a pity that the level is too high and even I can't bring it up. Collect it first and look at the second item. The Queen's Skirt. Grade, SS. Item description: a wisp of the Queen of Spades skirt, stained with a faint scent of blood and a hint of pink perfume. Furthermore, if you put it in your mouth, it seems to taste the sensation of a continuous rain. What the hell is this? It should be a material. I don't know what use it has yet. However, when you put this piece of cloth in your mouth, you can taste the feeling of continuous rain, which is really curious. I will try it when I have the chance to see whether it tastes fishy or salty. Magic Mirror. Grade, SS. Wearing level, LV 110. Attributes: Spirit plus 850, Health plus 220. Skill: Magic Shield, generates a magic shield every minute, immune to damage. Subai's eyes fell on the last piece of equipment, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the equipment description of Magic Mirror, the words Heart Protection are clearly written on the wearing position. This made his breathing slightly faster. The heart protection area. This is an equipment slot that has never been seen on the market. Ordinary equipment is nothing more than weapons, tops, bottoms, shoes, and accessories. The chest protector position does not belong to the category of tops, nor does it belong to any known equipment classification. It is simply unheard of. He carefully examined the shimmering silver lining. It felt cool and silky to the touch, and its texture was exceptionally soft. This is clearly a piece of protective gear that can be worn inside the outer garment, which does not take up the space of the robe or armor, and can provide additional protective properties. Could it be that the equipment system in the human world? Subai muttered to himself, is going to have another new equipment slot? If what he thought was true, it would be a revolutionary discovery. For many years, the equipment of all professionals has been limited to a few fixed parts, and no one has ever broken through this limitation. After dealing with the Wing tribe before, I learned that each world has its own specific and unique equipment. Perhaps, this is the specific equipment that humans have. It is still unknown. 3 hours later, Subai returned home. Today not only did my level improve a lot, but I also gained a lot. But there was no one at home. He was the only one left alone. This made Subai slap his head and forgot to change one for each of the three of them, so he was far ahead. I just waited for 2 hours. Only then did they return home. And everyone was smiling. Hashtag 34 Where have you been? Number 34. Yuling blinked her bright eyes and said, Miss Wadai took us to the Longfa sugar factory. Subai was stunned. What are you going to do at the sugar factory? Emoli swung his tail and said lazily, I'm so bored staying at home all day. Hua Dai agreed to arrange a job for us as candy testers at Longfa Candy Industry. Aliyah added, that's 800 yuan a month. Subai couldn't help but laugh. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people are already satisfied with just being able to eat sweets. Why do we need professional candy reviewers? This was clearly an idle job that Hua Dai found for the Qilings out of respect for him. But he didn't object. Most of the workers in the sugar factory are women, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Since they want to earn some pocket money, it would be nice to find something to do. Arya asked cautiously, Master, can we go? Subai nodded, go if you want to. After parking the red flag car, Hua Dai went upstairs to report, Manager. Hashtag 34 Today the workers have finished watering the seeds you planted, number 34. It's just that transporting water is a bit troublesome. She hesitated, if everything is alright. Hashtag 34 ILL go back first, number 34. Subai thought for a moment and said, there's a military fort 5 miles away. Hashtag 34 You can buy water there for watering the fields, number 34. Hashtag 34 It's definitely cheaper than hauling water, number 34. Hua Dai opened her mouth and hesitated to speak, Manager, the military bunker you mentioned. Hashtag 34 It was abandoned before the Great War between all races in the heavens, number 34. Where are people still living? Did you remember the wrong place? Subai frowned, but I just spent the night there the day before yesterday. This made Hua Dai tremble all over, Manager, please don't scare me. If you don't want me to leave, just say so. Subai waved his hands helplessly, stop messing around. After Hua Dai left, Subai touched his chin. Did I remember it wrongly? Or did Hua Dai not want to leave and wanted to blow myself up? Anyway, after dinner, I still have to plant catnip myself. I have to go there one more time and then I will know. The night is getting darker. After dinner, Subai drove to his wasteland. Plant the catnip carefully. After planting, he clapped his hands and prepared to leave. At this moment, a faint green light suddenly appeared in the darkness, flickering like a ghost fire. The light is approaching. A familiar face is reflected. It's Dong Xiaowan. Young master, do you really love playing tricks? Why are you farming in the middle of the night? Subai stood up and said with a smile, it's you. Why is the young lady patrolling the night herself? Dong Xiaowan waved her hand, not enough manpower. Hashtag 34 There is no such thing as a young lady in this world, number 34. Hashtag 34 Everyone is equal, number 34. Subai remembered what Hua Dai said, that there was no one nearby. Could this woman in front of me really be a ghost? He thought about it and realized that if it really was a ghost, his car should not start like last time. If it were normal, it definitely wouldn't be. Take a test ride in a Hongqi car. As soon as you step on the accelerator, the engine starts normally. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. I was actually made suspicious by what Hua Dai said. At this time, Dong Xiaowan knocked on the car window. Sir. Hashtag 34 I saw you guys working hard carrying water during the day, number 34. Hashtag 34 There is a spring near my home, number 34. Hashtag 34 Next time you water the fields, come get it, number 34. Subai rolled down the car window and asked, how much is a ton of water? Hashtag 34 What's the price for underground spring water, number 34. Dong Xiaowan smiled sweetly, I'll show you the way. Hashtag 34 You'll know the place later, number 34. So she sat in the passenger seat of Subai's car. Chapter 94, Accept Maria's apology and obtain the latest subjob, him heaven holy lord. Hongqi car driving in the night. Dong Xiaowan sat in the passenger seat, leaning slightly towards Subai. Sir, in this desolate place. She whispered. His fingers accidentally brushed across Subai's arm. Subai looked intently at the road ahead. It's dark and the road is hard to walk on. What if I run into monsters or bad guys? Stop messing around. Dong Xiaowan chuckled, I promise. Within this 10-mile radius, there is absolutely no bad person. 20 minutes later, Subai braked and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived, got off the bus. The other party also covered his mouth with white gauze. Subai took out a bottle of mineral water from the trunk. After all the trouble, here you go. The other party laughed, no, there is nothing in my mouth now, if you don't believe me, just take a look. She gently opened her red lips, and her lips were so tempting and rosy. But there was a chill in my face. Subai suddenly noticed that his energy value had inexplicably dropped by 5%. Is it that the energy consumed from planting flowers and fertilizing just now has not been recovered yet? I guess so. The car lights illuminated the front, and sure enough, a clear spring appeared. The surface of the water glowed with a faint cold light under the moonlight, and a faint chill filled the air. Dong Xiaowan gently pulled Subai's arm, her voice filled with concern. You can use this water for watering the land, but don't drink it. Subai squatted down and scooped up a handful of spring water. The biting coldness instantly sobered him up. The groundwater is polluted? Hashtag 34 It's not really pollution, number 34. Hashtag 34 Just don't drink it. Number 34. Although Subai was puzzled, he didn't delve into it further when he thought that the flowers he planted didn't need to drink this water. The two stayed in the car for 5 hours before sending her home. When sending her back, Subai specifically wrote down the route. But the closer he got to his destination, the more he felt something was wrong. The scenery along the way seemed hazy in the moonlight, as if covered by a layer of mist. After sending Dong Xiaowan there, Subai did not leave immediately. He drove to a nearby open space and decided to take a nap in the car. He didn't know how long he slept until the dazzling light of the morning sun and the aches all over his body woke him up. The feeling of dry mouth made him want to drink water urgently, but even stronger was the urge to verify a certain hypothesis. He started the car and returned along the route he remembered. However, when the car stopped, Subai was stunned. There were no houses or people living there. What was in front of him was clearly the ruins of a long-abandoned military fort. The broken stone walls were covered with dead vines, the rusty iron gate hung crookedly, and the yard was overgrown with weeds, looking so desolate that it made people feel chilled. A chill ran up my spine. That woman was really a ghost. After returning home, Subai felt that the food no longer enjoyed his appetite. That ghost must be eliminated. Not to mention the loss of your own energy, it would be serious if your relatives and friends were also harmed. How can I allow others to sleep soundly under my bed? There is danger next to your land, and it is fixed. Now that things have come to this, let us eat first. After dinner, Subai took out the queen skirt that he got from the copy. Walked behind Emily, who was basking in the sun on the balcony. The other person closed his eyes and seemed very comfortable. Subai launched a surprise attack. The black skirt was suddenly placed over Emily's eyes. Who? Emily panicked. Everything went dark in front of her eyes, and a warm hand covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. Emily was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. The body is shaking slightly. Hey, you're wet? Subai chuckled. After taking off the blindfold of the skirt, Emily saw that it was Subai and immediately pouted. Her eyes were still red. You scared me to death. Subai played with the hem of her skirt, just teasing you. Emily wiped his eyes in grievance. If you want to tease me, you should have told me in advance. Let me wear a black eye mask. I don't disagree. Hashtag 34 people have to be mentally prepared, number 34. She suddenly moved closer to Subai. With a bit of anger, go ahead. Hashtag 34 how do I play? Number 34. Subai. Subai coughed twice awkwardly, as if the topic had turned to car racing. Look at this material, what use can it have? The black cloth in Subai's hand turned over in his hands. Emily sniffed it and said, it smells very rainy, but it's a good material. It should be able to be made into runes. Just wait, it will probably be ready tonight. It seems that the other party really understands, so Subai gave the thing to her. I took the bus to school and attended another day of classes. It's time to go home from school. Maria called out to Subai, who was about to leave. Student Subai. I'm so sorry for putting you in danger yesterday. She lowered her head and said softly. Subai waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. Hashtag 34 Don T take it to heart, number 34. Maria twisted her fingers. If you accept the apology. Hashtag 34 can. Can, number 34. She hesitated to speak. Subai asked curiously, can I do something? Let me treat you to a meal. Maria finally said. Hashtag 34 just you, number 34. Subai thought it was funny. Are you embarrassed for so long just because of this? Okay. But when Maria brought him to his destination, Subai was completely stunned. It was actually a hotel room. There were takeouts and piles of beer on the table. Shall we eat here? Subai was a little surprised. Maria yanked open a can of beer. He tilted his head back and drank it. Of course. Hashtag 34 student Subai. Number 34. Hashtag 34 is it weird to eat here? Number 34. She wiped the corner of her mouth and said, I don't like crowded places. The beer can was slightly deformed by her pinch. Subai. No. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with the number of people, right? Maria opened a can of beer and stuffed it into Subai's hand. Subai was still in shock and hadn't come back to his senses. Hashtag 34 you and I are both adults over the age of 18. Number 34. Take it. She said with a bit of stubbornness. Oh, okay. Subai took the beer. He doesn't usually like drinking. I barely drank 2 cans. I just feel bitterness on the tip of my tongue. There is no special feeling. Maria moved closer, her drunken breath brushing his cheek. Student Subai. Are you drunk? Subai shook his head, not yet. Hashtag 34 so that's how it is, number 34. Maria whispered. Suddenly his body went limp and he fell onto the bed. I'm drunk. She curled up on the white sheets of the hotel. The cheeks are flushed. Golden hair scattered on the pillow. Breathing gradually becomes even. As if he was really drunk. Subai held a half can of beer and stood by the bed, feeling helpless. Could the acting be more fake? Subai sighed. Maria, you. The other party sat up again, seemed too lazy to pretend, and nodded heavily. This is my most sincere apology. Please accept it. So this time Subai finally accepted it reluctantly. Bite. The result is success. You have successfully obtained the Wing Tribe's only hidden SSS subclass, Holy Lord of Him Heaven. Chapter 95 Obtain a new rune word. Equipment requirements are almost levelless. Your attributes have been enhanced by your secondary occupation, plus 425 strength, plus 835 agility, plus 1832 spirit, plus 820 health. You have obtained the Wing Tribe racial talent. Holy Aura people within 30 meters around you can increase their strength by 25%, their spirit by 25%, reduce the duration of negative status by 50%, and reduce the effect of negative status by 50%. You have acquired professional skills, Holy Song Healing, Divine Light Blessing, Holy Soul Returning. This passive aura buff is so awesome. It increases strength by 25%, spirit by 25%, and reduces negative status by 50%. This reminded Subai of the textbook that said there was an Antarctic expedition team challenging a hidden boss underground in Antarctica. However, when they reached the second stage, the boss released a big move and all members were paralyzed. Unable to use medicine or magic skills, they were killed one by one as if they were called by the god of hell. In the end, only 1 or 2 people escaped. If they had this buff aura, the paralysis time would have been shortened by half, and I believe the team would not have been wiped out. Just when Subai was about to check his skills. What I called. Manager, the poppies have bloomed and it's time to pollinate them. I found a dozen or so pollinators, but when they heard they were going to the corpse graveyard, no one dared to go. If no one goes to pollinate, all the poppies will die when the flowers fade. Subai frowned immediately when he heard this. I almost forgot about this. Fortunately, I didn't let those masters accept them. If they had accepted them, how could I send flowers to Huadai to improve my compatibility? As for pollination, although it is empty now, it will probably be full again by the time we drive there. Mass poisoning plus artificial pollination can easily solve the problem. Okay, I understand. You don't have to worry about it. I'll complete the artificial pollination today. Huadai on the phone couldn't believe it. I say, manager, can you do this? The gardener I hired is more professional than you. Don't talk nonsense. Pay the masters as usual. I'll take care of this matter. Hang up the phone. Maria asked, what's wrong? I have to go back, some of it is. The other party nodded, and Subai drove it to a location 1 street away from the embassy. After all, Maria was afraid that her father would find out. Wait until the two separate. She touched her belly and said, humph. When the time comes, it's done. Let's see what you can say, Dad. Subai returned home and hurriedly finished his dinner. Start packing. There are 2 important things tonight. The first thing to do is to go to the poppy field for artificial pollination. The second thing is that if he meets the female ghost again, she will attack him again. Then what will greet the opponent is definitely not only a big stick, but also your own iron fist. Subai is confident in himself. He has superimposed the attributes of so many people and bound a large number of SS level professions. All kinds of ghosts and monsters are his opponents. Not at all empty. Just about to open the door and leave. Emoli's voice came from behind, Master, wait. I made 2 runes out of the material you gave me. She came quickly. There are 2 thin runes lying in the palms of both hands. Dark light slowly moves on the surface, like a living shadow. Hashtag 34 made from the Queen's skirt, number 34. Emoli explained softly, I don't know if it's useful to you, if it's not, just throw it away. Subai took the rune. Hell. Grade, SS. Inlay level, LV50. Rune word, after embedding, the equipment wearing requirement is reduced by 70 levels. This is tailor-made for him. 2 level 110 equipment, crystal shoes and magic mirror. It cannot be worn because the level is not high enough. If this rune is embedded, can't it be worn directly? Equipment below level 70 becomes levelless. Level 100 equipment can be worn at level 30. This effect is simply amazing. Emoli, that's great. The runes you made are so useful. Subai couldn't help but touch the other's little head happily. Then, could you help me inlay these 2 pieces of equipment? Subai took out the crystal shoes and magic mirror. The other party took a look. It seems like he has something special to say. Well, can you next time? Can I what? You put on a black eye patch for me and play together. After saying that, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Subai smiled. Of course you can, you little greedy cat. Arrived at the destination. Subai stood by the flower field and performed wet poison technique plus artificial pollination. The speed of several thousand points has created an illusion. The pollination work was completed quickly, and when we were about to leave, that familiar voice appeared again. Wow! It's so big! A playful chuckle came from the direction of the woods. Subai turned around suddenly, his hand already on the hilt of the sword. Under the moonlight, Dong Xiaowan walked slowly out from the shadows of the trees, her white dress particularly conspicuous in the night. You again. Dong Xiaowan covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes moving. Sir, you're joking. I really admire your skills. You finished this huge flower field by yourself. You're a girl, wandering around in the wilderness at midnight every day. Aren't you afraid of encountering monsters? I'm scared. Dong Xiaowan tilted her head and smiled even more. That's why I came to keep you company, young master. I think, Subai said slowly, you are more worrying than the wild monsters. I have seen you every night these days. You really don't seem like a normal person. Dong Xiaowan suddenly laughed out loud, her voice as clear as a silver bell. What do you think I look like, sir? A monster? A goblin? Or a ghost? She said the last words softly and slowly, with a hint of teasing. Maybe it really is a ghost. Subai said expressionlessly. If I were a ghost, Dong Xiaowan stepped forward, the moonlight shining on her pale face. Sir, aren't you afraid? Subai laughed instead. I have a characteristic. The stronger the opponent, the more interested I am. Maybe if I become stronger, the ghost will become weaker. Dong Xiaowan waved her hands and suddenly became serious. You look so serious, do you really think I'm a ghost? You are such a silly boy. She pointed at a Hongqi car parked on the side of the road and said, old people say ghosts have no shadows and can't be seen in the mirror. Why don't you go inside the car and take a look? As she spoke, she opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Subai's Adam's apple rolled. He had indeed heard of these folk legends. But he was more concerned about the tactical position the other party was sitting in the back seat, and if he was sitting in the driver's seat, it would be difficult to react in time if anything changed. However, thinking of his invisibility and wall walking skills, Subai still opened the car door. With the skills at hand, even if it really is a ghost, he can escape in an instant. I want to see whether you are a human or a ghost. Subai sat in the driver's seat and deliberately made his tone sound relaxed. Dong Xiaowan's image was clearly visible in the rearview mirror. Moonlight slanted in through the car window, illuminating her slender figure and even casting a faint shadow on the carpet inside the car. She blinked at the mirror, a faint smile on her lips. How is it? She asked softly. Do ghosts cast shadows? Do they appear in mirrors? Subai stared at the image in the mirror silently. Every detail was so real, the shadow cast by the eyelashes, the rise and fall of the chest when breathing, even the hair touched by the light outside the window. Could it be that I am really being too suspicious? Chapter 96. Chapter 96. It turns out there really is a ghost. And it's the kind that can't be killed. Subai started the car silently and drove Dong Xiaowan back to her residence. The road in the night is like a gray ribbon, extending under the wheels. Today I went to the military fort you mentioned, Subai suddenly said, his fingertips tapping the steering wheel unconsciously. It was overgrown with weeds, and even half of the roof had collapsed. Dong Xiaowan chuckled in the passenger seat. Young master, you've taken the wrong path. She stretched out her hand and made a cross on the car window. The abandoned military fort is to the west, and the garrison where I live is to the east, with the Shaoqing River between them. You still believe I'm a ghost? We've been together so many times. If I were really dead, my body would have been stiff by now. Can't you feel it? It's real. Otherwise, stop the car now and check it again. Forget it, I'm just timid, I still can't trust you. The car just approached Tunbu. Only in the moonlight. An extended Lincoln was parked at the intersection like a black coffin, its body reflecting a cold light. Dong Xiaowan's face suddenly changed, and she said hurriedly, turn around. What's wrong? The engine suddenly made a dull whimper and stalled for no reason. The Lincoln window slowly rolled down, and a greasy middle-aged male voice came, Xiaowan. Hashtag 34 come here early today, number 34. Hashtag 34 just finished the foredrip, number 34. Do you know what kind of fluid you're getting? Hashtag 34 thinking of you at night. Hashtag 34 the car door opens. A bald man in a suit stepped out of the car. A fat man in his 30s, with his tie hanging loosely. The leather shoes reflected a thief's light in the moonlight. Dong Xiaowan got off the car in a hurry. Standing in front of the car, just stay in the car and keep quiet. The bald man rubbed his hands and came forward. Xiaowan. Hashtag 34 The moonlight is so beautiful today, number 34. Hashtag 34 Just like the day you stole my heart, number 34. He blinked greasily. Do you know what's the difference between you and the stars? Hashtag 34 The stars are in the sky, number 34. Hashtag 34 You are in my heart, number 34. Suddenly, there was an uncontrollable laugh in the car. Subai couldn't help laughing out loud. The bald man's face suddenly changed. He pointed at the Hongqi car and said, Xiaowan. Why is there a man in your car? His voice trembled. Nothing happened between you two, right? I've never taken you for a ride or even held your hand before. How could you do this? Dong Xiaowan quickly waved her hands. No. Really not. I don't believe it. The bald man rushed over aggressively. Let me see who is blind. The car door suddenly opened. Subai calmly stepped out of the car, and the moonlight shone on his tall figure. This big brother, number 34. Your corny love talk. Did you learn this from the old man at the village entrance? He slowly straightened his cuffs and said, What kind of 4 is that? Missing you at night? Hashtag 34 I suggest you take some melatonin next time, number 34. Hashtag 34 Fix this tacky aesthetic, number 34. Black mist suddenly surged out from around the bald man. His eyes turned blood red, and his voice was distorted and hoarse. Little bastard. You're looking for death. Subai sneered and took up his stance. It just so happens that I haven't stretched my muscles today. Hashtag 34 I'll use you as a sandbag for training. Number 34. Dong Xiaowan's voice trembled with anxiety. Subai, run. Hashtag 34 You can't beat him. Number 34. Don't worry, I'm level 66, I won't use too much strength to deal with this fat man. The power of level 66 surges in the body. He's not a human. He's a ghost. Evil ghost? Subai was stunned when he heard this, and the bald man took the opportunity to pounce on him in anger. The black fog, accompanied by the gloomy wind, headed straight for Su Zheng's door. Subai dodged sideways and burst out with all his agility. With a backhand kick, he swept towards the opponent's abdomen. The leg wind is fierce. But it was like hitting the void. It went straight through the fat body without touching any solid object. What? Subai's pupils shrank sharply. Before he could retract his legs, the ghost punch arrived. A heavy punch wrapped in black mist hit the chest. Subai groaned and stepped back. The blood volume dropped by 1/10. The bald man grinned. Boy. Hashtag 34 If you hadn't interfered, I would have caught up with Xiaowan a long time ago. Number 34. Black mist surged around him. You deserve to die. Subai quickly retreated several steps. The frost sword slashed through the air, but the sword tip was like cutting through smoke. It went straight through the black shadow without getting hurt at all. Hashtag 34 Swallow crossbow fire. Hashtag 34 Burst of arrows. But it seemed to shoot into the void and disappeared into the black fog without a trace. On the other hand, the ghost's attack was fierce, and the heavy punches condensed from the black fog bombarded one after another. While Subai was blocking and dodging, his health had dropped to half. Damn it! He hurriedly took the potion from the ring. But found that the ring was dull. Lost contact with the storage space. How is this possible? Subai's heart sank. This was the first time he encountered such a tough enemy. Physical attacks are completely ineffective. The supply was cut off again. A sinister laugh came from the black fog. Boy. The ring is ineffective against ghost realms. Hashtag 34 Today is the day you die. Number 34. Just when Subai's health was on the verge of collapse. The ring is ineffective. When preparing to use 9 lives to die, to resurrect. He suddenly remembered the newly acquired winged clan skills. Although I didn't read the instructions carefully. But since it's Maria's same profession, it must have recovery abilities. Take a gamble. Subai's mind raced, he picked one at random and activated, Divine Light protects the body. Buzz. Suddenly, golden light shone all over his body, and the holy light was like the rising sun. Instantly dispelled the surrounding black fog. The bald man grinned and punched. When the ghost fist condensed from the black fog touches the golden light, it actually made a hissing sound like a soldering iron hitting water. Hashtag 34 UG. Number 34. The evil ghost screamed and retreated. Green smoke burst out from the fist. The chi and blood values dropped visibly. Subai lowered his head in shock. Not only did I not suffer any loss, instead, I felt a warm current flowing through my body. The critical health level is slowly recovering. The golden light protects the body like armor. The holy aura prevented the black fog from approaching. Skill, Divine Light Blessing. Enveloped in holy divine light, the player receives 60% less damage and inflicts 15% additional holy damage upon attack. Healing depth is increased by 1000%, granting a significant bonus to both personal healing and the healing of teammates. Duration, 30 seconds. Subai? That's not right. This skill has no attack power. Why would the opponent lose health? The main purpose was to amplify the healing effect. He had previously acquired the Cow Tribe's talent, Slow Recovery, and this skill increased the recovery amount by 10 times. Still not sure what happened, Subai stopped thinking about it and quickly used his next skill, Hymn of Healing. Possessing the skill, Hymn of Healing, casts a holy healing chain. Units in the chain will receive a stepped healing effect in sequence, specifically 500%, 400%, 300%, 200%, 100%, 50%, and 25% of the current mental healing amount. If the number of designated targets is less than the maximum length of the healing chain will bounce back and forth between the selected targets, and the healing effect will be reduced according to the above steps with each bounce. Release on yourself to directly restore all current health points and immediately enter the healing overload state. A one-time increase of 50% of the maximum health limit. Note: this additional health limit does not belong to the body's basic health and cannot be restored through conventional health recovery methods. This is for blood. Subai activated Holy Song of Healing without hesitation, but forgot to specify the target. The healing chain actually connected to himself and the bald man at the same time. Buzz. The holy light dances like a silver snake. A dazzling healing chain is formed between the two people. Hashtag 34 UG. Number 34. Subai trembled all over. The tremendous healing power surges into the body. Health is instantly restored. A golden halo appeared all over his body. Hashtag 34 Number 34. The bald man let out a shrill scream. The moment the holy light touches the opponent, it's like lava pouring over me. Black smoke billowed out of his body. Chi and blood values plummeted. The healing chain bounced back and forth wildly between the two of them. Every flow, Subai felt his vitality was even more abundant. The golden light around him became brighter and brighter. Anti-sight man. Every time the holy light sweeps by, the ghost's body becomes a little more transparent. The black fog is rising violently. The screams became more and more miserable. Hashtag 34 No. Number 34. When the healing chain rebounds for the last time, the holy light explodes like the scorching sun. The bald man let out a desperate wail. The body completely dissipated, turn into wisps of green smoke and blend into the night. Only a charred mark remained on the ground, and the slowly falling pieces of suit. Subai stood there in shock, stunned. Chapter 97 Chapter 97 The goddess from heaven, grandmother ancestor becomes my summoning object. Subai stood in the night, staring blankly at the charred marks on the ground. The pieces of suit fluttered gently in the night wind. He slowly raised his hands. The warmth of the holy light still lingers in the palm of my hand. The incredible scene just now is still echoing in my mind. So that's it, he muttered to himself. This bald fat ghost cannot be hurt by ordinary swords, knives, crossbows, or arrows. Only the holy healing technique is their nemesis. The stronger the treatment, the greater the damage to the evil. The healing chain of healing him just now adds a layer of holy light power every time it bounces. In the end, it becomes a sharp blade to kill evil. He suddenly turned around and looked at Dong Xiaowan, his eyes sharp. Who are you? What's your relationship with that bald guy? Dong Xiaowan lowered her eyes. The voice was as soft as a sigh. I'm not a ghost. But this matter can't be explained for the time being. 3 days later, by the spring 10 miles to the west. Hashtag 34 Come here, I'll tell you the truth. Number 34. Before he finished speaking, her figure suddenly shook, like mist blown away by the wind. It turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappeared silently into the night. Subai stretched out his hand in vain, but only caught the cold night wind. Back to the Hongqi car. Subai thought for a long time, but until now he still couldn't figure out whether the other party was a human, a ghost, or a monster in the copy. Since the global dungeoning, there have been so many strange things happening outside the wilderness. Subai was prepared to prevent himself from encountering this kind of monster again. I quickly looked at the third skill I had acquired. Skill, Holy Soul Returns. Using your own holy power, you can randomly summon a spirit from the past to become your own substitute messenger to fight alongside you. The spirit's combat power is random, lasts 60 minutes, and has a 24-hour cooldown. When Subai saw the third skill, he instantly became excited. Damn, if I had used it earlier. If Qin Shubao, Wei Qijing, Guan Eri and others were summoned, that fat ghost would probably kneel down on the spot. Back home, bathroom. Take a shower. Subai was still thinking about what Dong Xiaowan said. Should he go 10 miles west to find her in 3 days? Subai no longer wants to deal with gods and ghosts. They are too weird. Although I have healing skills, you never know if these people are up to no good. For example, they can stop the machine from moving, and Subai's red car can be turned off. The sealed item cannot be used to open the ring. If they invade humans, only human healing priests, paladins and the like will be able to fight. The others were powerless to fight back. This matter should be told to City Lord Gao. However, they are elusive and can disappear without a trace during the day, and can also turn into a wisp of black smoke and disappear at night. Without any evidence, would City Lord Gao believe me? I guess it's difficult. I still have to find Dong Xiaowan and find out what is going on. Subai thought it through and decided to experiment with his third skill, Holy Soul Return. If you summon a powerful heroic spirit, you can keep watch peacefully for an hour tonight. If it is just an ordinary soul, it would be good to know the depth of this skill in advance. He concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, urging his holy power. A faint golden light shone all over his body. Hashtag 34 Lead by the Holy Spirit. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Summon the spirits back to their places. Number 34. Buzz. The air in the bathroom suddenly trembled, and a crack appeared in the void above. Colorful light poured down from it. Ouch, accompanied by a crisp exclamation. A figure covered in flowers fell from the sky, like a blooming rose. Fall straight into the bathtub. Splash water splashes everywhere. The shower gel bottle was knocked over. The bathroom is instantly filled with bubbles. It almost broke Subai's thigh in the bathtub. Subai slapped his forehead and said, "Damn it. I thought about it for a long time and actually forgot about finding an open place when summoning. I feel really haunted by ghosts today and I feel confused." I saw a woman in gorgeous clothes splashing in the water, with rose petals all over her head and face. It looks both embarrassing and funny. The woman struggled to sit up and wiped away the foam in front of her eyes. He glared at Subai angrily. "What's going on in Valhalla today? You can just climb to the top floor, but you still created so many bubbles." The two looked into each other's eyes. Subai was stunned. He knew the heroic spirit in front of him and had seen him before. It was the ancestor of gardeners who tested his flower skills. Flower Fairy. The Flower Fairy spreads foam all over her face. Looking around, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. "No. Hashtag 34 ISNT this Valhalla?" Number 34. She suddenly stared at Subai. "I seem to have seen you somewhere." Subai stood up hurriedly. "I've seen you too." Hashtag 34 You are the god of gardeners. Number 34. After the Flower Fairy saw Subai clearly, he held his forehead inside. "It's you again." Hashtag 34 Why don't you wear pants every time we meet? Number 34. That's really perverted. Subai was startled and hurriedly grabbed the bath towel to wrap himself up. Mistake. Hashtag 34 There is a reason for what happened today. Number 34 The Flower Fairy shook her head helplessly. 5 minutes later, the two of them arrived in the living room. "So, this isn't Valhalla? But you used a skill to randomly summon me?" The other person was sitting on the sofa playing with the TV remote control. Subai spread his hands. "That's exactly the truth." The Flower Fairy sighed softly. Throwing the remote back onto the coffee table, that's all. Hashtag 34 since you summoned me, number 34. Hashtag 34 I will keep watch for you for this hour, number 34. She leaned lazily on the sofa, go to sleep. Subai was stunned, but you are the god of gardeners. Hashtag 34 the god of life and occupation, number 34. Hashtag 34 encountering those evil spirits I mentioned, number 34. Do you really have the strength to fight? The flower fairy sneered. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes, let me tell you. Hashtag 34 the reason why God is God, number 34. Hashtag 34 just because I have done something that ordinary people cannot do. Number 34. A rose bloomed at her fingertips. The petals are as sharp as blades, just some evil. Are you worthy of my attention? After Subai finished explaining his plans to the other party, he slept for an hour. If the other party was about to leave, he would say hello in advance and continue to keep watch. As a result, I was drowsy, and when I woke up, it was already bright outside. And it was not the flower fairy who woke him up, but Arya. Master, why don't you sleep on the sofa instead of the bed? Subai rubbed his head. Although I slept on the sofa, I felt much better. Unlike before when I was with Dong Xiaowan, my energy was drained and my back and waist ached all over. Nothing. I got sleepy while watching TV and fell asleep right away. Oh, I see. I'll get you a glass of milk. Master, let me ask you something. Have you seen my clothes? I put them on the balcony to dry, but I can't find them. Subai shook his head. After a while, the man gradually woke up. Emoli came over, yes. I've prepared the things. 2 pieces of equipment from yesterday. Inlaid with the rune of higher. The wearing requirements were greatly reduced, and Subai was overjoyed and put on the magic mirror on the spot. Just give the remaining crystal shoes to Special Week. Chapter 98, Psychic Equipment? A foul-mouthed girl appears. The midday sun is shining. A 26-degree breeze blows across Valhalla Square. Students from all over the province come here in groups of 3 or 5 to change jobs, excitedly sharing reincarnation experiences. Sudden. The 9-story battle ladder of Valhalla burst out with dazzling light. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Dyed the entire sky a fiery white. Ah! My eyes. The students covered their eyes and screamed. The golden light gradually faded away, and the students rubbed their eyes and talked about it. Oh my God! Someone reached the top. There are less than 5 people in the province who can reach the top this year, right? Hashtag 34 I just checked the records. Number 34. Hashtag 34 the person who reached the summit recently is called Subai. Number 34. I don't know what he was thinking when he rushed to the tower alone in the wilderness. He insisted on rushing to the tower in the wild. I guess he likes to take the back door. But our strength is real. Hashtag 34 everyone witnessed it with their own eyes, it was applied layer by layer. Number 34. That's awesome. Just pure strength. In the golden afterglow, Special Joe stepped out of the light. Those crystal high heels are so dazzling. Every step you take creates a ripple like halo of light. The pressure of SS level equipment swept the entire venue. Hashtag 34 oh my God. That's number 34. A sharp-eyed student exclaimed, level 100 divine equipment. Hashtag 34 still double S quality. Number 34. Inlaid with rune words. Reduced requirements, can be brought in less than 1 turn. Whose daughter is this? The background must be very deep. Especially Zhou Qingying turned around. The heels touched the ground and ice crystal patterns appeared. Her extraordinary agility allows her to fly like a butterfly. 80% absolute dodge rate makes all attacks miss. The onlookers were stunned. Wearing this kind of equipment, you can even kill your opponent by kiting. It's incredible. The sun shines on the crystal clear shoe surface. It reflects a fascinating brilliance. This treasure from a hidden dungeon. At this moment, he became the most dazzling person in the audience. On the other side of the square, Subai was leaning against a tree. Follow the Special Week in the center of the square. Seeing her successfully pass the 9-level battle ladder, a smile of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a lazy female voice sounded next to my ear, your girlfriend. Hashtag 34 He stole the show number 34. Subai turned his head suddenly. I saw Secretary Hua Dai standing quietly beside me. No sign of opening. Did you speak just now? Subai asked with a frown. Hua Dai blinked blankly. Manager? Any instructions? Did you hear anyone talking just now? She looked around the bustling square. It's so noisy here. Hashtag 34 Which sentence are you referring to? Number 34. The voice chuckled again, with a playful tremolo. Fool. Hashtag 34 No one can hear me when I speak. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Dashikan. Number 34. Subai suddenly stood up and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. The shadows of the trees swayed and the crowd shouted, but the source of the sound could not be found. Hua Dai was startled by his sudden action. Manager? You don't look well. Subai slowly leaned back against the big tree. My palms feel slightly cold. Could it be the haunting from last night? Will it appear in broad daylight? Gao Wenqing looked at Tay Bijou's crystal shoes with envy. That's really nice. Hashtag 34 Level 100 equipment can also reduce demand. Number 34. Hashtag 34 I also want one. Number 34. Tornado licks a lollipop. Shrugging helplessly, it's a pity that we can't challenge each other today. Hashtag 34 The enhancement master I booked had something urgent to do. Number 34. Tay Bijou asked anxiously, why? Hashtag 34 It was so hard to get a spot. Number 34. Hashtag 34 It takes 3 months to reschedule. Number 34. Gao Wenqing sighed, and the two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. At this time, the woman in black who had been in the school cafeteria before quietly approached, especially since Miss Zhou has the blessing of divine equipment. Hashtag 34 It's a pity that you two don't have it. If you want to challenge today, number 34. Hashtag 34 My power can still be borrowed. Number 34. She lowered her voice. Conditions remain unchanged. Gao Wenqing immediately grabbed Long Wan and said, no need. The two turned around and walked quickly towards Subai, holding Tay Bijou's arms tightly. Tornado turned around and glared at the woman. We would rather wait 3 months. Hashtag 34 Never betray your friends. Number 34. The woman laughed from behind. You two may not even reach the top in 3 months. Even if our Chen family uses some tricks, not only the entire province, but also the entire country's professional buffs will not be strengthened for you too. Forget it. Oh. Your two little girlfriends are in dire straits. TSK TSK TSK. On Subai's side, the woman's voice sounded again. This time it's definitely not an auditory hallucination. There must be someone talking. Who on earth is it? It's all me, Dashikan. Where are you? I'm on you, idiot. On your body? Chest. Subai's mind was working fast. Chest. How could there be someone on my chest? There is only a newly equipped magic mirror on my chest. He quickly took out the magic mirror. On the originally dim mirror, a vivid image of a young girl appeared. The pink twin ponytails are curled like icing sugar, and the ends of the hair are spirally curled into a playful spring shape. She wore a Mayan-style feather crown on her head, and the colorful bird feathers trembled gently with her movements. She was wearing an ochre-red chest wrap with Mayan patterns and an ancient sun god totem embroidered with gold thread. There are tassels made of colorful jade hanging around the waist. The girl, wearing a turquoise-studded arm ring, suddenly blinked her left eye. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and the corners of her lips raised in a smile of success. Finally you found me. Hashtag 34 Dashikan Number 34 ripples appeared on the mirror. She actually made a face at Subai. Manager? What are you doing with the equipment? Hua Dai approached curiously. My eyes swept across the mirror, but all I saw was my confused face. Subai took a deep breath and pressed the magic mirror back to his chest. I silently said to myself, okay, magic mirror. Hashtag 34 You can say who is the most beautiful woman. Number 34. The girl in the mirror almost choked. Don't tease me with those old-fashioned fairy tales of humans. The voice trembled with anger. At this time, Gao Wenqing and the other two approached, lowered their heads and choked with sobs. Student Subai. I'm sorry. Hashtag 34 We were unable to awaken today. As your study partner, I'm ashamed of you. Number 34. Subai hasn't spoken yet. The magic mirror suddenly uttered a laughing voice. It's okay. You two should fulfill your duties and make Subai happy for a while. He will soon forget it. Subai pounded his chest hard. Ugh. The girl in the mirror exclaimed, "Wait. Why are you hitting me? Hashtag 34 the back of my head hurts." Number 34. Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other in surprise as they saw Subai suddenly beating his chest. Subai pretended to be calm, "It's okay. Hashtag 34 my chest feels a little tight." Number 34. Subai pretended to be calm and said to the two, "It's okay. Hashtag 34 you can try again next time." Number 34. Gao Wanqing and Long Wan were dejected. "I guess there's no hope in this life. Hashtag 34 no enhancement technician in the country will help us anymore." Number 34. The words are not finished. The magic mirror suddenly uttered a cheerful voice, "It's no big deal. Hashtag 34 I will share Subai's power with you through me." Number 34. A playful halo appeared on the mirror, but Hashtag 34 for this favor. Number 34. Hashtag 34 you two will be slaves for life and warm the bed every day. Number 34. Bang! Bang! Subai pounded his chest twice. Hashtag 34 ah. Number 34. The girl in the mirror screamed, "Why are you hitting me again? Domestic violence addiction, right?" Subai asked anxiously in his heart, "How exactly do I transfer power?" Hashtag 34 let's get down to business. Number 34. The four of them were stunned. All eyes were focused on Subai. Subai forced a smile and said, "I watched Animal World last night. The gorilla pounding its chest can boost its fighting spirit." Hashtag 34 remove negative emotions. Number 34. He waved his hand mechanically, "Everyone come together? Special week." Number 34. Number 34. Gao Wanqing. Tornado. Hua Dai. The three of them looked at Subai, who seemed to have suddenly returned to his roots, and fell into silence. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 Function Transfer and Replication. The schoolmate also became a superwoman. Can? Subai took the lead and hit himself on the chest several times. The magic mirror was hit so hard that it was completely dazed. "Stop hitting me, I'm telling you. Put all of your current skills into my magic mirror, then take it out and shine it on the person you're facing. I will then temporarily transfer the skills I copied to that person. He possesses your incredible skills. How can he fail in climbing the tower?" Of course, each person can transfer a maximum of 5 skills, and the skill duration is 3 hours. Subai was overjoyed when he heard this. If this is true, then this magic mirror equipment is really amazing. There is also this function. It's a pity that this equipment is a bit vulgar and smelly, which is a shortcoming. Su Baining currently has the following skills. Skills: Intermediate Nourishment LV3, Artificial Pollination, Blood Rage, Rage Burst, Moonmark Through Leaves, Jade Pestle Chasing Stars, Destiny Judgment, Shadow Shuttle, 9 Lives Substitute Death, 10,000 Poisons Gnawing at the Heart, Mass Poisoning, Poison Vein Reversal, Holy Song Healing, Divine Light Blessing, Holy Soul Returning. The skills are very comprehensive. In addition to 2 life skills, the rest are Damage Increase, Critical Hit, Poison, Resurrection, Escape, Healing, and Summoning. Now, you call upon your heart, reflect your skills on your chest, and I will copy them. In order to climb the tower safely, Subai chose the following skills: Shadow Shuttle, 9 Lives Substitute, Judgment of Destiny, Group Poisoning, Holy Soul Return. There are Invisible Escape, On-the-Spot Resurrection, Critical Hit with every sword strike, Group Poisoning, and a Summoning of Heroic Spirits that depends on luck. It can be said to be quite comprehensive. For a short climb up the Tower of Heroes, all you need is your hands. It's so simple. A faint light appeared on Subai's chest, and his skills flowed towards the magic mirror like a data stream. The mirror turned into a vortex and sucked in all 5 skills. The girl in the mirror passed her fingertips across, and the skill runes were instantly imprinted deep in the mirror. Several people looked at Subai worriedly. Gao Wanqing asked in a low voice, "Student Subai, are you really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Subai rubbed his chest gently. With a relaxed smile, "It's okay, it's okay. Hashtag 34 I just wanted to make fun of you guys." Number 34. An awkward chill suddenly blew across the scene. Special week digging toes into the ground. I even forgot to lick the tornado lollipop. Perfectly proves the saying. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Subai took out the magic mirror from his chest and said, "This is a treasure I got from the dungeon." Hashtag 34 called Magic Mirror. Number 34. Hashtag 34 just take a photo and you will temporarily gain incredible skills. Number 34. He was full of confidence. Climbing the 9-story ladder is easier than drinking water. Everyone was skeptical. Subai pulled Longwan over and said, "We are from the same company." Hashtag 34. You have to trust your own people. As my study partner, you must trust me unconditionally. Number 34. As he said that, he pushed the mirror against Tornado's face. The mirror's surface glows faintly. Tornado blinked. Really, does it work? The magic mirror suddenly murmured softly, "TSK, this little girl has quite tender skin." Subai slapped the back of the magic mirror. The girl in the mirror immediately screamed, I know. Hashtag 34. Don T hit the back of the head. Number 34. The magic mirror suddenly burst out with a faint blue light. The stream of light poured into the tornado like a tide. It gradually calmed down after a few seconds. Tornado blinked blankly. Is this the end? Subai tapped the mirror again. It's over. Hashtag 34. Check the skill bar quickly. Number 34. Tornado opened the interface with half belief and half doubt. Suddenly he screamed, "Wow!" Her 2 braids stood up as if she had been electrocuted, and her eyes widened. Others immediately gathered around and asked, "What skills? Tell us." Tornado swiped the interface with trembling fingers. Shadow Shuttle, can become invisible and flash. 9 lives die in place of one another, resurrected with full health on the spot. Judgment of Fate, every strike is a critical hit. Hashtag 34. Group poison. Area-wide toxic damage. Number 34. Her voice became increasingly excited, and the Holy Soul has returned. Hashtag 34. You can randomly summon heroes to help you in battle. Number 34. Tabi Zhou gasped, This is simply cheating. Gao Wanqing covered her mouth. With these skills, climbing a tower is just a walk. A proud hum came from the magic mirror. Now you know how powerful I am. Little girl, why don't you quickly express your gratitude to Subai? Use the most gestures and the lowest attitude. Subai quickly covered the mirror and said to the stunned crowd with a smile, How is it? Hashtag 34. Now you believe I can help you climb the tower? Number 34. Several people turned around and went back. The woman in black crossed her arms and chuckled, What? Finally figured out you need SP skills? Tornado held his head high and said, Just watch. Hashtag 34. I don't need you, I will reach the top today. Number 34. After saying that, he walked straight into Valhalla. The woman burst out laughing. Turning his gaze to Subai, he asked, Are you Subai? Hashtag 34. With so many study partners, number 34. Hashtag 34. But I don't care whether they can awaken, number 34. Really? Gao Wanqing immediately interrupted, Tornado will definitely reach the top. Hashtag 34. No need for you to worry. Number 34. The woman ignored Gao Wanqing and continued to provoke Subai. How pitiful. Having brainwashed your study partners to this extent, are they nothing more than tools, beasts of burden, slaves to satisfy your service needs at any time? Hashtag 34. It's so pathetic to be a man. Number 34. The magic mirror suddenly roared, Damn bitch. Who are you scolding? I'll scare you to death when I get to the top. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? If you have the guts, take a gamble. I'm betting my entire fortune. If I don't kill you, I lose. Subai. Seeing that he loved to stir up trouble, Subai was just about to consider whether to put the sunglasses into the ring. Unexpectedly, the other party said, Student Subai, your study partner, Longwan, claims he can reach the top, but I'm not optimistic. How about we make a 1 million bet? If he reaches the top, I'll give you 1 million. If you can't make it up, how about you give me 1 million? Are you a man enough to take it? Subai touched his chin, I don't have 1 million, I can't gamble. The woman in black sneered, Not even 1 million? Why do you have so many study partners? Hashtag 34. What kind of man are you? Number 34. Subai raised his lips slightly, I haven't finished speaking yet. He turned to Huadai and said, Transfer 450,000 yuan from the company account to me. Hashtag 34. It will be back in a while, number 34. Wadai's face suddenly changed, Manager. This is embezzlement of public funds. It's both illegal and against the rules. Subai said calmly, It's not against the rules or the law. Long Wan is the daughter of the old version of Long Outyen and is also the company's property. Hashtag 34 We are investing in our own people, which is equivalent to investing in potential stocks. Number 34. If you don't even invest in your own company, how can you invest in others? Wadi's eyes lit up, then. Shall we move 2 million? Sue Bai. The woman in black laughed and said, very good. Hashtag 34 The more you bet, the more welcome I am. Number 34. Hashtag 34 ILL take the 2 million. Number 34. Chapter 100, a $10 million gamble. But. Hashtag 34 Longfa Sugar Industry is a leading national enterprise. Number 34. A high-ranking executive only bet 2 million. Hashtag 34 ISNT a too shabby? Number 34. She raised her voice deliberately. Let the surrounding students hear clearly, I heard that your company. Hashtag 34 Last year's net profit was over 9 million. Number 34. Now I'm betting 2 million on my own people. She shook her head contemptuously. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? The woman's purpose was obvious, she was targeting Sue Bai. Because the Chen family's ancestor gave the order. In order to avenge his grandson, he sent these outer disciples to Jiangnan province. Whoever can kill Sue Bai will have his status and the family greatly improved. And the more miserable Sue Bai's death is, the happier the ancestor will be, and the higher his position will be. Following this order, hundreds of Chen family members came to Jiangnan province and enrolled in Phoenix Academy. The way to make a bet and decide life or death is the way the black-clad woman from the Chen family in front of him kills Sue Bai. Wadi's face turned red, but 2 million was already the limit of embezzlement of public funds. Gao Wanqing suddenly took a step forward. The voice was clear and firm, I'm raising the bet. Hashtag 34 My dad is the guild leader. Number 34. If we lose, the entire guild will work for you for free for 10 years. The woman in black's eyes lit up. 10 years? I heard your guild is quite large, it's definitely worth 10 million. She looked around in embarrassment. 2 members of the Chen family immediately stepped out of the crowd and said, Chen Hong. We can add more funds. But of the winnings, we each get 33%. The woman called Chen Hong sneered, you can divide the 40% among yourselves. Hashtag 34 Love or not. Number 34. She shook her hair and said, otherwise I'll go borrow money from a loan shark. Even if it's a naked loan, I'll borrow it. Hashtag 34 It's the same with or without you. Number 34. The two looked at each other, gritted their teeth and nodded, okay. 40% is 40%. The stakes soared to astronomical figures in an instant, and the onlookers held their breath in fear. They don't understand, what's the point of making this bet? This has completely exceeded the boundaries of gambling, and can be said to be gambling with one's life. If you lose, you will never be able to recover in this life. Sue Bai was also a little confused, but he had given Tornado 5 skills, so how could he lose? If the other party is willing to give money, then give it. Of course, Chen Hong was very satisfied as long as Sue Bai lost. If the other party definitely cannot pay back the money, tell him to go abroad to Myanmar and work there for 10,000 yuan a day to pay back my debt. After leaving the country, the Chen family could kill him at will. When the time comes, I will go back and report to the ancestor, and all the credit will be mine. The other members of the Chen family who came with her had to return empty-handed. And the more Sue Bai played, the happier she was. A gleam of success flashed in Chen Hong's eyes. Take out a piece of parchment with a faint glow from the ring. Hashtag 34 The spiritual words paper is here. Hashtag 34 She opened her red lips slightly. The bet between the two parties was read out word for word, and ink automatically appeared on the surface of the paper. It was as if an invisible pen was writing, and the terms appeared line by line. The handwriting was as red as blood. Come on. Chen Hong handed the paper to Sue Bai. The smile is sweet but dangerous, bite the index finger. Hashtag 34 Press your fingerprint on the name, number 34. She deliberately lowered her voice, if you don't fulfill the bet. Hashtag 34 You will suffer from the 1,000 arrows piercing heart buff every day, number 34. Hashtag 34 That feeling, number 34. Hashtag 34 But it hurts so much that I want to die, number 34. The magic mirror went crazy, sign quickly and put your fingerprints. I want this woman to lick my mirror clean with her tongue every day after she can't pay me back, and be my slave. He. There is a barren land on the outskirts of Qinghai City. The older generation always lowers their voices when talking about it. It is the mass grave of all dynasties. The dead of plague. The souls of the war dead, countless corpses buried layer by layer in the deep pit. It is said that every late at night, a faint phosphorescent light will light up in the pit. There was a noisy voice like that of a market. The cries of hawkers, the sounds of laughter, the sounds of carriages and horses, it was like a ghost market at night that had traveled through time and space. But no living person dared to get close to verify. With the global dungeonization, the suburban nights have become even more dangerous. Mutated monsters and strange phenomena occur frequently. No one dares to set foot in that area anymore, and the truth of the urban legend has become an unsolved mystery. Inside a gloomy inn. The oil lamp flickers. Cast 2 figures on the mottled wall. The maid looked worried. Miss. Hashtag 34 Subai killed the fat old man who was pestering you. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Where should we escape to? Number 34. The woman in ancient costume snorted lightly. Fingertips slid across the table. That greasy thing. Hashtag 34 I have long wanted to kill him myself. Number 34. She raised her cold eyes and said, I definitely can't stay in Black Wind Villa anymore. Pack up our urn and stay out of the spotlight for 2 days. The maid twisted her handkerchief nervously. What next? Are you going to look for that Mr. Subai? The woman raised her lips slightly. Of course I want to see. We have to thank him for his help. She stood up and straightened her sleeves. Wait until the storm passes. Hashtag 34 We will settle down in the human world. Number 34. Every night we can open a late-night restaurant on the side of the highway in the wilderness. Hashtag 34 It's better than this damn place. Number 34. Bang. 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 The wooden door of the inn was smashed and shook violently. A rough roar came from outside the door. Open the door. Fat Master's men are here to check on the ward. The maid turned pale and said, Miss, please leave quickly. Hashtag 34 ILL Deal with them. Number 34. The woman grabbed the maid's wrist and said, No. It's too dangerous. The maid pushed her anxiously. Leave me alone. Hashtag 34 Put my urn away. Number 34. Hashtag 34 As long as the jar doesn't break. Number 34. Hashtag 34 I can be reborn in 7 days. Number 34. She smiled with tears in her eyes. We are both here. Hashtag 34 They are all going to die. Number 34. The woman gritted her teeth and nodded, then picked up 5 or 6 urns on the table. Wrap it carefully with silk cloth. Jump out of the side window. The figure disappeared into the night. Almost at the same time, the wooden door exploded. 3 burly men rushed in. The leader grinned. Little girl. Hashtag 34 Where is your young lady hiding? Number 34. The maid stood in front of the window and said, She left through the secret passage a long time ago. Hashtag 34 Don't even think about it. Number 34. Before she could finish her words, a knife flashed and the maid fell to the ground. The blood stained the floor red. The big man kicked the corpse and said, Search every cellar here. In the night wind outside the window, the woman ran with the urn in her arms. The jar made a slight clinking sound in his arms. These porcelain jars contain the sisters' last hope of life. Phoenix College Student Union. The boulevard is mottled with golden fragments. Li Runin held her grandfather's arm affectionately and said, Grandpa said he would come to Jiangnan before the new year. Hashtag 34 My granddaughter thinks you were just kidding me. Number 34. The old man with 3 gold stars on his epaulette smiled with his tiger eyes. Let me, oldly, talk. When have you ever cheated on your own girl? Li Runin winked playfully. Tisk I don't believe it. Hashtag 34 You must be here on military business. Number 34. Hashtag 34 It's still a big deal. Number 34. The old man patted her hand and said, Little clever girl. Hashtag 34 Then let me know. Number 34. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, You must raise the ranking of Phoenix College's open ranking competition to the top 3. Li Runin paused, and then? The old man squinted at the training ground. Then you have to form your own team. Li Runin was a little unhappy and pouted. Grandpa, you always leave things half-sentenced. What on earth are you trying to do? The old man laughed and said, It's a military secret now and can't be disclosed. When I can tell you, I will be the first to tell you the whole story. Chapter 101, Summoning Heroic Spirits, the villain Li Kuei, and the crazy Alice who masters the spell. This old man is one of the 10 founding fathers of the Dacian dynasty of Longhua. The only general Li Yunlong still alive. When foreign enemies invaded, he led the independent regiment to fight in the Central Plains, and dominated Hubei, Hunan, and Anhui. He once killed 100,000 Japanese devils in one night. The blood-stained mountains and rivers forged an iron-blooded reputation. In recent years, all races in the world have invaded. It was this old general who was given the task again in times of crisis. Go to the front lines and command the star battle. Use thunderous means to repel the alien coalition. Save the Dragon Kingdom from becoming a colony. Now, I have come to Jiangnan under the orders of the current Empress Lu Ruyan, and something big is about to happen. Valhalla, 9-layered battle staircase, 9th floor. A young girl fell to the ground with weak legs. The blue and white apron was stained with blood. The blonde hair was messy and stuck to the pale cheeks. Her trembling hands gripped the kitchen knife tightly. The bruised knees are exposed through the holes in the white stockings. Standing in front of me was a giant man with muscular body and black face. His messy beard was like steel needles piercing his chin, and his eyes were as red as a demon from hell. Hashtag 34 Hey 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 number 34. The big black man licked his lips and approached. I, Tainyo, not only eat human flesh. Hashtag 34 I prefer delicate little girls, number 34. He pinched the girl's chin with his rough fingers. Come, let me taste the saltiness. Hashtag 34 Look at how tender your meat is, number 34. Hashtag 34 Don T, don't come over here. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Ah. Number 34. The other side. Tornado leaned on the stair railing and covered her eyes. Unexpectedly, the last level of the 9-story battle ladder is the ancestor of the Curse Master, Crazy Alice. A natural Curse Master demon, in order to avoid accidents. Tornado used her newly acquired skill, Return of the Holy Spirit. Who knew that an even more brutal ancestor would come? The murderous devil Li Kuei, the Iron Ox. Amidst screams, Tornado gained her own SP skill, Curse Doll. Possessing the skill, Curse Doll, which places a curse mark on the designated target, significantly increasing their combat misfortune chance for 38 seconds. During the mark, the target's random error chance, such as missed attacks and skill misjudgments, increases by 50%. The dodge and block rates are forcibly reduced by 80%. At the same time, the enemy's critical hit threshold for the target is increased by 50%. When the target is critically hit, it will suffer an additional bad luck damage of 80% of the original critical hit damage. There is also a 15% chance of being stunned for 3 seconds after the critical hit. The only happy thing is that the SP skill is very powerful. It not only reduces the opponent's dodge, but also reduces the opponent's hit rate. It also increases the chance of the opponent being critically hit. Just then, a button broke off. It hit Tornado's forehead directly. Tornado rubbed his forehead. Pick up the buttons on the ground. Alice's blue and white shirt fragment. Grade, SS. Item description: the remains of a violently torn blue and white shirt, the edges still stained with dried blood and wrinkles, a direct witness to the violence just now inflicted by Tainyo. The torn corners seem to still speak of the despair and brutality of that time. What the hell? At this time, Li Kuei clapped his hands with a smile on his face. He wiped the sweat from his head again. Brother Longwan, I, Tainyo, have already made him a complete slave. This thing is my Iron Ox's skill. I plundered it. You can play with it. Time is up. The Iron Ox dissipated into the clouds and smoke. Outside Valhalla, the 9-story battle ladder suddenly burst out with golden light that reached the sky. The whole building resonated loudly. The square outside the palace suddenly became silent. All sounds were swallowed up by the golden light. Thousands of eyes stared at the top of the tower. All 9 floors are lit up. Complete the game perfectly. After 3 seconds of silence, the sound waves are like a volcanic eruption. Oh my god. I really reached the 9th level. Awesome. Witness history. That little girl just now, must she be a curse caster? I've never heard of a curse caster reaching the top. The crowd suddenly turned to Chen Hong. Countless fingers pointed at the pale face. Hashtag 34 the one in the leather jacket. Number 34. Hashtag 34 just placed a bet of tens of millions. Number 34. Hashtag 34 I am afraid I'll lose everything. Number 34. He's really risking his life. I heard that he not only pledged all his money, but also borrowed several million from others. Oh my god, if I lose this time, not only will I lose everything, but I'll also be in debt. How am I going to pay this debt back? Gao Wanqing next to her seemed like she was from another world. That desperate determination just now. At this moment, it turned into exhaustion after surviving a disaster. At that time, she was not sure that Longwan could win. She just watched Su Bai being forced by the Chen family. The blood energy to protect the master rushed straight to the top of his head. So he bet all his chips without hesitation. Hashtag 34 if you lose, number 34. She once secretly clenched her palms and said, "Father will break my legs. The brothers in the guild will be forced to do slave labor for 10 years. But looking at Su Bai's calm profile, all hesitation turned into determination. This is how it should be for the spirit and the master. We will live and die together. Even if it's a bottomless abyss, I'll jump in with him. As a human being, she should be able to do it." The other person's expression was even crazier. That S. Hua Dai who embezzled public funds. Hua Dai completely lost her composure at this moment. She suddenly threw away the briefcase in her hand. "Raise your arms to the sky and scream, ah." The whole person jumped 3 feet high like a spring, doing 2.5 flips in the air. The skirt blooms like a flower. He staggered a few steps when he landed and almost fell. "We're rich. We're rich." Manager Su. Shen Hong collapsed to the ground. His face is as pale as paper. He trembled and grabbed Su Bai's trouser legs. "Su. Manager Su. I can only come up with 3 million now." She cried, "I really can't take out the rest." Suddenly he kowtowed. His forehead banged against the ground. "Please spare me. Even if you sell me to Myanmar, you still won't be able to make up the difference." His face was covered in snot and tears, the punishment of being pierced by thousands of arrows. Hashtag 34 it's worse than death. Number 34. Hashtag 34 Godfather. Dad. Real dad. Number 34. If you would but show me mercy, I won't have to suffer a fate worse than death. The magic mirror smiled. Hee, I like people who start out awesome but end up being complete idiots. Boy Su Bai, this woman is very beautiful. Look at her legs, they are white and strong. She has been exercising for many years and must have done a lot of yoga in her free time. Put on some yoga pants TSK. In my opinion, she doesn't need to pay it back. Tell her to repay it daily until she's 35 and old and out of shape. Su Bai. Su Bai punched his chest twice again. Everyone was confused again. "Well, Shen Hong, I've already taken in quite a few goddaughters, but I don't want any more now. If you can't come up with the remaining money, I won't make it difficult for you. I can temporarily terminate the contract to save you from the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. However, from today on, you must obey every one of my orders." When Shen Hong heard this, she felt as if she had been pardoned. "I know you are kind-hearted. I know you are a great master. Don't call me master, call me master. Owner." The reason why Su Bai didn't let Shen Hong continue to repay the money. Because this woman can't afford a penny. He pushed her to the limit and killed her. By then, I will inevitably have to go to the police station for tea again. In addition, this woman has a lot of information he needs. Must ask clearly. Chapter 102 Flower Butterfly. Matching rate reached. Start the next step. The gambling funds have been distributed. Su Bai transferred 1 million yuan into the company account to make up for the profits from misappropriation of public funds. 3 million was transferred to Gao Wanqing to fulfill the guild's promise to fight slave labor for 10 years at the risk of his life. Give 30,000 as a bonus to the still jumping butterfly. He left 3.97 million in startup capital for himself. This money, plus the money he had on him, totaled less than 5 million. There is still some gap before Su Bai's next plan. His next plan is to build a high-end residential complex. The kind with villas one by one. Let every one of his beloved spirits reside in it. This not only satisfies his collecting hobby. It can also imitate the sheep card hoping for good fortune mentioned in history books, that kind of extremely exciting racing feeling. The specific allusion is the hand of Sima Yan, the founding emperor of the Western Jin dynasty. After defeating Wu, he had nearly 10,000 beauties in his harem, and it was difficult for him to choose whom to favor. He ordered the sheep to pull the cart and roam freely in the palace. He would pass by the door of any concubine where the sheep stopped. The number of races in the atlas of the myriad races in the universe is definitely no less than that of Sima Yan's harem. However, building a community is a huge project. It's not something you can just find a few experienced people on the street to do. You need to plan a budget, purchase materials, and hire a professional construction team. All of these require professional accountants to conduct audits in advance. At this time, Subai set his sights on Hua Dai. This secretary should be able to do the job. Just about to speak, Gao Wanqing suddenly walked out of Valhalla. He waved excitedly, "I've reached the summit too. I'll treat you tonight. Let's go to Jiangnanchan restaurant. Private show." Tornado quietly grabbed Gao Wanqing's sleeve. Standing on tiptoe, he leaned close to her ear and said, "Subai has already given you 5 million. Just treat us to a restaurant that costs 200 yuan per person?" She pouted and muttered, "Miss, at least upgrade your status. 500 per person is not too much, right?" Gao Wanqing's eyes flickered. Lowering his voice, he said, "This money is to be returned to Subai as a dowry. You can't touch it." Tornado's eyes suddenly widened, then the 1 million that Subai transferred to the company. #34 ISNT it also mine, number 34. She suddenly covered her mouth. The little face turned red instantly. Gao Wanqing narrowed her eyes sharply. #34 What do you mean by dowry? Number 34. Nothing. Tornado shook his head like a rattle. "I was just kidding." She pointed at the restaurant in panic. "Let's go." In the distance, a group of people from the Chen family gathered in the shadows. His face was as gloomy as iron. #34 Brother Kakue, number 34. The tall and thin man gritted his teeth and said, "Chen Hong, you idiot. You have brought shame to our Chen family." The man called the Jiaju sneered, twirling the cigarette but between his fingers. "What's the rush? Subai can take first place in the people's arena. He's really good at what he does." He squinted his eyes at the noisy crowd in the distance and said, "The Chen brothers from our school may not be able to win the campus ranking competition. #34 but number 34. He pressed the cigarette but hard against the wall. "According to my intelligence investigation, he goes to the outskirts of the city to farm every night. #34 I bought a piece of land in the wilderness, number 34. Several people's eyes suddenly lit up. Kakue lowered his voice even more. "Find some good players. #34 ambush at the edge of the field in advance, number 34. #34 pretending to be attacked by a monster, number 34. He made a throat-wiping gesture. "Do it cleanly." #34 Everyone who goes back to report to the Chen family ancestor has made great contributions, number 34. After eating and drinking, the Hongqi car sped through the night. Because Huadai wanted to block the wine for her manager and her master Longwan. I drank a lot, and the pointer on the dashboard pointed to 140 miles per hour. The scenery outside the window blurred into color bands. Huadai. Slow down. Tornado screamed and threw herself into Subai's arms. Her face turned pale as she grabbed his collar and said, We're gonna collide." Subai helplessly held her shoulders and said, "Can you please behave yourself?" #34 It's just that the car was going fast, number 34. No. Absolutely not. Tornado curled up into a ball. The ends of her hair brushed across Subai's chin. "I feel like the tire is going to fly off." Huadai in the front seat is laughing through the rearview mirror. Step on the accelerator a little deeper. The car body suddenly rushed out. Tornado fell completely into Subai's arms, and her whole body was firmly fixed on Subai like an octopus. #34 manager, don't worry number 34. Wadi's voice was filled with unconcealed joy. "I am possessed by the god of cars of Akina Mountain." The steering wheel was turned suddenly and the vehicle skidded out of the corner. This time, it was very dangerous, and he went in. "Of course, what I mean is that you can't drink and drive, otherwise you will go to jail." The two looked embarrassed and wanted to separate, but the bumpy road surface kept shaking and swaying, making it even harder for them to separate. Half an hour later, we finally arrived at the factory gate. Tornado, blushing, separated. "Just now in the car, it was a pure accident, I was so scared." Subai nodded. I understand, Huadai, take me back. Huadai was overjoyed that this matter had been accomplished without any reason. Finally, I can finish my work. And. I didn't betray my own body, but I made this couple come together. The Honchi car is parked outside the community. Huadai looked at Subai doubtfully. Manager? Hashtag 34 You don't go home, number 34. What are you doing here? Subai pushed the door open and got out of the car. There's still work to be done. Let's talk upstairs. The voice-controlled lights in the corridor flickered. Huadai nervously held the key. Late at night. My young boss came to visit unexpectedly. There's something wrong with this plot development. Come in and turn on the lights. Subai locked the door with his backhand. The clicking sound made Wadi's heart stop. Manager? You are. But Subai took out Poppy from the ring. The crimson petals shimmered in the light, the harvest from the past few days. Hashtag 34 These are for you. Number 34. Huadai was stunned for a moment. Her eyes suddenly felt hot. She recognized this flower. The rare treasure that Subai planted on the grave of corpses with his own hands. At this moment, my arms were full. The company had planted a lot of them before, but I was not allowed to take one home. Now he actually gave her so much. Hashtag 34 Manager number 34. Her voice trembled. This is too expensive. Hashtag 34 I number 34. Subai stuffed the flowers into her hands. You deserve it. Then Subai looked at the other party. Allow 2-party contract. Bound spirit, flower butterfly 100 butterfly clan. Racial traits, 100 butterfly fragrance hidden attribute charm increased by 50%, psychedelic hidden. Age, 21. Potential assessment, SSS. Adaptability, 31% if the other party uses Poppy to make tea, the adaptation rate will be temporarily increased to 100%. Result benefit, secondary occupation, dazzling 100 flowers. Illusion butterfly master SSS level. Oh, there's still a next step. Although the chances of giving gifts to each other have improved significantly, the compatibility rate has not yet reached the passing line of 60%. But the system provides a solution. Huadai knew what Subai was thinking. It's mainly my fault, manager. I made you so angry in the car. 20 minutes is too short. I understand. Then start unbuttoning. Subai gave her a brain melt. You know nothing. Go make some tea. I want to discuss real estate with you. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Obtain a new profession from the 100 Butterfly Clan, 100 Flowers Dazzling. Illusion Butterfly Master. Huadai rubbed her red forehead. His eyes widened. Manager? Are you really here to work? A warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Although Subai has received so many contracted spirits. But he never takes advantage of others. Such a boss. It's really reliable. Worth following wholeheartedly. Will not touch subordinates. She quickly collected her thoughts. Building a residential complex is no small matter. Hashtag 34 What is your budget? Number 34. Subai pulled out his own impromptu blueprint and spread it on the coffee table. The preliminary estimate is 20 million. Hashtag 34 Now there is only 4 million in startup capital, number 34. 4 million? Huadai almost bit her tongue. It's not even enough to buy land. She grabbed a calculator and started typing frantically. The community must be located near the city. The land cost alone will probably account for half of the cost. Building materials prices have recently increased by 30%. Hashtag 34 The construction team also has to pay 30% in advance, number 34. Subai pinched her serious face. So this matter is left to you. I'll figure out a way to solve the money problem, just focus on getting this done. Of course, I will give you a villa as a thank you. Huadai was suddenly startled. Villa? Give it to me. Subai answered while taking action. Of course, we are both family, don't be polite, this is what you deserve. Oh. Hey. Wait. What are you doing with your hands? What? Measuring. Measure. The next morning. Huadai was making breakfast and her head was feeling dizzy. No. It's so weird. I clearly thought Subai was a gentleman just a second ago. The next second, my thoughts changed. She sighed and let it go. Anyway, I like Subai very much, so let him be. Wrong. In that case, I have now become his spirit bond. Giving him a house to live in is just like giving him the same treatment as other spirits. Can this be considered a work reward? Can it? At the same time, Subai also stretched and sat up. I was too sleepy, or too tired, yesterday. He fell asleep before he even had time to see the abilities he had gained. Could it be that this is because I have become accustomed to gaining abilities, and I am not as nervous as the first time and couldn't sleep? Maybe, but he will not stop on the road to becoming stronger. His will is like the valve mechanism of a train, precisely controlling the opening and closing timing of the intake and exhaust valves, thereby realizing the cyclic process of high-pressure steam entering the cylinder to push the piston, and exhaust gas being discharged from the cylinder. This allows his body to pull tens of thousands of tons of cargo like a locomotive, without stopping. Stop talking nonsense and start checking your own abilities. You have successfully obtained the 100 Butterfly Clan's only hidden secondary profession, Dazzling 100 Flowers Illusion Butterfly Master. Your attributes have been superimposed and improved by your secondary profession, plus 25 strength, plus 235 agility, plus 1832 spirit, plus 300 health. The attribute is a bit low. But Subai could also understand it. After all, Huadai was not a combat profession, had not been upgraded, and her own attributes were not good. The fewer professional attributes you get, the better. I don't lack attributes at the moment, what I lack is more perfect skills. View acquired talents. You have obtained the 100 Butterfly Tribe racial talent, Rosemary. You become even more attractive to the opposite sex. They're attracted not by your wealth or strength, but by your innate beauty. Hidden attribute charm? What exactly is it? Subai took out the magic mirror. He took a picture of his own face. You won't know until you take the photo. I was shocked when I took it. My already standard-looking face has become even more handsome. With sharp features, star-like eyebrows and sharp eyes, although his appearance did not transcend his own, his temperament and skin have caught up with top male stars. Are you still showing off? But you do make me feel much more handsome. If you could get into the mirror, I wouldn't mind having some fun with you. Subai slapped the back of the bronze mirror again. The other person was hit on the back of the head and suddenly called out Subai, then stuffed the magic mirror back into his chest. This guy has become a tool for complaining. You have obtained professional skills, Illusion Butterfly Rebirth, Immune to Illusions, Reincarnation Red Butterfly. Subai could understand only the second of the three skills. The other two are somewhat abstract. So I just started reading it. Possessing the skill, Phantom Butterfly Rebirth. When entering combat, launching an attack and entering the after-swing state, there is a 1/3 chance of triggering the rebirth state. If attacked by the enemy in this state, the body will instantly transform into a group of phantom butterflies and scatter, completely immune to the attack. After the immunity ends, the phantom butterflies will quickly gather and restore their physical form. Subai stared at the skill description, his pupils suddenly contracted. This skill is incredible. Although his attack speed is as fast as lightning, there is always a momentary flaw when he puts away his sword. This is the law of physics and there is no escape from it. And now. Hashtag 34 1/3 chance of immunity. Number 34. Hashtag 34 still completely immune to damage. Number 34. Imagine the battle scene, when the enemy thinks they have found an opening and launches a fierce attack. I suddenly turned into a sky full of spiritual butterflies. The moment the attack penetrates the shadow, the butterfly swarm regroups. A desperate counterattack. Isn't this permanent substitution plus? Check out the second skill. Possessing skills, Reincarnation Red Butterfly, consumes 200 mental power to summon up to 2 red Reincarnation Red Butterflies. The red butterflies can instantly transform into any character known in the memory, and the illusion lasts up to 2 hours. The Phantom will inherit 50% of Subai's current attributes and will be absolutely obedient. The Phantom will execute accurately without any instructions, and there is no chance of resistance or error. Hashtag 34 Reincarnation Red Butterfly number 34. Consumes 200 points of mental power. Summon 2 crimson butterflies. The butterfly fluttered its wings and turned into a familiar figure. The scariest thing is, the illusion can inherit 50% of his total attributes. It's like creating another self out of thin air. And absolutely obey orders. No risk of mistakes. 2 against 1. Subai's eyes flashed, "You're still twice as strong as me." A tactic emerged in his mind: let the red butterfly transform into a tornado. Remote curse suppression. Then become a special weak and start a blade and horse melee raid. It seems invincible. Subai put on his clothes. Just do as you said yesterday. Manager Su, I made breakfast, but you don't want to eat it? I don't want to eat anymore. I still have to go to school. I'll take you there, no need. Your main job now is to just do what I say. Oh, I see. Huadai rubbed her head, somewhat puzzled. It's still early for school, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there something urgent? Subai drove the Hongqi car to a deserted place. Now I can try out the powerful power of my skills. Reincarnation red butterfly. Then 2 red butterflies floated out from his chest. Very good, you turn into Reba, you turn into a big secret. Quick! Otherwise you will be late for school. Chapter 104, Invincible and the most handsome boy in the class. As soon as I entered the classroom, the bell rang. All the girls in the class immediately let out suppressed exclamations. Oh my god! He looks so handsome today. Skin that feels like it breathes. The girls in the middle row whispered to each other, this is definitely not ordinary skincare. Could it be that she secretly had plastic surgery? The short-haired girl by the window held her heart inside, looking at his eyes, it's like stars are falling into them. Hashtag 34 My heart is beating so fast, number 34. The top student in the front row adjusted his glasses and said, 3 days ago, his jawline wasn't this sharp. Hashtag 34 This evolution speed is unscientific. Number 34. A bold whisper came from the last row, I really want to press him down on the textbook and kiss him. Being Subai's soulmate is such a blessing. The whole classroom was filled with restless hormones. Subai quickly sat in his seat. These girls in the class were not at all in Subai's eyes. There's no way around it. After traveling to this world where there are more women than men, it's normal to be liked by women. That's why girls who go to the battle academy have slim figures. In order to maintain her fighting spirit, she deliberately made her body agile and slender, unlike other women who are big and strong like a tigress. But, to Subai, it was just ordinary stuff. Then the new teacher revealed something that everyone knew. That is, the school will hold a qualifying competition. The top 10 students can receive a scholarship of 1 million yuan. The classroom suddenly exploded. Phoenix College has really invested a lot of money, it's worthy of being an institution of higher learning. Hashtag 34 1 million is enough to buy a luxurious courtyard house. Number 34. However, the no discrimination competition system is too bad. How can we freshmen beat the third graders? Those monsters in the student union. Hashtag 34 Last year's champion could have crushed us single-handedly. Number 34. Hashtag 34 This is not a competition, number 34. It's clearly giving money to the top experts. Li Runin is definitely going to win. Originally, Subai had no interest in the qualifying competition, but when he heard the 1 million, he couldn't help but be moved. After all, if I want to build a community myself, the starting cost is 20 million. This 1 million is not a small amount of money. After all, the chance of making 10 million from gambling is rare. No one is betting with you, and you can't get the unexpected windfall you got before. I studied liberal arts until I finished school. Subai prepared to drive home. This is Chun Hong suddenly appearing. Oh nar. There are some things I can't say, but I have to say them. You saved me from the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. It literally gave me a life. But I am a member of the Chen family. Chen family? Subai was stunned. I don't understand what the Chen family means. You know that poison young master you met before, right? He is the eldest son of our Chun family in the capital. Because you died in the last competition under unclear circumstances, the ancestor blamed you for it. They want to do everything they can to get rid of you. Don't participate in any discrimination and don't go out at night. Speaking of this. Chen Hong looked around, lowered her head and hurried away. Very good. This confirms Subai's idea. Someone is looking for trouble again. This time it's not the incompetent Zhao family members from before. But it's the relative of the poisonous young master's family. The Chen family from Beijing came from a higher dimension. Subai had heard of the Chen family and believed that they had considerable power. They have industries all over the country. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but smile. These people are enemies and want to kill me at any time. But these people are also rich. If we can kill them, each of them will have at least 500,000 in their rings. I want to talk about the amount that is too much, and I want to talk about the amount that is too little, but at least we can raise a few $1,000,000. But how to kill the other person safely? This is what you should consider. We definitely can't do anything in the city, and it's not safe to do anything outside the city either. The other party is organized. If I kill them rashly, some of them will definitely find clues through their connections and I won't be able to escape. Even if he could run away, he still had so many contracted spirits, so he had taken root there. He could run away from the monk, but he couldn't run away from the temple. Let's put this matter aside for now. This time Subai was driving, while Tornado and Tabi Zhou were riding in the car. Instead of going home directly, he turned to the Longfa sugar factory. Arrived at the place, Subai asked Tabi Zhou to stay in the car. He and Tornado joined the company. Subai pushed open the glass door of the company. Tornado followed closely behind him. Cheeks are as red as ripe peaches. At the corner of the corridor, she suddenly grabbed Subai's sleeve. His fingertips trembled slightly, last time in the car. It was shaking so hard. The voice was as thin as a mosquito. What if someone dies? Subai almost tripped on the carpet. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he turned around and said, "Miss. #34 Your belly is swollen, number 34. He probably stole some of the new syrup from the trial run, right?" Tornado stamped his feet angrily. "If someone dies, you must be responsible." Subai held his forehead and sighed. "Fortunately, I didn't use the pollination skill at that time. Otherwise, there would really be a murder. Come to the boss's office." Long Outyan took the initiative to serve tea. His eyes stayed fixed on Subai's face for 2 seconds. This young man. There is a captivating handsomeness between his eyebrows. Skin is as smooth as polished jade. Compared to the last time we met, it's like a completely different person. He suppressed the urge to ask for the secret of beauty care. Turning my gaze to my daughter's blushing cheeks, I suddenly understood. Wadi's tip this morning turned out to be true. The two were in the car last night. It's already inseparable. Long Outyan smiled a fatherly smile. Student Su has been looking really good lately. He glanced at Longwan meaningfully. Is my daughter not causing you any trouble? Tornado immediately got angry. Dad. What are you talking about? How could I get into trouble? I even helped you win money. But his ears were red as blood. Tornado quickly covered her mouth. The last time Huadai embezzled public funds, she finally paid back 1 million yuan in the account, making a total of 3 million yuan. But after parting with Subai, Longwan called Huadai. Tell her that the profit is 1 million, withdraw it and put it into your own account, and then return it to Subai later. After all, they are husband and wife, and this is their common property. His father doesn't know about this yet. I almost let it slip just now. So she quickly shook her head. Nothing. Subai took out the poppy fruit from the ring. Dozens of plump pods rolled onto the table. It has a pearly luster. Long Outyan stood up suddenly. It's only been a few days? He trembled and picked up one. #34 It takes 3 months for ordinary poppies to bear fruit, so they can only be grown once a year, number 34. The flowers you planted matured in just 7 days? Subai smiled calmly. It's just a special training method. Mr. Long, please take a look at the quality. Long Outyan carefully opened the fruit pod. Taking a deep breath of the overflowing aroma, excellent. Absolutely excellent. A gleam flashed in his eyes. #34 One fruit can make a ton of syrup, number 34. The factory produces 20 tons a day. If we use only these ingredients. He quickly pressed the calculator. The profit per ton can be increased 5-fold. Earn 50,000 a day. Earn 1 million a month. These high-end candies can generate a profit of 1 million. You really increased your production. Chapter 105 Front and Back Attack. Afterwards, Subai poured out more from the ring, this time hundreds of plump poppy pods. Long Outyan froze, leaning forward slightly, staring in disbelief at the mountain of fruits piled on the table. This amount is enough for the factory to make top-quality syrup for a month. Oh my god. This is tens of millions in profit. He felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and beads of sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead because of extreme excitement. He began to pace back and forth in the office, his mind like a high-speed calculator. Spread across the country. He suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing. Can those rich people in the country really eat all this stuff? No. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Shouldn't we lower the price a bit so that the middle class can afford it? Just as Long Outyen was hesitating about how to formulate a sales strategy for this tens of millions market, Subai seemed to have heard a trivial request. His expression remained calm. With a wave of his hand, he poured out all the remaining stock in the ring. In an instant, there was a crisp rustling sound, and countless poppy fruits filled the boss's desk like free beans. It even rolled bang 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 onto the expensive carpet and spilled all over the floor. This number is at least over 10,000. Its value is already in the hundreds of millions. The mountain of poppy fruits in front of him, worth over 100 million yuan, left Long Outyen completely shocked. He stood there, feeling himself fall from the excitement of being a multi-millionaire to the confusion of being a billionaire in an instant. Su, classmate. The corners of Long Outyen's mouth twitched, and his voice was a little dry. With so much goods, according to our current high-end pricing strategy, it will take at least several years to sell them all. It's not that he doesn't want to dump the goods at a low price, but if he reduces the price of such top-quality goods, it will not only damage his own reputation, but also cause market turmoil. But the domestic high-end consumer market simply cannot absorb such a huge output. Sometimes, having too many goods can actually be a hassle. Subai took in his predicament, smiled calmly, took out a well-made business card from his ring and handed it over. Mr. Long, don't worry about sales. Subai said calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Go find Siegfried and tell him I sent you there. He can find a way to help you open up the Wing tribe market. Long Outyen took the business card, and as soon as his eyes fell on the words on it, he was struck by lightning, and the fruit in his hand almost rolled down. The identity printed on the business card was Ambassador of the Wing Tribe's Embassy in Dragon Country. The Wing Tribe. That's another species high-end market. Subai actually knew the ambassador of the Wing Tribe? And judging by his nonchalant tone, it was clear that their relationship was extraordinary. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Long Outyen's mind. Immediately. Right now. My daughter Long Wan and Subai must get married. Where else in the world can you find a son-in-law like this? He's practically a son-in-law tailor-made for the Long family. After doing all this, Subai did not stay any longer. Boss Long, just remember to give me a commission when the time comes. After selling these goods, the commission I get and other expenses should be enough to build a community. But the money for the community alone is not enough. The furniture, appliances, decoration and subsequent maintenance will cost at least 20 million. Make money, you must continue to make money. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Dong Xiaowan was curled up in a hidden tree hole, spending her difficult day. The glaring sunlight was like poison to her, making it impossible for her to move in broad daylight. She could only wait for the night to fall like a sealed ghost. Tonight is the day I agreed to meet Subai. If he doesn't come, what should I do? Her thoughts were tangled like a tangled mess, making her feel melancholy. Now, she has no one to rely on except her own meager strength, and her only hope lies in the man who promised to take her in. But rescuing her sisters was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even if Subai took her in and wanted to rescue all the sisters from that impossible mission, she really couldn't see any possibility of success. Despair and helplessness suddenly surged into my heart. For a moment, her eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't know what her fate would be, or what the future would be for her trapped sisters. She could only pray silently, waiting for the night, waiting for the figure that might bring a miracle. Subai had dinner. After a short rest, he started the car and headed to the cemetery, which was the place he had agreed to meet with Dong Xiaowan last time. Tonight, he was determined to find out once and for all whether this mysterious girl was a human or a ghost. Not long after driving out of his residence, Subai noticed something unusual. There was a car in his rearview mirror, always keeping a fixed distance. How could there be a car following me in the middle of the night while I was running into the wilderness? He immediately remembered Chen Hong's warning during the day, don't go out at night, the Chen family will harm Subai. Now that you're here, don't blame me for being rude. A cold light flashed in Subai's eyes, and he thought to himself, let's take Dong Xiaowan to the car first. Thinking of this, Subai suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the sports car instantly broke the silence of the night. However, before he reached his destination, a woman covered in wounds suddenly appeared on the road ahead, stumbling towards him. Subai slammed on the brakes. But just as the car came to a complete stop, the woman passed through the car like a shadow. The next second, she appeared out of nowhere in the passenger seat. It was Dong Xiaowan. "Drive quickly," Dong Xiaowan said in a panic. "Fatty Laowu is chasing me. If we don't run, we'll all die." Subai looked in the direction she pointed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. I saw many shadowy figures appearing in front of me. They walked lightly but at an astonishing speed. Some were wearing black clothes and black hats, and some were wearing white clothes and white hats. They swayed in the night, looking like ghost messengers from the underworld, exuding an ominous and weird air. "What's going on? Who are they?" Subai asked in a deep voice. "Leave here first, I'll tell you later," Dong Xiaowan urged, her voice trembling. Subai no longer neglected. He quickly turned the steering wheel, did a beautiful drift, turned the front of the car around, and rushed back. He stepped on the accelerator and the speed instantly soared to 160. However, after driving about 5 kilometers and just reaching the main road, a roadblock consisting of a row of cars completely blocked their way. The glaring high-beam headlights are like the spotlights in an interrogation room, making it impossible to open your eyes. A group of people were smoking and waiting there in a nonchalant manner. Obviously they came prepared. Subai slammed on the brakes, and the tires made a sharp hiss as they rubbed against the ground. "A good dog doesn't block the road. If you don't want to be hit to death, get out of here." A burly man smoking on the roof of a car jumped down with a scornful smile on his face. "Car? That's ridiculous. Even if it hit me from 200 yards, it wouldn't kill me." The man threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot, his tone extremely arrogant. "Do you know what my profession is? SS-level professional big stomach. I'm born with the ability to counter shock. Hitting me is like seeking death." Chapter 106 Red Butterfly Reincarnation, leading the enemy to fight and self-destruction. Subai took a quick look and understood everything. The group of people in front of him were strong and powerful, blocking the main road. Needless to say, they were all members of the Chen family who were coming for him. Kill them off, and the ones behind will be more difficult to deal with. Dong Xiaowan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reminded urgently, with deep fear in her voice. She obviously knew how difficult it was to deal with this group of ghost messengers like pursuers. Subai smiled when he heard this. "Kill them? It's not that easy." He knew very well that if he took action himself, the rest of the Chen family would know immediately. Subai even suspected that this group of people might be using some kind of real-time monitoring or live broadcast, and once he showed up and killed someone, his identity would be immediately exposed. But things are different now. There are the Chen family as obstacles in front, and the group of strange ghost messengers chasing behind. I am in a dilemma of being attacked from both sides. I am 100 flowers and 1,000 flowers illusion butterfly master. Subai's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth raised a dangerous arc. He also possesses red butterfly reincarnation, which can create 2 illusions. Opportunity. A perfect opportunity to divert the blame. Why not let the Chen family have a fierce fight with the group of ghosts behind them? In this way, he could completely sever ties with the family while also using a knife to kill someone else and weaken the Chen family. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it's perfect. The SS-level professional big stomach who was blocking the road became even more arrogant when he saw that Subai stopped moving after he braked suddenly. "What, are you scared?" He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, spit flying everywhere. "Hey kid, I'll give you a chance. Get out of the car, kneel down in the middle of the road and kowtow to us. Leave your life behind, and I'll happily accept you, little girl. Otherwise..." He stomped his foot suddenly, and the hard concrete road surface actually shook slightly, and a dull recoil force came from the air. "Otherwise, I'll turn you and your car into a pile of scrap metal." Subai asked Zhong Xiaowan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you a ghost?" This time, Dong Xiaowan finally nodded. She didn't want to admit it. Otherwise Subai would not like her. Since ancient times, humans and ghosts have been on different paths, and there is no good ending for humans and ghosts to be together. Various ancient books also record that the love between a human and a ghost continued, and in the end the man's yang energy was sucked dry. finally became a mummy. Or he may be with a female ghost, talking nonsense every day and being regarded as a mental patient by others. Or they might be captured by Fahai or some Taoist priest, and the two of them could not stay together forever. After Dong Xiaowan finished speaking, she immediately glanced at Su Bai's expression. She thought the other party would show abnormal anger, disgust, or even a hint of fear. For a normal person, the thought of being in a car with a ghost or a being whose true form is a skeleton, and having done this before, would not only make him feel disgusted but also lose his appetite. However, the result was beyond her expectations. Not only did Su Bai not feel disgusted, but an expression of extreme excitement appeared on his face. "Great! You really are a ghost," Su Bai said excitedly. Dong Xiaowan was completely confused. "No. I'm a ghost, shouldn't you be disgusted?" Her mind was in a mess and she couldn't understand anything at all. Su Bai's expression clearly showed his ecstasy as he had a great appetite and was eager to get what he wanted. "Since you're a ghost, you should have the ability to become invisible and escape, right?" Dong Xiaowan nodded in confusion. "Yes, there is, but it is only useful for humans. It is useless to our tribe and cannot solve the current crisis." "That's enough." The next second, Su Bai activated Red Butterfly Reincarnation. 2 butterflies were drawn on his chest and landed on the back seat. It transformed into the appearance of 2 people. "Now let's go invisible together." "No, wait, you can also become invisible?" Su Bai did not continue to explain to her, and directly used the Miao Clan's top skill, Shadow Shuttle, to extend out of the car first. Dong Xiaowan was stunned, and then she also slipped out of the car invisibly. "What should we do next?" "Without a car, we will run even slower. My kind doesn't buy my invisibility trick." Su Bai smiled and touched Dong Xiaowan's head. His movements were natural and intimate, soothing her panic. "Just watch." The 2 phantoms in the car moved. The phantom version of Su Bai and Dong Xiaowan pushed open the car door and walked down with a swagger. More than a dozen members of the Chen family immediately surrounded the 2 of them. The SS-level professional Big Stomach grinned and prepared to kill Su Bai. At this moment, the phantom version of Su Bai bent down and picked up a broken brick from the ground as if possessed by a demon. "Fuck you." The illusion Su Bai turned around suddenly, raised his hand and smashed the broken brick hard at the head of the Big Stomach. Bang! The broken bricks collided with the Big Stomach's head, which was as strong as steel, making a dull sound. The bricks shattered into pieces, while the Big Stomach just shook. But this sudden humiliation made the fat man furious instantly. After throwing bricks, the illusionary version of Su Bai and Dong Xiaowan turned around and ran away without any desire to fight. The fat man was furious, his face twisted. "You dare to play tricks on me when you are about to die? Chase! Chase him! Catch him alive first. I want to make this kid suffer." The entire Qin family immediately moved and chased after the illusion in a mighty force. Only a few cars and the Su Bai sports car abandoned on the main road were left at the scene. The real Su Bai and Dong Xiaowan were hiding behind the sports car, waiting quietly. "Behind us, the group of ghost-like pursuers are getting closer and closer. See the Chen family run away." Su Bai patted Dong Xiaowan on the shoulder. "Get in the car." "Ah. Back home, yard. Come into the house." Dong Xiaowan's figure swayed slightly in the night, but she stubbornly stopped at the door and did not step over the threshold. I won't go in." Her voice was low and weak, with a hint of fear. "It's unlucky for a ghost to enter someone else's house." Then, she took out several ancient-style urns from her arms, or rather from the void, and placed them carefully on the ground. "Even at night, this thing exudes a cold and ominous aura, which is extremely unlucky." "Su Bai," she said in a pleading tone, "although this thing is very unlucky, could you please keep it for the time being?" Su Bai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why?" "I am a ghost, I am a human, and now I know the answer. Since you are unwilling to enter the house, I ask you to leave." Su Bai's tone was calm, as if he was stating a fact. He needs Qi Ling, not a ghost girlfriend who may cause trouble at any time. "Don't!" Dong Xiaowan's voice was instantly filled with panic and helplessness. "I have nowhere to go." Her figure slightly appeared, revealing a pair of tearful eyes. Su Bai smiled. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. "I can take you in." Su Bai looked at her and put forward the only condition, his tone unquestionable, "but you must be my contracted spirit." Chapter 107, The stronger class Ghost King of the Underworld plunders the opponent's lifespan and achieves immortality. Qi Ling? Dong Xiaowan was completely confused and felt that Subai was playing a huge joke. Are you kidding me? She looked at him in disbelief, her tone filled with panic and resistance. I'm a ghost. I can only appear at night, and I must have a sole object as a connection. Are you kidding me? She shook her head rapidly, trying to make Subai understand the absurdity and paradox. How could a human being and a ghost possibly be together? This is not only against human ethics, but also irrational, illegal, and impossible. Subai took a step forward, his aura suppressed, his tone firm and domineering. If I say it's possible, it's possible. No, impossible. Dong Xiaowan shook her head even more frantically and took a step back. She felt tremendous pressure, not only from the human in front of her, but also from the iron law that humans and ghosts are different. I'll die in the light, let alone have a baby with you, she almost cried. If I really give birth to a baby, wouldn't it be a ghost baby? Forced integration. However, Subai did not give her any chance to debate. His eyes focused, he took a step forward, and went straight through Dong Xiaowan's body. It turned out that she was so frightened that she couldn't even recover her physical body. What appeared in front of Subai at this moment was just a fragile spirit. The two of them passed together in the void. Subai embraced her in his arms as if embracing the air, and his deep voice carried an irresistible dominance. I don't want to listen to you, I just want you to listen to me. Hearing Subai's overbearing declaration that completely deprived her of all right to speak, Dong Xiaowan's mental defenses completely collapsed. She was like a delicate flower wilted by frost, instantly withering. The modern makeup and clothing she had tried so hard to maintain quickly melted away under the powerful emotional fluctuations. The next second, Dong Xiaowan completely returned to her true identity, a beautiful woman wearing ancient costumes, with a quiet, ethereal, and pitiful classical beauty. At this moment, it was the same as what Subai thought. The next second, the other party tore off his mask and revealed his true face. The spiritual contract diagram of all races in the universe was activated instantly. Allow two-party contract. Bound spirit, Dong Xiaowan negative energy. Racial traits, fear you carry a terrifying pressure, void hide. Age, 21. Potential assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 0%. It seems harder than climbing to the sky to have a child with negative energy. Result benefit, subclass, Ghost King SSS level. Bloodline feedback, after the birth of the child, the host permanently unlocks this profession. And gains the life-taking, passive feedback. Killing the opponent can take away the opponent's life. It's activated. My system is activated. Subai's heart was pounding. Even if the thing in front of him is a ghost, a spirit, or a collection of negative energy, everything can be conquered in front of his system. However, he looked at the glaring number and said, the match rate is 0%. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? The corners of his mouth twitched. This is simply a blatant challenge to the limits of biology. SSS level Ghost King and the heaven-defying passive ability. However, the benefits brought by this abnormality made Subai instantly forget the 0% adaptation rate. If Subai could only obtain this SSS level secondary occupation, Ghost King in the ghost realm of the underworld, he might not have spent a lot of time studying how to break through the matching rate. However, the core lies in blood feedback. As long as you descend into the Holy Sun with her, you will gain the passive skill, Death. Kill the opponent and plunder their lifespan. Subai felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Plunder life. Oh my god, is there any skill more incredible than this? This not only means that he can become stronger through fighting, but also prolong his life indefinitely. It is truly immortality. A few words of comfort. Dong Xiaowan said anxiously, I am already very happy that you can take me in. The sun is coming out soon and time is running out. Please hurry up. Oh. You're right, the real business hasn't been done yet. At the same time, in a 5-star hotel next to Phoenix College. The leader, Chen Jiaju, is watching the pursuit in front of him through a special live broadcast screen. But at this moment, his sinister face was filled with shock and disbelief. On the screen, the dozen or so Chen family elites, including those who had broken through the second level and reached the third level, were experiencing a bloody massacre. Especially Chen Liangzi, the big eater who had just been humiliated by the illusion Subai with a brick. He is one of the talents that the Chen family focuses on training, and his level has reached 100. He possesses the SS level profession, Big Stomach, which comes with the passive skill, Super Counter Shock. In theory, even if he can't win, he can still use the counter shock to kill his opponent. If others say they can't beat him, I, Chen Jiaju, might believe it. But Liangzi, he has a super counter shock. Chen Jiaju's eyes were red, almost staring through the screen. Chen Liangzi's skill feature is, if someone hits him for 100 points of blood, the opponent will counterattack and lose 300 drops of blood. He has high energy and blood, a big appetite, and can even kill the boss with his counterattack. However, at this moment in the live broadcast, he saw Chen Liangzi being surrounded by a group of ghost messengers wearing strange clothes, and their punches and kicks seemed to be hitting the air. Those people who suddenly appeared didn't lose any blood at all, and their attacks seemed to pass through nothingness. However, Chen Liangzi's anti-shock ability was ineffective under these strange attacks. Finally, the picture was interrupted by screams. Chen Jiaju got a cold result, the entire army was annihilated. More than a dozen third-level elites were wiped out by a group of weirdos whose attacks were so unpredictable. Chen Jiaju clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white from excessive force. This is definitely not a simple accident, there must be something fishy going on. Even a third-level master couldn't cause any damage, so who are those mysterious people? The timing of their appearance was too coincidental. But Chen Jiaju is sure of one thing, these people are inseparable from Subai. Could it be that Subai is also from some reclusive family? To be honest, the Dacian dynasty has only been established for 50 years. During the reign of the previous emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, the court exploited the people and treated the entire country as its own private property. He left all the benefits to his sons, and in the end these people became the end productive ones. The common people rebelled because they had no way to make a living. It also happened that the various tribes in the north were invading, so the portal was opened and the wild boar chieftain Nurhasai launched a massive invasion. The entire Long Kingdom was plagued by internal and external troubles, and at this time the Lu family, which controlled the northwest, came out. The Lu family restored order, ended Laoju's system, drove the wild boar tribe out of the Dragon Kingdom, closed the portal, and opened up the Dacian dynasty. Among them, there are still many hidden families that have not been exposed. Could it be that Subai is also a member of a hidden family? The strength of those people is much stronger than that of the Chen family. Damn it, if that's the case, Chen Jiaju's face turned pale. Can we afford to offend Subai? Chen Jiaju couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is not revenge at all, it's clearly hitting a wall, or maybe even an iceberg. Chapter 108 Qualifying Round Ranking Revealed. At this time, a trusted subordinate came over cautiously and asked in a low voice. What should we do now? Should we notify the Zong family and send another group of experts? Chen Jiaju suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his eyes filled with fear and terror. Don't! His voice was hoarse and urgent. The other party has no idea where we are from. If we rashly provoke him again, we might even lose our lives. The loss this time was shocking enough, and he didn't dare to gamble with the fate of the Chen family's outsiders. What about the qualifying round? The subordinate asked again. This was the only public place where Subai could be seen. Chen Jiaju made the decision almost without hesitation, his voice full of humiliation. If you're matched with Subai, surrender immediately. Try not to provoke him. Let the Zong family investigate and find out who he is. The next day, all the students gathered in the auditorium. The entire school is basically made up of girls, and Subai is the only one who stands out among the thousands of girls. Today's qualifying round list was announced, and the most surprising thing was that Subai was actually paired with the student union president, Li Runan. Li Runan turned around and greeted Subai with a hint of joking in his tone. You're not dead yet, transfer student? Subai smiled and replied, thanks to your good wishes, I won't die for a while. I don't know how I got the good fortune to be assigned to the same group as the student union president. Li Runan chuckled, maybe this is just luck. Another small group in the auditorium stood out, the Chen family. They were placed in a separate class and felt out of place in the entire school. At this time, Principal Buffian came on stage and the auditorium immediately became quiet. Principal Buffian spoke in a gentle but penetrating voice. Good morning, everyone, the pride of Phoenix Academy. It's an honor to stand here and listen to the nagging of me, the principal. Soon, the principal got to the point and his tone became serious. Back in the Zhou dynasty, the people were exploited. Zhu Yuanzhang's descendants were everywhere, and there was a saying in the world that 2 pigs should be killed. That is, kill the Zhou family members and take back everyone's assets. The other is to kill the wild boarskin, that is, all the races in the heavens. We at Phoenix Academy are also participating in this rebellion. Principal Buffian suddenly took off her coat on the podium, revealing her beautiful collarbone. Below the collarbone, a hideous scar extends all the way to the chest. I'm honored to be a part of it. She pointed at the scar, her voice filled with the power of rebirth from the ashes. I formed a team and killed all the people who were in charge of the Zhu Family Academy and the Zhu Family Disciples, and reborn this place. That's how Phoenix Academy came into being. Subai was a little surprised. The principal looked to be around 30 years old at most. The overthrow of the Zhu family happened 50 years ago. If she was an adult then, she would be at least 50 years old now. Why do you look so young? Li Runin, who was standing by, noticed Subai's expression and whispered in his ear. The principal has an SSS level class, creation and regeneration. She can consume her spiritual energy to maintain her youth. Subai was instantly shocked. SSS level profession. This is kept absolutely confidential in Longwa. Most people don't know who it is, so as not to be assassinated by the enemy country. It turns out, the principal is one of the country's true top fighters. After Bufian finished explaining the history of the school, she shifted her focus and finally got to the main topic of the meeting, the open ranking competition. For this qualifying round, we have set up a hidden dragon ranking. The principal's voice was loud and seductive. During the qualifying period, as long as you can get into the top 3 of the hidden dragon list, number 1, 100,000 yuan will be issued every week. Number 2, 50,000 yuan per week. Number 3, 10,000 yuan per week. Everyone between the 4th and 100th place will receive a scholarship from the school every week. The principal paused, raising the temperature to its peak, and then announced the final reward. After the qualifying round, whoever maintains first place will receive a 1 million yuan scholarship. Second place, 500,000 yuan. Third place, 100,000 yuan. And Bufian emphasized, the top 3 can apply to open the Sutra library and choose a precious skill book. When everyone in the audience heard the words scripture repository, stars appeared in their eyes and their breathing became rapid. The skills in the Sutra repository are all precious ultimate skills that have been passed down throughout the country for thousands of years. Anyone who can learn the skills inside will be the best in the world. Subai felt the same way. It was because of these incredible skills that he became so powerful today. After explaining all the rewards and rules, the matter of the qualifying competition has finally come to an end. Li Runin patted Subai's shoulder and said, "Let's go." "What do you mean?" Subai asked. "Come with me to the school's self-service machine to get your current grade ranking." Currently, the initial rankings for qualifying are based on last year's overall rankings. When he arrived at the self-service machine, Li Runin first inserted his student card. Quick reading of information. Student name, Li Runin. Student ID, 354-6556. Code name, King. Current ranking, 1. You are number 1? Subai was a little surprised. Li Runin smiled, her tone full of justifiable pride. As the student council president, can I still be the president if I come in second? In fact, Li Runin followed Subai here just to see his ranking. The school will estimate an initial ranking based on the comprehensive strength of the new students in the past. She was very curious. What would be the ranking of this handsome boy who changed his education halfway, won the Wulanfeng People's Arena, and was rumored to have killed a young man from a noble family in the capital? Subai also inserted his student card. Information input, the screen displays. Student name, Subai. Student ID, 5555465556. Code name, Narcotics. Current ranking, 865. Drug lord? Subai was a little amused and confused. Who gave him this code name? Li Runin looked at the code name on the screen and said thoughtfully, "It must be the code name the school system gave you after watching your Wulanfeng competition." Subai suddenly remembered that when he had previously killed monsters above his level, the skill he most often used was mass poisoning. I guess he used this trick to improve his record too much, so he gave himself the title of Drug Lord. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Wanting to understand Subai's strength, but ended up being robbed. Subai doesn't care about the title of Drug Lord. If he showed all the skills he possessed, the title would probably be even more perverted than this. He turned his attention back to the first place. So, can I challenge you now? Subai looked at Li Runin with a serious look, not like he was joking. Li Runin raised her eyebrows and smiled. Hey little brother, you don't look like you're joking. It's a pity you don't have the authority to challenge me. Subai was puzzled, and Li Runin then explained in detail the challenge rules of the qualifying round. The challenge rules for the qualifying round are very simple, but the restrictions are also extremely strict. First, the ranking limit. People with lower rankings can only challenge people with higher rankings. The ranking difference between the two sides shall not exceed 30 places. In other words, Subai is currently ranked 865th, and he can only challenge students ranked 835th at most. To challenge for the top spot, he needs to go on a winning streak of several games. Second, accept the challenge limit. After being challenged 3 times, each student can freely choose whether to accept the challenge. This rule is relatively humane. If there were no restrictions, the top 10 strongest people would probably have to accept dozens of challenges a day. If that happens, they probably won't even have time to upgrade. Point 3, it can be a two-way invitation system, and you can also challenge the first place as long as the other party accepts the challenge. If you win, you will directly become the first, and the loser will be directly transferred to your original position. Generally speaking, how could those who are ranked higher accept those who are ranked lower? Unless there are huge benefits for both parties, such as you giving someone a lot of money or a set of top-quality equipment. However, if your strength is not good enough, even if the two sides switch positions, you will be quickly overtaken by the latecomers. The money you spent before will be wasted. After listening to the other party's explanation, Subai nodded. So, you don't accept my challenge? Li Runan smiled again. She reached out her hand and frivolously pinched Subai's chin, examining him closely. Your little face is so pretty, she couldn't help but admire. If it were any other time, I might help you. But the karma you have right now is too strong, it's not worth the risk for me to help you. There was a hint of shrewdness and insight in her eyes. I'll accept your challenge again when you make it into the top 10. After saying that, she withdrew her hand. Subai could clearly feel that this woman was extremely powerful, having reached at least the 4th level. Her insight and the words "cause and effect are too strong" also made Subai's heart move slightly. It should be related to that group of people. This woman knew more than he did. Worthy of being the president of the student union. It seems that if he wants to challenge the first place, he must start from 865th place. Having said that, if 30 challenge, then Subai would have to challenge it at least dozens of times. And some challengers may not accept your challenge. After all, each person has a limited number of challenges per day. The number of times a challenger is challenged may also reach protection. At this time, Subai touched his magic mirror. In other words, lend the magic mirror to your classmates, since they are not chasing for the first place anyway. Coming to study here is already beyond the scope of the requirements, and you can't compare with the students who come here normally based on their own abilities. Use the magic mirror to make them stronger, allowing them to keep moving forward and enter the top 10. Finally, have another invitational tournament and pull yourself up. This way, I can spend less time on challenges and use the remaining time to study how to capture the ghost girl. After all, plundering other people's lifespan, this passive ability is really attractive. Just then, Gao Wanqing, one of Subai's study partners, walked over quickly. She panted, her voice filled with urgency. Master, Yu Qingqiu, currently ranked 5th, and Shen Jiaju, ranked 2nd, are dueling right now. Do you want to go and see? Before Subai could answer, Li Runan was surprised. Chen Jiaju is ranked 2nd? My vice president Yu Qingqiu is only ranked 5th? This was completely beyond her expectations. She originally thought that the Chen family wanted to deal with Subai, but their strength was only about 500. I didn't expect that the people of the Chen family in Beijing are so strong. Chen Jiaju can actually rank 2nd in the current strength ranking of the school. Moreover, his vice president Yu Qingqiu, who was originally ranked 2nd, was actually pulled down to 5th place. So, the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place are all members of the Chen family? Li Runan's face darkened instantly. Without thinking much, she pulled Subai's arm. Miss Schoolmate, please lead the way. There are 30 martial arts squares in Phoenix Academy, and the square chosen by the two for this battle is not far away. It only took about 6 minutes to get there. Once you get to the ground. Then, we saw that Tabi Zhou, Maria, and Tatsumaki had already taken their seats. He waved over here and everyone sat down. There is no way, since this is a focus battle between the 5th place and the 2nd place, it attracted 60% of the students in the school. The entire viewing stand with thousands of people was packed. Fortunately, my study partner arrived early, otherwise, even if I stood, I probably wouldn't be able to find a suitable seat to watch the game below. This year is really strange. The student union didn't even take the top 10.
This has never happened in previous years.
With so many male students suddenly appearing, is our school still a girls' school? They're simply usurping the throne.
I heard that since the first mysterious transfer student, Subai, entered the school, many more transfer students have arrived.
Why is this happening? Does this mean that our girls' school will be turned into a normal school?
Who knows, but what's certain is that the student union's position is in jeopardy. I heard that group of transfer students also formed a guild, and they have some serious plans. The second-placed person this time is their guild president, Chen Jiaju.
So, student union president Li Runin must be under tremendous pressure. Can she still maintain her first place?
Subai was also stunned when he heard people around him say this.
Aren't they looking for trouble?
He even sent people to do it late at night, and ended up trying to get first place in the qualifying round.
What on earth do these people want to do? If you don't participate in the competition, what's the point of doing this?
Subai couldn't figure it out for a moment, but it didn't matter. Since they expected themselves to participate in the competition, they were just a stumbling block in their own path.
Just kick it away. Don't take it to heart at all. There must be something wrong with the school system. Yu Qingxiu's 5th place ranking is only temporary. I know her strength.
Li Runin crossed her arms and looked at the two people who appeared with a confident expression.
A man on the left and a woman on the right.
The man was wearing an exaggerated camouflage uniform, while the woman was wearing a white gauze. Chapter 110. The foul-mouthed magic mirror girl has made a contribution.
You may bring any weapons and equipment you like into this battle, and use any props you like.
However, you may not continue the fight after the opponent has surrendered.
Violators will be handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department of the Public Security Bureau and expelled from school.
The referee standing on the stage read out the rules and then used the barrier technique.
Close the playing field.
In this way, even if the fighting inside is fierce and dark, it will not affect the students watching outside, so it is very safe.
Always leaving.
The two did not take action immediately.
What is your purpose in suddenly transferring to our girls' school? Yu Qingxiu drew out his sword and asked the other party coldly.
However, Chen Jiaju just replied coldly, "You are not qualified to know." As he spoke, he drew out the two guns from his waist and performed a gun dance. The professions of these two people are unlimited swordsman and roaming gunner, respectively.
They are all rare SS-level professionals.
It seems I have to beat you into submission before you tell me the reason for coming here.
Oh, the prerequisite is that you must have this ability.
Chen Jiaju showed no disdain at all. Instead, he slowly checked his double guns and reloaded the ammunition.
There was a chill in the air around the competition venue. You dare to challenge our student union and still be so leisurely? Looks like you're going to get a slap in the face next. Yu Qingxiu also sneered.
These two are both at level 4. Yu Qingxiu is level 165, and the new guy, Chen Jiaju, is level 155.
They're both really strong. Tornado couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and stuffed another lollipop into her mouth.
Especially Zhou He and Gao Wanqing nodded at the same time. Yes, I wish I could be as good as them.
They are simply the best among the best. Phoenix Academy is indeed full of hidden talents.
As the two sighed, the battle had already begun. With sword energy everywhere and gunfire blazing across the land, roaming gunman Chen Jiaju instantly went into a rampage state. He raised his arms, and a surge of firepower poured out from his two guns, and the random shooting skill was activated instantly. Countless bullets came like a metal storm, whistling and tearing through the air, blocking all of Yu Qingxiu's escape routes. Every bullet carries the power of Chen Jiaju, enough to penetrate steel plates. Yu Qingxiu gave a delicate cry, but her figure was as agile as a ghost. The sword in her hand burst out with an extreme sword energy. It was not a fancy sword move, but absolute speed and destructive power.
Swift wind slash.
The sword's blade carried a sharp edge that could pierce through anything, leaving a silver afterimage in the hail of bullets. She didn't even dodge, but charged directly into the fire.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The bullet hit the sword blade, making a loud bang like metal clashing. Amidst the flying sparks, the sword in Yu Qingxiu's hand seemed to come alive, blocking all the incoming bullets, and his body rushed to Chen Jiaju without any damage.
Chen Jiaju's pupils shrank sharply. The weakness of the roaming gunman is close combat.
He retreated hurriedly, trying to create some distance.
Too late. Want to run? Dream on.
Yu Qingqiu raised the corner of his mouth in an icy arc, and the sword in his hand changed its momentum. He no longer blocked, but swept it directly towards Qin Jiaju's chest with the power to destroy the world.
Draw the sword and slash. Boom!
A huge crescent-shaped sword energy instantly flew out of the sword, like a silver lightning, and hit Qin Jiaju's chest heavily. Blood splattered.
On the viewing platform, Li Runen folded his arms across his chest.
Seeing this scene, he finally relaxed and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She gently lowered her folded hands and began to comment on the battle situation. Did you see that?
My vice president, Yu Qingqiu, was originally ranked second in the school.
Her class is unrivaled sword saint. Her swordsmanship is unparalleled. In close combat, no one can rival her.
Li Runen shook her head, a hint of disdain in her tone. Without a MT protecting her, Qin Jiaju, the long-range roaming gunner, is no match. Getting close to her is as easy as cutting vegetables.
What's more, she glanced at the field. Yu Qingqiu's level is 10 levels higher than the opponent.
Li Runen's expression immediately darkened, and she expressed dissatisfaction with the school system.
This damn school system is so random in its grading, it actually bumped me, the vice president, down to 5th place.
It's a joke.
After hearing this, Gao Wanqing, Tatsumaki, Maria, and especially Zhouqi all nodded in agreement.
Then, Li Runen looked at Su Bai and said, "Just now you said you wanted to challenge me. Seeing these two fighting, are you really scared?" After Li Runen said this, Su Bai's classmates couldn't help but look surprised. They knew Su Bai was strong-willed.
Unexpectedly, Su Bai's goal was to win the championship.
He hasn't even been in school for a month, so this goal is too big.
Just after Li Runen finished speaking, another voice popped up.
This self-righteous woman is so annoying.
I wonder who gave her the courage to give me all these pointers.
Is it Fish Liong? What a foolish woman.
She didn't even realize that the wandering gunner was simply testing the Wuji Swordmaster's attack power and setting a corresponding trap. This sound is naturally the magic mirror.
Su Bai was stunned.
This guy popped up again to comment. Then he punched his chest again.
Li Runen? Su Bai? Are you feeling unwell?
Su Bai simply said, just now, Qin Jiaju was just testing Yu Qingqiu's strength.
He fell into a trap. Hearing Su Bai say this, Li Runen was very suspicious. How did you tell that? Silly woman, just watch and you'll understand.
Su Bai punched himself in the chest again.
At the same time, the situation on the field took a surprising turn.
Yu Qingqiu did not give Qin Jiaju a chance to breathe. She raised her sword again and approached Qin Jiaju at an incredible speed, preparing for a second fatal blow.
And this time, instead, Qin Jiaju jumped backwards at high speed like a loach. At the same time, a black grenade slipped out of his hand accurately and was thrown on the spot. Boom!
The sudden explosion of the grenade caught Yu Qingqiu, who was rushing forward at high speed, off guard and unable to react. Although she protected her vital parts with sword energy, the shock wave and flames generated by the explosion still forced her back. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jiaju seized the opportunity, slid smoothly on the ground, crouched down to avoid Yu Qingqiu's counterattack, and fired continuously with both guns.
Da! Da! Da!
The bullet hit Yu Qingqiu's body like a poisonous snake, which was slightly stunned by the explosion. Yu Qingqiu was shot and injured, and his body staggered to a stop. The battle situation instantly changed from a crushing defeat to a precise counterattack by the roaming gunners.
Chapter 111 Super Insight. Qin Jiaju's sudden attack caught everyone watching the game by surprise. This is too strong.
He made such a beautiful counterattack. A long-range opponent was forced into a close position, yet he was able to turn the tables.
My God, is our Phoenix Academy still considered a girls' school?
The heroine has lost her influence and is being overshadowed by men. The others were only shocked on the surface. For them, the battle for the top 10 in the school is just a matter of watching and gaining experience. Even if they played, they would not be able to make it into the top 10 in the school, but for Li Runen, who was next to Su Bai, that was the biggest shock and blow.
How did you know it was a trap?
Of course, Su Bai didn't know that it was a trap, he just heard what the magic mirror said. But now Li Runen's eyes looking at Su Bai were different, with a hint of shock in them. This guy was accidentally installed by Su Bai. If I say now that I don't know and am just guessing, wouldn't that mean I have failed in my attempt to show off?
So Su Bai hit his chest again. Hurry up and tell me. Put. Please stop hitting me. It's nothing, actually. It's just that in front of me in the mirror, every move of the other person is reflected. During the first attack, Chen Jiaju had already quickly reloaded his ammunition and had 2 grenades hidden in his sleeves, ready to be detonated. If you don't throw it the first time, you can use your body to absorb the damage caused by the opponent, so as to determine the location of the next release and show weakness to the opponent, so as to trick them into falling into the trap. After hearing the magic mirror's explanation, Su Bai understood. Repeated her words to Li Runen. After hearing Su Bai's explanation, this time not only his eyes but also his expression showed a hint of shock. She had never expected Su Bai to have such amazing insight. After all, he was less than level 100, while his own level had already reached level 170. Even the details that she didn't see were grasped by Su Bai. This kind of insight can be compared with that of Principal Bufian. Student Union President Li has poor judgment. Su Bai smiled. Several classmates around blinked. What? No? Are you kidding me? The person standing next to him was actually the Student Union President of Phoenix Academy? How did she get together with Su Bai? Not only is there a gap in class grade between the two parties, but they also have no interaction in their daily lives. Su Bai actually met such a big shot. At this moment, Yu Qingqiu started attacking again on the martial arts stage. She knew that she could no longer be consumed by long-range attacks, and passive defense would only lead to more traps set by Chen Jiaju. Rising Dragon Slash. Yu Qingqiu roared, and his body leaped up in an instant like a sharp sword piercing the sky. Then, the sword in her hand turned into phantoms all over the sky, and the phantom sword dance skill instantly erupted. The sword energy is as strong as a rainbow and impenetrable. The sword shadow instantly cut out 18 deadly sword auras in the air, and the attack speed was as fast as lightning, blocking all of Chen Jiaju's escape space again. Chen Jiaju tried to use the same trick again, and the second grenade he threw in the air was instantly chopped off by Yu Qingqiu's sword energy before it even hit the ground. Sparks flew everywhere, but it couldn't stop the sword master's murderous intent. Yu Qingqiu chose the most violent way of fighting, exchanging injuries for injuries. She completely gave up on defense and was determined to defeat the opponent by force. After all, the health and defense of ranged professions are far less than those of melee swordsmen. Under Yu Qingqiu's violent suppression, Chen Jiaju's firepower chain was completely interrupted. For a while, he was suppressed and retreated step by step, and was in danger. This scene opened the audience's eyes. This battle was full of twists and turns. First, Yu Qingqiu attacked fiercely and injured the opponent, but it turned out to be a deliberate plot by the opponent. Then he jumped back with a grenade, slid and shot continuously, forcibly suppressing the melee attack. Then Yu Qingqiu forced a fight by exchanging injuries for each other, and forced Chen Jiaju to retreat step by step. It must be said that it was really exciting. That's what I told you. Phoenix Academy is still ruled by our heroine. A man who wants to climb over us is just dreaming. Yes, yes. No matter how strong a transfer student is, boys have to bow their heads in front of our girls' school. This is an iron rule. Who knows how the system ranks them? They actually put the vice president behind this man. Isn't this just forcing her to fight again to prove her strength? It's totally unnecessary. Look at this kind of pressure. Chen Jiaju can't even hold out for a few rounds. Just give up second place. It's obvious. At Phoenix Academy, an all-girls school, all the students are women. Women won't make things difficult for other women, so they all support the student union. Moreover, Yu Qingqiu's style of fighting is to exchange injuries for injuries and forcibly suppress the opponent. It also suits the taste of their heroine. No matter how strong a man is, he will be crushed underfoot. At this moment, Li Runen asked about Su Bai again. Do you think this Chen Jiaju will lose? Su Bai, beating his chest. No. Finally shook his head. Chen Jiaju can't lose, it's your vice president who loses. Li Runen opened her red lips and was stunned for 3 seconds before asking, how dare you be so sure? It's obvious that my deputy is suppressing the opponent so much that he can't even raise his gun to fight back. He can only keep running around the ring to escape. Facing Li Runen's questioning, Su Bai smiled, hey, President Li, why do you have so many questions? If I tell you, will you give me the position of vice president? Li Runen didn't dare to respond. However, Su Bai continued, it seems that Chen Jiaju is now suppressed and can't fight back. Like a rat, he kept running away from the edge of the ring. But if you look closely, you'll find his escape route is very distinctive.
Having said this, Subai paused. Li Runin couldn't help but look at the ring, carefully observing Qin Jiaju's escape route. Fierce. Her body trembled. He shouted towards the arena, Yu Qingxiu. Stop chasing me. Stop now. What a pity. There were a large number of people in the stadium, and the sounds of various discussions were endless. Yu Qingxiu on the ring could not hear the president's voice at all. Die. Yu Qingxiu seemed to have caught Qin Jiaju's fatal flaw. She gathered the sword energy in her hand, ready to strike him down with one blow and completely end the battle. As a result, at this moment, Qin Jiaju, who had been suppressed, showed a sneer of success at the corner of his mouth. Instead of turning around, he fired directly at the ground. Boom! The bullet hit the ground and caused friction, which sparked a fire. Then the entire ground exploded. Flames gushed out like a wall of flames, instantly blocking Yu Qingxiu's retreat and flanks. The flames instantly burned Yu Qingxiu's body. At this time, Leng Qingyue hurriedly stepped back to avoid the flames. But the whole person has been trapped in the sea of fire. And she was completely exposed to Qin Jiaju's firepower coverage. Chapter 112, the Qi sisters are actually a hidden race, the twins of the other shore. Wang Chuan. Flames blocked the road. In the extremely narrow area, Yu Qingxiu found it difficult to dodge. Bang 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 bang. Bullets rained down. There is no doubt that Yu Qingxiu lost. Qin Jiaju put away his gun, and he undoubtedly stepped on the heads of Phoenix Academy. A well-deserved transfer student. This is the strength of the Chen family, and Qin Jiaju is not even considered an inner disciple of the Chen family. It's just the outer gate. He snorted coldly across the stands. Suddenly, he saw Subai's face. The whole person was startled suddenly and immediately looked away. But this scene was reflected in Li Runin's eyes. Li Runin frowned. This Qin Jiaju was so powerful that he would definitely challenge her in the future. Why does seeing myself feel like seeing a mouse or a cat? It shouldn't be. She looked around again. She probably knew all the students around her, and those people were not even in the top 500. The only difference was that Subai in front of her was that this man wanted to challenge her existence. Could it be that Qin Jiaju was afraid of Subai? He shook his head, feeling that the idea was even more ridiculous. The Chen family's goal is to come after Subai and kill him on the field, 9 out of 10 times. What is going on? Li Runin couldn't figure it out for a moment, but she didn't have the time to think about it. Because there is no doubt that it will not be long before Chan Kakue will challenge himself. His grandfather Li Yunlong came here in person. If he couldn't guarantee first place, wouldn't that disappoint Li Yunlong? No matter what, she will always be number one. After watching the game, it was already late. Everyone invited Subai to the cafeteria for dinner. Subai waved his hand and said that he had something important to do. Went to the library alone. After walking for about 5 minutes and entering the library, Subai immediately began to look for the content about ghosts and monsters in the Atlas of all races. After all, duels and the like are side quests, and what he really cares about is Dong Shouwan's main quest. Plundering life, what could be more important than this? The library of Phoenix College covers an area of 8,000 square meters and has 5 floors, covering most of the world's classics. If you want to find the content you need to watch, you need to put in some effort. Subai swiped his student card and came to the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? The person speaking in front of me was actually Qi Lingmei. Senior sister Qi? Subai was stunned. Qi Lingmei showed a mischievous smile. Oh, classmate Subai, he has been in school for so many days, and he hasn't talked to me. My sister, I miss you so much. I don't have time to talk, so we'll have to wait until another day. Subai got straight to the point. Why is senior sister here? My sister and I are the school's librarians. We manage the tens of millions of books here. Subai thought it was a coincidence that it was easier to talk to acquaintances. So he told the other party what he wanted to know about folk customs and ghosts. As a result, it didn't matter what he said, the other party's eyes immediately turned cold. Subai? Why do you want to find this kind of book? What's wrong? This isn't a book that ordinary students can read. All books of this kind are banned. Banned book? Yes, I suggest you find another book to read. Subai shook his head, but I really want to learn more about this. If you can help, we can have the chat we agreed to have later. Seeing Subai's persistence, Qi Lingmei sighed. Come with me. Shi Lingmei brought Subai to a secret area, and an ancient basement door was slowly opened. After entering, Shi Lingmei made a move and a copy of Index of a Million Forbidden Books appeared in her hand. Then she began to chant a spell.
A magical scene happened. Under Subai's astonished gaze, an illusory yet real figure actually split out from Shi Lingmei's body. Shi Linghua. Subai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say.
Because Shi Linghua is not an illusion, but a real person. Shi Lingmei smiled bitterly, her tone carrying a hint of fatalistic sadness. This is my sister. In fact, my sister was already dead when I was born. I used forbidden magic in my body to pull her soul out of the underworld. She pointed at her sister beside her and said, "What you see now is still my body, but with the addition of my sister's ethereal soul."
So, are you sure you want to open the forbidden book?
Shi Lingmei looked at Subai with complicated eyes. Maybe this is another journey to the underworld.
Subai was shocked.
Shi Linghua and Shi Lingmei were actually two souls in one body.
So, can this woman still be considered human?
So, he tried to use the illustrated guide of the spirits of the heavens.
Allow two-party contract. Bound contract spirit, Shi Linghua, Shi Lingawami twin flowers of the other shore. Racial traits, Higan Bana out of body, Lethe hidden. Age, 21. Potential assessment, SSS. Compatibility rate, 100% 50% although they are human, one of them is a pseudo-human. Result benefit, subprofession, twins of the other shore. Wangchuan SSS level.
Bloodline feedback, after the birth of Ziki, the host permanently unlocks this profession. And gains the passive feedback of, shuttling yin and yang, can freely enter the underworld. Illustrated guide of the 10,000 worlds spiritual contract, gifting Higan Bana increases the compatibility between the two parties.
Fake person.
This was the first time Subai heard this term. In other words, Sister Shi Linghua is not a human, but is disguised as a human. That is true, but Subai is not sure whether he should get this job for her right now.
It looks very unlucky. What if I fall asleep and my soul runs to the underworld and can't come back? It's too unlucky. Let it go quietly for the time being. Again, the main target is still Dong Xiaoan. It doesn't matter. I've seen a lot of weird things. It doesn't matter. Shi Lingmei was also surprised and told Subai the shocking secret.
The other party is not afraid.
You're really something, Subai. No wonder my dad asked me to marry you.
She thought secretly in her heart. Shi Lingmei said no more and began to carefully search through the thick index of a million forbidden books.
Yes. In a corner, she found an ancient book. Cult and Promise True Cult.
Shi Lingmei handed the book to Subai and said in a serious tone, "Here.
This thing.
Just take a look at it, don't take it seriously, and don't imitate its content. There might be side effects that you'll never be able to erase." Subai put the book into his ring and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Shi Lingmei immediately spoke out to stop it.
Don't go. Didn't I just say I'd help you get something done? No need to chat. Do you want to do it another day?
She raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of amusement.
Don't go back on your word. Chapter 113, Entering the Underworld of Wangchuan and Seizing the Higan Bana. Afternoon. Subai didn't attend any classes and stayed in the empty library. Until I get home from school. The price to borrow a book is too high. Is this the side effect of becoming more beautiful? Subai couldn't help but shook his head.
He returned to his residence and paid his tax. Exhausted, he opened the newly acquired True Fate cult book in the study and was about to concentrate on reading it. At this moment, Dong Xiaoan came through the wall. Without stopping, she passed through Subai's body and came directly behind him. The next second, Dong Xiaoan's body turned from virtual to real, like a black shadow, pressing tightly on Subai's back. Her long black hair hung down, falling on Subai's shoulders and the pages of the book, carrying a cold aura. Subai frowned slightly. "Don't disturb me while I'm studying, woman." Dong Xiaoan's voice rang softly in his ears, carrying a hint of resentment and extreme temptation.
Everyone else's fields have been plowed, and you don't care about mine? How can that be possible? Subai frowned. "It's not possible today, how about another day?" "No, let's change it tomorrow." "What's wrong? Why are you so reserved with me?" "I'm a student and I need to focus on my studies." Dong Xiaoan smiled. "Study? Student? I have studied hard, but you are not a hard-working student." Subai sighed again. Late night.
Only then did Subai have time to sit down at his desk again. No, we need to establish a standard charter in the future.
Each person works in shifts every day. Otherwise, I really don't have time to study.
Subai opened the True Fate Evil scripture. The text inside was originally obscure and difficult to understand, but because he had superimposed multiple professions of all races in the universe, he was able to understand it unexpectedly smoothly.
And those illustrations are even more dynamic.
It is filled with all kinds of bloody violence, as well as the kind of scenes that can't help but attract the eye.
It makes people blush and they can't help but want to be the protagonist in the picture.
Soon, he found the page he needed. Subai captured the spell that entered the dream. The soul can be withdrawn from the body for 2 hours, and then enter the river of forgetfulness and find the flower of the other shore.
Subai suddenly remembered that Qi Linghua needed Higanbana to increase her favorability.
He continued to read, his eyes becoming sharp.
The union of humans and ghosts is taboo and will never succeed.
Only when the souls of two people are separated freely and they meet each other as spirit bodies can the forbidden union take place.
Subai touched his chin.
In an instant, he opened up all the chains. First of all, you need to get the Higanbana to improve the favorability of Qi Linghua and her sister.
Obtain the other party's method of traveling between yin and yang.
After the shuttle, the soul will be matched with Dong Shaoan. Only in this way can you successfully obtain the incredible skill of plundering lifespans. Subai put the page back to the front, admired the blushing illustration again, and then looked at the first step of preparation. After chanting a string of mantras and entering a dream, the soul will be away from the body for 2 hours. Remember this time, then you can open the gate of forgetfulness, enter the Yellow Springs Road, and look for the red spider lily by the Forgetfulness River.
Taboo warnings are clearly visible.
You must return within 2 hours.
If you don't, you'll never be able to return.
You'll be lost on the road to the underworld, becoming a wandering ghost forever. After reading this description, Subai finally understood the side effects of the banned book that Qi Lingmei mentioned.
It's really dangerous.
But a hint of fanaticism flashed in Subai's eyes. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk.
Let's do it tonight. Ali Gu.
Lying on the bed, he repeated the spell from the True Fate Evil book over and over again. It didn't seem to work, so he read it a few more times. At some point, he fell asleep. When I woke up again, the room with the lights on was still extremely dark, with only a strange blue-green light. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was lying on the bed.
So, the one standing beside the bed is my soul?
Before Subai could fully understand what was happening, a dark blue portal appeared out of nowhere in front of him.
Instance name, Wang Chuan. Recommended entry level, unknown. Difficulty, unknown. Instance closing time, 1 hour and 59 minutes.
Suggested career combinations, priest, 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 priest. It turned out to be a hidden copy. Subai's heart was shocked.
Time waits for no one, so he went in and took a look. He no longer hesitated and stepped in.
The spirit passed through the portal and set foot on a cold and damp land. In front of him lay a river about 50 meters wide.
This should be the Forgotten River.
The river water was a strange inky black color, emitting a creepy chill. Looking across the forgetful river, the scene on the other side of the river made Subai's pupils constrict. There is a lot of traffic there, the buildings range from ancient attics to modern high-rises, and the streets are filled with incense sticks and candles. The curls of smoke kept rising, accompanied by a strange blue-green light, making people feel like they had instantly arrived in the underworld.
Subai thought to himself, that might be the underworld. Once you cross the Forgotten River, you can never come back.
He quickly collected his thoughts, and the most urgent thing was to find the red spider lily. After walking a few steps along the river, Subai's eyes suddenly opened up. The ground was covered with eerie bright red flowers of the other shore. As a gardener, Subai could identify at a glance that this was exactly the medicinal herb he needed. He immediately took out a shovel from the ring and began to dig frantically from the roots.
Soon, hundreds of them were collected.
He looked at the time and saw that there were only 30 minutes left before the copy closed.
It was time to go. At this moment, a voice roared like thunder, "What are you doing? You are not allowed to dig up park property."
In the distance, a figure wearing a white Grim Reaper uniform and a tall hat was rushing towards them aggressively. The two sides looked into each other's eyes.
"It's you! It's you!" Subai recognized the other party.
They were the ghost officials who chased Dong Shaoan 2 nights ago. Seeing Subai appear in Wanchuan, the ghost messenger by Wuchang was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end. Good boy.
You have come to Wanchuan. It seems that you are going to die soon.
The figure of Bai Wuchang ghost flashed and approached in an instant, with an extremely cold tone.
Don't go back. Tell me where Dong Xiaowan is. Our boss is very angry.
Subai didn't waste any words and casually used the skill Hymn of Healing.
A healing wave bounced wildly between the two of them.
The opponents suffered severe injuries and fell to the ground instantly. Congratulations on temporarily killing Lu Yong, the White Impermanence, and gaining 600,000 experience points.
Congratulations on your upgrade, 75-76. Such high experience? But why is it a temporary kill? Will it be resurrected?
He remembered what Dong Xiaowan said, that as long as their ghost Horcruxes were not broken, they could be resurrected indefinitely.
Sure enough, the next second, the other party condensed into a black smoke and drifted away. At the same time, sirens blared and a dozen black ghosts parked their car by the river. Suddenly leaped towards Subai. Chapter 114, His Poison is My Honey, the Underworld? It's just a copy that I, Subai, collected money for. These people can't be killed, they just keep increasing in number. Subai knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he quickly turned around and rushed towards the dark blue portal through which he came. Behind him, those ghosts were moving extremely fast, chasing after him like shadows. Subai's figure flashed, and he just stepped into the portal.
Immediately afterwards, a ghost head as big as a palm rushed in.
The faint blue light shrank instantly. The portal slammed shut.
Accompanied by a shrill scream, the ghost head was abruptly cut off by the portal and fell to the ground in Subai's room like a ball.
The ghost head struggled on the ground and let out a hoarse and sinister laugh. So you live here? Don't worry, we will find you, he.
Subai had no expression on his face.
He raised his foot and stomped hard on the chattering head.
With a bang, the ghost head turned into a ball of black smoke and completely disappeared.
The soul returns. Subai sat up from the bed. I was a little careless this time. Those people are wrong. Those ghosts can come to the world of the living at night. If this person sees the decoration in his house, he might actually come over. If that's the case, wouldn't his own spirit be in danger?
For the first time, Subai felt a sense of crisis. He paced around the bedroom.
My eyes light up. Day 2. On the campus square of Phoenix College, a huge LED qualifying screen is constantly flashing real-time ranking data. Yesterday's upset victory of Chen Jiaju over Yu Qingxiu made today's ranking competition the focus of all students' attention. Many students stopped to watch and talked about it. Hey, this ranking tournament is all about credits.
Only when you have enough credits can you take time off to go out and play, and even exchange them for rare resources.
Who says it's not? If you rank high, all kinds of good companies will be vying for you after graduation, and you'll be a top-tier talent right out of the gate. It's a pity we can't participate. It's our fault, since we've all awakened to the healing priest profession. Yeah, we can only play supporting roles.
We have no chance of winning in ranked matches. This kind of individual heroism has nothing to do with us.
Damn it! Why don't I have a class with an awakened attack? If I could rank in the top 500, my parents would be so happy.
Amid the groans of the qualifying match, Subai pulled Tornado's arm and strode to the center of the square. Longwan's face flushed slightly, and she complained in a low voice, "Husband, why did you pull me over here?
We can only address each other as classmates at school. Besides, we're not married yet, this is purely an accident. You don't have any children, so don't use them to kidnap me."
He didn't give Tornado a chance to refute, and Tornado could only pout in grievance. Subai pushed Longwan forward, and Longwan yelled at the people around him.
Everyone, take a look.
Super experienced dungeon, driving and leading a team.
2,000 yuan per person. Only for healing professions.
Those auxiliary professional students who were already in a bad mood suddenly heard a sharp scream, and their mood became even worse.
What a joke. Experienced dungeon? They're asking us, the auxiliary professions that heal, to go there, and they're charging us money? That's right.
We supports are the jack of all trades in every team. Others pay a high price to invite us to go, and I've never heard of them asking us to pay for tickets.
Hey, that woman. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?
Asking auxiliary professions to pay for tickets was unheard of and unprecedented, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Subai saw that his goal had been achieved. So he stood up and said, "Be quiet. This dungeon I opened is an exclusive hidden dungeon, only I can open it. The experience points inside are extremely high. And the items dropped are all rare props and advanced equipment that are highly sought after in the market." He scanned the audience, his eyes sharp. "I charge 2,000 yuan per person for tickets. That shouldn't be too expensive, right?" Someone in the crowd immediately questioned, their voices shrill, "Bullshit. Why are you telling us about something so good? Wouldn't it be great if you could just find a team and secretly farm every day? You're trying to come here and earn this little hard-earned money, you're kidding me." Subai sneered, his tone showing no arrogance at all, "Because this dungeon is huge. So huge that I can't finish it alone. The most important thing is that this dungeon has a very strange characteristic. It only recruits support classes that can heal. All other attacking classes are not allowed." Subai pointed at the rankings on the screen and said, "I'll let you get top-tier equipment in my dungeon and level up like crazy. Then come and participate in the ranked matches, and everyone will get a good ranking." "Bullshit. Who would believe you?" someone shouted. Subai stopped talking nonsense. His eyes flashed, and suddenly, the pure white wings behind him spread out in an instant. The wings flapped violently with a sacred light. Boom! Subai soared into the sky like a cannonball, flying directly to the top of the LED display screen, overlooking the entire venue. Do you believe it now? There was a violent commotion below. Dual citizenship. Holy crap! He can actually spread wings like that? No normal person can obtain the citizenship of the myriad races in the universe. Is he really that capable? Subai struck while the iron was hot and made his point clear. "Don't worry, I'm a student at our school and I have my student ID. If I cheat you, I'll pay you 5 times the ticket price." Do you have so much money?" someone shouted unconvinced. Subai casually grabbed a handful of thick banknotes from the ring. At least 20,000 yuan in cash. Without even looking at it, he threw it out like a coin. Money fell like snowflakes. Under the dual guarantee of money and strength, the student's psychological defenses collapsed instantly. I'm signing up. I'm signing up too. I'll give it a try anyway. 2,000 yuan is only 3 months' living expenses for me. It's worth it to become stronger. In an instant, the sounds of registration came one after another. Subai smiled with satisfaction. 20,000 yuan could solve his biggest worry, so this deal was definitely worth it. And it's a good business that can make money. I'll first count how many people have signed up and how big the group should be. For details, please ask my secretary, Tornado. Tornado below was stunned, question marks written all over her aggrieved face. Huh? How did I become a secretary? The class bell rang. Subai skipped class again and went to the library. You're here? Were you reading instead of chatting? It would be fun another day. Subai nodded. Take out the True Fate cult book. I've found what I wanted to know. Qi Lingmei, so, what is our relationship now? Stop talking and summon your sister. Qi Lingmei. No, I can't share your love for me with my sister. What if I become the spare tire? Chapter 115, Challenge the Arhats and obtain the underworld profession, the twins of the other shore. Wang Chuan. Subai reached out and gently lifted Qi Lingmei's chin. The corner of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile, and his tone was full of temptation and dominance. Silly boy, a woman 3 years older than you is worth 6 gold bricks. How could I not cherish gold? But, there's no place that big. Subai laughed out loud, as if he heard the most lovely worry in the world. What kind of question is that? With a thought, he casually took out from his storage ring the hundreds of red spider lilies that he had fought hard to snatch in the Wangchuan copy last night. Crash! A sea of bright red flowers cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly covering the ancient wooden floor of the library. Red, seductive, and extremely weird. The entire basement was shrouded in a strong smell of death and a sea of flowers, as if the underworld had reappeared on Earth. At the moment when the red spider lily appears, Qi Linghua, who had been clinging to Qi Lingmei, couldn't bear it any longer. Her illusory spirit suddenly solidified and completely split apart. Qi Linghua held her chin with both hands, her eyes blurred, and uttered a low exclamation. So beautiful. It feels so familiar. She stared at the sea of red flowers in front of her with fascination, her tone filled with a fatalistic attraction. I seem to have seen this flower somewhere, but I can't remember where. Subai looked at Qi Lingmei. Well, now we have a place. I don't know how long it took, but it was about 3 or 4 bells ringing for classes. Bite. You have successfully obtained the only hidden secondary class of Higinbana's SSS, Twins of the Other Shore. Forgotten River. Your attributes have been superimposed and improved by your secondary profession, plus 2,461 strength, plus 2,305 agility, plus 1,832 spirit, plus 3,000 health. Such high attributes. Subai was surprised. This was the highest attribute he had ever received. It was an outrageous improvement. He thought about it carefully and soon came to a firm conclusion. The reason why such explosive attributes can be obtained must be the attributes stacked together by Qi Linghua and Qi Lingmei. Yes, that must be it. Subai couldn't help but look at the two people, which further strengthened his thoughts. You have obtained the racial talent of Higinbana. This race does not exist in the world. It is an accidental growth of Higinbana. You can have an astral body for an unlimited time. Got it. Got this key. It can be said that the reason for taking the risk to go to the underworld. Just to make this key. With this skill talent, the time he spends in Wangchuan will not be locked to 2 hours. Instead, you can come in when you want and leave when you want. You can even open a portal and have the team follow you in, and there is no time limit. This means that he can harass Wangchuan without limit. Those guys can only put out fires everywhere and have no time to take care of their own things. You have obtained professional skills, soul attack, body and mind return, twin flowers. He is also a strong person with 3 skills. It's very tiring to stack people. Yes. Stop it, I have something else to do. We can talk about it another day if there's anything. View skills. Skills, soul attack, restrictions in the Yang world. After the soul leaves the body, the maximum distance from the body cannot exceed 20 meters. If it exceeds the range, it will be forcibly recalled during the period of separation. The body will fall into a deep coma and will have no ability to defend itself. Underworld privileges. You can move freely in the underworld environment without being restricted by distance, and can directly cause real soul damage to energy-type targets such as spirits and ghosts. The damage value is increased by your own spiritual attributes. Subai's eyes lit up. He thought, this move isn't very useful in the living world. But in the underworld, it seems like all the skills that were previously incapable of attacking can be used again. He can finally kill ghosts freely without having to rely solely on healing spells with CD to kill enemies. This is equivalent to having a way to kill enemies in a horror game, and no longer having to run away in frustration. Possessing the skill, body and mind return, the soul can instantly return to the body without delay, cooldown or interval when out of body. Subai laughed in his heart. This was simply a stroke of genius. This skill is a perfect match with the first skill. He can launch harassing attacks as much as he wants in the underworld, and once he is surrounded by a large number of ghost officials and faces danger, he can return instantly. It's like being invincible in the underworld. No one can catch me. He is simply the ultimate harassment king in the underworld. Possessing the skill, Twin Flowers, using itself as a medium, transfers the damage received proportionally to designated teammates or summoned creatures. Up to 2 targets can be bound at the same time. This skill seems a bit damaging. Transfer your own damage to your teammates? A teammate was injured and died for no reason, and died an unjust death? Using this skill is simply against human ethics. But who is Subai? He quickly found the perfect way to use it. Luckily, I have the skill Reincarnation Red Butterfly. Subai can use the Reincarnation Red Butterfly to summon phantom summons, and then bind the twin flowers to them, allowing them to absorb damage for him. This is equivalent to giving him another life. The overall feeling these 3 new skills gave him was, not particularly powerful, but very weird and tricky. They have completely escaped the scope of combat in the normal world and begun to become abstract. Draw, elephant. The other side. The Chen family rented an office building outside the school as their base of activities. One of his men asked their boss, Chen Jiaju, in confusion, Brother Jiaju, we're avoiding a fight with Subai. If we can't get rid of him, why don't we go back? Instead, why are we participating in some stupid qualifying tournament? Yeah, it's a complete waste of time. Phoenix Academy is an all-girls school, one of the best in the South, but compared to the top schools in the capital, it's not even top-notch. Chen Jiaju didn't say anything. He picked up a cigarette, took a bullet from the pistol, picked out the gunpowder, and rubbed it to light the cigarette.
He took a deep breath, and the smoke obscured the viciousness in his eyes. Just because Subai has a deep background and we can't afford to offend him doesn't mean we can't get rid of him. Everyone was confused and didn't understand what Chen Jiaju meant. That's why our Chen family wants to be in the top 9 of the entire school. Why? Who among us needs that 1 million bonus? We just need the Chen family ancestors' approval and a chance. 1 million is nothing. Chen Jiaju sneered, his tone filled with the pleasure of a successful conspiracy. You don't understand this, right? The capital has given us the latest secret report. He leaned forward, his voice lowered to a whisper. The top 10 students from this school will compete in a dungeon competition against all the races in the universe. Everyone was shocked. I see. Does that mean that even if I can't kill Subai, I can still take home the championship? It's better than returning empty-handed. Someone was puzzled. What does this have to do with Subai? The school is in the top 10, so why should we be in the top 9? Chan Ka Kue smiled. He smiled sinisterly and viciously. There are 9 of us here, plus Subai, that's exactly 10 people forming a pair. When the time comes for the competition, we will deliberately let the myriad races of the heavens and the earth kill Subai. Let's counterattack and win, not only taking first place, but also getting rid of Subai. The Chen family members immediately came to their senses and gave Chen Jiaju a thumbs up. Great. Brother Jiaju. This really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 116 Entering the underworld is not a human being. After school, Subai and several Qilings walked towards their residence together. Tornado, the little follower and temporary secretary, immediately ran forward and began to report on today's work. Old classmate Subai. Tornado deliberately changed his words to avoid Subai's warning. Today, a total of 15 people signed up. 3 of them regretted their decision after school, so I refunded them. I collected a total of 24,000 yuan. She clutched her money bag and continued her report carefully. 6 of them asked when we take them to the dungeon. If it takes more than 3 days, they want their money back. Subai smiled. It is so hard to make money in this world. Even though it is a top-notch university, ordinary students still care a lot about 2,000 yuan. Call them and tell them it can be done tonight. Ask the Longfa Company's finance department to reimburse the phone bill. The meeting place is at the home and next to the school. 9 p.m., no waiting and no refunds after the deadline. Tornado? No? Are you sure you're going to download a copy? Instead of taking a group of men and women to get a room? With so many people, it's illegal. Moreover, if this kind of thing were written into a novel, the book would be banned on the spot. Time quickly came to 9 o'clock in the evening. In a huge business suite of the Home Inn, there stood 12 men and women with different expressions. One of them turned out to be Subai's Chileing Maria. She saw Subai smile slightly and wave his hand gently, obviously coming to join in the fun. A dozen people looked around. From time to time, bursts of creaking sounds of the bed in the next room came, which made people blush. Well, classmate Subai, now that we've gathered, where are we going next? Where is that copy? Someone couldn't help but urge him. Subai didn't answer, but asked, have you all eaten? Food? Everyone was stunned. Yes, for a midnight snack. One boy lost his temper and couldn't help but yell, brother. If you play tricks on us, we'll call the police. Do you think we're here for a spring outing? We need to bring food. Subai nodded, looking nonchalant. Okay, it doesn't matter if there's nothing to eat. If you're hungry then, I won't take care of the meal. After saying that, he actually walked directly to the center of the room and lay down on the heart-shaped bed. Everyone. No way? Dude. Your so-called ticket and mysterious copy are actually the place I just expected? Oh my god. Even though I really want to join, it's illegal. If anything goes wrong, I'll be expelled from school. Just when everyone was wondering if they had attended a large-scale S-group party, Subai closed his eyes, and the next second, his soul left his body. His spirit body stood up like a shadow, ignoring the 12 shocked students, and suddenly tore through the center of the room. The dark blue portal to the River of Oblivion is open. The team is ready. Just go in and cast healing spells to kill everyone. Let's go in. Subai's soul entered first, and everyone hesitated for a few seconds. Still reluctant to spend the 2,000 yuan, he followed him in. This time, the teleportation location is not beside the forgotten river. Instead, it was in a dark, damp city alley, surrounded by piles of garbage, grimy scribbles, and the air was filled with the chill of corpses. A strange blue light emanated from the windows of the surrounding red brick buildings. An old beggar, wearing a dirty sweatshirt, was half lying in the corner, and it was unclear whether he was dead or asleep.
This is the copy? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. This is the first time I've seen a copy of a human city? Are you sure? Did we actually enter a dungeon? Didn't we just walk into a portal and end up in a foreign slum?
Subai didn't say anything, he just walked straight to the old beggar.
Old man. That's just a small amount of money?
Subai said with a cold look in his eyes, snatching all the money from his begging bowl. Those who followed Subai were completely shocked.
No. You are too mean, you even robbed the old man of his money? Are you still human?
People's lives are so miserable, and they only have a few dollars in their bowls.
You are simply an animal. Give me back my money.
The old beggar struggled to stand up. As a result, he was knocked down by Subai's fist.
Not enough. Give it to me again.
Subai shouted sternly. The people around couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and one of the paladins walked up to Subai angrily.
How dare you bully an old man?
You've collected so much from us for tickets, you're not short of money. But Subai ignored the other party's dissuasion and punched the old man several times.
Coins fell all over the floor.
The old beggar was about to die.
You beast. You hit an old man. You're such a fucking beast. If you hit me again, I'll fight you. The paladin almost roared.
Subai threw another punch, then raised his hand and threw his best skill, hymn of healing, towards the old beggar's head.
A healing wave hit the old beggar accurately.
Congratulations on temporarily killing the zombie beggar and gaining experience, 500,000.
All of the paladins stopped in mid-air. No. What information bar just floated by? Is there a hint for 500,000 experience points? So much experience. So fragrant. Subai? What's the fragrance? Nothing. Is it true that beating Lao Dang will give you gold coins?
Subai pointed outside the alley.
Not really.
As long as you kill anyone here, you can gain experience, provided you don't feel any psychological burden.
But you must use healing magic. This. The paladin was stunned. This is completely contrary to his ideology and morals from childhood to university. It's simply against human ethics. This is so cool.
The paladin suddenly drew out his sword, not caring about the eyes of the people around him, and rushed fanatically towards another beggar in the alley. He roared and released his purest skill, Holy Light. A healing light enveloped the beggar's head. He was instantly killed. Congratulations on temporarily killing the zombie beggar and gaining experience, 500,000.
Bite.
A necklace shining brightly fell to the ground.
He picked it up. Filthy necklace. Grade, A. Wearing level, LV 120.
Attributes, strength plus 350, agility plus 350, spirit plus 850, health plus 350.
Carrying skill, dark pollution. Hey, great level 120 gear. The paladin quickly put the equipment into his storage ring and turned to ask Subai, Godfather. Do you want to use the equipment?
I'll sell it and share the profit with everyone.
No need. Whoever hits it owns it. Everyone. The whole audience was silent. Then it exploded instantly. No. Are you kidding me? A healing holy light killed a beggar and also dropped a level 120 high-level equipment? This is too fucking simple, too incredible. And according to the captain's rules, whoever gets the equipment owns it, and there is no need to divide the gold. This is a chance to get rich overnight. Jealousy, envy, and fanaticism instantly filled the eyes of every auxiliary professional student. Charge! Someone shouted. The next second, everyone forgot about ethics and morality. All the priests, paladins, druids, and other auxiliary professions rushed madly towards every walking dead beggar deep in the alleys and on the street corners like hungry wolves. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. A person who was more sinister than the underworld, a super underworld profiteer. A dozen or so people, upon seeing the decadent and filthy walking beggars in the alley, did not hesitate to mercilessly smash their purest and most sacred healing arts down on them. 500,000 experience points. Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands.
The experience tips jumped wildly on everyone's retinas, and the experience bar skyrocketed like a rocket. Soon, they killed more than 40 such poor people. The horrific drop rate and huge experience temptation made these once docile auxiliary professional students completely lose their minds. Sometimes, people would even start arguing on the spot over some high-level equipment that had dropped.
Any healing wave you throw down is equivalent to the experience gained from killing a small boss instantly. These healing assistants used to be the ones who only added blood and acted submissively in the team. They had never felt the pleasure of killing monsters with their own hands. Just when everyone was killing with adrenaline rushing,
Maria took out a charcoal stove from her ring.
"Master, the kebabs are ready as you ordered." "Well, let's make a midnight snack."
Mutton skewers and beef skewers are grilled on charcoal fire, and a handful of cumin is sprinkled on them, and the flavor instantly spreads through the damp alley.
When these auxiliary professional students smelled the aroma, they couldn't help but feel hungry. They looked back and saw Subai eating skewers. Maria was flipping the roast meat skillfully. "No? This is a hidden copy. In a place like this, you actually have the heart to eat barbecue?"
Although the experience of killing monsters is high, the attack power of the beggars here is not low either, and they are all fighting for their lives.
But then again, barbecue is so delicious. My stomach was growling uncontrollably.
I didn't eat much at night, and now after a period of high-intensity work, I'm really hungry. Some people followed the smell to Subai and watched Subai eating skewers while Maria grilled the barbecue. Subai took a bite, smacked his lips in satisfaction, and threw a skewer into the corner.
It tastes good, very delicious. You want to eat?
Well, let me eat 2 skewers, and I'll treat you to a meal when we go out.
Some people couldn't help but plead. Subai shook his head.
I told you all before I came in, everyone should bring some midnight snacks, and you still think I'm being long-winded. He held up 2 fingers and said slowly, "You can eat if you want."
2,000 a bunch. What the hell? You're fucking robbing me. 2,000 yuan for the ticket is acceptable. You want me to pay 2,000 for a kebab here? Is this how you make money by dirty tricks? Godfather, isn't this string too expensive? It's only 2 yuan at the night market. You're paying 1,000 times more. Someone couldn't help but say.
Subai calmly turned the grilled skewers over.
That's the price.
If you climb to the top of the mountain and buy a bottle of water, the price will be several times higher.
This is an SSS-level hidden dungeon, and you're spending your lives to kill monsters. Is it reasonable for me to give you 1,000 times the reward? Reasonable? Reasonable Hook 8.
Everyone cursed in their hearts, only fools would buy it, it was a pure IQ tax.
Whoever buys it is an idiot. Give me 10 skewers. Everyone.
Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was the paladin who had just picked up the filthy necklace.
Everyone woke up instantly.
That's right, the necklace he picked up can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands. A mere 20,000 yuan to buy 10 skewers of lamb is nothing. Only when you are well fed and well drinking can you have the strength to continue killing enemies and get more top quality equipment. Seeing the paladin eating with grease dripping from his mouth and feasting on the food, the people around him swallowed their saliva thoroughly. The hunger in their hearts overcame their anger at the sky-high price of 2,000.
I'll buy 3.
At least I won't be hungry after eating them, and there's still a long time to go.
I want 5 skewers, beef skewers. Give me 2. I want 6 skewers. Miss Maria, give me some charred ones. Everyone followed suit and bought it.
They would rather be slaughtered by Subai than fight for their lives on an empty stomach. With Maria's skilled grilling skills, Subai successfully made more than 80,000 yuan through the hidden copy midnight snack service in just 40 minutes of grilling. At this moment, bursts of sharp and piercing sirens came from the outside of the alley.
Subai smiled.
His goal was to use the killing of these auxiliary professions to cause chaos and attract Wenchuan's main force.
Now, it's finally here.
These auxiliary professional students had just finished eating the skewers and were extremely excited. They felt that they had paid a high food fee and had to get a few pieces of equipment to make up for the money, otherwise they would lose a lot of money on such high consumption. Each of them held a magic wand, with greed flashing in their eyes, and rushed out again. This time, they are no longer facing zombie beggars, but the armed guards of Wenchuan, the black and white impermanents that Subai met last time.
Holy light bursts. Warm healing.
More than a dozen golden and green healing spells were thrown out, instantly killing several of the impermanents closest to the front. Experienced tips jump wildly again. However, these guards are extremely powerful, and Subai has experienced it before. Soon, the situation on the battlefield reversed. The auxiliary profession, which was not naturally good at fighting, was beaten back step by the spiritual collision and Yin-Chi attack of the guards, and was constantly pushed back. They didn't even have the courage to pick up several pieces of equipment that had fallen on the ground. Subai's eyes flashed when he saw this. He kicked open the door of a red brick house next to the alley and yelled, "Let's hide inside." Seeing this, everyone dared not hesitate and immediately followed the captain to charge in. This is a 5-story building, and it's full of ghosts. Immediately afterwards, there was another indiscriminate massacre in the building. Those who have married should go back and live a good life and work hard to have children. They must give birth within 1 year, and a fine of 20,000 yuan will be imposed if they fail to do so. Everyone fled to the 5th floor in one breath and guarded the staircase tightly. The entrance to this staircase is very narrow. If anyone dares to come in, he will be instantly killed by concentrated fire. Relying on the terrain advantage at the stairs, the crowd temporarily blocked the impermanent guards outside the door, but the previous street fighting made them feel frightened and covered in cold sweat. Holy crap! What the hell was that? They were just floating, completely untraceable. Their agility is way too high. Yeah. He hit me and took away half my health. If it weren't for Miss Maria's quick reaction, I might have died at the entrance of that alley. What the hell? I'm out of spirit potion. Who has any? Sell me 2 bottles. I'll pay 3 times the price. Everyone was sweating, their mouths were dry, and they were exhausted. Especially after eating Subai's lamb skewers, I felt even more thirsty. Just then, kata. The sound of cans popping could be heard. Everyone looked back and saw that Subai had a can of iced cola in his hand. He drank the whole can of Coke in one gulp. Godfather, are you going to charge for your Coke too? Ruzi is teachable, one can costs 10,000 yuan. Everyone,